The path to becoming a tycoon begins with binding to the godly rich system. Yuheng placed the lilies in his hand in front of the tombstone. These were his mother's favorite flowers. He gazed silently at the photograph of the woman in her youth on the tombstone. A gentle breeze caressed his hair, and all was quiet. In that instant, it seemed as if he were the only person left in the world. Host, the beginner quest has been activated. Do you wish to accept? Are you still here? The host who has always been there. Oh, I thought I'd finally gone mad. Host, your mental state is perfectly normal. You're saying you're a super rich system. Yes, host. So you mean you can help me become a millionaire? Uncertain. What do you mean by, not necessarily? Yuheng was a little surprised. This was different from what he had thought. Whether the host can become a tycoon depends on the host's success in completing the mission. But isn't your job just to spend money? Yes, host. If I spend so much money, am I not a millionaire? This is a mission, host. Yuheng. Okay, I understand, the mentally challenged system. The autumn wind was chilly. Yuheng tightened his coat collar and turned to walk out of the cemetery. Accept the beginner quests. Okay, host, the newbie mission has begun. Please spend the 500,000 mission funds within 3 days. 1. Novice players can request system assistance to complete the tasks. 2. The novice quest is considered complete once the host has completed 80% of it. 3. New player missions will grant double cashback rewards. 4. The cashback reward for completing a task depends on the host's task completion rate. Keep going, host. Complete the tasks to receive cashback and you'll soon become a rich, handsome, and successful man, marry a beautiful and wealthy woman, and reach the pinnacle of life. Are there any restrictions on how the task bonus can be used? Yuheng ignored the applause in his mind and asked the system. No, host. Then why do we need system assistance? If you don't know how to complete the task, the system can assist you the first time. Yuheng was speechless. So, he had just called the system an idiot, and then the system immediately took him for one. Yuheng found his car and drove away from the cemetery. The system contacted Yuheng this morning. In the past few months, he has said goodbye to 3 relatives, and just over a week ago, he said goodbye to his mother. Yuheng has been living in a daze lately. Today is his 26th birthday. He got up this morning and was preparing to visit his grandparents and mother at the cemetery. But when he was washing his face, a voice popped into his head, saying that it was the godly cashback system, which was already bound to him. He asked if he wanted to start the newbie missions. Yuheng thought it might be a mental problem, so he ignored it. On the way to the cemetery, Yuheng was in a heavy mood and ignored it again. Yuheng finally had a chat with the system. According to the system, it was a product of an advanced civilization and came here to collect human emotional data. Human emotions are silent and invisible, yet they can generate tremendous energy. Then, would you be harmful to humans? To be honest, Yuheng was excited to learn that a more advanced civilization existed, and that this advanced civilization even knew about humanity. But after the excitement came an indescribable fear. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles turning white without him even noticing. Host, please rest assured. If advanced civilizations wanted to deal with humanity, they could wipe them out with a wave of their hand. They wouldn't need to send out a high-level system like me. Does that mean humanity can now make contact with advanced civilizations? No, life forms are different. To advanced civilizations, humans are like paramecia, they cannot communicate and there is no need for them to. Yuheng. Okay, not only was I treated like an idiot, but I was also treated like a paramecium. Yuheng let out a soft breath. After his intense emotions subsided, he felt indifferent. He parked his car at the gas station, filled up the tank, and bought a bottle of water. He had just been working up a sweat from the system, and his back was soaked. This is the road to the cemetery, so it's quite remote. There weren't many cars at the gas station. Yuheng leaned against the convenience store entrance, drinking water. He took out his phone, found a charity website online, and donated the 500,000 yuan that had just arrived in his account. After I put my phone away and got into the car, the system notification sounded. Congratulations, host. Newbie mission complete. Your speed in completing the mission surpasses 99% of users. Hooray! Yu Heng was speechless. There are other hosts like me. This system doesn't exist in this world, and we don't know if it exists in other worlds either. Okay, the mentally challenged system. Ding. The host has completed the newbie task of spending 500,000. The newbie task will reward you with double cashback. Congratulations, host, you have received 50 yuan in cashback, for a total of 100 yuan. Yu Heng. Bang. Yu Heng was rear-ended. When Yu Heng got out of the car, he saw that one of the taillights of his Volkswagen had been smashed, but the rest was fine and not too serious. The car behind was a Mercedes, and its front end was also dented from the impact. A young man wearing a mask hurriedly got out of the car. He first ran to the spot where the accident had occurred, then turned to Yu Heng and said, "I'm so sorry, I was just distracted. How much do you think I should pay? Can we settle this privately? Please, please." Chu Anlin was going crazy, he could almost hear Sister Chiu roaring in his ear. He really didn't do it on purpose. He just saw that there weren't many people on this stretch of road, so he went a little faster. Who would have thought that he would hit a person in his car when he turned a corner? Yu Heng looked at the young man in front of him, who was bowing his head and praying with his hands clasped together. He felt a little helpless, but he wasn't too angry. After all, he was also responsible for the slowdown caused by the system's stimulation. "It's nothing serious, I'll drive it to get it repaired myself," Yu Heng said, preparing to leave, not wanting to get entangled in this matter. "Hey, wait a minute, I'll pay you back." The young people caught up. Yu Heng got into the car, rolled down the window, said, "No need," and drove off. Chu Anlin was sprayed with exhaust fumes, and only came to her senses after the taillights of the car in front of her disappeared. "They're gone already. System, are you being so stingy with your cashback?" After all this mess, Yu Heng felt he could calm down no matter what he was asked. Cashback rewards depend on the host's completion rate. How do you define completion? The mission is considered complete if the host spends all the mission funds within the time limit. So your cashback is 0.01% of the task fee. No, host, the godly rich system can help you reach the pinnacle of life, it's not a stingy system. This system can't understand human language. Besides spending all the mission funds within the time limit, what else determines the cashback reward? Although this system is called the godly tycoon system, its main function is to collect human emotional data. Therefore, the greater the emotional fluctuations that humans have towards the host during the host's mission, the greater the cashback reward. Then why don't you call it the emotional system? Because I only make the host spend money. Yu Heng was unable to say. So this time, because he directly donated the task fee to the website without contacting any staff, the system did not collect human emotional data, but still returned 50 yuan. From this perspective, the system's return of 50 yuan is quite generous. Yu Heng returned home to a large, single-level apartment with 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. Many of his grandparents' and mother's belongings had been moved out, making the house seem somewhat empty. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Yu Heng let his mind wander. The once warm and cozy home now felt oppressive. System, can you help me find someone? No, host. So what can you do? The system can reward the host with cash prizes when they complete tasks. Okay, so where does your mission fund come from? Won't you get caught using it like this? Yu Heng was genuinely curious. You know, we live in the digital age, and nobody cares about a few tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars now and then. However, judging from the godly rich system, the task rewards in the future will definitely not be low. Such abnormal financial transactions will definitely attract the attention of others and even the country. Please rest assured, host, we will never put you in danger. Before binding with you, this system had been operating in this world for nearly 100 years, accumulating wealth beyond your imagination. These assets will be transferred to you as your maternal grandmother's inheritance. Then why did you bind yourself to me? Because the host's energy fluctuations are highly synchronized with the system's, and everyone's energy fluctuations are different. This system has waited for almost 100 years to find the host. Yu Heng felt that the system was very proud, although he didn't know what was so proud about it. Since you came to this world a long time ago, why didn't you bind yourself to me sooner? Because it's illegal for juvenile energy beings to be bound to a system. He broke the law. What law did he break? Is it some kind of advanced civilization? And, did he only come of age today? As an adult who has been an adult for 8 years, being called a child still feels a bit strange. How do you manage these assets with a system that has no physical form? Advanced bionic robot, capable of transforming into various forms. Yu Heng's eyes lit up instantly, and he sat up straight with excitement. Can I see it? Host, work hard on the tasks, a high completion rate may earn you this reward. Well, he knew it wouldn't be that simple, but who could resist a highly intelligent bionic robot that could manage assets? System, please give me another task soon. I feel like my motivation to complete tasks has reached its peak. Sorry, host, the next task cannot be issued until at least the completion date of the previous task. Yu Heng slumped back onto the sofa, thinking that he had been rewarded with 100 yuan, so he would use that to order takeout tonight. If I were to order takeout again, my family would scold me. Oh, now no one in my family scolds me. Yu Heng looked out the window. The sky was azure, with a few white clouds drifting by occasionally, moving slowly in the wind. He remembered his mother's dying words, that she hoped he would find his sister and see if she was doing well. Yu Heng has an older sister. Back then, because his parents had a bad relationship and often argued, his young daughter was tricked by Yu's father into marrying him, who was penniless. Even the fact that the couple got pregnant out of wedlock forced the parents to give in, but it also infuriated them. Despite their good financial situation, the parents didn't offer the young couple any help. Yu Heng's mother was also resolute and insisted on going back to her hometown with Yu's father. The first few years were not bad, although it was a bit tough, but love made them content. But just as she became pregnant with Yu Heng, Yu's father became addicted to gambling. After that, it was a cycle of gambling, quitting gambling, relapsing into gambling, borrowing money, and eventually escalating into domestic violence. Finally, when Yu Heng was 2 years old, she could no longer bear it and fled back to her parents' home with Yu Heng. Seeing their daughter's tragic end, Mr. and Mrs. Li dared not blame her in the slightest. They even put aside their years of discord and tried their best to maintain a warm home in front of their daughter. Because of years of discord between her parents, a broken marriage, and even beatings from her husband, Yu Heng's mother developed a serious mental illness. After years of treatment, her condition had barely stabilized. When her condition improved, she wanted to go find her daughter, but when she went to look for her, she learned that because her husband gambled and borrowed money from loan sharks, her mother-in-law could not bear it and moved away with her daughter and brother-in-law. Meanwhile, Yu's father tragically died in a car accident while fleeing from loan sharks. The fact that there was absolutely no information about her daughter, despite the vastness of the world, triggered another relapse of her illness. With Li's parents having to take care of Li Zi and Yu Heng still so young, they were overwhelmed and didn't have the energy to look for help. So many years have passed, and the last bit of news about it has long since vanished. A while ago, there was a flu outbreak, and Li's mother unfortunately got infected. Li's father was taking care of her at the hospital when he accidentally fell. The two elderly people were getting old and had been working hard in recent years, so their health was not as good as before, and they passed away one after the other. Yu Heng's mother, Li Zi, also collapsed after her parents' funeral and passed away after more than 2 months of illness. Yu Heng remembers that day when his mother suddenly got better. He was pleasantly surprised to see the breakfast his mother had made when he got up, but when he saw his mother's slightly rosy cheeks, his heart trembled. He felt as if there was a piece of wood stuck in his throat, making it impossible for him to say a word. He ate his breakfast, which was choking him, with a seemingly calm expression, trying hard to swallow the food while his mother kept nagging him about things to pay attention to in life. Finally, he heard his mother say, "What I worry about most is you and your sister. Go and see your sister, and see if she's doing well. You still have family, so your mother won't worry too much." Then came his mother's funeral. Strangely, he remained calm, and the successive funerals made him feel a little numb. Letting his thoughts overwhelm him, Yu Heng gradually fell asleep on the sofa. The next day, Yu Heng was woken up by his phone. "Hello, who is this?" Yu Heng picked up his phone, feeling a splitting headache. He had fallen asleep on the sofa yesterday, and recently he had been too tired, sleeping straight through until dawn. Yu Heng touched his forehead and found that his temperature was indeed a bit high. "Hello, this is the Mingshan District Police Station. Are you Mr. Yu Heng?" "Yes," Yu Heng said, somewhat surprised, his mind clearing up a bit. Here's the thing, did you donate 500,000 yuan on the Guardians of Love network yesterday? Yes. Yu felt he had received a scam call and was wondering whether to hang up when the other end continued. Mr. Yu, this website was a scam website. It was just shut down yesterday, and all your donations have been recovered. When would you like to come to my office to collect your money? Yu felt his head wasn't hurting as much anymore, so was this a new type of scam? No, was he the one who had been scammed before? Okay, I'll go this afternoon. After hanging up the phone, Yu found the first aid kit, took a few pills, and was finally able to think about the matter properly. Is this a scam? Probably not, since scam calls usually don't mention going to the police station. It means he was scammed before, and now that he's gotten his money back, does that count as completing the system's task? System, if I take the mission reward back, will the mission be considered complete? Host, the task is complete, and the cashback has been calculated. So, does the system not care where the money goes after the task is completed? Looking at the time, it was almost noon, no wonder he felt ravenous. Yu decided to wash up and go out for lunch first. Yu went downstairs and drove to his usual beef noodle restaurant. I glanced at the taillights as I got out of the car and realized I had a lot to do. Boss, 1 bowl of beef brisket noodles, please. Oh, it's Xiao Yu. Please have a seat, your noodles will be ready in a moment, the proprietress greeted her warmly upon seeing a regular customer. 1 bowl of beef brisket noodles, extra spicy, no cilantro, the proprietress shouted to the kitchen. This noodle shop is run by a husband and wife. It's very close to the hospital where Yu Heng's maternal grandfather works. Both he and his grandfather love their noodles because of their rich broth and fresh ingredients. The noodle shop wasn't big, with only 9 tables, but when Yu Heng arrived, there were only 2 empty tables left. The noodles were served quickly. As Yu Heng ate them, he realized he had caught a cold, the noodles had lost their flavor. He would have to get some more medicine in the afternoon. After finishing lunch, Yu Heng prepared to go to the police station. Thinking of Mr. Lin, who had been scammed in the neighborhood and whose story was recorded in the local public account as a case study, Yu Heng felt a little numb. When they arrived at the police station, Yu Heng saw a familiar car in the parking area. He parked his car and took a look. Sure enough, the dent on the front of the car had not been repaired yet. The 2 cars were parked together, and at first glance, it looked like they had been brought to the police station by the police to mediate a dispute. Hello, this is Yu Heng. I received a call this morning saying that I was scammed out of 500,000 yuan by a charity website. Oh, you're Yu Heng. The young police officer being questioned glanced at Yu Heng a few more times, then turned and shouted into the mediation room, Old John, there's another 500,000 here. Yu Heng was speechless, feeling like he had become the center of attention. Fortunately, a middle-aged policeman came out of the mediation room immediately. He waved to Yu Heng at the door of the mediation room, and Yu Heng quickly went over. Upon entering the mediation room, I saw another young man wearing a mask and a gray hoodie suit. Ah. It's you. Chu Anlin was also surprised, not expecting to see this person again. Hello, Yu Heng. Yu Heng nodded to him. Hey, you two know each other. Zhang Peng looked at the two of them. Just a brief encounter, Yu Heng said calmly. Okay, it's good that we know each other. You take off your mask and show your IDs. Zhang Peng pointed at Chu Anlin. Chu Anlin took off her mask, glanced at Zhang Peng, then at Yu Heng, and lowered her head, afraid of being recognized. Yu Heng, well, what's with the strong feeling of stealing? After that, the matter of the defrauded money was dealt with, and I also received a moral education lesson from the police officers. I downloaded anti-fraud software on my phone and left the police station with a brochure on fraud prevention. Yu Heng let out a soft breath, he was finally out. Chu Anlin followed Yu Heng dejectedly. He had just asked the police officer if he could not be posted online. The officer told him that it was not his responsibility, but the publicity department's. However, he told him not to worry, his privacy would not be exposed. Among so many Mr. Chus, who would know it was you? Chu Anlin was not comforted at all. Yu Heng looked at Chu Anlin, who seemed to have been worn down by life, and was quite speechless. Are they really destined to meet? Not only did their cars collide yesterday, but they were also scammed by the same website. However, Chu Anlin was a little better off than him, only losing 50,000 yuan. Thinking of the look of surprise on Chu Anlin's face when she heard he had been scammed out of 500,000 yuan, Yuheng felt a lump in his throat and immediately turned around to get into the car, not wanting to lose face. "Hey, wait a minute," Chu Anlin called out to Yuheng, "you said you'd pay for your car repairs last time." "No need, I'm also partly responsible. I'll fix the car myself." Chu Anlin thought about how he could casually donate 500,000 yuan, so he must be rich. "Alright, I suppose you don't need my money either, but I still have to apologize." "I'm sorry." Yuheng looked at the young man bowing and apologizing to him, and his heart clenched again. This guy is a nemesis. "I'm going to the hospital to get some medicine later, what about you?" In order to make him forget about the 500,000 yuan as soon as possible, Yuheng chose to make small talk. "Oh, you've caught a cold. I noticed your voice sounded a bit off. I'm going to help out at my uncle's house later, my cousin is getting married tomorrow. Oh, and yesterday I went to Mingshan Cemetery to visit my grandma, and a charity ad popped up on my phone. I thought it was some kind of divine guidance from my grandma, so I donated 50,000 yuan without hesitation. Who knew it was a scam? Being a scammer is bad enough, but getting caught so quickly is infuriating. So incompetent, yet trying to scam people. It's infuriating. You were also scammed by the pop-up ad, weren't you? Honestly, I wonder how much they spent on that ad. They lost everything, serves them right." Yuheng couldn't very well tell him that he had come to them on his own. "Besides, does your family know how talkative you are? By the way, we're kind of destined to connect, so let's exchange contact information." Chu Anlin took out her phone, ready to add the contact information of this person she had only met twice. Yuheng took out his phone, he couldn't very well refuse since she had offered to add him on the phone. However, looking at Chu Anlin's face, he felt she looked somewhat familiar. Chu Anlin has almond-shaped eyes and peach blossom cheeks, with a straight and upturned nose. He is handsome with a touch of cuteness. Even though he is wearing a loose sweatshirt, you can still see that he has a slender figure and is very recognizable. If you've seen it before, you shouldn't have no recollection of it. Chu Anlin was changing the nickname on his phone when Yuheng looked at his profile and finally remembered where he had seen him before. Last July, the official live stream of the popular online game, God's Ring, invited many esports players and game streamers. Yuheng watched a little bit of it at the time, but he didn't watch the whole thing because of something else. However, he did see Chu Anlin at that time. "Are you a game streamer?" Thinking of how Chu Anlin was afraid of being recognized, Yuheng guessed that he might be an internet celebrity. Chu Anlin paused in her typing, looked up at Yuheng, and asked, "Why would you think I'm a streamer?" "Huh. I watched your live stream of fighting the God Ring." Yuheng paused, "Isn't that right?" "Oh, I see. By the way, didn't you catch a cold? Hurry up and go to the hospital to get your medicine. I won't take up any more of your time. Bye-bye." Chu Anlin waved, got into the car, and honked the horn. Yuheng quickly moved aside. With a whoosh, the car drove away right in front of him. Yuheng was a little confused. Was he angry? Why? Chu Anlin drove expressionlessly. He felt perfectly calm. It wasn't a big deal, was it? So what if he was mistaken for a game streamer? No big deal. So what if he'd been in the industry for 5 years and was still just an ordinary person? No big problem. So what if he diligently filmed over 10 movies and TV shows? The other person probably hadn't even seen them. Chu Anlin parked the car on the side of the road and frantically pounded on the steering wheel, yelling, "Ah, Yuheng, you blind man." Achoo. Yuheng sneezed. He rubbed his nose and realized he really needed to go to the hospital right away. It was already evening when Yuheng left the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. He didn't go to the city hospital, the hospital where his maternal grandfather used to work. After retiring, his grandfather was rehired and worked there until his fall. Yuheng had also seen his maternal grandparents pass away there, so he didn't have the courage to step into that place again. Not planning on having dinner, Yuheng randomly picked a quiet bar. Yuheng opened a booth and quietly watched the crowd, some clinking glasses, some drinking alone, and some looking around. He cleared his mind and enjoyed the noisy silence. handsome, all alone. A man dressed in flamboyant clothes, exuding ostentation, turned around. He sat down next to Yuheng with a wine glass in hand, leaning to the side as he spoke to Yuheng, "Want to have a drink together?" He also gave Yuheng a flirtatious wink. Yuheng's eye twitched. He looked around and realized that he had indeed come to a gay bar. "No need, I want to be alone," Yuheng refused. "Okay, contact me if you need anything." The man didn't press the issue, took a business card, placed it under the man's glass, gave him a wink, and left. Yuheng finished his drink and left the bar without touching the business card. Although Yuheng has never been in a relationship, he has quite a few suitors, both men and women. However, he has never considered dating because he wants to take care of his family. After all, his grandparents are getting old, and he can help share the burden if his mother falls ill. Walking to the riverbank, gazing at the shimmering reflections of the lights on the water, Yuheng would sometimes wonder what kind of partner he would date in the future. Perhaps he should find his sister sooner. A person always tends to overthink things. Yuheng sighed, took out his phone, found a legitimate charity, compared various options, and donated 500,000 yuan. Although Yuheng's family wasn't extremely wealthy, they were considered to be comfortably well off. Although his relative's hospitalization cost a lot of money, the money left in Yuheng's hands was enough for him to live comfortably. But the system's appearance also helped him out, preventing him from sinking deeper into the quagmire of emotions. Afterwards, Yuheng took the car for repairs to finish up the work he had done online. Yuheng studied computer science, a versatile major these days, but fortunately he did well in it. For the past 2 years, he has been taking on jobs online and working from home. Host, a new mission has been initiated. Do you wish to accept? 3 days have passed already. Yuheng took out his phone and checked. Indeed, Chu Anlin had posted a message on WeChat Moments yesterday wishing his cousin a happy marriage. Looking at Chu Anlin's silly grin in the photo, Yuheng actually found it quite cute. Accept. Please spend the 2 million mission funds within 7 days. No restrictions on the method of consumption. The cashback reward for completing a task depends on the host's completion rate of that task. There will be no reward if the mission fails. Looking at the new task, Yuheng wondered where he could spend money and still get emotional feedback from others. Upon seeing Chu Anlin's photo on his phone, Yuheng had an idea and started searching for game streamers on a live streaming app. Yuheng watched several top game streamers, but none of them mentioned Chu Anlin. He felt this was unusual, as Chu Anlin should have been a popular streamer before. So I typed Chu Anlin into the search box, and several videos popped up. Rising star Chu Anlin appeared at the Divine Ring livestream event. Chu Anlin's inextricable bond with the Divine Ring. Chu Anlin. 1,000 miles. Chu Anlin. Yuheng, alright, he knows why Chu Anlin is angry. Hey. Yuheng put down his phone and sighed deeply. Then I obediently picked up my phone, registered an account on the Tianlang Live platform, and started watching live streams. Shaoli Kai Dao is a game streamer on Tianlang Live with tens of thousands of fans, and his daily streams usually get 2,000 to 3,000 viewers. Come on, friends, watch my positioning. My positioning. Shaoli, wielding a kitchen knife, was intently manipulating his game character to lure a giant boss in the wilderness. His fingers flew across the keyboard as he cried out, "Holy crap! Holy crap! Help me! Help me!" Sigh, lighting a cigarette, a sense of vicissitude. Trashy streamer, I'm leaving. Kai Kai, I love you. I knew it. She's still a noob. I'm just as bad at hand-eye coordination as the streamer. Keep it up, Kai Kai. If you don't have the skills, don't come to Tianlang, it's embarrassing. Another day of no harvest, Cleaver. Friends, it's not that the streamer isn't trying hard enough, it's just that I'm having bad luck today. Just wait, I bought a golden basin, and after I wash my hands clean, I'll dominate the battlefield. Looking at the now dulled screen, Shaoli turned his attention back to the public chat to read the comments posted by netizens. Follow a noob streamer this year, and next year they'll turn you into a gaming pro. Give them a follow, friends. It's not that Shaoli isn't working hard, it's just that the boss is putting in so much effort today. Thank you, Xiaoming. Xiaoming, come out quickly. Big Carp, give me KFC. And chestnuts, heart and flowers, love you all. Pa, trash streamer. You said the same thing last year, and you're still a noob this year. Our child is already 2 years old, and you still haven't earned back the money you spent on baby formula, honey. Kai sleeps with me. If all else fails, streamer, you should just become a model maker. I'm afraid you'll starve if you keep hanging around with Tian Lang. Hey, the person upstairs is stealing my husband. Another round of gifts from fans. Although it wasn't as extravagant as those from big streamers, Shaoli Kai Dao was still quite satisfied as a small streamer just trying to make a living. Becoming a model brother is impossible, absolutely impossible in this lifetime. Last week, a rich woman asked me to go to Z City to accompany her for a month. She offered me 1,000,000 yuan, my friends. But am I that kind of person? Let me know when you're going to go into the sea, and I'll pick you. Yes, I would have believed you if your IP address hadn't shown up in City Z. If you're going to rely on your looks, go to the looks section. Why are you even in the gaming section? You're trash. Do you want me to believe you or not? Yes, in my heart, Brother Kai is such an upright person. I'm also in Z City. Brother Kai, add me. What's wrong with that, Brother Kai? Making money isn't shameful. How much are the vegetables? Shy. Please focus on my skills. My face is a gift from my parents, but my skills are my own. You can also admire my character, after all, I am unmoved by wealth or poverty. I want to too, Brother Kai. You can't see the streamer's skills, and you can't see their character either. Even though he's bad at the game, he's handsome. Get out of here, you piece of trash. Thank you to the fans who sent gifts. I'll answer their questions and ignore the attacks from the haters. Little Lee the Chopper has started a new round of games. Yes, although Little Lee the Chopper's skills aren't great, he's a handsome guy who can rely on his looks. Come on, let's see if this round is the Demon God faction or the God faction. If I'm assigned to the Demon God faction, I want to be a fox spirit. I also want to be a vixen. I want to see a noob choose the female Shura when I'm trying to buy a sports car. Wow, I want to watch this too. Thanks for the sports car, Brother Gang. I'm yours tonight, Brother Gang. Upon seeing the gift effects on the public screen, Shaoli Kai Dao started spouting nonsense. I've reported it. I'm going to tell Uncle Hat that the streamer is selling himself. Wow, Gangu is here. Hooray! Sprinkling flowers. Can I sleep under your bed tonight? I want to be a streamer too. Seeing someone send a gift of a sports car prompted another wave of gifts from fans. Suddenly, a carnival effect appeared on the public chat. Shaoli Kai Dao looked at the public chat and stopped playing the game. Thank you so much for the carnival, Brother Xingxing. You're the best. Wow, I received the carnival gift today. Today's rewards were totally worth it. Brother Xing is awesome. Hooray! Sprinkling flowers. Wow. I actually saw the Supreme Carnival on this forum. A big shot has appeared. Brother Xing, do you have a favorite god or demon? I'll pick one for you again. Seeing his game character being forced offline again due to a misoperation, Shaoli Kai Dao decisively chose to cling to the coattails of a sugar daddy. I don't really like anything, and I'm a terrible player. This pro is just as bad as me, I love it. A battle of noobs. Yuheng watched the barrage of comments on his phone scrolling by rapidly, feeling that he had found a good way to complete the task. He opened the recharge page again, ready to deposit all his task funds. The results showed that he could only recharge 100,000 at a time, and the maximum recharge per day was 1 million. Yuheng found it a bit troublesome. Although he occasionally browsed short videos, he didn't usually enjoy watching live streams. After topping up the account, I found the gift interface and directly clicked the combo button on the most expensive Supreme Carnival. Since the boss hadn't given any specific instructions, Shaoli decided to choose according to his own preferences. Then I'm about to begin a new round of conquest, cheer me on, my friend. Suddenly his almond-shaped eyes widened, and the screen was filled with carnival special effects. After a few seconds of surprise, he finally reacted and exclaimed, "Thank you so much, boss. You're the best." Little Lee, the kitchen knife expert, stood up excitedly and shouted. The carnival is still going on. The chat was filled with gift effects, and netizens' comments were no longer visible. Brother Xing, you're my older brother. The carnival special effects haven't stopped yet. Little Lee, the cleaver, is so excited he doesn't know what to do. Hey bro, how about I show you a Lee-style street dance? Brother Xing, I absolutely have to put on a show for you, you're like my own brother. Xiao Li, clapperboard wielding his weapon, excitedly ran around the live stream room. After his chaotic dance performance, he rushed to the public chat to see, how was it, bro? Xinggu is awesome. Friends, let's all shout, Xinggu is awesome. The carnival effects continued for 3 or 4 minutes of chaotic running around. Little Lee was a bit confused. Okay, bro, you spent so much. One carnival effect after another kept appearing on the public screen. Xiao Li felt his hands trembling slightly. Brother Xing, big brother, how much did you spend? I'm a little scared. Boss. The gift effect finally ended. Xiao Li felt he should say something more, but his usually fluent tongue seemed to have lost its way, and he couldn't utter a single word. The chat was silent, netizens were stunned into silence. 20 minutes, a full 20 minutes. One carnival after another floated on the public screen for more than 20 minutes. Holy crap. Holy crap. Wow, amazing. Awesome. Finally, netizens' comments broke the silence. How many times did this person swipe? Kai has taken off. Worship the master. Look at me, big shots. Does the expert need another leg accessory? I've met a real expert. Okay. Wow, they're so rich. I'm in charge, boss. The newbie has posted. This guy is a real expert. Hey bro, check out my bunny, she's super cute. The chat was flooded with comments, and the number of viewers skyrocketed from just over 2,000 to over 100,000. Most of them were drawn in by the carnival's announcement across all platforms. Brother Xing, you see, my gaming skills aren't very good, and my live stream interaction is just average, but you're giving me so many gifts. Xiao Li, who was about to ask, what do you see in me, was genuinely scared. He was just a small-time streamer, earning only 200 or 300 yuan a day, and now this big shot had showered him with gifts, leaving him somewhat bewildered. You noob, give yourself up, it's your good fortune. Seriously. Could the expert be after my knife skills? Scratch his head. Hey, big shot, take a look at me. A newbie like me has no skills. This noob is all he has left is his face. Distracted by netizens, Xiao Li Kaidao regained some composure, saying, Brother Xing, I have no way to repay you, so how about I offer myself? Xiao Li, wielding a kitchen knife, displayed a determined expression, striving to create a compelling live stream. I don't want you to sacrifice yourself. Xing, this level 0 alt account was directly transformed into a special account with dazzling gold by Yuhang, making it impossible for anyone to miss. Taking a photo with a big shot. Front row. Look at me, expert. Brother Xing is awesome. Screenshot taken. When Yuhang spoke, netizens became even more excited, and the screen was flooded with comments. Does Brother Xing really like my gaming skills? This noob is shameless. Have some decency. Look at me, big shots. I'm the face of a kitchen knife, and he says he doesn't want me anymore. This guy is awesome. I knew I felt like I stepped on something, turns out it was just a noob's face. Master Xing, our boat riding skills are superb. Ma bike brother. Not bad. Why did that big shot send me so many gifts? I'm a little scared. Little Li said seriously in a joking tone. Why choose to give the knife to Xiao Li? In fact, Yuhang had come across some top streamers with good gaming skills and some with great live streaming content, but he had no desire to tip them. After all, as a newbie who was forced to watch live streams, he wasn't quite used to giving tips to the streamers. Until he saw Xiao Li's kitchen knife. You look a bit like someone I know. Holy crap, substitute literature. Hey boss, wait for me, I'll go get one of these right away. Is this the kind of person the big boss likes? You're such a noob, all you can rely on is your looks. Ah, I can't even imagine how happy the person Xing De Lao, a popular online personality, is. No, it's a celebrity. Does this newbie dog look like a celebrity? Ah. It's that guy, right? I've always felt they look alike. They look a little bit alike, don't they? You're talking about Chu, right? Who is it? Brother Xing is a fan of celebrities. How much did Xing spend this time? Is it Chu Anlin? Brother Xing, look at me. Please don't type the full name upstairs. This noob is way off. Who is who? Chu Anlin. Wow. Brother Xing thinks I look like Chu Anlin. I'm so honored. I never thought I'd look like a celebrity. Let's see who dares to say I'm not handsome now. Seeing the screen filled with Chu Anlin's posts, Xiaoli Kai Dao quickly tried to salvage the situation, knowing that it's extremely dangerous for a streamer to try and piggyback on a celebrity's fame. Some people have said that Xiaoli Kai Dao looks like Chu Anlan in real life, but it's okay to be teased for looking like a celebrity. But if you consider yourself a celebrity, you'll be laughed at. After all, looking like a celebrity can also mean being a low-budget version of a celebrity. Moreover, he is also a live streamer, and he usually avoids being told that he looks like Chu Anlin, for fear that people will use it to make a fuss. You're honored, newbie. Even big shots are fans. A noob is a noob, and Chu Anlin is Chu Anlin. This streamer does look a bit like him. Chu Anlin is much more handsome. Is Xinggu a fan of Chu Anlin? Seeing that the comments were getting a bit out of control, Yuheng realized that he might have said something wrong. I'm a fan of Chu Anlin, you're pretty good at games. Yuheng quickly tried to salvage the situation. A famous scene of a celebrity fan. Hey bro, you're a fan of celebrities too. Is Boss Xing actually a fan of Chu Anlin? Hey bro, check out Xingzhou. He's a fan of Chu Anlin too. A famous scene of a big shot blatantly lying. People who follow celebrities are definitely rich. Brother Xing, you're so kind. Following celebrities is indeed blind. Can this streamer's skills really be considered good? I, Chu Anlin, am sending money. Look at me, Brother Xing. Wow. Xing Ji is also a fan of Chu Anlin. I love Chu Anlin too, and I'm currently watching The Swordsman starring him. It's so good, I highly recommend it. Yuheng was taken aback. Was it a TV series starring Chu Anlin? Ignoring the comments, Yuheng checked his gift list and saw that he had already spent 125 Supreme Carnival gifts worth 5,000 yuan each, still not having spent all of his 1 million yuan. He felt that gifting streamers wasn't for him, and he didn't want to sit there watching special effects float by for another 20 minutes. The live stream was very interesting, keep it up, streamer. Yuheng casually played a few more rounds of the Supreme Carnival before logging off. Seeing Chu Anlin's WeChat moments, Yuheng chuckled, well, I watched a live stream and became your fan. Yuheng left the live stream and didn't pay attention to it anymore, he's now considering other ways to complete the tasks. Little did he know that his actions had caused an uproar online. Chu Anlin just attended her cousin's wedding yesterday, and then flew to D-City in the afternoon. Today she has an endorsement shoot to do, and after that she has to go with the film crew to promote the show. Although he is only a minor celebrity, his schedule is still very full. It's normal for celebrities to be busy. If they're not busy, they'll just have to wait to fade into obscurity. After finishing the public service campaign for The Swordsman today, I posted it on Weibo. Remember to coordinate with the official The Swordsman Weibo account. Director Lee's The Legend of the Condor Heroes is about to start casting. I've submitted your information. Get yourself in the right state of mind these next few days, and don't play games with me tonight, understand? Never mind, I'll have Xiao Wang keep an eye on you. While the makeup artist was applying his makeup, Chu Anlin quickly stuffed some food into his mouth, cooperating with the makeup artist while listening to his manager, Sister Chio's, instructions. Xiao Wang. When Chio called out to his assistant, Wang Xiaojie, who was still playing on his phone. Sister Chio, Brother Chu is trending on Weibo. Xiao Wang quickly handed his phone to Sister Chio. After all, it's crucial for the artist's team to monitor any unexpected trending topics, whether good or bad, so that they can weigh the pros and cons before making a proper response. When Chio Jie took a look at her phone, she was surprised to find that the trending topic had reached number 3. Chu Anlin's wealthy fans. Chu Anlin was startled to hear that he was trending on social media. She quickly stopped the makeup artist and took out her phone to check. Thank goodness, he thought it was because his fraud had been exposed. Chiu Jie clicked on the trending topic and found a video of a small streamer on Tianlang Live receiving a one-time donation of 600,000 to 700,000 yuan from a big spender. The screen was filled with carnival special effects, and the streamer's shocked face was accompanied by various edited videos, recorded videos at 3 times the speed, and netizens explaining the grand occasion. Open the comments section, and you'll find a scene of onlookers enjoying the drama. For over 20 minutes at the scene, no comments were given to netizens. I heard he's a fan of Chu Anlin because the streamer looks a bit like his idol, and he casually throws over 100 carnivals. Extravagantly wealthy and inhumane. I don't understand the world of the rich. Are you a wealthy fan of Chu Anlin? Are Chu Anlin's fans really this arrogant? This shows they don't value money. Oh my god, is he a little cloud too? There are so many rich people, why can't I be one more? I was there at the time, and I was completely stunned, let alone the anchor. Are you a male fan? Welcome to join Lanlin's fan club. I'll fight you rich people to the death. This streamer must have made a lot of money this game, right? It's nothing, it's just that one of your big spending fans tipped a small streamer. I guess it made it to the trending topics because of the large amount of money and the fact that it involved you. After understanding what had happened, Sister Chiu returned the phone to Xiao Wang. However, Xiao Wang, you should pay more attention to the fan club and see if this fan is in it. It's necessary to protect this kind of fan. Although celebrities are judged by the size of their fan base, having wealthy fans is also a sign of a celebrity's prestige. Okay, Sister Chiu, I'll be careful. Xiao Wang took the phone and clicked into the fan club chat. The group was also flooded with messages. Ah, is she a rich fan? He is not in the fan club. Does anyone have his contact information? And he's a male fan. I tried to contact him, but he hasn't logged on since he left the live stream. Maybe I just don't want to read all the private messages. Peach, you're in charge of checking with Tianlang on his live stream to see if you can get in touch with him. If you do, try to get him into the fan club. Okay, Mingming, leave it to me. Are we going to get more male fans in our fan club again? I'm a male fan too. Baby, you're a rare fan too. Xiao Wang looked at it and thought there was no problem, so he clicked refund. He also had to prepare some hot drinks. Chu Anlin and the crew would be doing a charity event outdoors later. Although male celebrities don't have to wear summer dresses like female celebrities, they still can't wear anything too thick. Wearing a long shirt and a thin jacket for so long outdoors would be very cold. Meanwhile, Nanli, far away in H City, angrily threw her phone onto the sofa after seeing Chu Anlin's trending topic. These days, even the smallest things can make it to the trending topics. Don't look at that, it's a small matter. Right now, the main thing is Director Lee's The Legend of the Condor Heroes. I heard that Wen Qiu has also submitted his application, so you'll probably be competing for the same role. Nan Li's agent, Shen Hui, pushed up his glasses, feeling a bit of a headache. Nan Li and Chu Anlin have very similar acting styles, but Chu Anlin has a well-known screenwriter aunt in the industry and is also a professionally trained actress. Nan Li, on the other hand, debuted as a trainee and wouldn't be the best choice for a big director. You should study the script more recently. Director Lee's film is an S-level production by Universal Media, and it will definitely be highly sought after in the industry. It's not just Chu Anlin, there will be many people interested in this role. Understood, Brother Shen. Nanli seemed listless and weak. He disliked Chu Anlin, and not just because they were rivals. While he had no other choice, Chu Anlin was able to freely choose his roles under his aunt's protection. Although he wouldn't be playing the lead, he could choose from a variety of suitable supporting roles. They have similar acting styles, both playing the role of wealthy young masters. His is an act, while Chu Anlin possesses a naive innocence protected by her family. You don't need to worry too much about Chu Anlin. His aunt only has some influence in TV dramas, she can't get involved in the film industry. Seeing that Nan Li's face had darkened, Shen Hui still tried to comfort her. Also, you need to deal with that fan thing quickly, lest your competitors find something to use against you. Before leaving, he gave Nan Li another warning, as he still had to deal with the affairs of another minor celebrity under his command. Seeing Brother Shen leave, Nan Li's assistant, Lin Shua, quickly ran in. "Brother Nan. Give me your phone." Nan Li used her assistant's phone to log onto Weibo and flooded the trending topics about Chu Anlin with negative comments. Yu Heng decided to use the remaining 1 million yuan of mission funds to buy an apartment. The house he lives in now holds too many memories of his family, which he doesn't want to face for the time being, nor does he want to destroy, so he has decided to seal them away. As a new first-tier city, C-City's housing prices are quite impressive. After running around for 3 days and raising over 1 million yuan, I finally managed to secure a 70 square meter fully furnished apartment with 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom, and a large walk-in closet. The room has a spacious layout and a simple yet elegant decor, and it also has a balcony, which Yu Heng is very satisfied with. After moving all his personal belongings into the apartment, Yu Heng was ready to settle down here. System, is my task not yet complete? Yu Heng was puzzled. Shouldn't there be a prompt immediately during the beginner quests? Why is the official quest delayed by so much? You know, Yu Heng paid the full amount for the house yesterday. Not yet. How come? The host still has over 200,000 mission funds left to spend. Yu Heng thought for a moment, and realized that the money he had recharged on Tianlang Live was still not spent. But I spent over 2 million. That's all I spent on the house alone. The host's money is the host's money, and the mission reward is the mission reward. I understand, so he transferred 1 million in mission funds to Tianlang Live, and he still needs to spend it all. Yu Heng was helpless. He logged into Tianlang and prepared to finish farming all the mission rewards. It's not that refunds are impossible, but the process is too complicated. It's much faster to just send a gift. I had just logged in when the notification sound made my phone freeze for a second. Once the phone finally calmed down, Yu Heng checked the message bar. There were requests for attention, Ma Bike, a bike-sharing company, friend requests, and even some abstract messages. Yu Heng was too lazy to open it. He scrolled down and saw a message from a netizen with a peach profile picture who had sent him 99+, a Chinese internet slang term for a friend or contact. Add me to join Lanlin's fan club. Add me to join Lanlin's fan club. Add me to join Lanlin's fan club. It's gone viral. Yu Heng, she really considers him a fan. He clicked on the netizen's profile picture, and it turned out she was a small-time streamer who was currently live streaming, so Yu Heng went directly into her live stream room. It was a girl whose face wasn't shown. The camera was pointed at the desk, which was covered with various Chu Anlin merchandise. Yu Heng saw several Chu Anlin dolls of various sizes and shapes, and found them inexplicably cute. The girl was drawing intently, only occasionally glancing up to interact with netizens. The drawing depicted Chu Anlin, the young master of the manor, in the TV series The Swordsman. She's probably a small-time streamer who just entertains herself, with only a few dozen viewers. She didn't notice Yu Heng coming in with his shiny, large headband. Holy crap, what am I seeing? Peach, you've really made it big. Boss Xing has come to see you. Holy crap, this guy is a pro. Front row group photo. Peach, look up. Hey host, look up. I don't believe your eyes are empty. Ah, great job, boss. Damn, I knew you'd amount to something, Peach. Peach, you're going to be famous. This is the first time I've gotten this close to a big shot. I heard that Boss Xing came to this live stream. I'm here. When a high-spending account enters a live stream, the platform will issue a notification. So when Peach finished drawing the highlight on the character's eyes, she looked up and was startled by the rapidly scrolling barrage of comments. Ah. Is it Boss Xing here? Peach's tone was excited. I saw your private message. Ah, I also sent you a private message, bro. So the expert does read private messages. What private message? Peach, what did you post? Curious about what the streamer posted. Same curiosity. What did the streamer post? Did you see the private message I sent you, sir? Brother Xing, did you see that? Are you going to join Lanlin's fan club? Taozi's words quickly answered the netizens' questions. Has the big boss not joined the fan club yet? Celebrity fan. So, Peach, you're advertising. Okay. I want to join the same fan club as the top fan. Yu Heng paused for a moment while typing. $off stream private message $. Okay, I'll send you the invitation code after my stream. Xing Ge, please check your private messages. Yu Heng felt that he was not suited to watching live streams. I might as well just spend all the remaining task rewards in Tauzi's live stream and then log off. More than 20 Supreme Carnivals have passed, and Yu Heng has once again made headlines with a trending topic. Ding, the host has completed the 7-day spending task of 2 million yuan. The cashback reward is now calculated as follows: congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 Jia Taoyuan Villa, number 2, 15% of Lightspeed Games Company, and 86% of Huanyu Media. Yu Heng was astonished, the reward this time was far too generous. Jiaha's villas are Chinese-style courtyard villas, and they are not far from the city center. Each villa is worth between 25 million and 30 million yuan. Moreover, there are not many villas available, and they are sold out long ago. The 15% stake in Lightspeed Games is immeasurable. The globally popular massively multiplayer online role-playing game, MMORPG, God's Ring, was developed and operated by their company. A 15% stake definitely makes them a major shareholder. While Universe Media isn't the largest entertainment company in China, it's still among the top 3. With 86% of the shares, it practically holds absolute control. System, doesn't a share transfer require the consent of other shareholders? Host, you are the inheritor. Oh right, he inherited the estate. Yu Heng was not as excited as he had imagined when he suddenly received a large sum of money. After the initial surprise, he remained calm. That's true. If a binding system can happen to him, it's unlikely that anything else can excite him anymore. Yu Heng opened his phone and tapped on his private chat with Tauzi. I sent Peach a gift yesterday and then logged off, and I haven't replied to any of her private messages since. He originally planned to let it cool down and wait for the hype to die down before pretending it never happened. Who knew the system's cashback reward would be so generous today? He guessed it was because of those 2 trending topics. While his extravagant spending certainly contributed to his trending status, the main reason for it was likely because he mentioned Chu Anlin. Yu Heng would never do something like taking advantage of someone else and then pretending not to know anything. Seeing that Tauzi was online, Yu Heng replied to her private message, asking her to add him to the fan club. Tada! Ladies, look who I've brought in. Wow, Peach, you really brought Xing in. Welcome newcomers. Welcome. Welcome to Little Cloud. Warm welcome. Okay, our fan club's offline activities, promotions, and anti-fan events will all be announced in the group chat. You can participate if you have time. Also, you can visit Lanlin's Super Topic Square and do some ranking. If you have any questions, feel free to ask us. You're welcome. Good. Perhaps because Yu Heng wasn't a talkative person, no one pressed him to speak. They then chatted about Chu Anlin's activities and shared various beautiful pictures of her. Yu Heng breathed a sigh of relief. He knew absolutely nothing about idol worship, but he hadn't expected there to be so much to learn about it. After sending 10 200 yuan red envelopes in the group, Yu Heng pinned the group to the top and set it to Do Not Disturb. Host, a new mission has been initiated. Do you wish to accept? Accept. Please spend the 5 million mission funds within 7 days. No restrictions on the method of consumption. The cashback reward for completing a task depends on the host's completion rate of that task. There will be no reward if the mission fails. What are they doing? Seeing Xiao Wang frantically tapping on his phone screen, Chu Anlin leaned over curiously to take a look. Brother Chu, a big fan in the fan club, pulled Xing into the fan club. He just sent out several red envelopes in the group, and I'm trying to grab them. How much did you steal? He, I'm lucky, I managed to grab 4, making a total of over 300. Xiao Wang looked smug, he was the luckiest person today. Nanli and Zhu Zichuan have also come, they're also auditioning for this role. Zhu Zichuan's previous role was very similar to this one, so the production team probably thinks highly of him. When Chiu saw a group of people entering through the door and whispered in Chu Anlin's ear. They are currently auditioning at the Go Hotel. This morning was specifically for auditions of the second male lead in The Legend of Heroes, Trails in the Sky, so everyone sitting here waiting is competing for the same role. Zhu Zichuan came too. Does that mean I still have hope? Directors don't necessarily need actors with a fixed type of roles. Isn't Nanli busy with stage performances lately? Why is he here auditioning? Who knows? But his little stage performance can't compare to a major role in a big movie. And that one too, he's competing with us too. With them around, what chance do we have? A young actor gestured to his companion, raising his chin to indicate that he was sitting in front of them, Chu Anlin. Chu Anlin heard the hushed whispers behind her, but pretended not to hear them and closed her eyes to rest. They are now sitting in a suite in a large conference room, where interviews are taking place, while they wait outside. Those who arrived early sat near the front, while those who arrived later, like Nanli and her group, sat in the back. Suddenly the door opened, and everyone looked at the door. Instead of the director calling people to audition, a middle-aged man walked out in a hurry, walked past them, and went straight out the door. Someone recognized him. He was a senior executive at Universe Entertainment and also the producer of the film. In an instant, a buzz of discussion filled the conference room again. Zhao Zhonghua had just received a company notice that all department managers and above were required to attend a meeting at the company. Anyone not currently working on a core project was to immediately put down their work. When he arrived at the company, he sensed a tense atmosphere. Upon reaching the main conference room, he found it already filled with most of the company's senior management. Lily, what happened? Zhao Zhonghua sat down next to Qian Lily, the financial director with whom he had a good relationship. Get lost. I told you my name is Catherine. Qian Lily rolled her eyes at Zhao Zhonghua. It seems to be something to do with the board of directors. Board of directors? What kind of board of directors does their company have? Zhao Zhonghua looked completely bewildered. Their company only has one major shareholder, the other general managers and a few top executives each hold smaller shares. Before he could even finish his days, the general manager came in and dropped a bombshell. The chairman had been replaced, and the new chairman would be taking office soon. After the meeting ended, people started discussing among themselves in small groups. Some were worried, some were expectant, and some were indifferent or just watching. I wonder what kind of person the new chairman is. They say a new broom sweeps clean, but I wonder how he'll start making his mark. Zhao Zhonghua went out with Qian Lily, sighing as they walked. Who cares how much it burns? If the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. As long as I do my job well and don't make any mistakes, it won't burn me. Qian Lily casually tossed her hair. The entire Universal Media Group was somewhat shaken by the upcoming appointment of a new chairman. In the general manager's office, after dismissing his assistant, the general manager of Huanyu took out Yu Hang's file again to look at it. The young man in the photo has striking features, sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, long, narrow eyes, and a high nose bridge. He has the looks to debut as a celebrity right away. Zhang Xueming called Yu Hang using the contact information on the form. Yu Hang got out of the taxi and looked around at the Huanyu building in front of him. The building has 36 floors and covers an area of 12 square meters. It was originally built by Universal Media and is now exclusively owned by Universal Media. So Universe Media may not have the most copyrights or the most signed artists in the entertainment industry, but it is definitely the most financially powerful in the industry. He contacted Zhang Xueming, the general manager of Huanyu, a couple of days ago, and came to take a look today. Universal Media is located in City A, which is about a 2-hour high-speed train ride from City C. Yu Hang refused Zhang Xueming's offer to send someone to pick him up, and too lazy to drive himself, he took the high-speed rail directly to the destination. Zhang Xueming and Li Zhu were already waiting at the door. When they saw Yu Hang get out of the taxi, even though his heart was churning, his expression remained unchanged. When Yu Hang looked over, she quickly put on a smile and warmly greeted him. Hello, are you Director Yu Hang? I am Zhang Xueming, the General Manager of Huanyu, and this is my assistant, Li Mo. General Manager Zhang. Yu Hang nodded and politely shook the hand that Zhang Xueming extended. No, let's go this way. Zhang Xueming led Yu Hang toward the private elevator. On the way, Zhang Xueming introduced the company's general business and personnel composition to Yu Hang. Yu Hang listened silently without expressing any opinion. The chairman's office was on the 20th floor. After sitting down in the office, Zhang Xueming stood in front of the desk and continued to report on the company's work, while assistantly made 2 cups of tea, put them down, and then went to stand guard at the door. After Zhang Xueming gave a general overview, Yu Heng asked him to sit down. He had no intention of taking over the management of the company at the moment. It had developed quite well under Zhang Xueming's management over the years. Besides, the people selected by the system were unlikely to make any major mistakes. General Manager Zhang has made great contributions over the years, and the company's current development is inseparable from him. Not at all. I am extremely honored to receive your recognition. I will need your guidance in my future work. I have complete peace of mind and trusting the company to General Manager Zhang's management. Yu Heng relaxed and leaned back in his executive chair. Zhang Xueming secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This indicated that the chairman currently had no intention of interfering in the company's management. He didn't have the stupid idea of challenging the boss for power, but it's definitely not a wise move for a boss who doesn't understand the company to rashly interfere in its management. I'm here today because I have 2 things I hope Mr. Zhang can arrange for me. When it came to business, Yu Heng sat up straight. Please tell me, I will definitely do it. Zhang Xueming adopted a posture of attentive listening. The first thing you need to do is find me an asset management assistant. Okay, I'll arrange it in a bit, and I can send you the information tomorrow. Zhang Xueming wrote it down carefully. The second thing, Yu Heng paused for a moment. I want to insert a segment into a nationally broadcast variety show with high viewership. I'm personally funding it with 5 million yuan. You can handle the arrangements. Yu Heng's main purpose in coming here today was actually to find someone, his sister. He couldn't find his sister, and he hoped she would see the message and come looking for him. The next day, Zhang Xueming sent him the information of 3 people, all of whom were college graduates with extensive experience. System, which one do you think is better? Zhu Mijin is highly capable, Zhang An is easy to use, and Yang Tu is somewhere in between. I thought you were going to say you wouldn't watch it. Yu Heng asked the question casually, but to his surprise, the system actually answered it. System suggestions are for reference only, the host should make their own decisions. Okay. Yu Heng took out his phone and sent a message to Zhang Xueming. You, have Zhang An come for an interview tomorrow. Zhang, won't you take a look at the other 2? You, not needed. Zhang, okay, I'll have him come to your hotel for the interview at 9 a.m. tomorrow. You, Yu Heng chose Zhang An because the system said he was useful. He didn't need exceptional abilities, just enough, and anyone recommended by Zhang Xueming couldn't be too bad. The autumn wind was chilly, the sun was setting, and the middle school students, who had just finished school, hunched their shoulders and pedaled hard on their bicycles to get home. In an old residential building in Xixiang City, Ming Province, Su Tai frowned as he looked at his phone. He turned around and asked his younger brother, who had just come home from school, I remember that my cousin Yu's hometown is Shaoshan Village in Daxian City, right? Cousin Yu? Oh, you mean Qingshu's family? I think their hometown is Daxian City. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Su Jing tossed his school bag onto the sofa and went over to check his brother's phone. Take a look, Su Tai said, handing his phone to his brother. The phone contained a video edited from the variety show, Everyone's Having Fun. After promoting a new drama about family ethics for the guests, the well-known host Sun Jin said, we've also received a special request. Ms. Yu, who was born more than 30 years ago in Shaoshan Village, Daxian City, Ming Province, if you've seen our program, please contact our production team. Your brother is looking for you. Are you looking for cousin Yu? Su Jing looked at his brother. Does cousin Yu have a younger brother? How would I know? Su Tai snatched the phone away. Go to school and ask Qingshu tomorrow. Don't let grandma and the others know yet. The old lady isn't in good health, don't let her upset them. Humph. You think you know everything. Su Jing rolled his eyes at his brother and took out his phone to search for the video. After watching for a while, Su Jing picked up his phone and prepared to go out. Where are you going? Su Tai asked Su Jing as he was about to leave. I'll go ask Qingshu now. Su Jing said without turning his head. Be careful not to let Auntie know, or you'll upset her badly, and you'll regret it. Su Tai quickly got up and shouted after Su Jing. Su Jing's family lives in the same neighborhood as Yang Qingshu, but not in the same building. The old building didn't have an elevator, and after running from home and climbing all the way up to the 4th floor, Su Jing was a little out of breath. Knock knock knock, the door opened, and there was a little girl who was a head shorter than him. "Oh, Qingying, is your great-aunt home?" The little girl, Yang Qingying, opened the door and let him in. No, great-grandma and great-grandpa went to collect cardboard boxes. Uncle Jing. Yang Qingyan, who was doing her homework in her room, also came out. "Oh, Yen Yen, be good." Su Jing patted the little girl's head. "Ying, who's here?" Yang Qingshu came out of the kitchen, where he was preparing dinner. "Su Jing. Are you here to see great-grandma?" Upon seeing Su Jing, Yang Qingshu assumed it was his great-aunt who had come to their house for some business. "Call me uncle. I'm here to see you." Su Jing beckoned to Yang Qingshu and led him to his room. Yang Qingshu frowned. "Ying, keep an eye on the kitchen." "Okay." As soon as he entered the room, Su Jing closed the door. "Why are you being so secretive?" Yang Qingshu said reluctantly, as he had many things to do later. "Here, take a look." Su Jing opened the video and handed the phone to Yang Qingshu. "Hey. Is that right?" Seeing that Yang Qingshu hadn't moved for a long time after watching the video, Su Jing gently nudged him with his shoulder. After returning the phone to Su Jing, Yang Qingshu sat on the edge of the bed and pondered for a while. "Can you help me contact the production team?" He looked up at Su Jing and said, "I don't want my great-grandmother to know." "Huh? Really?" Su Jing asked in surprise. "Not sure yet." Ding. The host has completed the task of spending 5 million in 7 days. The cashback reward is now calculated as follows. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a royal villa, the penthouse, the FW, Forever Wins, esports club, and a fleet of 10 Rolls-Royce Phantom cars. Yuheng raised an eyebrow. Yulong Villa was a well-known luxury residence, not to mention its penthouse, which was definitely worth a fortune. FW Esports Club is a top-tier esports club that combines both strength and financial resources, boasting many star players and numerous awards. Yuheng had previously bought tickets to watch their players compete live. As for the convoy, where did you put the convoy? You can pick it up anytime from the 4S store's garage. Yuheng was speechless. He hadn't expected the system to give him a car fleet. He casually sent the team information to Zhang'an and let him make the arrangements. Meanwhile, in Qixiang City, Ming Province, Zhang En's men handed over the information they had gathered. Looking at the information in the document, Zhang En felt a little sad, wondering what president you would think after seeing it. After Zhang En passed the interview, Yu Heng's first task for him was to handle the follow-up work of the program team's search for relatives. Although Yu Heng said that he only needed to mention it on the show and not make too much of a fuss, Zhang Xueming still arranged for someone to edit the video and send it to various platforms, focusing on the show's promotion of the guest's new drama. This approach, which both widely disseminates information and obscures the search for relatives, demonstrates considerable ingenuity. Zhang En received a variety of fake phone calls while working on the show, which was quite overwhelming. 2 days later, Zhang En finally received a call from someone claiming to be a relative of Yu Yu. Most of the information in the call matched, so Zhang En decided to make the trip himself. The good news is that the news is true, the bad news is. He dialed Yu Heng's number. "Mr. Yu, I'm in Ming Province now. I've found your sister. Please take a look at the information I sent you." "Found it? Is it still in Ming Province?" Yu Heng was very excited, even a little at a loss. "Yes, I've sent all the information to your phone. Please take a look. It is good." After hanging up the phone, Yu Heng took a deep breath before opening the information Zhang En had sent him. The cold winds of autumn and winter in the south carry dampness, seemingly able to penetrate to the bone, whether in City C or Qixiang City in Ming Province. "Mr. Yu." When Yu Heng got off the plane and walked to the exit, he saw Zhang En waiting for him. Once in the car, Yu Heng remained quiet. "Mr. Yu, shall we go to the hotel first?" Zhang En finally broke the silence. "Let's go to Qixiang Middle School first." Yu Heng's voice was hoarse. After saying that, he closed his eyes to rest and refused to be disturbed. Yang Qingshu, a student in Class 3, Grade 11 at Chixiang Middle School, put away his homework as soon as get out of class ended, picked up his school bag, and prepared to go home. My great-grandmother was in poor health, and my maternal grandfather was born with a disability. He also had to go out to collect recyclables every day after work, so he took on more of the housework. Although his two younger sisters could help with some light chores, he didn't want them to put too much energy into housework. Hey! Nephew, wait for me. Su Jing caught up with Yang Qingshu. Why are you running so fast? My parents are coming back from my grandpa's house today. Come home with me later to get some dried seafood. My grandma dried it herself. No, I always get seafood from your house, and I haven't even finished the last batch. Su Jing's maternal grandfather's family lived by the sea, and they made a living by fishing at sea, so seafood was never in short supply. Every time Su Jing's parents came back from their maternal home, they would bring a lot of dried seafood, and Su Jing would always send some to Yang Qingshu's house. Oh dear, I heard this time it's mantis shrimp, just arrived, you definitely don't have any at home. Su Jing put a hand on Yang Qingshu's shoulder. Come on, my parents told you have to go, don't let your uncle down. Su Jing pulled Yang Qingshu toward the bicycle shed where he parked his bicycle. Hello, are you Yang Qingshu? A man who looked like a business elite blocked their way. Yes, I am. Who are you? Yang Qingshu frowned as he looked at the men. He was certain he didn't know this person, and his family couldn't possibly know such a person either. My name is Zhang'an. Our boss is waiting for you at the school gate, Zhang'an said, pointing to the Maybach parked at the school gate. Holy crap, a luxury car. Su Jing exclaimed in amazement, then leaned close to Yang Qingshu's ear and whispered, is this because your 3-year term is up, and you're welcoming the Dragon King back to his throne? Yang Qingshu pushed the head away from his ear with a look of disgust. Who is your boss? You'll see when you go and take a look. Zhang'an didn't say who it was, mainly because it would be better for President Yu to explain it himself. Seeing that his attitude was all right and he didn't seem to be there to cause trouble, Yang Qingshu walked towards the Maybach. The driver was already waiting by the door and opened the back door after they approached. The rear seats in the car are designed to face each other, and a handsome young man with an indifferent expression sits on the leather seat on the left rear. My name is Yuheng. Yuheng also sized up the boy outside the car. He was handsome and had a bit of an aloof school heartthrob vibe. Yang Qingshu remained expressionless, but his hands clenched tightly at his sides. He stared at Yuheng's face for a moment, then silently sat down in the seat opposite Yuheng. Su Jing was stunned by the tense atmosphere and didn't dare to speak. But seeing Yang Qingshu get into the car, he quickly sat down in the seat next to Yang Qingshu. The driver closed the door and got in the car, and Zhang'an also sat in the passenger seat. Mr. Yu, where to next? Let's go to the cemetery. Yang Qingshu lowered his head, his fists clenched and unclenched on his lap, and he tried to speak several times, but didn't know what to say. I am your uncle. Yuheng stared at Yang Qingshu's face. I know. Yang Qingshu looked up and met Yuheng's gaze. My mother told me about you. Looking at Yuheng's somewhat familiar features, Yang Qingshu felt a little dazed. He had many questions he wanted to ask, but he couldn't sort out his thoughts for a moment. It's Uncle Yu, I'm Qingshu's friend. Seeing that the two had been silent for a while after exchanging a few words, Su Jing couldn't help but speak up. The atmosphere was too strange for him to bear. You're Su Jing, right? Yuheng turned to look at Su Jing. Oh. Uncle Yu, you still remember me. Yuheng chuckled, his suppressed emotions easing a bit. You should call me cousin. Ah. Oh right, this Uncle Yu is the son of my cousin Jialong. According to seniority, I should call him cousin. Your cousin is in business, right? This TV ad must have cost a lot of money, right? Su Jing seized the opportunity. Judging from his cousin's driver, assistant, and luxury car setup, his business must be quite large. Yuheng glanced at Yang Qingshu. It didn't cost much money, I had a friend's help. Cousin, you even have connections at a TV station. Su Jing's eyes lit up instantly. Young people might not be very interested in business, but how many young people aren't curious about the entertainment industry? There is some connection. Yuheng nodded. Do you know any celebrities? Su Jing asked, his face full of curiosity. Ah, one or two. Yu Heng originally wanted to say no, but then he suddenly thought of Chu Anlin and changed his mind. Cousin, can you introduce someone to act in a movie? Su Jing asked cautiously, his eyes full of anticipation. You want to enter the entertainment industry? Yu Heng carefully observed Su Jing's face. He had a healthy wheat-colored complexion, delicate features, and well-defined contours. He was a sunny and handsome young man. Hee, what do you think, cousin? Su Jing scratched the back of his head, looking a little embarrassed, which was unusual for him. If you don't want your family to break your legs, you'd better behave yourself. Yang Qingshu glared at Su Jing. He turned to Yu Heng and explained, last year, he even wanted to drop out of school to go to the esports club's youth training camp, but Grandpa Su caught him and gave him a good beating. Yu Heng raised an eyebrow and looked at the restless young man. Well, I've always just been a little bit unlucky with studying, so I wanted to look for other ways out, Su Jing said hesitantly, his head lowering further as he spoke. In his heart, however, he started to berate Yang Qingshu. This guy had no respect for elders or children at all, showing such disrespect to his cousin whom he was meeting for the first time. Humph. Next time he went to his aunt's house, he would definitely expose Yang Qingshu for receiving a bunch of love letters at school. Humph. If you don't put in the effort, even the strongest fate can be wasted. Yang Qingshu retorted mercilessly. It's okay. If your parents agree, then come find me. My cousin has some connections in the entertainment industry. Yu Heng spoke up to stop the two teenagers' pointless argument. Just then, Yu Heng saw a flower shop by the roadside and called the driver to stop. After taking the bouquet of lilies that the florist had wrapped for him, Yu Heng hesitated for a moment before asking in a low voice, does she like lilies? Yang Qingshu turned to look at him, I like it. After confirming that Yu Heng was asking her, she added, my mother really likes lilies. Yu Heng looked at the lily in his hand, then lowered his head to smell the sweet fragrance emanating from the lily. He had imagined many scenarios of meeting his sister. He thought he would give her a bouquet of lilies and tell her, you are truly my sister, you are so beautiful. They were 10 years apart in age. Perhaps she would have been married and had children by then. As her uncle, he would have prepared longevity locks for her children and taken them to the amusement park. Or if she's a staunch advocate of singlehood or a strong, independent woman, he might say, wow, you're so cool. But he never imagined that she would be quietly waiting for him in the cemetery. The rest of the journey was uneventful. The sky was covered with thick, dark clouds, like a plain gray cloth, completely blocking out the sun's rays. The cold wind carried fallen leaves, adding to the bleakness of the gloomy weather. Yang Qingshu and Su Jing took the wet wipes prepared by Zhang and wiped the dust off the two adjacent tombstones. Yu Heng placed the flowers in front of the tombstone and stared at the woman's photo on it. She looks a lot like her mother. Zhang, light a cigarette for me. Zhang quickly handed the things in his hand to the driver next to him, took out a cigarette, lit it, and handed it to Yu Heng. Yu Heng took the cigarette, took a deep drag, let the smoke pass through his lungs, and then slowly exhaled. He hadn't smoked for a long time, he quit after his family members became unwell. Looking up at the smoke slowly dissipating, Yu Heng felt that he must be sad right now, very sad. Like a traveler adrift at sea, after weathering a storm, only a lone boat remains to shelter him, but suddenly, the boat falls apart, leaving him feeling lost and suffocated. Perhaps clinging to the belief that he would find his daughter someday, Li Zi would always tell Yu Heng about the funny things he and his sister did whenever he was lucid. Although he was too young to remember anything at the time, his mother told him that he had a sister who loved him very much. He would also brag about his sister to his kindergarten classmates, and repeatedly urged his mother to bring her home amidst their envious gazes. He had been looking forward to the day they would meet. Your mother, since you told her about me, why didn't you come looking for us? Yu Heng's tone was a bit sharp. He couldn't help but want to blame her. Why? Why did she make them search for her time and time again? Why didn't she come looking for them even though she knew her maternal grandfather's address? Yang Qingshu looked at Yu Heng. Although his uncle's tone was harsh, his expression looked like he was about to cry. At first, Mom was worried about great-grandma and the others, and she was also afraid that if Grandma remarried, her presence would put Grandma in a difficult position. Yang Qingshu explained slowly, later, after getting married and having children, she thought about saving some money and visiting Grandma when the family's situation improved. But that wait was never the last time. Yuheng wanted to curse, smash things, dig up her grave, and question her about why she had such messy thoughts. Looking down, I met the eyes in the photo. Those eyes were calm and embracing. Yuheng closed his eyes tightly to hide the tears welling up inside. After a while, Yuheng opened his eyes, squatted down and slowly wiped the photo with his hand. She didn't remarry, Mom didn't remarry, she's been looking for you. Yuheng's voice was low and hoarse, and it took him several moments to swallow the feeling of obstruction stuck in his throat. Me too, sis. The howling wind gradually subsided, and a golden leaf drifted gently down onto Yuheng Fa's hair. After taking a few deep breaths, Yuheng calmed himself down. I got up and looked at the tombstone next to me. The man on the tombstone was not bad looking, but his skin was dark. The photo was obviously taken when he was young. I wondered if he had gained weight in middle age. Is he good to your mother? Yang Qingshu looked at his uncle's critical expression as he looked at his father's photo and was a little speechless. Dad and Mom fell in love on their own, and their relationship has always been very good. After he finished speaking, he saw Yuheng still staring blankly at his father's tombstone. He felt that if his father were standing there, he would be worried sick for him. Light some incense for him. Yuheng gestured to Zhang An, raising his chin. Zhang Angang took out the incense and lit it, but Su Jing, who was standing behind him, quickly took it from him. Let me do it, let me do it. What kind of afterlife ordeal is this for my cousin-in-law? He must never marry a woman with brothers. His small frame can't withstand the beatings from his wife's brothers. Once back in the car, the heater finally warmed my frozen hands and feet a little. Why don't you call home? Your great-uncle and the others don't know I'm here, Yuheng gestured to Yang Qingshu. No need, I just texted my brother, they're waiting at home right now. Su Jing quickly stopped Yang Qingshu. At that moment, there was a knock 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 outside the Yang family's door. Su Tai was knocking on the door, and his parents followed behind. Uncle Tai, Grandpa Su, Grandma Su, come in quickly, have you eaten? Great-grandma and great-grandpa are both home right now. Yang Qingyan opened the door and, like a little sparrow, said, please sit down, I'll make you some tea. Grandpa, Uncle Tai, Grandpa Su, and Grandma Su are here. After calling out to Grandpa's room, she turned and went to the kitchen to make tea. Hongji is here. Yu Jiaming came out of the room. He was born with a foot disability, so he always walked with a limp. I just came back from my parents' house, and I brought some dried goods to give you. Su Hongji's wife, Li Fang, put the bag she was carrying on the coffee table. How is Auntie's health? Fang Fang's here. Why did you bring so much stuff again? Grandma Yu heard the voice and came out of her room, leaning on her cane. Su Hongji quickly got up to help her. She lost her husband early in life, her son in middle age, and her beloved granddaughter unexpectedly passed away in her later years. She has shed too many tears, and her eyesight is already quite poor. Although they were all a little hunched over, they were dressed neatly and their full head of silver hair was combed meticulously. Atta is here too. Have dinner here tonight, Auntie will make your favorite cola chicken wings. Grandma Yu said with a smile as she approached and saw Su Tai. When Aging comes home from school later, call him over too. Li Fang also got up and helped her husband to sit on the sofa. He's such a big man, he can cook for himself if he wants to eat. Why do you have to cook for him? He's useless at everything and eats everything. A couple of plates of vegetables are enough to satisfy him. Su Tai remained unfazed by his mother's disapproving remarks, having long been accustomed to them. Grandpa Su, Grandma Su, and Cousin Tai, please have some tea. Yang Qingying brought the brewed tea to the group. Seeing Yang Qingying come out of the kitchen, Li Fang asked, is Yingying preparing dinner? I'll just wash and chop the vegetables, so Grandpa can have an easier time cooking later. Yu Jiaming usually cooks dinner, but sometimes Yang Qingshu cooks it when he's busy late. However, Yang Qingying also helps with some of the preparations after school. She was just washing vegetables in the kitchen, but worried that her younger sister might get burned while making tea. She took over the tea-making task and asked her sister to wash more vegetables, since they were probably going to be hosting guests for dinner tonight. Oh my, Yingying is really amazing. I hope your cousins Tai and Jing can learn from you sometime, then I can have an easier time. Li Fang's way of praising someone is to always put down her own son in every 3 sentences. Yang Qingying covered her mouth and laughed as she ran to the kitchen to get busy. Sitting next to Grandma Yu, Su Hongji cautiously observed his great-aunt's expression and asked, "Great-aunt, do you still remember a hang?" Grandma Yu turned her head sharply and grabbed Su Hongji's arm anxiously. "A hang? Why are you asking a hang if you saw him?" No, he came to see Qingshu. Xiao Jing just messaged us that he went to the cemetery with Qingshu and the others to visit Ayu." Su Hongji was being held by his aunt with one hand, while the other hand gently stroked her back. "Don't worry, they should be back soon. A hang is back. A hang is back. Ahang, he was so tiny when he left with his mother, always sweetly calling her Grandma. I can't bear to part with him, but what can I do? This good-for-nothing little beast at home almost beat his wife to death. How did he become like this?" Grandma Yu was in tears, her whole body trembling. "You were left us at such a young age, how am I going to explain this to Ziyi? I wish it was me who died instead. If only she had gone home with Ziyi." Li Fang sat on the other side of Grandma Yu, wiping away her tears with a tissue and trying her best to comfort her. "What are you saying? This is an accident, no one wanted it. You are lucky, you can see a hang again in your lifetime." After the initial shock, Yu Jiming joined his mother in wiping away tears, and Su Tai quickly got up to comfort his great-aunt with his parents. The Yang sisters, who were busy in the kitchen, also ran out when they heard their great-grandmother crying. After much persuasion, everyone finally calmed down. Grandma Yu, having cried her heart out, leaned weakly against Li Fang. She stared intently at the door, as if it would open at any moment, and her beloved grandson, whom she had missed for so many years, would come in. Yu Heng followed Yang Qingshu to the entrance of the residential area and looked at the houses in front of him. The buildings are old and dilapidated, the community lacks public space, and due to its age, there are no designated parking spaces. Residents' bicycles and electric bikes are scattered haphazardly on the open spaces. A few osmanthus trees serve as the greenery for the entire community. They park their car outside the residential area, fearing that the narrow and crowded space inside would make it impossible for the car to get out. Upon reaching the door upstairs, Yang Qingshu opened it, and Yu Heng hesitated for a moment before following him inside. You're a hang, right?" As soon as Yu Heng entered, Yu Jiming limped up to him and stared intently at his face. I'm your uncle. Come in. Yu Jiming wanted to pull Yu Heng, but hesitated and didn't dare to touch him. He just looked at him earnestly and turned to let him in. Yu Jiming turned to the side, and Yu Heng could see everyone in the room clearly. The two little girls on the far right are probably his sister's other two children, Yang Qingying, who is 12 years old, and Yang Qingyan, who is 11 years old. Behind them was a man about the same age as Yu Heng, who bore a resemblance to Su Jing. He was probably his older cousin who worked at a bank. The couple supporting the old men on either side were his aunt's son and daughter-in-law, and his cousin and aunt. The elderly woman in the middle is his grandmother. With Li Fang's support, Grandma Yu walked unsteadily around the coffee table and approached Yu Heng. "A hang. Is that you, a hang?" I'm Grandma. Grandma Yu excitedly grabbed his arms on both sides and gently stroked his face. Yu Heng bent down slightly to make it easier for the old woman to move. "Yes, Grandma, I am Yu Heng." "You've grown up, you're even taller than Grandma now." Grandma Yu stared intently at Yu Heng's face, trying to make sure he looked like he did when he was a child. "My hanger has grown up. Grandma thinks about you all the time. She wonders if you've grown taller or shorter, fatter or thinner, happy or sad. Grandma's hanger has grown up so much." Grandma Yu finally couldn't hold back her tears. Everyone rushed to comfort her, and she cried repeatedly, worried that the old woman's health couldn't take it. Grandma Yu didn't want anything unpleasant to happen on such a joyous day because of her, so she tried her best to calm herself down. Everyone finally sat down, and Grandma Yu began to ask about Yu Heng's current situation. Upon hearing that her in-laws had passed away and that Yu Heng's mother had also gone, Grandma Yu broke down in tears again, even nearly fainting. Everyone was terrified and quickly tried to soothe her. Although Li Ziyi and Grandma Yu are mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, they get along as closely as mother and daughter. Otherwise, how could Li Ziyi, a college student from a well-off family, have endured so many years in this poor family? Back then, Yu Heng's father was a gambler and abusive, almost seriously injuring Li Ziyi. It was Grandma Yu who helped her pack her bags and escape back to her parents' home. That girl. Why would that girl be so foolish? Why would she be so foolish? Grandma Yu cried out, tears streaming down her face, upon hearing that Li Zi had developed a mental illness after returning home and had recently passed away. Winter evenings are cold and short, coming and going in a hurry. As darkness fell, Grandma Yu finally collapsed from exhaustion and fell into a deep sleep. Yu carried Grandma Yu back to her room. He would have to stay at a hotel for the night. The Yang family's house was a 2-bedroom, 1 living room layout. Yang Qingshu shared a room with her uncle, while the 2 sisters shared a room with their grandmother. Back then, Yu Heng's father gambled away the family's house. After Yu Heng's mother left, Yu Heng's grandmother saw that he was still unrepentant and was afraid that he would implicate Yu. So she cruelly abandoned him and took Yu and her uncle to Qixiang City to live with her sister. She rented a house in the same neighborhood as her younger sister, and she and her uncle supported Yu's education by doing odd jobs. The house they live in now was bought with the remaining compensation money after Yu and her husband's car accident and after their funeral arrangements. Uncle and aunt, I'd like to invite you, your great-aunt and great-uncle, to dinner in a couple of days. I won't see you off today. Yu Heng saw Su Hongji's family to the door. No need to see me off. I'll talk to your aunt and the others. Go back now. Su Hongji waved his hand. Cousin. Su Jing winked at Yu Heng. Li Fang slapped him on the head. What are you doing, acting weird here? Yu Heng smiled, knowing that Su Jing meant for him to remember his promise to act in the movie. He patted Su Jing on the shoulder and said, see you next time. Back in the house, he told Yang Qingshu to keep a close eye on Grandma Yu's condition tonight, and then patted the 2 sisters on the head. Uncle will come to see you tomorrow. Uncle Yu escorted him downstairs, and after he got into the car, Uncle Yu carefully asked him, Ahang, are you coming over for breakfast tomorrow? Seeing his uncle standing nervously by the car door, Yu Heng still replied, okay. Seeing that Yu Heng agreed, Uncle Yu became visibly excited. Do you have any dietary restrictions? What do you like to eat? I don't have any dietary restrictions, you can just cook whatever you want. Okay, then come early tomorrow, I'll prepare it for you. Okay, it's cold outside, Uncle, you should go back now. It's all right, I'll watch you leave. Uncle Yu waved his hand, letting Yu Heng's car go first. Yu Heng nodded to his uncle and told the driver to start the car. Uncle Yu waved his hands frantically behind the car until the taillights were out of sight, then he limped upstairs. Host, do you accept the new mission? Yu Heng leaned against the car window, pinching the bridge of his nose wearily. Accept it. Actually, the system released a new task yesterday, but he wasn't in the mood at the time, so he didn't accept it. Please spend the 50 million mission funds within 7 days. No restrictions on the method of consumption. The cashback reward for completing a task depends on the host's completion rate of that task. There will be no reward if the mission fails. System, people say that old people who don't die are thieves because they steal the blessings of their descendants to live so long. So do you think I can be bound to the system because I've absorbed the blessings of my relatives? Yu Heng asked the system in his mind, if I didn't bind to the system, would they be less unlucky? The bond between the host and the system is predetermined from the moment the host is born. Whether or not the system experiences misfortune will not affect the bond between the host and the system. The system has no emotions, but it will answer every question the host asks that it can answer. Yu Heng exhaled, dispelling the trace of self-loathing in his heart. Lying in the bathtub of the presidential suite that night, Yu Heng held a glass of red wine in one hand and scrolled through his phone with the other. I happened to see Chu Anlin's WeChat Moments post, where he was preparing for the TV station's New Year's Eve gala rehearsal. Perhaps he was too tired today, or perhaps he had a little too much to drink. He sent a message to Chu Anlin. Are you planning to sing at the party? Unexpectedly, they replied instantly. Yeah, I don't have any other talents. Yu Heng got up, put on a bathrobe, dried his hair with a towel, and then lay down on the bed to reply to Chu Anlin's message. I'll come see you live then. Chu, tickets are hard to buy. Then you can give me 2. Chu, who else are you coming to see this with? Regarding myself. Chu, then you need 2. I wonder if I would have the honor of having the big star watch the performance with me after it's over. Chu, as a game streamer, I can watch with you, but as a big star, I have my own reserved seat. Yuheng chuckled. Was he still holding a grudge against Yuheng for mistaking him for a game streamer? The two chatted back and forth for more than 2 hours, although it was all just rambling and pointless chatter. The next morning, Yuheng asked Zhang to handle the matters he had instructed, while he himself drove to the Yang family's house. Uncle Yu prepared a table full of breakfast, basically preparing everything he could cook. Grandma Yu seemed a little listless, but her eyes lit up when she saw Yuheng. She pulled him to sit down beside her and frantically piled food onto his plate. Yuheng couldn't bear to refuse, so he had to eat several times more breakfast than usual. Today is Thursday, and the 3 children in the family still have to go to school. How about I take you to school later? Yuheng asked the 3 siblings. Really? The 2 sisters were pleasantly surprised. They were very happy to be sent to school by their uncle. Yang Qingshu hesitated for a moment, but still refused Yuheng. Uncle, you can take my sister and the others. I'll go to school by myself. He was afraid of troubling his uncle, and more importantly, he felt that he was an adult and didn't need his parents to take him. It's all right, I'll take you after I drop off your sister and the others, there's plenty of time. Yuheng didn't care about his refusal and made the arrangements directly. After finishing breakfast and saying goodbye to Grandma Yu and Uncle Yu, Yuheng led his siblings into the car. Before I had driven 50 meters, I saw Su Jing riding his bicycle to school. Yuheng rolled down the car window and greeted Su Jing. Su Jing leaned into the car and saw Yang Qingshu and the others inside. Cousin, are you taking Qingshu and the others to school? Yes, together. Yuheng asked him. Come on, cousin, wait for me. Su Jing shouted as he rode his bike back. He hurriedly parked his car downstairs, grabbed his backpack, and rushed out. He hadn't had enough of riding in his cousin's luxury car yet. After dropping the 2 sisters off at school, Yuheng drove Yang Qingshu and Su Jing to Qixiang Middle School. Yuheng parked the car. Cousin, will you still pick us up after school? Su Jing asked Yuheng after getting out of the car. Yuheng also got out of the car. You guys go to the classroom quickly, I came to your school because I have something to do. Uncle, is there anything I can help with? Yang Qingshu felt that compared to his uncle, who was unfamiliar with the school, he was quite the country bumpkin. Go ask about your studies. Yuheng smiled and said, hurry up and go into the classroom, don't be late. Yang Qingshu blushed slightly, feeling a little embarrassed by being asked about his grades by his elders. After the 2 of them left, Yuheng dialed Zhang En's number. Soon Zhang En arrived with the principal and dean of studies from Qixiang Middle School. Hello, you must be Mr. Yu. I am Wen Yizhi, the principal of Qixiang Middle School. Principal Wen warmly shook hands with Yuheng. He turned around and pointed to a middle-aged female teacher with a serious expression, saying, This is Luli, the director of teaching at our school. Hello, Mr. Yu. Luli forced out what she considered to be the warmest smile. Yuheng is very fitting for her role as the head of student affairs. Hello, Director Lu. After a brief handshake, Principal Wen invited Yuheng to the principal's office. Mr. Zhang said that President Yu intends to donate money to our school for the renovation of our equipment. Principal Wen poured Yuheng a cup of tea. Yes, my nephew is currently studying at your school. I contacted them recently and wanted to transfer him to another school, but considering that his teachers and friends are all here, I think he might prefer to stay in his familiar environment. Yuheng is not good at speaking in official jargon, nor does he need to. This? I didn't know who your nephew is. Principal Wen was quite surprised. Yang Qingshu. Oh. So Yang Qingshu is your nephew. He's an outstanding student at our school. Not only has his grades never fallen out of the top 10 in the grade, but he's also the class's discipline monitor. All his classmates respect him. Luli, the director of studies, quickly took over, as he knew each student's situation better than the principal. It seems he gets along well with his classmates. Yuheng had previously felt that Yang Qingshu was a bit quiet and was worried that he would be ostracized by his classmates. Hey! He's good at academics and good-looking too, he's very popular at school. Director Lu said with a double meaning. Yuheng immediately understood, this meant that his nephew had many suitors at school. Would you like me to take you on a tour of our school? Principal Wen steered the conversation back on track. No need, my assistant will arrange the payment. I still need to go to Mingda Town No. 2 Middle School later, where I have 2 nieces. I plan to finish dealing with matters at both schools today. Principal Wen was taken aback. Was it really that direct? How about this, we'll hold a simple donation ceremony for you. Yuheng thought about it and realized that he had originally done it for Yang Qingshu's sake, so it would be good for everyone to know, and he agreed. After discussing the donation details with Yuheng again, Principal Wen instructed someone to make arrangements as soon as possible. During recess at Qixiang Middle School, students arrived at the playground and found a platform set up under the flagpole. Class teachers urged students to line up in class formations. It seems there's something important to announce, the students are all standing at attention. It wasn't until 2 teachers went on stage and unfurled a banner that the ceremony began, reading, Mr. Yu Heng's donation ceremony to Qixiang Middle School High School. The students immediately erupted in discussion, with various voices rising in their ears. Who is this Mr. Yu Heng? It must be Mr. Yu Heng. Get lost. How much should we donate? It must cost at least tens of thousands, otherwise putting up a banner would be too expensive. I hope he will donate it to the cafeteria to improve the meals. The school will probably use it to buy books. I want to use it to buy basketballs. There aren't enough basketballs in the school gym for us to share. What do you think, Lao Yang? The classmate standing next to Yang Qingshu whispered to him. Yang Qingshu, come out here for a moment. Before Yang Qingshu could answer, the teacher called him away. Yang Qingshu was also a little dazed. He hadn't expected his uncle to come to the school to donate money. Please wait here for a moment, and then go upstairs to take a photo with Mr. Yu. The homeroom teacher led Yang Qingshu to the front of the line. The vice principal had just told her that Mr. Yu, who was donating today, was Yang Qingshu's uncle, and she should be prepared to be asked about Yang Qingshu's usual studies and life at school. Seeing that the students were already lined up neatly, Yu Heng didn't want to take up too much of their class time, so he signaled to Director Lu to begin. After Director Lu finished his 5-minute opening remarks, he invited Principal Wen and Yu Heng to come up on stage. Principal Wen truly lives up to his reputation as an educator. He can deliver a passionate and eloquent speech for 10 minutes or so without a script. Now, please let Mr. Yu speak. Finally, Principal Wen handed the microphone to Yu Heng. Hello everyone, I'm Yu Heng. You may not know me, but you should know Yang Qingshu. I'm his uncle. Yu Heng chuckled and looked at the boy standing at the front of the line. His classmates also turned their heads to look at Yang Qingshu. Yang Qingshu's face suddenly turned red. He was very glad that he was standing at the front and didn't have to pay attention to his classmates' stares. Education is the foundation of a nation and the hope of a people. I am honored to be able to contribute my modest efforts to the cause of education. Of course, my main reason for donating is for my nephew, Yang Qingshu, who lives and studies at Qixiang Middle School, where he has his beloved teachers and dear classmates. Therefore, the money I am donating will be mainly used for subsidies for impoverished students, the replacement of school equipment, and the cafeteria, which is of great concern to the students. I hope that all the students will study hard and make progress every day. Yu Heng concluded his brief speech, and Principal Wen led the applause. Amidst thunderous applause, Director Lu brought out a white cardboard sheet that was 30 centimeters wide and 50 centimeters long that could be opened and closed, and had Principal Wen and Yu Heng each hold one end. Now, please let the principal and Mr. Yu reveal the amount of Mr. Yu Heng's donation to our Qixiang High School. Director Lu raised his hand, gesturing for everyone to look at the donation plaque. The white paper is peeled off. How many zeros are there? Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, millions. Holy crap, 10 million. That's really 10 million. I saw real, wealthy people. Huh. Am I getting a new basketball? Holy crap, is the Yang family that rich? I want to eat meat in the cafeteria every day from now on. The students began to whisper among themselves. That's right, Mr. Yu Heng donated 10 million to our school. Let's thank Mr. Yu Heng for his strong support of our school. Director Lu led the applause again. Yang Qingshu was also given a bouquet of flowers by his homeroom teacher. Go up and present the flowers for a photo. Yu Heng took the flowers from Yang Qingshu and asked him to stand in the middle holding the donation plaque, so that they could take a group photo together with the school. Yang Qingshu is now filled with shyness and emotion, unaware of the impact this photo will have on him. "Uncle, will you stay for lunch later?" "No, I have to go to Mingda number 2 middle school later." After the activity ended, the students returned to their classrooms in twos and threes. "Are you going to find your sister and the others?" "We can't favor one over the other," Yuheng said, running his hand through his short hair. "You should go to class now, I'll pick you up after school." When Yang Qingxiu returned to the classroom, all the students stared at him as soon as he stepped inside. Yang Qingxiu paused for a moment, but still managed to ignore the eager looks from his classmates thanks to his strong mental fortitude. Before he even reached his seat, a male classmate he usually hung out with slid down to his knees, grabbed his leg, and started wailing, "Young master, this old servant has been looking for you so long." She was wailing and pretending to wipe her tears with tissues. Yang Qingxiu felt the veins on his forehead bulge. When he looked up, he saw another woman pretending to be pregnant with her clothes tucked into her coat. "Yang Lang, do you still remember Xiaoyue by the Daming Lake back then?" Yang Qingxiu could hardly bear to look, but then another person behind him clasped his hands in a fist salute and said, "The 3-year period has come to an end. We respectfully invite the Dragon King." Yang Qingxiu was speechless. These idiots. Despite Principal Wen's repeated attempts to persuade him to stay, Yuheng declined the suggestion to have lunch at Qixiang Middle School. It's around 10:30 in the morning now. If he goes to Mingda number 2 Middle School now, he can finish talking with the school leaders and have lunch there. Yuheng was more interested in learning about the two sisters from Mingda number 2 Middle School. It's not that he's biased, but he's been through Yang Qingxiu's age too. If he comes to the school and takes a look, he'll basically know what the situation is, so there's no need to worry too much. However, Yang Qingying and Yang Qingyan were even younger, and both were teenage girls without a mother. This made it difficult for him to offer his concern directly, so he could only try to learn about and care for them indirectly. "Then I'll go with you to Mingda number 2 Middle School. I'm also acquainted with their principal, Chiu Yuanpei." Seeing that Yuheng really didn't intend to stay for a meal, Principal Wen decided to accompany Yuheng to Mingda number 2 Middle School. "Thank you so much," Yuheng said. "Then please ride with us." Zhang An opened the door for Principal Wen and Yuheng in the car that Yuheng had driven over that morning. "Principal Wen, please go first," Yuheng said, stepping aside to invite Principal Wen to get into the car first. Principal Wen nodded to Yuheng, thanked Zhang An, and then got into the car without any hesitation. Zhang An had his driver take him to Mingda number 2 Middle School. His boss had some urgent business to attend to today, and he needed to stay with his boss, so he couldn't go to Mingda number 2 Middle School to make the arrangements. He could only send his driver to say hello first. Meanwhile, inside Mingda number 2 Middle School, Suyu felt a little dazed. The meeting just ended this morning when someone at the door said they wanted to donate money to the school leaders. He invited the men into his office, only to be told that his boss wanted to donate money to their school, but his boss was currently donating money at Qixiang Middle School and wouldn't be able to come over until later. "Suyu, I suspect you're lying to me. And who is your boss?" Suyu wanted to find out more. You probably don't know him," the driver, Xiao Zhao, said frankly. "Suyu, he seems even more like a fraudster now. If you want to donate, you can contact the person in charge of our school first, so that we can make arrangements." Suyu looked at Xiao Zhao. "Can't I donate if I haven't contacted them?" Xiao Zhao was surprised. "There are donations that don't cost money. Are you really here to donate money?" Suyu felt that he couldn't argue with a soldier like a scholar. "Yes," Xiao Zhao said earnestly. "Suyu." When Yuheng and the others arrived at the school gate, they saw Suyu, Xiao Zhao, and the school security guard sitting together in the guardhouse. "Xiao Su, are you waiting for someone?" Wen Yizhi was a little surprised to see Suyu sitting in the security room. Suyu. He didn't know how he ended up waiting for his boss at the guardhouse with Xiao Zhao. "Where's Principal Chiu? Call him out right now. This President Yu is here to donate money to your school." When he pointed directly at Yuheng behind him. Turning to Yuheng, he introduced Suyu. "This is Suyu, the vice principal of Mingda number 2 Middle School. We happened to run into him, so we asked him to show us inside." Suyu glanced at Xiao Zhao in surprise and then quickly stood up. "Hello, I am Suyu, the vice principal of Mingda number 2 Middle School. Is Mr. Yu here to donate money? And who is this Mr. Zhao?" Could this be Mr. Zhao's boss? This is my driver. I asked him to come and inform your school first. Although it wasn't arranged by Yu Hang, he had no objection to Zhang En's actions. So Mr. Zhao is your driver. He told us you were coming to donate money, and that's why I've been waiting for you. Su Yu warmly shook Yu Hang's hand, appearing to completely trust Xiao Zhao and that he was waiting for them. Although this Mr. Zhao seems like a swindler, isn't that just their own lack of experience? Rich people are just that simple and unpretentious. Hello, Principal Su, this is my assistant Zhang En, and Zhao Bo. Yu Hang introduced his people to Su Yu. Hey, Mr. Yu, Assistant Zhang, Mr. Zhao, let's go this way. Let's go to the office and have a seat. Principal Chiu went to a meeting in the city and should be back this afternoon. Su Yu led Yu Hang and his group toward the school's main office. After everyone was seated, Su Yu poured water for everyone before sitting down and introducing their school to Yu Hang. Compared to Mingda No. 1 Middle School, Mingda No. 2 Middle School is completely inferior in terms of scale, teaching staff, teaching facilities, and curriculum. Logically speaking, since DD No. 2 Middle School is close to Qixiang High School, it should be able to get into a key junior high school. However, in the early days of Qixiang High School's construction, some developers were interested in the surrounding area, but the excavation of an ancient tomb brought everything to a standstill. Nowadays, this area is mostly inhabited by residents of the old town. Mingda No. 1 Middle School is located in the new city area, which has a more dense population and multiple commercial districts, making it much more prosperous than the old city area. Naturally, the teaching quality is incomparable to that of the old city area. Su Yu first complained, then praised the teachers' and students' efforts, and finally boasted a little about the school's achievements. He could be considered a very competent fundraiser. It's almost noon. I wonder if Mr. Yu will have time later. I'd like to invite Mr. Yu to try the cooking of our cafeteria chefs. After introducing the school, Su Yu began to build relationships. Of course, then I'll trouble Principal Su. Yu Hang nodded, that was his original plan. Then I'll shamelessly freeload a meal here with you guys. Little Su, you won't kick this old man out, will you? Principal Wen laughed and teased Su Yu. He was actually Su Yu's teacher, so he helped to liven up the atmosphere. How could that be? We can't even get Principal Wen to come here all the time. I'd love for you to have a couple more meals here. Su Yu had originally thought that with Yu Hang's influence, he might donate 200,000 or 300,000 yuan, which would be enough to buy a lot of new equipment, and the dormitory building's gymnasium could also be renovated and improved. However, considering that Yu Hang had previously donated money to Qixiang High School, and judging from Principal Wen's demeanor, the donation amount must have been substantial, probably over 1 million yuan. The thought of receiving millions in donations made Su Yu so excited that his hands trembled. In Class 4 of the second year of junior high school, Yang Qingying was slowly tidying up her class notes. Is Yingying waiting for your sister again today? Qin Ku, who sits at the same table, said, then I'm not going with you today. There are chicken legs in the cafeteria today, I'm going to go grab some. Hurry up, or they'll all be gone. Yang Qingying actually wanted to go too, but she had to wait for her younger sister to come with her. Qin Ku gave Yang Qingying an okay sign and rushed out of the classroom like a gust of wind. Sis, there are chicken drumsticks in the cafeteria today. Yang Qingying came to the classroom of Class 4, Grade 8 and pouted as she said to Yang Qingying, I'm not a child anymore. Next time, go ahead and don't wait for me. Mingda No. 2 Middle School has 2 teaching buildings, one for boarding students and the other for day students. Yang Qingying's building has 4 floors. The 4th floor is a multimedia classroom. The 9th graders are on the 3rd floor, the 1st graders are on the 2nd floor, and the 8th graders are on the 1st floor. Class 4 of Grade 8 is on the far right, closest to the school cafeteria. It's not like we haven't eaten it before, and you ate it last week too, didn't you? It's not like it'll definitely be gone just because it's a little later. Although Yang Qingying is only 1 year older than Yang Qingyuan, her parents were always very busy when she was young, so she had to help take care of her younger sister. Therefore, she has a strong sense of responsibility as the older sister. If we go earlier, we won't have to wait in line for so long. I see that every time we get our food, Sister Qin Ku and the others are almost finished eating. Yang Qingyuan protested. She didn't like being treated like a child at her age. I can stay with Minmin and the others. Yang Qingying ignored her protests, not because she was domineering, but because Yang Qingyan was a very picky eater. She had even suffered from malnutrition due to being a picky eater. Therefore, Yang Qingying had to watch over her younger sister while she ate. Humph. If you still don't eat properly when I'm in high school, your great-uncle will be bringing you food. Oh. Sis, I'm eating properly every day now, and I'm not picky about food anymore. Yang Qingyan grabbed Yang Qingying's arm and shook it, acting coquettishly. You guys always treat me like a child. Yang Qingying wouldn't listen. Yang Qingyan's promises no longer held any credibility for her. As the two sisters approached the cafeteria entrance, they spotted a familiar figure. Is that uncle's assistant? Yang Qingyan squinted at him, a little uncertain. Yes. The two hurried over. Uncle Zhang'an, what are you doing here? Yang Qingying took the initiative to call out to others. Qingying and Qingyan, you're here. Come with me, Mr. Yu has already gotten your food. Zhang'an smiled and led the two sisters toward the teacher's cafeteria further inside the main dining hall. Has Uncle come over? Yang Qingyan exclaimed with delight. Uncle is here. Have you been waiting long? Yang Qingying asked with surprise, but still a little worried. Not long ago, I was just chatting with the school leaders and only came over around lunchtime. Zhang'an replied carefully, oh right, your school leaders are here too, we'll be having lunch together later. Huh. Hearing that there were school leaders present, the two were a little confused and nervous. The teacher's canteen offers stir-fried dishes, but you have to pay extra. Suyu ordered the dishes and brought over the bowls and chopsticks for everyone. He also called the head of the teaching department over to entertain the guests, so he brought 6 sets of bowls and chopsticks. Could you please bring 2 more sets, Principal Su? Yuheng asked. My 2 nieces will be out of class soon, so please let them eat with me. Your niece studies at our school. Suyu's voice was quite surprised. Yes, one is in the first year of junior high and the other in the second year. I came here mainly to check on their lives at school. Yuheng nodded with a smile. Hee, Mr. Yu also has a nephew who is studying at our school. Principal Wen also smiled and nodded at Suyu. Suyu immediately understood that President Yu's donation wasn't for charity or to gain fame or fortune, he was there to support his niece. Of course, no problem. Director Luo, go and tell the chef to add 2 more dishes. After saying this to the dean of students, Suyu turned to Yuheng and said, kids this age are growing rapidly and have great appetites. Sometimes we old folks are envious. This is said in a very intimate way, which is certainly different from how you talk to your parents or your boss. No matter how big the boss is, if he comes in as a parent, he will want to hear about his children. That's right, a half-grown boy can eat his father out of house and home, and this little girl is no exception. Principal Wen replied with a smile, but they also have a lot of academic pressure, so they get hungry quickly and can't go hungry without eating enough. Thank you for your trouble, Principal Su. Yuheng nodded to Suyu. Knock knock knock. Although the door to the private room was open, Zhang'an still politely knocked on it. Mr. Yu. Uncle. Uncle. The 2 sisters followed behind Zhang'an and were overjoyed to see that their uncle was really there. Come and sit down. Yuheng was happy to see the 2 sisters come over and beckoned them to sit next to him. Come, sit here. Suyu stood up and offered her a seat. She even thoughtfully pulled out chairs for the 2 sisters. As the host, he was originally supposed to sit next to Yuheng, but when he saw the 2 sisters arrive, he naturally and considerately let them sit next to Yuheng. Thank you, Principal. Yang Qingying recognized Suyu, and only after seeing Yuheng nod to them did she sit down with her younger sister. Thank you, Principal. Yang Qingyan didn't recognize Suyu, but she figured it was always right to call him that, just like her sister. It's all right, haha, is there anything you'd like to eat? I'll add a couple more dishes for you. Suyu sat down next to Xiao Zhao and asked the 2 sisters with a friendly expression. Yang Qingying and Yang Qingyan were a little nervous and both looked at Yuheng. No need, we've ordered several dishes, that's enough for us, Yuheng said with a smile, declining on their behalf. You must be Qingying from class 4, grade 8 and Qingyan from class 1, grade 7, right? Just then, Director Luo came in with bowls, chopsticks, and a few disposable cups. He had just changed the alcoholic beverages into soft drinks. I never imagined they were Mr. Yu's nieces. Both children are excellent students at school, Director Luo said to Yuhang with a smile. He put his things down on the table, then turned to Yang Qingyan and asked, I remember Qingyan got second place in the grade in the last mock exam, right? Yes, Yang Qingyan answered softly. Not bad, but I heard from your homeroom teacher that you were fully capable of getting first place. You were still careless. Director Luo said with a regretful look, you should be more careful next time. Okay. Yang Qingyan replied earnestly. After all, in a setting full of adults, a schoolchild only needs to say that she will be obedient, that she will try her best, and that she will do this or that next time. The adults finished their meal in a seemingly casual and harmonious manner, and the two sisters breathed a sigh of relief. Finally it was over. Uncle, we're going back to the classroom now, Yang Qingying said goodbye to Yuhang. Go ahead. Yuhang waved his hand, letting them leave. Goodbye, uncles, goodbye, principal, goodbye, teachers, we're going back to the classroom. She bowed slightly to say goodbye, accompanied by her younger sister. Goodbye, uncles, goodbye, principal, goodbye, teachers. Go. Goodbye. Now that we've eaten and drunk our fill, it's time to formally discuss the donation. Mr. Yu said 20 million. Su Yu's shocked voice could be heard even from outside the office. Yes. Yuhang nodded calmly. Principal Wen was also surprised. He had thought Yuhang would donate around 5 million yuan to the second middle school. After all, they donated 10 million yuan to Qixiang High School, while the scale of Mingda No. 2 middle school is worlds apart from that of Qixiang High School. President Yu is showing favoritism because No. 2 middle school is smaller than our No. 7 high school. Principal Wen said, seemingly jokingly probing. I'm not biased, each of the 3 children will receive 10 million, Yuhang replied with a smile. Principal Wen's eyes darted around. This really couldn't be considered favoritism. Besides, both children would be going to high school in a couple of years, and the younger one, with better grades, would definitely get in. The older one will likely struggle academically depending on class placement, and getting into their school might be a bit risky, but they do have special admissions programs. A student with millions in donations, he believes the school administration won't have any objections. Then, when do you think we should hold this donation ceremony? Su Yu asked cautiously, afraid that Yuhang might say he wouldn't donate at any moment. I won't be staying here long, a simple event this afternoon will suffice, Yuhang waved his hand, indicating that he didn't want to make a big fuss. This. Su Yu looked at Principal Wen. Mr. Yu is busy, so you can just do a simple one. Principal Wen gave him the instructions directly, go and prepare now. In this spare time, call Mr. Yu's niece's homeroom teacher over so that Mr. Yu can also learn about their situation at school. Principal Wen's idea is good. We'll have to trouble Principal Su. Yuhang nodded, very satisfied with Principal Wen's suggestion. Teacher's office on the first floor. Teacher Huang. Huang Jingyu was preparing her lesson, Director Luo. What's up? Come with me to the conference room. Luo Yang beckoned him out. Is your class next period? It's okay, I'll have someone cover for you later. Huang Jingyu quickly grabbed her notebook and pen and got up. When she got to the door, she saw Zhao Pingping, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, Grade 7. Just the two of us? Huang Jingyu asked Zhao Pingping in a low voice as she followed behind Director Luo. Just the two of you. I'll take you to meet a big boss who's going to donate to our school. He's a parent of one of the students in your class. He wants to ask you about your situation. Hearing the voices behind them, Director Luo explained, it's Yang Qingying and Yang Qingyan. Compile information about their studies, lives, personalities, and friendships so they can be confident when people ask questions later. Both are young teachers, so Director Luo inevitably had to offer them some guidance. Dong dong dong. Mr. Yu, these are Ms. Huang Jingyu, the homeroom teacher of Class 4, Grade 8, and Ms. Zhao Pingping, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, Grade 7, Director Luo introduced to Yuhang. Hello, teachers. I am Yuhang, and I am Yang Qingying and Yang Qingyan's uncle. Yuhang stood up, walked over, and shook hands with the two teachers. As soon as Yuhang stood up, everyone who had been chatting on the sofa also got up. Please come and sit down, teachers. We were just talking about the children's studies when you arrived, Principal Wen greeted them kindly. Wang Jingyu sat down with Zhao Pingping and listened to Zhao Pingping's various effusive praises of Yang Qingyan. Yu Heng occasionally asked questions, and it was clear that he was very satisfied. She sat next to me, looking a little nervous. She has been Yang Qingying's homeroom teacher since the first year of junior high school. Yang Qingying has always been a quiet girl, well-behaved and obedient is the impression she gives to everyone. She studies very hard and diligently, but her grades just won't improve. Others can get at least 35% of the results with 50% effort, but she can't even get 10%. If a student is not serious about studying or does not like studying, the teacher can still correct their behavior. However, teachers can't bear to criticize students who lack academic talent but work hard. Qingyan is good in every way, but she can be a bit careless at times, and often loses points on exams due to carelessness, Zhao Pingping summarized. Yu Heng nodded, summarizing that Yang Qingyan was an excellent student with outstanding academic performance, a cheerful and generous personality, and a careless but correctable nature. Turning to Yang Qingying's homeroom teacher, Wang Jingyu, he said, "Teacher Huang, I don't know how Qingying is doing at school. I don't usually live with them, so I don't know much about their situation. Qingying studies very hard, and all her teachers like her very much." Huang Jingyu struggled to organize her thoughts. She doesn't have any conflicts with her classmates. Although she doesn't fight or joke around with them, she is very close to her deskmate, Qin Ke, and they often go in and out together. She's also the art class representative, and the art teacher says her paintings have a lot of spirit. She's very good at drawing. Yu Heng asked, slightly concerned. Yes, although her grades aren't very good. Huang Jingyu was startled when she realized what she had said and instinctively looked at Yu Heng's face. It's all right, I guess she's not doing too well in her studies, right? Yu Heng smiled, indicating that he didn't care much. Yes, although she struggles with her studies, she takes them very seriously. Huang Jingyu breathed a sigh of relief. Yu Heng smiled slightly. It's good that she has good grades, but it doesn't matter if she doesn't. As long as she can make friends at school and be happy, that's good enough. Once you've reached a certain level, the qualifications of your juniors aren't actually that important. Huang Jingyu can relax now, it's good that she's not a parent who only cares about grades. I talked to her, and she said she wanted to study oil painting in the future, but our small city doesn't have the resources for it, and art colleges are hard to get into. I originally suggested that she could study online first, but she didn't want anyone to know. Teacher Huang sighed a little as she said this. I understand, thank you, Teacher Huang. She can talk to you about these things, so she must trust you a lot. No, I just did what a teacher should do. Yu Heng guessed that Yang Qingying probably didn't want to add to her family's burden. He once saw a claim online that said in families with many children, the child in the middle is more likely to be neglected. Yu Heng doesn't want to be that kind of parent. He had actually guessed that Yang Qingying's studies were probably not very good, based on the class assignments, Director Luo's attitude during meals, and the state of the two homeroom teachers when they came over. But he didn't think that being bad at studying was a big deal. If he couldn't get into the National College entrance examination, he could easily get into a prestigious foreign university by donating some money. The time passed quickly while we chatted, and then Director Luo came over to inform us that everything was ready. On the playground, on the high platform, students and school leaders gave speeches. Let's welcome Mr. Yu Heng with applause to speak. Taking the microphone from the teacher, I said, "Hello everyone, I am Yu Heng. Today, on behalf of myself, I am donating 20 million yuan to Mingda No. 2 Middle School for school renovation, improving the learning environment, and enhancing the teaching staff. I hope that all students will cherish the opportunity to study at the school, live up to every effort you make now, and never forget every dream you have now, so that you will have a better future." Well, it's a bit cold today, so I won't ramble on any longer. Thank you everyone. School leaders led the applause, and then took a group photo. Finally, it ended. Before the students had even returned to their classrooms, Yu Heng stepped down from the stage, found Yang Qingying in front of the entire school, and waved to Yang Qingyan, who was not far away. Uncle will probably be visiting the school with Principal Su later. Don't leave after class, take Uncle's car home later. Yu Heng patted their heads. Okay, then Yan Yan and I will wait for you in the classroom after class, Yang Qingying said obediently. Uncle, I'll go to my sister's classroom and wait for you there. Yang Qingyan said with a cute smile. Yuheng couldn't help but pat their little heads again. Let's go back to the classroom, it's windy outside. Goodbye, Uncle. Uncle, I'm waiting for you. Back in the classroom, Yang Qingying, her face slightly flushed, returned to her seat under the watchful eyes of her classmates. Wow, Yingying, is that Mr. Yu your uncle? Qin Ku asked Yang Qingying impatiently as soon as she sat down. The classroom fell silent, and the students all listened intently. Yes, Yang Qingying said in what she thought was a soft voice, but the classroom was so quiet you could hear a pin drop, and all the students heard her. Your uncle is so rich. He donated so much money to the school. Qin Ku exclaimed in amazement. So, will you move away from here? Qin Ku's home is in the next neighborhood to Yang Qingying's home, and they often visit each other on their days off. Qin Ku felt a little sad at the thought that Yang Qingying might move. I don't know either, but the move shouldn't be too far, I'm still studying here. Seeing her friend's low spirits, Yang Qingying quickly offered words of comfort. She genuinely didn't know if they would move. Although she could sense that her uncle loved them very much, she actually didn't know him at all. However, seeing how much money her uncle spent on her and her sister today, she thought they would probably move to a big house with an elevator, big enough for all of them to live in. It would also be more convenient for her great-grandmother and great-uncle to go out, as they wouldn't have to climb the stairs so hard anymore. The next day, Yuheng didn't go anywhere, he stayed home with the two elderly people. I chatted with them, catching up on each other's lives. I even accompanied the elderly couple on their daily walks through the streets they frequented, and let them taste the beef offal soup noodles my sister had been craving. Saturday morning. Mom, have you seen my black windbreaker? Su Jing shouted at the top of his lungs. Didn't I fold them and put them in your closet? Li Fang walked in and, seeing the clothes scattered all over the bed, angrily yelled, You brat, are you trying to walk the runway? Aren't all these clothes enough for you to wear? She pulled a long black down jacket out of the closet and threw it at him. Why are you wearing a windbreaker in this cold weather? You're prioritizing style over warmth. Put this down jacket on. Ultimately, under his mother's coercion, Su Jing went out wearing a down jacket. Today, Yuheng treated his aunt's family to dinner at the restaurant of the only 5-star hotel in Qixiang City. Uncle, this cake is delicious. Yang Qingyan handed a piece of cake to Yuheng. You should try some too. Bored while waiting, Yuheng asked the waiter to bring out some cake and fruit to pass the time. Don't eat too much, or you won't be able to eat dinner later. Yuheng took the cake and tasted a bit. It was too sweet, he didn't really like desserts. The phone rang, it was Zhang calling. His great-aunt and her family had arrived downstairs. Grandma, Auntie, and the others are here. I'll go greet them. He told Grandma Yu, who was sitting at the head of the table, and then called Yang Qingshu and his two siblings to come downstairs with him to greet them. Wow, I can actually come to the Golden Domain Hotel for a meal in my lifetime. Su Jing exclaimed, standing at the entrance of the Golden Domain Hotel. I, Su Jing, am finally getting better. The whole family felt too embarrassed to watch and no one paid any attention to him. Only Grandma Su patted his arm with a smile and said, If Xiao Jing likes it, we'll have your cousin bring you next time. Grandma, you're the best. When I make money in the future, I'll bring you here to eat, every single meal. Su Jing's flattery skills were superb. Su Tai said he didn't want to stand with him anymore. Brother, what do you mean? Don't think I didn't see it. Did you roll your eyes at me? Su Jingzi yelled. Grandma, Grandpa, Uncle, Aunt, Yuheng rushed to the door to greet them. Are you a hang? Grandma Su leaned closer to Yuheng. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Holding Yuheng's hand, Grandma Su's eyes were a little wet. Yes, I'm back. Yuheng then said to Grandpa Su, I'm Yuheng. Good, good, it's good that you're back. Your grandma has been missing you terribly. Grandpa Su nodded with relief. Great-grandmother, great-grandfather, Grandpa Su, Grandma Su, Cousin Tai, Cousin Jing, Yang Qingshu and his sister greeted, following behind their uncle. Oh! Good girls, good girls. Grandma Su stepped forward and hugged the two sisters, Yang Qingying and Yang Qingyan. Grandma, let's go up quickly, Grandma is waiting for you. Yuheng helped Grandma Su into the elevator. Upon entering the private room, Grandma Su saw Grandma Yu, and the two embraced and wept bitterly once again. Mom, Auntie, today is a joyous occasion, you can't keep crying. At this crucial moment, Li Fang came out to persuade them. Yes, Aheng kindly invited you to dinner, you old woman, just cry it out. Grandpa Su had been stubborn his whole life, and even his words of concern sounded stiff. You're not young anymore, don't let your health take it. Yes, 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 today is a happy day. Please sit down, please sit down. Grandma Yu wiped away her tears, then remembered that she was also a hostess and hurriedly invited everyone to sit down. This is Aheng, the eldest son of my good-for-nothing eldest son. Grandma Yu introduced Yuheng to Su Jing's family. Although they all knew him, it was still necessary to give a formal introduction. This is your great-aunt, great-uncle, Uncle Hongji, your cousin's wife, and your two younger cousins. Grandma Yu then turned around and formally introduced the Su family to Yuheng. Uncle, aunt, cousin, cousin. Yuheng nodded in response. I've ordered the food, let's eat and chat. All right, all right. Everyone sat down. After serving the dishes, the waiter stood guard at the door of the private room and closed the door behind him. Yuheng ordered the most premium set meal from the Golden Domain restaurant. Wow, Grandma, you must try this matsutake chicken soup, it's so delicious. Su Jing eagerly served his grandmother a bowl of soup. Grandpa, try this Sichuan-style lettuce, it's so delicious. Yang Qingyan highly recommended it to Jiaming. The adults chatted occasionally, while the children relaxed and discussed dishes they had never seen before. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Yuheng asked Zhang to produce 3 contracts. Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, Aunt, thank you for taking care of Grandma and Qingshu these past few years. This is a small token of my appreciation. Yuheng pushed 2 of the contracts to Su Hongji, who was on his left. These are 2 detached villas in Xiang'an, one for Su Tai and one for Su Jing. Su Hongji paused in his hand holding the contract, then quickly pushed it back. It's only right that we take care of you, and we haven't helped you much, so how can we accept such an expensive gift? Grandpa and Grandma Su also refused outright. Xiang'an is a high-end villa area located in the city center. It consists of detached villas with small gardens and exquisite decorations, with a unit price of at least 4 or 5 million yuan. Li Fang was very tempted when she heard this. The house they lived in now was a 3-bedroom apartment, which her father-in-law had exchanged for with a little extra money from the state-owned factories allocated housing years ago. It was enough to live in back then, but as the children grew up, the housing prices skyrocketed. She works at a supermarket, while her husband is a bus driver. Their combined salaries, after deducting living expenses, are not enough for a down payment on a house. As her 2 sons grew older, she became so worried that her hair turned white. She knew it was wrong to take advantage of others, but she couldn't bring herself to refuse, so she could only lower her head and hide her emotions. Uncle, please don't be so quick to refuse. I not only bought one for Su Tai and Su Jing, but also one for my uncle. The houses are all next to each other, so it will be convenient for everyone to visit each other in the future. The main reason is that I'm busy with work and can't stay here all the time. My family consists of elderly people and children, so I hope that by living close by, you can help me take care of my family. Yuheng spoke sincerely and pushed the contract over again. We can take care of you just the same if you move in, why do you need such an expensive gift? Su Hongji refused to accept it no matter what. Yuheng looked helplessly at Grandma Yu. Grandma Yu slammed her cane on the ground and deliberately pulled a long face, saying, just take it. It's not for you, it's for the 2 children. Besides, the 2 children are so old. Atai is already of marriageable age and still doesn't have a girlfriend. Don't you think about the children? Su Tai said he was innocent. As a junior, he hadn't said a word, yet he was still dragged into the mess. Where would we get such an expensive gift from Aheng? Grandma Su looked at her sister disapprovingly. Keep them all. Aheng discussed it with me. He's busy with work right now, so if we live together, he'll feel at ease. Yuheng had discussed it with Grandma Yu yesterday. Grandma Yu originally disagreed, since no one's money comes from thin air. Yuheng, that's mine. In the end, Yuheng said that he now owns several companies, so this amount of money is nothing to him, and his great-aunt has helped his family a lot, so he wanted to give back. Finally, after much persuasion from Yuhang and Grandma Yu, Su Hongji reluctantly put the contract away. Su Tai only realized he now owned a villa when he saw his father put the contract away. I belatedly realized I was a little excited. Grandma Yu was right about one thing: he doesn't have a girlfriend yet, which is indeed related to his lack of the means to do so. Dating might be easy, but judging from his circumstances, he's the type who can date but not get married. Even if a girl doesn't mind that he doesn't own a house, he doesn't want his future wife and children to live such a hard life. As for Su Jing didn't think too much about it. He just thought his cousin was too generous, actually giving him a villa. He felt like he had struck it rich. Su Tai pulled his foolish younger brother up and went over to toast Yuhang with a wine glass in hand. "Cousin, I'm really embarrassed to receive such an expensive gift from you. But you've solved a major life event for me, so don't worry. From now on, Auntie and Qingshu's affairs are my affairs. You can focus on your work. I'll definitely take care of things back home for you." Su Tai finished speaking and drank his wine glass in one gulp. Then he tugged at his younger brother behind him. "Cousin, don't worry, I will definitely take good care of Auntie." Su Jing also finished his Sprite in one gulp. The adults burst into laughter, quite pleased with the scene of brotherly affection and respect. Early in the morning, several moving company trucks parked at the entrance of the residential area, and more than a dozen moving service personnel got out of the trucks. "Oh dear, I have to bring this. Although I bought this more than 20 years ago, the quality is still excellent. Hey! Be careful, I put some unused dishes in there." Grandma Yu was at home directing the moving company people as they packed things she thought might be useful. "Oh dear, Su, Ying, Yen, have you finished packing? Don't forget anything." Great-grandma is tidying up. The two Yang sisters were also tidying up their personal belongings in the room. "Grandma, it's okay. If you left it behind, you can come and get it tomorrow. We're moving, it's not like we're abandoning this house." Yuhang pulled Grandma Yu to sit down on the sofa. The house was messy everywhere, so they didn't want the old lady to trip over it. Taking advantage of everyone being home today, the Yu family moved. Grandma Yu originally wanted to pick an auspicious day, but after hearing that Yuhang would be returning to the company in 2 days, she didn't care about such formalities anymore. "It's more meaningful to let our grandson move to the new house with them than to worry about those intangible things." Their move was quite a commotion. The neighbor across the hall heard the noise and came out to see what was going on. "Hohot, are you moving?" Hearing the sound, Grandma Yu got up happily and started chatting with the old lady standing at her door looking inside. "Yes, my grandson bought a new house and moved in today." Then she pointed to Yuhang and said, "This is my grandson. He's so busy with work. He only gets to stay home for a few days before he has to go out again." She seemed to be complaining, but she couldn't hide the smile on her face. "Ahang, come here quickly, this is your grandma Sunday." Grandma Yu called Yuhang over. "Your grandma son lives across the street from our house." "Hello, grandma son," Yuhang greeted politely. Judging from her grandmother's expression, she was about to show off her child. He just needed to stand by with a smile. "Oh my, your grandson is so handsome." Grandma son looked at Yuhang, who was wearing a white shirt and suit pants. He was tall and had long legs, and looked just like a movie star on TV. He was very good-looking. "I've never seen this before. I've known this old neighbor for many years, and I've never heard of him having a grandson." During holidays and festivals, they were only seen visiting the Su family. Sigh, this child went to his mother's place. Grandma Yu didn't say much else, but Grandma Sun could guess the gist of it immediately. His parents had divorced. It's not good to pry into other people's family affairs, and judging from Grandma Yu's expression, she didn't seem to want to talk about this topic anymore. "Where did you buy your new house? I wonder if it would be convenient to chat with you later," Grandma Sun said. "Oh, it's the Xiang'an Villa area next to the wetland park." Grandma Yu was very excited when talking about this. There are many people in the family, so Ahang bought a villa, saying that this way there would be more room to live. "Wow, you're moving into a villa. Your grandson is really something. You're going to be living the good life from now on. What's there to enjoy? I still have a few little ones to worry about." After that, Yu Heng just stood there listening to their compliments and humble exchanges, and he felt his face getting a little stiff. He was extremely uncomfortable with this kind of boastful concern about family matters, but seeing the old lady with a full head of white hair beside him, smiling like a chrysanthemum, he still put on a humble and polite smile and stood aside as a dutiful grandson. Meanwhile, the Su family on the other side was also moving. They weren't in a hurry, but since the Yu family was moving, they figured they might as well move with them. If we both hire the same moving company, we can negotiate a better price if we do it together. Fong Fong, your cousin is too generous. He just throws around 2 villas like they're nothing, like buying 2 bottles of water. What does he do for a living? Li Fong's sister-in-law chatted with her while helping her fold the clothes she was taking to her new home. I'm not too sure either, but it seems like they've opened several companies, Li Fong said, folding up the blankets in response to her sister-in-law. Her family moved in a hurry, so her parents couldn't come in time, but her older brother and sister-in-law took a car overnight. She has a very good relationship with her brother and sister-in-law. They even wanted to lend them money, thinking that no matter the size, they should at least help Sutai find a partner. Otherwise, how could the 2 brothers get married if they lived in the same room? However, after some consideration, the Su family declined, preferring to lend to those in urgent need rather than those who were truly poor. They genuinely had no money. After working for so many years, it's impossible for her to have no savings at all, but a few years ago her father-in-law suffered a serious illness, wiping out all her savings. It took her several years to recover. Wow. He's a big boss, isn't he? Well, your great-aunt has finally made it through the tough times. Sister-in-law Li said with a touch of emotion. She knew about Li Fong's great-aunt's situation, she had truly endured a lot of hardship. That's right, judging from the situation, Qingxiu and the others will have a bright future. Li Fong herself was a little dazed after saying that. The things they desperately wanted but couldn't obtain were easily taken care of by others. She finally understood what it meant for someone to attain enlightenment and for their entire family to benefit from it. Isn't Xiao Jing and Qing Su on good terms? You should teach Xiao Jing to be more mindful, so that his cousin won't mistreat him in the future, sister-in-law Li said softly. Li Fong paused for a moment while folding the quilt. She had actually thought the same thing, but then said, let nature take its course. Just because they have a good relationship now doesn't mean it won't be good later. It would be bad if we interfered too much. That's true. But now that you've solved the housing problem, it's time to urge Xiao Tai to find a partner. He's reached this age, and it's quite a tight schedule for 2 years of dating and 2 years of trying to conceive. Under the osmanthus tree in the community, several elderly men and women sat around, watching the moving company come and go. Did the Su family move together with the Yu family? I heard that old Yu's nephew is back, and he bought each of them a big villa, said an well-informed old man. Isn't that a boast? 1 villa per person. This clearly shows disbelief. Do you know how much a villa costs? 1 villa per person. Old Yu has a nephew. I heard he's Yu's younger brother. Before Grandma Yu bought her own house, she also rented in this community. They have been neighbors for decades. How come I've never heard of this before? An old lady looked at the old man in the Zhongshan suit who was obviously well informed. I ran into Lao Yu yesterday when he was resigning, so I asked him about it. The old man in the Zhongshan suit tilted his head slightly, waiting for someone to ask him. So his nephew really bought him a villa. You bought some for the Su family too. What does his nephew do? Is his nephew married? After quitting his job, Lao Yu is probably just enjoying his retirement at home, right? Seeing everyone waiting for his answers to all sorts of questions, the old man in the Zhongshan suit felt a little smug. I heard from Lao Yu that his nephew is a big boss who owns a company. The old man in the Zhongshan suit said with a hint of envy, he did buy them villas, and those high-end villas next to the wetland park at that. Wow, how much does this cost? Old Yu and his wife are going to enjoy a good life from now on. The Su family is really lucky. Indeed, the Su family has made a fortune. Everyone was filled with envy. We've arrived. Yu Heng parked the car in the villa's designated parking space. The furniture had already been moved over by the moving company, and Zhong'an had also arranged for housekeeping staff to put everything away at the villa. Wow, there really is a garden. As soon as Yang Qingyan got out of the car, she ran into the garden like a little butterfly, looking left and right. However, the weather is too cold now, so only some evergreen trees and shrubs are used for landscaping. Mr. Yu, everything is ready. Zhang came out to greet him. The rooms are also arranged. If you're not satisfied, I'll have them move some more. Zhang was followed by 4 domestic workers. Let's go in and take a look. Yu Heng invited Yang Qingyan inside. The villa has 3 floors above ground and 1 floor below ground. It has a small garden, 2 parking spaces, and an elevator. The first floor has a bedroom with a bathroom and walk-in closet, a kitchen, a living room, a dining room, and a shared bathroom. The second floor has 3 large suites, each with a balcony. The third floor also has 3 bedrooms, a tea room, and a large terrace. The basement level is divided into 4 areas, a home theater, a gym, a study, and a storage room. Wow, Uncle Zhang, I love my room. Yang Qingyan ran down the stairs. Slow down, be careful not to fall. Grandma Yu said anxiously. Grandma, let me take you to your room. Yu Heng helped Grandma Yu into the elevator. Isn't there a room on the first floor? It looks really big, and it even has a bathroom. I'll just stay on the first floor. While the children were running around up and down the stairs, Grandma Yu and Yu Jiaming took a stroll on the first floor. Grandma, that's the nanny's room, Yu Heng said. What nanny? Why do we need a nanny? Grandma Yu protested. This is too expensive. We were doing just fine without a nanny before. Yes, I will. My uncle will be running the shop, and the house is such a big place that needs cleaning. Besides, I can rest assured that there will be a nanny to take care of you when I'm not home. Yu Heng made his uncle quit his job and bought him 2 shops nearby, one to rent out, to support the family's daily expenses. After all, Yu Heng felt that his uncle would not be willing to receive living expenses from him. Someone opened a small supermarket for my uncle. It might not make a lot of money, but it shouldn't lose money either. It will give my uncle something to do every day. Uncle Yu's previous job was actually as a sanitation worker. He would sweep the streets every morning and go out to collect recyclables in the afternoon. After the supermarket opened, Uncle Yu's daily work consisted of looking after the small supermarket. After touring the house, everyone was very satisfied with their rooms. Zhang sent all the housekeepers home, and then led a woman in her 40s to Grandma Yu. Grandma, this is Aunt Zhou. Mr. Yu specially found her to take care of you. Please tell me if you have any complaints. Grandma Yu, I'm Zhou Xiaonan, you can call me Xiao Zhou. I have over 10 years of experience as a live-in caregiver. I'm proficient in Shandong, Cantonese, and Hunan cuisine, and I'm quite good at it too. I mainly took care of elderly people in my previous employer's homes, but my previous employer was moving abroad, and I didn't want to go with them, so I left. Aunt Zhou introduced herself respectfully to Grandma Yu. Zhang must have thoroughly investigated the people he found. This Aunt Zhou was indeed a good person. Her former employer had invited her to go abroad with him many times and was even willing to arrange a job for her son, but Aunt Zhou still refused. Even after Aunt Zhou left her job, she was in high demand, but her family was reluctant to let her work as a nanny again. After all, they were well off and didn't want her to suffer anymore. Zhang was able to hire her by using his financial power. If she doesn't want to continue, it's because he didn't offer enough. Okay. Grandma Yu had already been persuaded by Yu Heng, but she hadn't asked anyone for help yet and didn't know how to react, so she responded and looked at Yu Heng, letting him make the decision. Aunt Zhou, why don't you try the dishes at noon today? Yu Heng said directly. Okay. Aunt Zhou didn't waste any more words and turned to make the arrangements. Uncle, go take your driving test in a few days. I've already asked Zhang to choose a driving school and instructor for you. He'll give you his contact information later, and you can just go there. Uncle Yu's left leg is not very good, but he is still able to take the driving test. Well, I'm already so old, can I still pass the exam? Uncle Yu hesitated. What's the big deal? You're not even 50 yet, Yu Heng comforted her. Besides, the coach has already made arrangements. He'll only teach you one lesson until you master it, so you don't need to be afraid. After arranging things for Grandma Su and Uncle Yu, Yu Heng turned around and started talking to Yang Qingshu and his 2 siblings. I asked your Uncle Zhang to buy each of you a cell phone so you can contact me, but you can't bring the phone to school. Uncle, are you leaving? Yang Qingxiu asked. Yes, Uncle, Grandma said you have to go back to the company for a meeting. Aren't you supposed to come back after the meeting? Yang Qingying was shocked. She thought her uncle would be living with them from now on. I'll come back when I have time, but my company is in City A, my previous house was in City C, and I have businesses in other places, so I'm not sure where I'll stay, Yuheng said, patting Yang Qingying's head. Compared to Yang Qingyan and Yang Qingxiu, Yang Qingying's personality is noticeably more sensitive. Wow, Uncle, are you going to travel all over the country? Yang Qingyan was clearly accepting of the idea. Yes, but I will come back before New Year's Day at the latest. Please take good care of great-grandma and great-grandpa at home, okay? Hee, then Uncle, you have to bring me a gift when you come back. Yang Qingyan said coquettishly. She envied her classmates who received gifts from their families on trips or from distant relatives. Now she has one too, and she is very happy just thinking about it. Yuheng affectionately flicked the forehead of the little girl who was clinging to his arm and acting coquettishly. Don't worry, you'll get your share. You guys too, tell me in advance if there's anything you want. Then he realized it wasn't appropriate. Never mind, I'll take you to the mall this afternoon. Everyone was very satisfied with the food Aunt Zhou cooked at noon, and the kitchen was clean and tidy after use, and things were cleaned up very efficiently. It was decided that Aunt Zhou would live at home from now on. In the afternoon, Yuheng took Yang Qingxiu and the two sisters to the busiest shopping mall in Qixiang City. Go try this outfit on. Upon entering a high-end clothing store specializing in youth apparel, Yuheng pointed to a matching hooded zip-up cardigan and cargo pants and said to Yang Qingxiu. Upon seeing this, the shop assistant quickly took the clothes down. This outfit is a loose fit, it'll fit the handsome young man perfectly. She led Yang Qingxiu to the fitting room and put his clothes on the hanger, saying, please call me if you need any help. Then she closed the fitting room door for Yang Qingxiu. Could you help my niece pick out a few more suitable outfits? Yuheng said to another shop assistant. Okay, ladies, please come this way. The shop is divided into men's and women's sections. When Yang Qingxiu came out after changing his clothes, the shop assistants were immediately impressed. He has an appearance somewhere between a young man and a teenager, with a fair and smooth face, sharp features, and two thin, pale pink lips beneath a high, straight nose, giving him an air of asceticism. Although he is still young, he is already about 1.8 meters tall with a perfect head-to-body ratio, making him a walking clothes rack. Looking at his cool and handsome nephew, Yuheng was also very satisfied. Very good, let the shop assistant help you pick out a few more sets. Yang Qingxiu looked at his uncle, seemingly wanting to say something but then glanced at the shop assistant and said nothing. Uncle, does it look good? Yang Qingying and Yang Qingyan had also changed their clothes, and Yang Qingyan even smugly twirled around in front of Yuheng. Very good. Yuheng nodded. Your little niece is lively and cheerful, so we chose bright and elegant colors and styles for her, the sales assistant explained to Yuheng. Hee, I think it looks pretty good too. Yang Qingyan happily jumped in front of the dressing mirror to admire herself. Your eldest niece is calm and quiet, so we chose a gentle style and color scheme for her, the shop assistant said, walking over to Yang Qingying. Yang Qingying was a little shy, but she still looked at her uncle expectantly. It looks good too, and it suits Yingying very well. Yuheng genuinely thought it was nice. The shop assistants at this store had a very discerning eye. The clothes you picked out are all very nice. Let's pick out a few more outfits for the two of them, Yuheng said to the shop assistant. Okay, please wait a moment. The shop assistant was very happy. Judging from the customer's expression, he was quite willing to make a purchase. In the end, Yuheng selected 7 sets for Yang Qingxiu, while Yang Qingying and Yang Qingyan each selected 9 sets. Wrap them all up. All of them. The sales clerk stammered with surprise. The commission for so many clothes would be substantial. Ah. Well, would you like to look at a few more sets of sportswear? Your nephews are all still students, right? It's very necessary for students to buy a few more sets of sportswear. Seeing that this person was not short of money, the salesperson quickly started to promote the product. They ended up spending over 500,000 yuan before leaving the store. The mall has a dedicated delivery service, so they don't need to carry the clothes they buy themselves. The mall will deliver them to their homes. Yuheng led the three of them to look at shoes, but before they could even go inside, Yang Qingshu stopped them. "What's wrong?" Yuheng asked. Yang Qingshu lowered his head and said softly, "That's enough, uncle. You've bought too many. We still have a lot of shoes at home." Yuheng looked at the whirl of hair on Yang Qingshu's head, then at Yang Qingying and Yang Qingyan, the two sisters also looking at him nervously. He thought for a moment, then pulled the three siblings to a bench in the mall where people could rest. Yuheng sat down on the bench facing them. Looking them straight in the eye, he slowly asked, "Do you think it's too expensive? We're just students, we shouldn't be pursuing luxury goods." After a long silence, Yang Qingying finally spoke timidly to her uncle. They knew their uncle was wealthy, but the fact that they were spending his money so lavishly made them uneasy. "This isn't a luxury item. It's just like your great-uncle going to the market to buy groceries every day. It's just an ordinary daily necessity." Yuheng looked at them and said, "I know you think it's too expensive, but when money reaches a certain amount, it's just a string of numbers. But uncle has already spent so much for us, we." Yang Qingshu was anxious to say no, but this was his uncle's heartfelt gift, and he didn't know how to organize his words. "Qingshu, if you have the means, would you be willing to support your younger sisters?" Yuheng looked at the boy in front of him with gentle eyes. "Of course I'm willing." Yang Qingshu answered firmly, without a doubt. Not to mention the conditions, if his sisters needed it, he would create the conditions even if there were none. "Hey, uncle is willing too." Yuheng chuckled, stood up, and patted the shoulder of the boy who was only half a head shorter than him. He looked them over seriously but gently and earnestly, saying, "If you want to repay your uncle, it's not about saving him money, but about using the platform he's provided for you to become better versions of yourselves. This is just an ordinary shopping experience in your lives. If there's anything special about it, it's that it's the first time your uncle has bought you a gift. So, can you ask your uncle to give you this opportunity to make up for the years of companionship he's missed?" As the three looked at Yuheng's gentle expression, Yang Qingying was already secretly wiping her eyes, while Yang Qingyan stared at Yuheng with wide eyes, her eyes red-rimmed. "Of course we'd like to. We love uncle very much and want to make it up to him," Yang Qingshu said, his face flushed. He had never expressed his love so openly to anyone before. Yuheng was also taken aback. If Yang Qingyan had said that, he wouldn't have been surprised, but Yang Qingshu had always been a rather quiet and reserved person in his mind. However, looking at the boy who was blushing with embarrassment but still stubbornly staring at him, Yuheng felt for the first time that they were not only a gift left to him by his sister, but also his family and responsibility. "Let's go then, today's mission is to shop to our heart's content." At the entrance of a high-end watch store in the mall, a young man was seen walking towards the store with one boy and two girls. The store staff immediately greeted him warmly. The whole mall is buzzing with the news that a big customer came in today, has already spent several million, and still wants to keep buying. "Hello, welcome to HL." After leading them to the VIP lounge and serving them tea, the HL manager began introducing HL watches to Yuheng and his group. HL watches focus on stylish design and high performance, making them a perfect brand for teenagers who enjoy sports and fashion. The shop assistants had already placed the store's best-selling watches and several high-end commemorative watches, still in their boxes, on the coffee table for customers to choose from. "These are all our best-selling models and rare commemorative editions. Please take a look." The manager half-squatted on the other side of the coffee table, introducing their watches to Yuheng and his group. "This watch is our new 30th anniversary commemorative edition. Its movement uses a self-developed mechanical movement, which is not only highly accurate but also very reliable. The strap is also made of leather, which is very comfortable. It is suitable for both formal occasions and everyday wear. Its design is simple yet stylish, making it a watch suitable for both men and women." Yuheng gestured for the three siblings to choose for themselves. Yang Qingshu picked up a watch and tried it on. It felt pretty good. "You have excellent taste. This watch is perfect for you. It's sophisticated yet stylish, and it won't look out of place at your age. It also showcases your good taste," the manager said sincerely. "It's really not bad. Yuheng doesn't like wearing watches much, but there are occasions when he needs one, so he has a few in his collection at home. And you're having a big discount at the mall today, So this watch will only cost a little over 28 after the discount, the manager enthusiastically recommended. Yang Qingxiu immediately wanted to get the watch, but after glancing at Yuhang and hesitating for a moment, he finally said, "This one will do." Yuhang nodded, indicating improvement. He turned to the two sisters and said, "You two can also pick two, you can keep them as collectibles if you don't want to wear them." The two sisters were also taken aback by the price of the watches, and in the end, they carefully chose two watches that looked the simplest in style. "You two ladies have excellent taste. Both of these are classic collectible pieces from our store. One is 80 yuan after the discount, and the other is 170 yuan. They are perfect for everyday wear, important occasions, or as collectibles," the manager said excitedly. Holding the 1.7 million yuan watch in her hand, Yang Qingying felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. What terrible luck she had. Yang Qingyan was also shocked. "They're all great, wear them." Before they could refuse, Yuhang made the final decision. Yang Qingxiu secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the watches his sisters had chosen, suddenly feeling that he had pretty good luck. Before he could finish his reflections, Yuhang said to the manager, "Let's take a look at your other classic styles." The manager quickly instructed the sales clerks to remove all the watches except those chosen by the three Yang siblings and replace them with a new batch. This one, and this one. Yuhang looked at the newly served watches and casually pointed to three more. "Add the ones they chose before, and wrap them all up." "Okay, please wait a moment, sir," the manager replied excitedly. With a transaction volume of nearly 6 million, she felt that this month's bonus was beckoning her. After taking the three siblings to several more stores, they finally got tired and randomly picked a restaurant in the mall to eat before going home. Ding! The host has completed the task of spending 50 million in mission funds within 7 days. The cashback reward has now been calculated. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a 625 square meter courtyard house in City B, 28% of STW Group's shares, and 95% of Haitian Tourism Development Company, Limited. System, how do you calculate the cashback reward mechanism? The impact I had this time wasn't as great as the last time, was it? After the system calculates the reward, Yuhang will be able to find his properties in the system. The value of the courtyard house goes without saying. He had also heard of STW Group. This is an international periodical publishing group headquartered in Country A, which owns many internationally renowned magazines. The company has established 13 wholly owned subsidiaries in multiple countries and regions, and has authorized local publishing companies in 21 countries to publish a total of 45 magazines. There's even a dedicated design school. The TF Fashion Magazine and HEF Top Men's Magazine, which are highly sought after by celebrities, are both brands under its umbrella. He had just found out from the system that Haitian Company was a tourism development company with multiple beach attractions under its umbrella. Most importantly, it also owns 6 islands overseas. The largest is 182 square kilometers, and the smallest is 5 square kilometers. 2 of the adjacent islands have been developed, one has been transformed into a tourist attraction, and the other into a small tourist city. Host, the intensity of emotional fluctuations will also affect reward calculation. Is that so? Yuhang gently stroked the metal railing with his hand. Standing on the third-floor terrace, he could see Grandma Yu chatting with Sue's mother and daughter-in-law in the pavilion below. The weather was nice today, and Uncle Yu went to the supermarket early. Grandma Yu's daily routine now consists of going grocery shopping with Aunt Jo in the morning, delivering lunch to her son at noon, and preparing dinner with Aunt Jo in the afternoon so that the children can eat together when they come home. Perhaps it was the relief from the pressures of life, or perhaps it was the reunion with family, but recently the old lady's sorrowful expression has faded, and even her full head of white hair shines with a silvery glow in the sunlight. "Are we going to City A tomorrow?" Grandma Yu asked, her face full of reluctance. After dinner, Yuhang told his family that he was going out. "Yes, Uncle, you've only been back for a few days. Can't you not go?" Yang Qingyan was very reluctant to part with her uncle. "Don't be silly, your uncle has important business to attend to." Yang Qingxiu scolded his sister. Although he was also reluctant to part with his uncle, he felt that he couldn't delay his uncle's important business. "Oh, so reluctant to part with your uncle." Yuhang patted the head of the little girl who was clinging to his arm and acting coquettishly. How about I take a day off and go with my uncle?" Before Yang Qingyan could get a reply from Yuhang, her older sister tapped her on the head. Don't even think about it. Not only will it interfere with uncle's important business, but why are you asking for leave for no reason? That's right, students can't just take leave anytime, Uncle Yu said with a serious expression. You stay home obediently. Grandma Yu also looked disapproving, and then asked Yuhang, when are you coming back? It's not certain yet. Yuhang didn't actually plan to stay here permanently. However, it is common for young people to work away from home for a year and rarely return, so apart from the reluctance of sudden separation, people generally accept their work away from home. If you're busy, you don't need to rush back, but you should be able to come back for the new year, right? Grandma Yu asked. I'll definitely come back for the Chinese New Year. I'm not sure about New Year's Day yet, but I'll try to come back if I have time, Yuhang replied to Grandma Yu after thinking for a moment. I heard your school has a New Year's Eve party. Have you two prepared any performances? Yuhang asked the two sisters again. We haven't even started preparing yet, but if you come to watch, Uncle, I'll definitely go on stage, Yang Qingyan happily assured her uncle. I don't have any special talents. Yang Qingyan lowered her head and twisted her fingers. Really? Then Yingying can watch it with me from the audience. But if I don't come back, Yingying has to film your party for me, otherwise it would be a shame if I missed it, Yuhang comforted Yang Qingyan. Okay, Uncle, don't worry. Even if you're busy, I'll still film Yan Yan and everyone's performance for you to see. Yang Qingyan felt needed and instantly revived. The family went over some trivial matters together, and the next day Yuhang took a plane to City A. I checked into the presidential suite at the hotel arranged by the company in City A, and will rest for a day today. Zhang Xueming has been urging him several times. November 20th, which is tomorrow, is the company's anniversary celebration. He didn't show up in front of the senior management last time, so this time he must come and participate. Mr. Yu, Mr. Zhang sent someone to deliver the formal attire. Zhang knocked on the door. Okay. Yuhang took a bathrobe, put it on, and came out of the bathroom. A passenger on the plane got airsick and vomited today. Although the first-class cabin was spacious and the person was several seats away from him, Yuhang still faintly smelled the odor. As soon as he arrived at the hotel, he went to take a shower. Upon entering the living room, the hotel's private butler was already waiting with a man with a ponytail. Next to them were two assistants pushing a display rack of formal wear, on which hung 4 haute couture suits. Hello, Mr. Yu, I am Elmer, the designer of the dress. These are my 2 assistants. Elmer took 2 steps forward to introduce herself when she saw Yuhang come out. Hello, Mr. Yu. The 2 assistants also hurriedly greeted him. Hello. Yuhang nodded casually. In the blink of an eye, he picked out a dress. Since I don't know your size in detail, please try it on first and I'll adjust the size for you. Elmer, with her ponytail, looked serious, but her voice still revealed a hint of allure. This one will do. Yuhang pointed to a classic black suit and gestured for Zhang to take it to his room. He didn't have a habit of changing clothes in front of others. Okay. Without needing the clothing assistant's help, Zhang readily took the clothes and followed Yuhang to the room, put them down, and then left. The clothes fit him surprisingly well. Yuhang is nearly 1.9 meters tall, and although he looks thin, he has a habit of working out and is the type who looks thin in clothes but muscular when undressed. Mr. Yu looks great in a suit. Elmer exclaimed, circling Yuhang twice while checking his size, her face full of amazement. The men before her not only possessed a handsome appearance that surpassed many male celebrities in the entertainment industry, but also exuded an aura of authority, yet he did not outwardly display any sharpness, concealing his true strength. Would Mr. Yu like to try on a few other outfits? Shall I try on some different ones for you? Elmer leaned forward to help Yuhang remove his suit jacket, her eyes meeting Yuhang's for a moment, her gaze subtly suggestive. No need, this one is fine. Yuhang grabbed Elmer's outstretched hand, indicating his refusal. Iron the clothes and bring them over tomorrow morning. Seeing that the boss didn't intend to accept the offer, Zhang, who had been pretending not to notice, quickly instructed the hotel's private butler. Okay, we'll make all the arrangements. The sensible butler immediately chimed in, and then gestured for the designers to leave. This way, please. Elmer sighed inwardly. This man was considered a top-tier catch even in the fashion world, but she didn't even notice him. Goodbye, Mr. Yu. Please contact us if you need anything. Although it was regrettable, Elmer remained professional and didn't probe further, politely saying goodbye. The weather was nice the next day. The sun came out early and shone warmly on people, putting them in a good mood as soon as they stepped outside. Universal Media is financially powerful, so its anniversary celebrations are always very grand. This year's event marks the new chairman's first public appearance, making it even more grand than before. I heard the new chairman will be attending the anniversary celebration today. You all need to be on your guard. We don't know the new chairman's personality yet. Even if you can't win his favor, don't do anything to offend him, understand? This was the agent warning the young stars under his management. Sister, what do you think the new chairman will be like? A new broom sweeps clean. I wonder where the new chairman will set his sights on, the assistant asked Wei Ying-ho beside her, her voice tinged with worry. The new chairman is here, what about General Manager Zhang? Several senior executives gathered together, worried about the management changes. With a new director in office, I wonder how long Lu Junwen can continue to act arrogantly in the company, relying on his uncle. Old Gua, didn't the company reject your proposal before? Why don't you try it with the chairman? Brother Song, I heard a new chairman has taken office. Should we give it a try? It can't get any worse than it is now. Chairman, please have a seat here. Zhang Xueming led Yuheng to the best viewing spot below the stage. The anniversary celebration of Universal Media was held on the 28th floor of the Universal Building. The entire 28th floor was used for banquets today, so the venue was quite spacious. In addition to speeches by company leaders, there will also be performances by artists later. Although the celebrities' appearances on stage are entirely voluntary and unpaid, many artists still compete for these 10 performance opportunities. For established and popular celebrities, this is a good opportunity, but for smaller artists and newcomers, it could be a chance to gain the appreciation of higher-ups and receive strong support. Therefore, they employ a variety of methods. Of course, it's not that big-name celebrities wouldn't try to get this opportunity, but they're more concerned about saving face and aren't as open about it. Yuheng sat with Zhang Xueming to his left and Zhang In to his right, shaking hands with waves of company executives who came to greet the chairman. When the time came, the host took the stage, and the anniversary celebration officially began. After listening to the company leaders' speeches on stage, the performance began. Yuheng was supposed to go on stage and say a few words, but he refused. It wasn't because he was nervous or timid, it was simply because he didn't like it. And he had the power to say no to anything he didn't like. So Zhang Xueming spoke on his behalf. The company's programs certainly don't just feature celebrities, they also include performances by senior executives and employees from various departments. The leaders' performances are mostly meant to express an attitude of sharing joy with the people and to bring them closer to their employees. The employees perform in order to earn high bonuses. Huan Yu doesn't force employees in each department to produce shows, they only use high rewards to keep them engaged. Therefore, even ordinary employees are full of enthusiasm during each anniversary celebration. This group is pretty good, huh? Have they debuted yet? I don't think I've ever heard of them. Yuheng commented to Zhang Xueming from below the stage about the boy group that was singing and dancing on stage. This D9 boy group has only been around for a short time, and they are all outstanding trainees from the company. Zhang Xueming leaned closer to Yuheng's ear. They are currently filming a group variety show to gain a group fanbase first. Their future plans should focus on both acting and singing. It would be quite difficult to stay on stage all the time. Yuheng nodded. He didn't know much about these things, but he asked because he thought their performance was very energetic. The performers were very professional, but the programs prepared by the leaders were only passable. The main focus was on the performances by employees from various departments. I don't know whether to say they put their hearts into it or just let loose, their performances were incredibly diverse and hilarious. Even Yuheng laughed heartily, feeling that the essence of humanity was abstract. After the performance, there was an awards ceremony and lucky draw. The prizes prepared by Huan Yu included high-end mobile phones, home appliances, large red envelopes, and even 2 luxury cars worth millions. The atmosphere at the scene was brought to a climax by the huge prizes. Ah! I won. Damn it, I was just one number short. Wow, there's 5,000 in my red envelope. Hee hee, my wife can use this phone, she's been wanting to get a new one. Old Chen, you're so lucky. I only got a 1,000 yuan red envelope, your refrigerator must be worth 7,000 or 8,000 yuan, right? I knew it, I'd only ever get a consolation prize of 500 every year. After the fervor comes calm. People gathered in small groups, some discussing their prizes, others trying to curry favor with the leaders, and still others seeking autographs from celebrities, the list goes on. All right friends, now it's time for the meal. Please take your seats and enjoy your meal. I hope you all have a pleasant time, the host said as he took the stage. Everyone sat down next to people they knew well, so they could eat and chat at the same time. The anniversary celebration at Universal Studios features a semi-self-service style, where you can choose your favorite food yourself or ask the waiter to bring you the dishes you like from the menu. Of course, the waiters and chefs today were all hired from a 5-star hotel. Today is the anniversary celebration, and the cafeteria staff are also employees, so they all came to participate in the event. Yu Heng was naturally seated at the same table as Zhang Xueming, Zhang An, and the 3 deputy general managers. Mr. Yu, please try this shrimp and beef dish. It's spicy, flavorful, and quite delicious, a deputy general manager introduced. Oldie, your taste is too strong. If you ask me, this Yangzhou-style wind-dried goose is better, another vice president said, disagreeing. Haha, Lao Yi and Lao He, the dishes you recommended are not good enough. I think the best dish today has to be this dragon and phoenix soup. The oldest vice president said, President Yu, try it. The ingredients for this dragon and phoenix soup are fresh, and the chef's skills are superb. I feel like I haven't had such a good soup in a long time. He finished speaking with a look of emotion. This is obviously not a suitable occasion to talk about work, so everyone is making the most of this great opportunity to build a relationship with the boss and won't let the atmosphere become awkward. Yu Heng would try the dishes after each vice president introduced them, but he felt he was not worthy of the food introduced by the oldest vice president, Li. Mr. Zhang, please try it. Yu Heng decided to shift the blame elsewhere. Unexpectedly, after Zhang Xueming tried it, he said it tasted pretty good. Yu Heng paused for a moment, then changed the subject. Even though we're not talking about work today, chasing after your boss to discuss topics they don't like isn't the kind of emotional intelligence a professional should have. So everyone happily stopped mentioning that bowl of soup. When they had almost finished eating, a woman in a formal dress with delicate features approached with a glass of red wine. Chairman, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Wei Lanyan. It's an honor to dine with you today. I'd like to offer you a toast. She then drank the wine in one gulp. Zhang Xueming smiled and said to Yu Heng, this is our company's best actress, Wei Ying. She has devoted herself to the company for almost 10 years and is a great contributor to the company. Yu Heng raised his glass to Wei Lanyan in acknowledgement, then took a small sip. I dare not accept the title of hero, I should thank the company for its cultivation of me, Wei Lanyan replied with a smile. Knowing that there were many people who wanted to toast the chairman, she decided not to keep blocking the way and annoy them. Then, Chairman Zhang and all the leaders, please enjoy your meal. I'll head over now. Seeing Yu Heng and Zhang Xueming nod to him, she pulled down the hem of her dress and left gracefully. Sure enough, many people came over to offer him a toast. Even though he only took a small sip each time someone came over, there were so many people that Yu Heng already felt drunk. Chairman Dong, hello, I am Wu Zhoula from the D9 boy group. Ji Chenyu. Lin Lin. Zhou Xingze. The 4 boys from D9 appeared beside him at some point, each holding a glass of red wine. Thank you for your appreciation, Chairman. We will definitely work hard, improve our professional skills, refrain from spreading rumors, and strive to create value for the company. After excitedly expressing their loyalty, the 4 boys drank the wine in their cups in one gulp. Yu Heng felt a little dazed. He wondered if he was really drunk. How come he didn't know when he had told the D9 boy group that he appreciated them? However, faced with 4 pairs of bright eyes, Yu Heng couldn't say anything more, and could only say, keep it up. As if encouraged, the 4 boys replied in unison, we won't let you down. The sound was so loud that Yu Heng wanted to clean his ears. After bowing to thank Yu Heng, the 4 of them excitedly ran off to find their manager. As newcomers who had only recently debuted, they weren't supposed to be toasting the chairman. After all, there were too many people who wanted to toast him, and they didn't dare block their senior's way. Moreover, although today is meant to be a day of celebration with the employees, it would be a dereliction of duty for Zhang Xueming if people of all ranks came to toast the chairman. However, the agent received a message from Zhang's assistant, Li Mo, saying that the chairman had mentioned the D9 boy group and said they were very good. This gave the boys the opportunity to offer a toast. Yuheng felt that it was just a casual word of encouragement, probably mostly meant to comfort him. But for D9, they will have more opportunities in the future. After all, this is someone the chairman mentioned. Department leaders have to give face to their superiors no matter what. Even if the person above just said it casually, who dares to bet that the leader didn't remember it? There's another anniversary celebration in the afternoon. After all, not all employees can leave their posts to participate in the event. It's not that we don't give holidays, but the company has a special nature. Not to mention others, the artist department and the public relations department cannot take holidays. So why not hold 2 sessions so that everyone can rotate positions? However, Yuheng declined to participate in the afternoon session. He asked Zhang Xueming to stay and continue hosting, and then took Zhang back to the hotel. Yuheng isn't a very good drinker, and he got a little drunk today. When Zhang drove the car into the hotel parking lot, he discovered that Yuheng in the back seat had fallen asleep against the car window. After checking that the temperature inside the car was comfortable, Zhang didn't wake Yuheng. Instead, he sat in the car and waited for Yuheng to wake up. Yuheng was woken up by a text message on his phone. "How long have I been asleep?" Yuheng asked Zhang, rubbing his forehead. 16 minutes will be counted from when you arrive at the parking lot, Zhang said. Yuheng took out his phone and glanced at it, only to find that it was a message from Chu Anlin. "Chu, Aia. I'm going to die. I'm going to die." Chu, image, a red banner hangs on the wall of a residential area, which reads, "Mr. Yu and Mr. Chu were defrauded of 550,000 yuan by a website for donating money. Love is passed on, and true feelings endure, but be careful to verify information. Chu, what is he oh-haying about? What is he oh-haying about? Chu, cat head crying JPG." Yuheng rubbed his forehead again, his head was hurting even more. "You, where did you come from?" "Chu, my cousin sent it to me, and he even made fun of me." "Chu, will the paparazzi find out about me?" "Chu, wah, I'm so ashamed." Chu, crying uncontrollably. JPG. "You, don't worry, it shouldn't happen, and it's not a bad thing either. So what if it gets exposed? Chu, how could this be? How am I supposed to face anyone after this? Chu, I don't want to. Chu, if this gets exposed, I'll jump off a building." Chu, jumps into the river. Chu, hangs himself up in a tree with a rope. Yuheng. "Okay, I can tell you're really upset." Looking at the 18 death moves that Chu Anlin was preparing to perform on his phone, Yuheng's slight embarrassment at being hung on the banner quickly faded away. Heh. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. Zhang looked up at Yuheng in the rearview mirror. Yuheng had one hand on the car door, propping his head up at an angle, while the other hand was replying to a message. His face was full of tenderness and doting affection. Zhang guessed it must be information about Miss Yang Qingyan, since she always had some quirky ideas and endless things to say. Back in his hotel room, the first thing Yuheng did was go to the bathroom to take a shower. Zhang asked the hotel staff to come and collect Yuheng's clothes and prepare clean clothes for him. "Mr. Yu, would you like to order anything else to eat?" Zhang asked as Yuheng came out. "No need, you should rest today too. I'll take a nap and take care of myself tonight. You can come with me to the Huanyu meeting tomorrow morning." Yuheng waved for Zhang to leave. "Yes, Mr. Yu," Zhang replied softly, then closed the door behind him and headed to his room. "On the way, I thought I'd go back and rest for a while, then get up later to prepare the materials that General Manager you might need for tomorrow's meeting." My mind was filled with various work arrangements. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, looked at the bright sun outside, and suddenly remembered that Miss Yang Qingyan was going to school today, and she wouldn't bring her phone to school. The person who sent the message to Mr. Yu today could be a close friend, or a younger relative he doesn't know. Of course, there's another possibility, she could be the future boss's wife. Hiss. It seems he needs to start preparing a contingency plan on how to get along with his boss's other half. After all, even if this isn't the case, his boss is already at the age where he needs to find a partner. Over the next 2 days, Yuheng took Zhang into Huanyu for 2 meetings and several dinners with the company's senior management. Zhang Xueming also introduced him to some big bosses and shareholders in the investment circle. Phew. Back at the hotel, Yuheng sat on the living room sofa, loosened his tie, and revealed his delicate collarbone. Zhang and brewed Yuheng a cup of his favorite Dahong Pao tea and placed it on the coffee table to his right. Go to Country A tomorrow to handle the assets under my name. I'll send the documents to your phone later. Yuheng picked up his teacup, first smelling the aroma of the tea, then taking a sip. Zhang's skills are quite good. When you get there, go find Lawrence Winter at the Lawrence Law Firm. He will help you with these matters. This Lauberg Wyant is the system's advanced bionic robot. After the tycoon's death, it transforms into the owner of a high-end law firm, acting as the tycoon's personal lawyer and helping to manage the tycoon's estate. Okay. I guess that president you might have more than one asset, but I didn't expect him to have one overseas as well. Should I hire a personal assistant for you while I'm away? Yuheng thought about it and realized that it was indeed necessary. Recently, Zhang'an has been running around taking care of all the trivial matters for him, and he has found that having an assistant by his side is really convenient. However, the original purpose of recruiting Zhang'an was to assist him in asset management, so making him do these miscellaneous tasks is clearly a waste of his talents. It is necessary. You will probably be quite busy in the future and won't have time to stay by my side all the time. Yuheng nodded, but there's no rush. We can talk about it when you come back from Country A. Okay. Zhang'an secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he heard his boss's arrangements for his future. Despite earning a high salary, Zhang'an felt quite insecure because he was always doing a job that could be replaced at any time. Only when the boss assigns you work can you prove your abilities, and only by proving your abilities can you gain the boss's attention. Capable people are afraid of not having opportunities. The next morning, Yuheng went to the gym first, as he had been attending too many dinner parties in the past few days and was seriously lacking in exercise. He didn't have the hotel butler bring breakfast to his room. After exercising and taking a shower, he went downstairs to the breakfast restaurant by himself. When Yuheng arrived, it must have been quite late. There were very few customers in the restaurant. "Hello sir, would you like our dining service?" Upon seeing Yuheng enter, the waiter closest to him quickly walked up to him and asked. "No need, I can do it myself." Yuheng waved the waiter away, grabbed a sandwich and some milk, and prepared to sit down and eat. He was about to sit by the window, but when he turned around, he saw a familiar figure in the corner. "Would you mind sharing a table?" Chu Anlin was planting mushrooms in the corner when she was startled by the sudden noise. "Ah. Yuheng." Chu Anlin looked up and saw Yuheng standing across the table, smiling at him. "Why are you alone? Where are your agent and assistant?" Yuheng put down his breakfast, pulled out a chair, and sat down. The person who was originally full of surprise immediately wilted. Sister Chio went to the film set to help me with the role, and Xiao Wang went upstairs to pack his luggage. "You're going to join a film crew to shoot a movie?" Yuheng took a bite of his sandwich, raised an eyebrow, and thought, isn't this a good thing? "Hey! What are we filming? I got kicked out of the production team." Chu Anlin wouldn't have said this to someone he wasn't close to, but in his heart, Yuheng had been through thick and thin with him. Yuheng paused in his chewing of the sandwich. What did it mean to return it? This thing was like buying something. Could it really be returned? Why? Yuheng swallowed the sandwich in his mouth and asked cautiously. He was afraid that if he didn't greet them properly, it would be like reopening old wounds. It was just a role as the second male lead in a movie. I was already confirmed, but the producer had someone with connections who squeezed me out. Seeing that Yuheng didn't quite understand, Chu Anlin explained it to him. Sigh. I was so happy to get this role, and I even turned down several other gigs afterward. Chu Anlin said with a helpless expression, but oh well, circumstances are beyond our control. At least they gave me a guest spot on a variety show. Don't you guys sign contracts? Yuheng asked, puzzled. They don't care about the penalty for breach of contract, and they have some connections there, so we can't make things too ugly, Chu Anlin explained. Yuheng understood. Either he had a powerful background himself, or he had climbed up to someone with a powerful background. "Oh right, didn't you say you wanted to see my performance at the New Year's Eve gala? You'll be able to see it this Saturday." Chu Anlin had let her mood sink for a while, but now she was back to her usual self. After all, having resources snatched away is a common occurrence in the entertainment industry. Yu Heng was drinking milk when he heard this and almost choked. He first took out his phone to check the time, and it was indeed still November. Isn't the New Year's Eve gala broadcast on New Year's Day? Chu Anlin rolled her eyes at Heng Qing. "Humph. I knew you didn't care about me at all." Then she felt that her words sounded a bit strange. Is this a matter of caring or not? Yu Heng didn't notice their conversation was strange either. He felt this needed to be clarified, otherwise, conversations on different wavelengths could easily cause problems. This Saturday is still more than a month until New Year's Day. Ah, it's not that New Year's Eve gala. It's a variety show on Apple TV to warm up for the new year, called New Year's Eve Gala. It selects programs that can be performed on the New Year's Eve gala, and they're all crosstalk and skits. Seeing that Yu Heng seemed to really take the message he sent him seriously, Chu Anlin felt a little guilty. He thought that even if Yu Heng didn't know, he would at least look it up. After all, how could a New Year's Eve gala be rehearsed more than a month in advance? And now that the New Year's Eve gala is so popular, he was just thinking that Yu Heng probably, maybe, or perhaps would find out. Did Yu Heng really trust him that much? The more Chu Anlin thought about it, the more guilty she felt, and she quietly shrank back into her chair. Ha! Yu Heng sneered and slammed the cup down on the table with a thud. It wasn't that Yu Heng trusted him that much, it was just his professional bias that made him think that someone in the industry would definitely know more than someone outside of it. As a result, this friend who had been scammed along with him was scammed again. Chu Anlin shrank back in shock, looking up at the sky and down at the ground, but not daring to look at Yu Heng. Yu Heng felt both angry and amused, looking at Chu Anlin, who was both incompetent and playful. Didn't you say you could sing? What kind of songs are you going to sing for a show full of crosstalk and skits? Are you lying to me again? No, I'm just playing a singer in there. Chu Anlin quickly explained, I'm just playing a singer chasing his dream. I don't have many lines, but I sing a lot. Yu Heng was about to retort a couple more times, but when he saw the person in front of him with a fawning expression, his almond-shaped eyes slightly curved, his pink lips gently parted to reveal a hint of pearly white teeth. Its eyes are fixed on you, like a puppy begging for food. Yu Heng coughed lightly, pressing his fist to his mouth, and looked away. Never mind, but are you going to a gig later? No rush. I've had some free time these past few days and I'm planning to go back to City C. Seeing that Yu Heng had moved on from the topic, Chu Anlin chuckled. Your home is also in City C? Yu Heng asked, somewhat surprised. What do you mean, also? I'm originally from City C. Chu Anlin was speechless at Yu Heng's question. Oh, I'm sorry, I was worried about what you said about going to your grandma's house last time. My maternal grandmother is from Mingshan District, and my family lives in Jinghe District. Chu Anlin said, then suddenly realized, ah. You're also from Mingshan District, right? Did you move there later or have you always lived there? Maybe we've met before. I lived in Mingshan District for a long time when I was a child. And I lived in Mingshan District during my winter and summer vacations until junior high school. Never seen it before. Yu Heng picked up his cup and finished his milk. Are you so sure? Chu Anlin stared at him. I have a very good memory. Yu Heng wiped his mouth with a tissue. He stood up. Have you finished eating? Hey, let's go together. Chu Anlin quickly got up and left as well. He had already finished eating, but he was in a bad mood and wanted to be alone for a while, so he asked Xiao Wang to go upstairs first. However, after chatting with Yu Heng for a couple of minutes, he completely forgot about what had upset him. Hey, you're so arrogant. How do you know you're not mistaken? Chu Anlin pressed Yu Heng for an answer. Which floor? Yu Heng pressed his own floor number and then asked Chu Anlin. You still haven't answered me, said Chu Anlin, 26th floor. You're so beautiful, I'll never forget you if I've seen you before, Yu Heng said casually. Suddenly, the elevator fell silent. Yu Heng couldn't wait for Chu Anlin to continue her chattering questions, so he turned to look at her. He saw that Chu Anlin had her head slightly lowered, so he couldn't see her expression, but her two farriers had turned bright red. Yuheng belatedly realized what he had said and wanted to explain, but when he opened his mouth, he didn't know what to say. An awkward silence fell over the elevator. Ding! Fortunately, the elevator arrived at the 26th floor a few seconds later. I've arrived. Chu Anlin said without looking up, and quickly ran out. Oh. Okay, Yuheng replied blankly. Goodbye. The voice was cut off by the elevator doors. After standing there for a while, Yuheng raised his hand and wiped his face. What's going on here? He then ran his hand through his hair in frustration. Back in his room, Yuheng was still thinking about how he could have said such a thing. Then he thought, why couldn't he have said it? Chu Anlin is indeed very beautiful, isn't she? After thinking it over, Yuheng decided to pack his luggage. He shouldn't be making trouble for himself here. City C station is approaching. Passengers, please take your luggage and wait at either end of the carriage to disembark. City C station is almost here. After getting off the high-speed train and returning to City C, Yuheng let out a heavy sigh of relief. It's only been about half a month, but it feels like a long time has passed. There have been a lot of things happening during this period. The loss of his loved ones had left him feeling depressed even while staying in City C. But this is, after all, his hometown, the land where he grew up. Stepping onto this land again, he still felt a long-lost sense of longing. Just as he was about to raise his hand to hail a taxi, a white minivan stopped in front of him. It really is you. Where are you going? Let me give you a ride. The rear window opened, revealing the face I had just seen that morning. This is troublesome, 1 Jean Apartments. Yuheng hesitated for a moment, then got into the car and said to Xiao Wang in the driver's seat. You're back in City C too. As Yuheng got into the car, Chu Anlin recalled the awkwardness of the morning. Sensing the stiffness around him, Yuheng felt a little embarrassed for some reason. Oh right, you just arrived too. Ah. Then came a long silence. Xiao Wang glanced at the two men in the rearview mirror. At first, he thought this man was friends with Brother Chu, but after listening to their conversation, he felt they didn't seem to be. Moreover, both of them were sitting upright, creating a quiet yet eerie atmosphere, which made Xiao Wang sit up straight as well, pretending to be focused on driving without looking to the side. The white van sped along the road, and finally, they arrived at the 1 Jean Apartments. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. I've arrived. Thank you all for today. Goodbye. Yuheng got out of the car and said goodbye politely. Of course, goodbye. Chu Anlin smiled slightly and nodded reservedly. Their eyes met, but the moment was spent looking away. Whoosh, the car started up again, and Chu Anlin slumped back in the back seat. Brother Chu, who is that? Xiao Wang was really curious. A friend of mine, Chu Anlin said. Xiao Wang wanted to ask, do you think I believe you? But seeing Chu Anlin looking exhausted and resting with her eyes closed, Xiao Wang didn't dare say anything more. Although Brother Chu doesn't have any scheduled activities these days, the loss of the second male lead role has still had a significant impact on him. It's not just about deleting press releases and being ridiculed and mocked by rival fans and haters. More importantly, this movie is a contender for awards, featuring a renowned director, a big budget, and a cast of award-winning actors. Although he's the second male lead, this is a male lead drama. The second male lead has a lot of screen time and is very likable. If it's successful, Brother Chu could rise to the top tier directly because of this drama. As a result, they were squeezed out by someone with connections, and it happened after they had already signed a contract with the production team and were about to start filming. Who wouldn't be angry? Even Sister Chiu couldn't help but curse that bitch in the office. However, Chu Anlin wasn't thinking about work at the moment. He was just reminiscing about everything that had happened between him and Yuheng. Thinking of Yuheng's composed demeanor, imposing figure, and handsome face. Oh no, it's love at first sight. But, although they could be considered ordinary friends, they didn't really know each other. He always felt that when he met someone he liked in the future, it might be love at first sight, it might develop over time, or it might even be a melodramatic hero saving the damsel in distress. But the reality is that he has inexplicably fallen for someone. What's going on between him and Yuhang? It was a somewhat special, but not particularly special, acquaintance. Frequent but meaningless chatter. Thinking and thinking. Chu Anlin bent over, covered her face with her hands, and sobbed. He, Chu Anlin, is nothing more than a shallow, superficial person obsessed with good looks. Host, do you accept the new mission? I accept. After cleaning the apartment, Yuhang lay half reclined on the sofa to rest. It was already dark by then. Yuhang didn't turn on the lights. Outside the window, the tall buildings were all covered in neon lights, and colorful lights danced on the glass curtain walls. Please spend the 200 million mission funds within 7 days. No restrictions on the method of consumption. The cashback reward for completing a task depends on the host's completion rate of that task. There will be no reward if the mission fails. System, you said that I might get an advanced bionic robot after completing the mission, right? Yes, host. Are you going to give me a robot directly, or the information on how to make one? The host can choose. Yuhang sat up, his eyes dark. Is it all the data for making bionic robots? The maximum completion rate for the data is 90%. Yuhang frowned. He didn't know if 90% completion was a high or low figure. He would only know after seeing the robot in person. He had originally planned to go to country A to see it for himself, but after thinking about it, he gave up. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to resist the urge to take it apart and study it. It's even more frustrating to see something you can't have. If you give me a bionic robot, can it then create another bionic robot? Yuhang asked. It can manufacture ordinary robots. Yuhang sighed. He had still taken things for granted. What if I never reach the task completion level that would reward the bionic robot? The host can choose to set it as the final reward after all tasks are completed, or split it into multiple rewards. Yuhang's eyes lit up. I choose to split it into multiple rewards. Host request received. The task cashback rewards have been readjusted for the host. The next day, Yuhang got up early. He hadn't gone running in Liuhu Park for a long time, and he was going to go for a run today. Although he moved out of his home and into an apartment, the two places are actually not far apart. They still share the distance of a park. The park is also lively on winter mornings, with many elderly people exercising and parents bringing their children out for some fresh air. On the contrary, there are very few young people like Yuhang, and most of them are out walking their pets. Yuhang jogged slowly along the lakeside. Liuhu Lake is an artificial lake, approximately 2 square kilometers in size. Although the willows have lost their green leaves in winter, their branches are still full of life and vitality, swaying in the wind as if showing people their vitality. After running 3 laps, Yuhang wiped his sweat and prepared to head back. As he passed the fitness plaza, an old man called out to him. You're you from the Li family, right? Even in the dead of winter, the old man, still dressed in a Tai Chi practice uniform, held a Tai Chi sword, looked at Yuhang, and asked after several glances to confirm. Grandpa Ma, it's me. Yuhang looked at the old man, who was an acquaintance of his grandfather. He had seen him playing chess with his grandfather in the park several times. Oh, it really is you. I haven't seen you in so long. Then, remembering that the child's family had recently passed away, she added, Oh, my condolences. It's okay, I've been busy with work lately, Yuhang smiled and said. It's good to be busy with work. Young people should work hard. In the future, they will be adults in charge of their own families and must be able to shoulder the responsibilities of their families. Grandpa Ma said with a satisfied look. As long as a person's spirit doesn't falter, he won't fall apart. Yes, then I'll head back now, Grandpa Ma, Yuhang replied. He was sweating a little and wanted to go back and take a shower. I remember you and Dong are quite close, right? Grandpa Ma hesitated for a moment before asking. Yes, Dong Sinyao and I have been friends for many years. Yuhang looked puzzled. Why was he suddenly asking about old Dong? What happened to him? That shouldn't be the case. Although they haven't been in much contact lately, Dong Sinyao went to great lengths to help Yuhang when his mother passed away. After graduating from university, Yuhang took on side jobs at home to take care of his mother, while Dong Sinyao went to work in a large factory. Besides the reason they haven't been in touch much lately, it's also because Dong Sinyao helped him take all his annual leave last time and is currently working overtime like crazy at the company. My wife said that Dong seems to be in trouble and is selling his car to raise money. Grandpa Ma wasn't too sure either, but he had a well-informed wife who knew most of what was going on in the neighborhood. Yu Heng's expression darkened, but he still politely said goodbye to Grandpa Ma. He didn't bring his phone with him when he went for his morning run. Back at the apartment, Yu Heng didn't even take a shower. As soon as he entered the room, he took out his phone and called Dong Senyao. Hello. After a few rings, Dong Senyao finally answered the phone. His voice was hoarse and tired, clearly indicating that he hadn't had a good rest. Old Yu, why are you calling me? I've been busy lately and don't have time to go out for barbecue together. He wanted to make a few more jokes, but Yu Heng interrupted him directly, coldly asking, where are you now? Walking into the city hospital again, Yu Heng still felt depressed, but he didn't care about it much anymore. Take the elevator to the 15th floor, find room 1508, and go straight in. I happened to see Dong Senyao sitting to the side, replying to messages on his phone. Yu Heng's anger surged. He grabbed Dong Senyao's collar, lifted him up, and clenched his right fist, stopping it 3 inches from Dong Senyao's nose. Hey, Lao Yu, you scared me. Dong Senyao seemed not to see the fist in front of him, slapping the hand Yu Heng was using to grab his collar. Loosen up, you're choking me. Humph. Yu Heng gave him a cold look and shoved him away. She sat down beside the hospital bed and asked, Aunt Yu, are you all right? Dong Senyao's mother, Yu Menmen, still looked pale and tired from the surgery, but her eyes were gentle. Don't blame Yao Yao, I told him not to tell you. By the way, how are your sister and the others? Yu Heng and Dong Senyao are childhood friends. They spent about a third of their lives at each other's homes when they were young, so both sets of parents treated them almost like their own children, as they grew up in each other's care. Mom, how many times have I told you not to call me Yao Yao? Dong Senyao's protests were ignored by both of them. It's great, I have 3 little nephews now. Yu Heng told Yu Menmen about his grandmother and the others, but only the good things. Having suffered a serious illness that had taken a toll on her health, Yu Menmen fell asleep as she spoke. Let's talk outside. He tucked the blanket around Yu Menmen and then gave Dong Senyao a look. Beside the flower bed in the hospital, Dong Senyao took out a cigarette with a worried expression and lit it. He took a deep drag and was about to speak when a nurse walked over and said, What are you doing? Don't you know smoking is prohibited in the hospital? I'm outside. Dong Senyao felt wronged after being yelled at by the nurse. He wasn't even inside the hospital. Indoor or outdoor? Smoking is strictly prohibited in the hospital. The nurse glared at him. Put it out right now. Having dealt with doctors who prescribed the wrong medications, disobedient patients, and unreasonable family members, the nurse's authority was not to be underestimated. Hey! Hey! Dong Senyao quickly stubbed out his cigarette, then picked up the butt and ran to the nearest trash can to throw it in. Be more careful next time. Hospitals are places to treat and save lives, not places for you to smoke. The nurse warned Dong Senyao a couple more times before leaving. Yu Heng watched from the side, his forehead veins throbbing. He took a deep breath to calm himself down and glared at Dong Senyao. Oh, okay, I know I was wrong. I really didn't mean to not tell you about this. It's just that my mom's illness came on suddenly, and even when she was lucid, she didn't want me to tell you, afraid of bothering you. Then what's the story behind you selling the car? Yu Heng asked. Dong Senyao's family was neither well-off nor poor. Back then, his father owned 2 large supermarkets, and the family was considered wealthy. However, Dong Senyao's father couldn't escape the curse that men become bad when they have money. He had an affair, and his mistress even came to their door to provoke him while heavily pregnant. In the end, in order to win custody of Dong Senyao, Yu Menmen only managed to get the house they currently live in. She got nothing else. Because the situation was so ugly back then, Dong Senyao's father only paid a little child support at first, and then stopped. Yu Menmen herself is also a teacher, but she is a primary school teacher with a limited salary. She can support Dong Senyao through university without much trouble, but the family doesn't have much savings left. But Dong Senyao had worked for 2 years and his salary wasn't low, so he shouldn't be so desperate as to have to sell his car. I didn't expect the treatment to be so expensive. It's really a bit tight on funds. Dong Senyao scratched the back of his head. Then why didn't you tell me? Yu Heng growled. His best friend was in trouble and didn't tell him, which made Yuheng a little angry. Hey, it's not that bad yet. I sold the car just to be on the safe side. The doctor said my mom's condition is basically under control, and there shouldn't be any major problems later. Dong Sinyao was full of survival instinct. What happened to Auntie? Yuheng had rushed over and hadn't yet spoken with the doctor about Yumanman's condition. Severe acute pancreatitis. I went through 2 ICU resuscitations, but fortunately my condition has stabilized now, but I need to rest at home properly afterward. Since he couldn't smoke, Dong Sinyao took out 2 pieces of chewing gum and chewed them. What about your work? You took your annual leave before. Your company must be quite busy, right? Can you take so much leave? Yuheng frowned slightly. Moreover, Auntie would need to recuperate at home afterward, so it would be best if someone could take care of her. Hee hee, I quit my job. You'll have to take me under your wing from now on, bro. Dong Sinyao shrugged nonchalantly. Although quitting was a bit of a pity, taking care of his mother was more important than her health. Yuheng punched Dong Sinyao on the shoulder. All right, get ready to call the boss. The two went upstairs to watch over Yumenman after she finished her injection. All right, you should go back now. Auntie will be discharged in a couple of days. Yumenman woke up while the doctor was giving her the injection. She was now half lying on the hospital bed, holding Yuheng's right hand. Come over to our house after Auntie is discharged. I'll cook you something delicious. Yumenman smiled. Although she had been seriously ill this time, the doctor said she was fine now. Okay, when you're discharged from the hospital in a few days, have Lao Dong call me and I'll come pick you up, Yuheng said. All right, go ahead, Yao Yao is here to watch over me. Yumenman patted Yuheng's hand and gently pushed him away. Dong Sinyao escorted Yuheng to the elevator. I'll come find you again in a couple of days when my mom is feeling better. Okay, you should go back to your room now. Yuheng waved for him to leave. When I got to the parking lot, I noticed someone peeking around near my car. Chu Anlin had just left the hospital when he spotted a familiar car. Although the taillights were repaired, he immediately recognized it as the car he had hit Yuheng with. What are you doing? Yuheng walked quietly behind Chu Anlin, and when he realized that Chu Anlin hadn't noticed him, he leaned against the car and looked at him leisurely. Ah! Chu Anlin was startled. He was still thinking that he and Yuheng were really destined to meet when he was startled by the sudden voice and couldn't speak properly. Yes, it's you. Yuheng raised an eyebrow, looking at Chu Anlin, his eyes asking what he was doing. I came to the hospital to pick up my grandfather's medical report. I happened to see your car, so I thought I'd come over and confirm it. Having just confirmed her feelings yesterday, and now running into Yuheng again today, Chu Anlin felt her heart beating a little fast. Is it confirmed? Yuheng asked with a smile, his tone slightly teasing. Ah. What brings you to the hospital? Chu Anlin blushed slightly and changed the subject. My friend's mother is in the hospital, so I came to visit. As he spoke, Yuheng opened the car door, resting one hand on it, and asked Chu Anlin seemingly casually, it's lunchtime, want to go have lunch together? Oh. Okay. Chu Anlin happily ran to the passenger seat and sat down. Do you have any favorite foods or dietary restrictions? Yuheng asked Chu Anlin while driving. No, I'm fine with anything. But I haven't been here in a long time, so I'm not very familiar with the area. Wherever you suggest we eat, that's fine too, Chu Anlin said while replying to her second cousin on her phone. Okay, let's go eat Cantonese food. Sure. Upon arriving at the Cantonese restaurant, Yuheng, familiar with the place, led Chu Anlin to a quiet booth by the window. Take a look and see what you'd like to eat. He took the menu from the waiter and handed it to Chu Anlin. I'll order some poached chicken and lettuce with oyster sauce, what do you think? Chu Anlin looked at the menu twice, ordered, and then handed the menu to Yuheng. Yuheng took the order and said to the waiter, then let's have another grouper and winter melon meatball soup. Okay, please wait a moment. The waiter placed the tea for them and then left. Do you come here often? Chu Anlin looked around the restaurant in front of her. Although this Cantonese restaurant is small, its decor is full of Lingnan characteristics. Traditional Cantonese murals hang on the walls, and exquisite porcelain is placed in the corners, creating a warm and comfortable dining environment. There weren't many people in the restaurant at the time, and they were sitting towards the back, so it was very quiet. I've been here a few times, and the food is pretty good. After pouring a cup of tea for Chu Anlin, Yuheng poured one for himself. Chu Anlin looked at the man in front of her who was pouring tea with his head bowed. He was gentle and refined in his manner. When he bowed his head, he gave people a feeling of humility and depth. Chu Anlin clenched her fingers and asked him seemingly casually, "You didn't bring your girlfriend with you, did you?" Yuheng put down the teapot, looked up at Chu Anlin, and asked him with a half-smile, "What, are you curious?" "No, no." Chu Anlin immediately backed down and lowered her head to study the texture of the dining table. "Heh, I don't have a girlfriend." Suddenly, Yuheng's soft laughter was heard. Oh. Chu Anlin was so excited that she almost asked him where his boyfriend was. Chu Anlin felt guilty and uneasy, but dared not move. She could only drink tea for a while and wipe the bowl for a while. She just didn't dare to look Yuheng in the eye. Fortunately, the restaurant served the food quickly, and the arrival of the waiter saved him. We finished the meal quietly. "Did you drive to the hospital?" Yuheng fastened his seatbelt. "Should I take you back to the hospital or go straight home?" "Take me home, I took a taxi to the hospital." Chu Anlin decisively abandoned his car, which was still parked at the hospital. He wanted to experience what it felt like to be taken home by someone he liked. Address. Yuheng didn't even turn his head, but he knew Chu Anlin was spying on him. In the Yushwawin residential area, Chu Anlin said, stealing a glance at Yuheng. "This man's profile is really handsome." I stole another glance, her eyelashes were so long. I quickly turned my head away, pretending to admire the scenery. Then I couldn't resist stealing a glance, and wow. High nose bridge, defined jawline, how could he be so handsome? Yuheng. Yuheng felt helpless and wanted to rub his forehead. Yuheng kept his eyes fixed straight ahead the whole way. Chu Anlin, on the other hand, kept her eyes darting around, looking at the sky and then the ground, never stopping. "Finally, we've arrived. Should we go in through the south gate or the east gate?" "No need, you can just park at the entrance of the community," Chu Anlin said, stopping her. The car stopped at the entrance of the residential area. Yuheng saw that Chu Anlin looked like he wanted to say something but hesitated. He waited for a long time but didn't hear him say anything. "Well, goodbye." Yuheng finally couldn't help but speak first, otherwise staying here forever wouldn't do. "Do you have a boyfriend?" Chu Anlin was so anxious that she didn't care about anything else. She widened her almond-shaped eyes and turned her head to ask Yuheng loudly. Yuheng was startled by his sudden movement, "No." Chu Anlin was also surprised by her own actions and was a little taken aback. "I said, not at the moment." Yuheng leaned closer again, looking at Chu Anlin seriously with a smile on his lips, and said to him word by word. Chu Anlin stared blankly at Yuheng, her face visibly growing redder and redder until her entire neck turned red. Well, goodbye." Before Heng could react, she quickly unbuckled her seatbelt and opened and closed the door in one smooth motion. By the time Yuheng was about to say something, Chu Anlin had already run off and was only a silhouette remaining. "Ha!" Yuheng laughed in exasperation, "You're both bad at it and love to play games." A few days later, Zhang'an finally returned from Country A. "Mr. Yu, I've already handed over the documents to Attorney Lauberg. I can handle any minor issues that may arise. Please take a look." Zhang'an handed the prepared documents to Yuheng. He was a little excited. He never expected that President Yu had actually inherited that gentleman's estate. All he knew was that the man's name was Ben, and that he was a ruthless man who rose to power through the underworld. He had countless assets but no descendants. Unexpectedly, Mr. Yu was a descendant of that gentleman. "Did you talk to Lauberg personally?" Yuheng didn't rush to open the document to check. "Yes," Zhang'an replied respectfully. "What do you think of Lauberg?" Yuheng hesitated for a moment before asking. "Mr. Lauberg is very intelligent and witty, a very talkative person, with solid professional knowledge and rich experience. Moreover, he seems to have great respect for President Yu." Since he didn't know which aspect Yuheng was asking about, Zhang Anda gave a brief answer. "Did you shake hands with him?" Yuheng asked. "Yes, we shook hands when we met and when we said goodbye." Zhang was a little confused by Yu Heng's question. Did you notice anything different about his hands? Yu Heng asked Zhang curiously. Zhang thought about it carefully, but it didn't seem to be any different. I don't feel any difference. Zhang was also curious. Was there something wrong with Lauberg's hand? But he really didn't feel any difference from his own hand. To be honest, her hand was a little bigger than his. But he figured that wasn't what President Yu was asking. Does the flesh and temperature of the hands feel just like a real person's? Yu Heng suppressed his excitement. Yes, the same. Zhang was certain. This, Mr. Yu, is there something wrong with Lauberg's hand? Zhang was genuinely curious. Why would President Yu be curious about Lauberg's hands? Well, the elders in my family say that both of his hands are prosthetics, Yu Heng casually made up. Really? I couldn't tell at all. Zhang exclaimed in surprise, but is country A's technology really that advanced now? I've never heard of it. Zhang couldn't understand it. This technology was definitely a groundbreaking invention, there should have been no news about it at all. This shouldn't be technology from country A. Yu Heng gave Zhang a meaningful look. Zhang instantly became excited. If the technology didn't belong to country A, then it was obvious who it belonged to. Mr. Yu, really? Zhang asked cautiously. Yu Heng didn't say anything more, just nodded to him, and then picked up the documents to look through them. Zhang clenched his fist instantly, a huge inheritance, and technology that had not yet been released. Mr. Yu, what about our plans? He wanted to ask Yu Heng about his future plans. Help me register a technology company, then buy a piece of land, at least 80 acres. You can also start arranging the hiring for the company later, Yu Heng instructed Zhang. I need to build 2 laboratories, so the bidding standards must be strict. Okay, Mr. Yu, don't worry, I'll arrange it. Zhang replied excitedly. Just then, ding dong ding dong. Hello, Zhang said as he opened the door. Huh? Isn't this Yu Heng's house? Dong Xinyao, standing outside the door, was also confused. He remembered that this was the address old Yu had given him. Yes, please come in. Upon hearing that he was looking for Yu Heng, Zhang stepped aside and bowed to invite him in. Old Dong, come in quickly. Hearing Dong Xinyau's voice, Yu Heng also got up and walked over. Do you need to change your shoes? Dong Xinyao asked as he entered, looking around the room. No need. Yu Heng turned around to get him a drink. The open-plan living and dining room features a 2-meter-high ceiling with an elaborate crystal chandelier hanging above it, creating a stylish yet grand interior design. Damn it, Lao Yu, do you even know how to live in this house? Let me give you some advice. Dong Xinyao plopped down on the sofa, leaning back as if he were about to lie down. Okay, then you can sleep on the sofa tonight. I only have 1 bedroom here. He handed Dong Xinyao a bottle of coconut juice. Yu Heng followed his maternal grandfather's hobby and liked to drink tea, but Dong Xinyao couldn't live without beverages. Mr. Yu, I'll go back to work now and report back to you when I have progress, Zhang said to Yu Heng. Dong Xinyao only remembered that there were still people when he heard the sound, and quickly sat up straight. Okay, take the driver with you. I don't need him right now, Yu Heng said. Okay, goodbye Mr. Yu, goodbye Mr. Dong. Zhang bowed slightly. Huh? Ah. Goodbye. Dong Xinyao nodded blankly. Only after Zhang left did Dong Xinyao ask with a gossipy look, who was this? Why did he call you President Yu? My assistant. Yu Heng walked to the sofa to his left and sat down. You started a company? Dong Xinyao was shocked. Well, it's a long story. Yu Heng raised his hand and rubbed his chin, considering how to tell Dong Xinyao. I can't talk about the system, it mentioned that when I was registered, so I can only. You mean, you inherited your relative's estate overseas, including but not limited to several large companies or company shares, as well as various luxury cars and mansions. Dong Xinyao was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Yes, that's right. Yu Heng nodded calmly. Dong Xinyao was shocked. Dong Xinyao became withdrawn. Dong Xinyao stood up angrily, walked to Yu Heng, and knelt down. Father, I have been coveting this Range Rover for a long time. Please buy it for your eldest son. As he spoke, he took out his phone to show Yuheng the car model. TSK. Fine then. Yuheng took the phone, glanced at it, and tossed it back with a look of disgust. Ouch. Dong Xinyao pretended to be hit by the phone and said to Yuheng with a sly grin, "Let's go, Dad, let's go out, Dad." Helpless, Yuheng could only change his clothes and go out with Dong Xinyao. "You've come out, where's Aunt Yu?" Yuheng asked him from the passenger seat. Although he knew Dong Xinyao wouldn't leave Aunt Yu alone at the hospital, he still asked. "My aunt came over, she's taking care of my mom at the hospital today," Dong Xinyao said, driving Yuheng's car. Yuheng had already gotten into the driver's seat, but he insisted on pulling him out, saying he wanted to show respect to his father. We drove all the way to the 4S store. As soon as Dong Xinyao entered the store, without giving the sales staff a chance to speak, he went straight to the point. "Do you have any Range Rovers in stock? Come on, tell me about them." Upon hearing this, the salesperson exclaimed, "Holy crap, this is a big client," and immediately led Dong Xinyao to the car showroom. Yuheng followed him into the room and saw Dong Xinyao circling the car excitedly, so he went to sit in the rest area by himself. "Please have some water." A salesperson poured him a glass of water and brought it over, also placing some small snacks on his table. Yuheng thanked the salesperson. But then he suddenly saw Chu Anlin and another young man being led towards the rest area by the salesperson. Chu Anlin also saw him and was about to greet him, but then she saw her cousin standing to the side and forced herself to hold back, only winking at Yuheng instead. Yuheng raised an eyebrow at him. Chu Anlin quickly took the seat next to Yuheng before the salesperson could react. Seeing that Chu Anlin had sat down, the salesperson naturally followed suit and sat down in the same spot. "Mr. E, actually, our loan is more cost-effective. We have a promotion going on right now." The salesperson and Chu Anlin's cousin were working together, one was explaining things carefully, and the other was listening attentively. Yuheng and Chu Anlin were exchanging glances. After listening to the salesperson's explanation and even experiencing the car for a while, Dong Xinyao felt he had to do something to express his excitement about owning the car soon. He ran to Yuheng in an extremely affected manner, tugged at his sleeve, and said in a high-pitched voice, "Honey, I want this car." Silence, absolute silence, everyone seemed frozen in time, all staring in this direction. Yuheng suddenly realized what was happening and pushed him away. Dong Xinyao was pushed so hard he stumbled, and was a little dazed. He and Yuheng had been through thick and thin together. He used to do this all the time, trying to break Yuheng's defenses, but every time he was coldly dismissed by Yuheng. He thought Yuheng would coldly tell him to get lost this time, but he didn't expect him to react so strongly. "He and I are just friends," Yuheng said urgently to Chu Anlin. Dong Xinyao followed Yuheng's gaze and saw a handsome young man looking at them with red eyes. Dong Xinyao looked at Chu Anlin, then at Yuheng, and thought, "Damn, if I still don't understand the situation, I'm an idiot. Oh, right, my dad came to buy me a car." Dong Xinyao explanation only made things worse, as everyone's attention turned to Yuheng. "This kid's got some fancy moves." Dong Xinyao was startled, he had a bad feeling. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of someone. "Hey, Yixinglin, it's you." "It's me, Dong Xinyao." Dong Xinyao ran over enthusiastically to shake hands with his cousin Chu Anlin. "Is Yixinglin in cahoots with this handsome young boy? There's hope for him." Yixinglin's lips twitched. "I knew it was you. You're still so unreliable." "That's Yuheng, right? You guys are here to buy a car too." Yuheng shook hands and greeted Yixinglin. He hadn't recognized him at first, they were high school classmates. "Hey Yixinglin, you're here to buy a car too? And who is this?" Dong Xinyao asked, looking at Chu Anlin. Yixinglin was speechless, thinking to himself, "I'm not that close to you, am I?" But his adult manners made him reply, "He's my cousin." "Oh, cousin, hello there. I'm Dong Xinyao, you can just call me Brother Dong." Dong Xinyao warmly shook hands with Chu Anlin. Chu Anlin obediently replied, "Hello, my name is Chu Anlin." Chu Anlin knew immediately that it was a misunderstanding, especially with his cousin right there. He was completely flustered. After greeting everyone, he shrank back and acted like a quail. On the way back, Yuheng asked Dong Xinyao to drive him back in his car. Dong Xinyao was heartbroken. He had just bought the car in full, and he couldn't drive it back right away. Sigh, why did he have to do something so foolish? What's going on between you and your cousin Yixinglin? Dong Xinyao glanced at Yuheng furtively and asked in a seemingly serious tone. We're not together yet. Yuheng propped his head up and looked out the window. Oh, so they're still in the ambiguous stage. You actually like guys. I told you so many upperclassmen and underclassmen confessed to you and you rejected them all. Dong Xinyao had a knowing look on his face. No wonder you're single. You like the opposite sex, so being single doesn't mean you're not single. Yuheng didn't even look up. Dong Xinyao felt as if he had been shot in the knee. Suddenly remembering something, Dong Xinyao glanced at Yuheng and said, Tisk, could he be that little dumpling from when we were kids? What little steamed buns? Yuheng turned his head, feeling that he had a vague impression of them but couldn't quite remember them. When we were kids, wasn't there a big square next to Liuhu Park? I remember we used to go there to play a lot. The year I broke my hand, Yixinglin brought a cute little kid over, and you took a liking to him at first sight. You even made a bet with someone that you would take him to your home to raise. Dong Xinyao said, glancing at Yuheng again. What a beast. You've already fallen for someone so young. Dong Xinyao said with a look of disdain. Dong Xinyao reminder brought Yuheng back to his senses. The square that used to be in Liuhu Park wasn't actually a real square. It was just that the developer bought the land, but then some problems arose, so the land was left vacant. Because it was close to Liuhu Park, the area gradually became lively, and he and Dong Xinyao used to like going there to play in the evenings. There were not only street vendors, but also many older brothers and sisters practicing ice skating, which was the most popular activity back then. They could sit and watch for over an hour, and there were many children there, so if they ran into classmates, they could play together again. Therefore, this square must be one of the most vivid memories of his childhood. The reason he didn't immediately think of Xiao Baozi was because they had only met once. He remembered that when he and Dong Xinyao were buying candied hawthorns that day, they saw an adorable little boy whose skin was so white it seemed to glow, with chubby little face and big round eyes. She called him brother in a soft, sweet voice, and he was immediately charmed. He even gave her some of his candied hawthorns to eat. Afterwards, he took the little boy around to play. This little darling was so well behaved. No matter what he did, he would watch him with an admiring look and clap his hands. He kept saying, brother is so amazing, and brother is so great, without stopping. His emotional value was off the charts. Such an adorable little baby, and he found it, of course he wanted to take it home. But then a chubby boy suddenly appeared and claimed to be the baby's older brother. Of course, the baby refused, and an argument ensued. In the end, they decided to bet on climbing a tree. Whoever climbed the highest would be able to take the baby home. He won, of course, but the chubby guy lacked sportsmanship, so he cried. His crying attracted the adults, and they were all scolded. He also lost his little dumpling. For the next few days, he spent almost every day squatting in the square looking for the person, but he never saw the cute little bun again until the square was fenced off 6 months later. No, how do you remember so clearly? Yuheng was genuinely curious, and how come he didn't know that the chubby boy was Yixinglin? Humph, of course you forget quickly, but I won't. Dong Xinyao said indignantly, do you still remember the group of people who fought with us at the basketball court on Xian Street in 5th grade? Oh, Yuheng remembered that they had a conflict with the 3rd primary school students over the basketball court. Dong Xinyao was punched in the eye by one of the tall guys, and the area around his eye was bruised, which took more than a week to heal. Heh, the one you made bleed from the mouth is Yixinglin, Dong Xinyao said with ill intent, Chu Anlin's cousin. Yuheng paused, thinking about that awful past. As for why he doesn't remember, who would remember a defeated opponent, especially one among a group of defeated opponents? Yes, Yuheng is a very good fighter, so when they fought over the basketball court, the result was that the opposing team was all beaten down by Yuheng, and then he happily played basketball with his friends. Looking back now, it doesn't seem so pleasant after all. Yuheng sighed, opened the car window, and lit a cigarette. Meanwhile, in the speeding car, Yixinglin, with one hand on the steering wheel and the other holding a cigarette, glanced at his seemingly innocent younger cousin and asked, tell me, what's going on between you and that Yuheng? Well, that's all there is to it. Chu Anlin tried to brush it off. You two are together. Yi Xinglin pressed him relentlessly. Nope. Is he pursuing you? No. Could it be that you're the one pursuing him? Yi Xinglin's shock was almost overflowing. No, no, Chu Anlin denied. What do you see in Yuhang? Ah. If it weren't for his good grades and the teachers protecting him, someone like him would have dropped out of school long ago. Yi Xinglin angrily slammed his fist on the steering wheel. Yuhang had forgotten about hitting him, but he remembered it clearly. Later, he even thought about getting revenge, but that guy ended up being invincible throughout the Mingshan district. Now he's trying to seduce his excellent little cousin. No way, he shouldn't even think about it. Growing increasingly angry, Yi Xinglin shouted at Chu Anlin, I will never agree to this marriage. Chu Anlin's face turned bright red. Second brother, it hasn't come to that yet. Seeing his brother's bad expression, Chu Anlin shouldn't have provoked him, but seeing that his brother seemed very familiar with Yuhang, she couldn't help but ask, Brother, what was Yuhang like before? He's a piece of shit. Yi Xinglin answered without thinking. With both old and new grudges combined, he had absolutely no good feelings towards Hang now. Chu Anlin fell silent. It seemed there was still something going on between her brother and Yuhang. His eyes lit up, and he thought of his cousin. He decided to go back and ask her. The setting sun slowly sank below the horizon, and crimson clouds piled up on the horizon. Yuhang stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, where the city was brightly lit and the night was shrouded in darkness. Neon lights flashed with colorful light, like a never-ending carnival. My phone vibrated. It was a message from Chu Anlin. Chu, I heard someone say before that once you've seen me, you'll never forget me. Yuhang smiled knowingly. This was someone coming to collect a debt. Yes, I haven't forgotten. When Chu Anlin saw Yuhang's message, she pursed her lips. He had asked her cousin about it when he got back, and she didn't expect that they had actually met when they were young. Chu, really? Little brother. Upon seeing this news, Yuhang felt a chill run down his spine. You, little steamed bun. Chu Anlin was taken aback. Little bun. Was she referring to him? His cousin only told him that when he was little, his cousin Lin took him out to play, but he got lost and was found by a little boy who wanted to take him home. Later, when he got home, he looked for his older cousin for a long time, but his cousin Lin didn't dare to take him there anymore. His cousin knew because his second uncle, his second aunt, and she went to Yuhang's house to express their gratitude. Chu, me. Why do you call me little bun? Chu Anlin waited for a long time, but Yuhang did not reply to her message. He exited and then re-entered, then exited again and re-entered again. He even suspected there was something wrong with his phone, so he sent a message to Xiao Wang, who replied instantly. Chu Anlin felt a pang of disappointment. Why isn't he replying to me anymore, you jerk? He muttered to himself, then tapped Yuhang's profile picture again. The phone still didn't respond, and he started to wonder if he had said something wrong, so he went back to check their chat history. He discovered that they had talked a lot, but it seemed like they hadn't talked about anything meaningful. Chu Anlin was completely dejected and curled up on the sofa, not wanting to move. Suddenly he felt his phone vibrate, as if to tell him it wasn't his imagination, and then the phone vibrated again. Chu Anlin opened her phone and saw that it was a message from Yuhang. Image, a hand-drawn Q version of Chu Anlin as a child, with a round face and round eyes, like a cute little bun, and also has a bit of Chu Anlin's charm. Very cute. This picture is clearly drawn by Yuhang, so was Yuhang drawing this picture just now? Ah! Chu Anlin excitedly hugged her phone to her chest. I twisted and turned on the sofa a couple of times before finally calming down. Chu, it's even worse than what my biggest fans draw. Although she said something distasteful, Chu Anlin's face was slightly flushed, and her slightly curved eyes were bright as she stared at her phone. Then I can only keep trying. I wonder if Mr. Chu could give me this opportunity. Chu, let's see how you do. The two of you come and go. The moon peeked gently out from behind the clouds, its cool yet soft light bathing the earth. Mr. Yu, should I have Xiao Wang deliver the auction invitations this afternoon? Zhang An was on the phone with Yuhang. He had dealt with Mr. Li of Duozheng Group when he bought the land, and this invitation to the auction was given to Mr. Yu by Mr. Li. Okay, let him come up directly. I'll send you the password later. Yuhang dried his hair. He had just finished his morning run and then took a shower. Okay, Mr. Yu, I'll come pick you up on the 5th. The 5th is the day of the auction, and he will definitely go with Mr. Yu. However, he has been busy with various procedures these past 2 days and simply cannot leave. Not long after I hung up, Dong Xinyao called again. Hey Lao Yu, are you done yet? I'm waiting for you downstairs. When Yu Heng changed his clothes and went downstairs, he saw Dong Xinyao leaning against the Range Rover with a smug look on his face. She was impeccably dressed, and her hair was styled. She exhaled smoke rings and gazed into the distance with a dreamy expression. Yu Heng really wanted to turn around and go back to his apartment to get his car keys, pretending he hadn't seen Dong Xinyao waiting for him there. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Before he could take that step, Dong Xinyao saw him. Old Yu, over here, what are you doing? Dong Xinyao was a little puzzled when he saw that Yu Heng didn't seem to see him. With such a big car and people here, how could old Yu walk to the side? He wondered what old Yu was thinking. With a determined heart, he strode towards the car. Hey, why are you in such a hurry? It's not like we're rushing to get an early start. I was actually planning to show off to Lao Yu. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were here to pick up your girlfriend. Yu Heng said irritably. What nonsense are you talking about? I brought my girlfriend to meet my brothers. Dong Xinyao gave Yu Heng a reproachful look, then gently stroked the steering wheel. Yu Heng was disgusted by his look and urged him to drive quickly. Today is the day Dong Xinyao mother is discharged from the hospital. Yesterday, Yu Menmen called Yu Heng and asked him to come over for a meal today. Yu Heng was used to coming, so he didn't bring any gifts or anything, but he wasn't completely unprepared. Aunt Yu, I found a nanny to take care of you. She'll be here soon. If you think she's suitable, you can keep her. Yu Heng sat on the sofa and chatted with Yu Menmen. Although Yu Menmen has recovered and been discharged from the hospital, she has been weakened and is much thinner, and her complexion has lost its former rosy glow. Why would I need a nanny? I can just cook for myself and do some cleaning after I recover in a few days. It won't be that tiring. Besides, Aunt Yao Yao has been taking care of me here these past few days. You guys can go about your business. Yu Menmen said with a look of disapproval. After buying the car that day, Yu Heng explicitly told Dong Xinyao that he wanted him to join his company. When Dong Xinyao returned, he told Yu Menmen that he was completely at ease letting him work for Yu Heng. They grew up together and are practically like brothers. She was initially saddened and anxious for a while after Dong Xinyao resigned due to her illness, but now that she heard they would be working together, she recovered much faster. We can't let your aunt take care of you here forever. Lao Dong and I are worried about you being alone at home. Yu Heng said, you can take another look later. She's just a housekeeper who cooks and cleans. She doesn't earn more than a few thousand yuan a month. It's worth it for Lao Dong and me to focus on our work outside. Hearing him say that, Yu Menmen finally stopped refusing. She was a little reluctant to part with several thousand yuan a month, but she wasn't the stubborn type of parent. As the children grow up, even if we can't offer them much help, it would be good if they didn't hold us back. Come, Auntie, please sit here. The nanny Lao Yu hired for my mom is coming over soon, and I'll need your help to make an opinion. Dong Xinyao pushed his aunt out of the kitchen. Oh dear, it's not here yet. Don't touch my food, I've already prepared everything, Aunt Yu said worriedly. It wasn't that Aunt Yu was overly concerned or had any controlling tendencies, it was just that even dogs wouldn't eat Dong Xinyao cooking, but he was incredibly enthusiastic about going into the kitchen, so Aunt Yu had to keep a close watch on him. Don't worry, Auntie, I'll wash and chop the vegetables. Dong Xinyao said, then added to Yu Heng, old Yu, please take good care of my great-aunt. After saying that, he dashed off to the kitchen. Aunt Yu's attention was indeed diverted. You're Xiao Yu, right? How old are you? Do you have a girlfriend yet? Wow, you're a handsome young man. Where do you work now? Aunt Yu is a very talkative person. In the end, the meal was cooked by the auntie that Yu Heng invited. Her cooking skills were unanimously approved by Yu Menmen and Aunt Yu. After packing her things, she could start moving in tomorrow. After dinner, Dong Xinyao and Yu Heng sat on the balcony to bask in the sun. You really want me to come to your company? I'm afraid I might be a little nervous. Dong Xinyao exhaled a smoke ring, watching it drift further and further away until it finally dissipated. From the initial excitement of being able to become a manager at his brother's company, the pressure has grown as he thinks about it, and he's afraid he won't do a good job. You don't need to do anything, it's just that the company needs its own people. Yuheng didn't smoke, he made himself a cup of tea. If you can do a good job, that's naturally excellent. If you can't, who can criticize you? He was aware of Dong Senyo's concerns, but he didn't think it was a big problem. He doesn't need much ability, he just needs to put capable people in the right positions, and there will naturally be plenty of people to help him solve his problems. Just as Yuheng said, he is not often at the company, so he needs someone he knows to be there so that he can feel at ease, and so can his subordinates. Moreover, Dong Xinyao is not an incompetent person, he was just overthinking things and putting too much pressure on himself. Okay, you said it, the big boss can't go back on his word. Dong Xinyao stubbed out his cigarette. Don't worry, I'll definitely keep a close eye on the company for you. Anyone who dares to cause trouble, I'll deal with them. After saying that, he stood up and walked to the balcony railing, looking out at the tall buildings, feeling a surge of pride. Early on the morning of the 5th, Zhang En drove over to pick up Yuheng. President Yu, young Master Dong. Yuheng brought Dong Xinyao along today as well. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Dong Xinyao shook hands with Zhang En warmly. After all, they would be colleagues in the future, and it was necessary to maintain a good relationship. Young Master Dong, you flatter me. Please. Zhang En naturally knew that Yuheng wanted Dong Xinyao to join the company. Although they would be colleagues in the future, Dong Xinyao was still different from him. After closing the car doors for Yuheng and Dong Xinyao, Zhang Ansai got into the car and sat down. To Fuan Hotel, Zhang En said to the driver. President Li will also be attending today. This auction is a private auction for collectors, invitations are generally not available to the general public. Judging from President Li's intentions, he seems to be interested in undertaking the construction of our West District's laboratory building. Zhang En reported the news to Yuheng. Also, we received a message from the C-City Leadership Office that the mayor and the party secretary would like to invite you to dinner. What time would you like to arrange? Li Daojing is the CEO of Duozheng Group, which is in the real estate business. Their laboratory buildings are large and have high requirements, so the profits are naturally substantial. The invitation from the leaders of City C to dine together was also to express the government's welcome and support for the company, as well as to further understand and communicate with the company in order to provide better services and cooperation opportunities. You can arrange it, I'm fairly free these days. It's hard to refuse this invitation, and there's no need to. Maintaining good relations with the government is entirely beneficial to the company. Okay, I'll go and talk to them again, Zhang En replied. Fuan Hotel is a 5-star hotel in City C, but it is located far from the city center, but closer to a scenic spot in City C. Today, because of the auction being held, there is a row of waiters waiting for guests at the hotel entrance. Yuheng and his entourage got out of the car and followed the attendants to the 36th floor. As soon as they stepped out of the elevator, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie walked over first and extended his hand warmly to Yuheng. You must be President Yu. You are truly a young man of great talent. Zhang En whispered behind Yuheng, this is President Li. Hello, Mr. Li, I am Yuheng. Yuheng smiled and shook hands with Mr. Li. This is my friend Dong Xinyao, and this is my assistant Zhang En, whom you also know. Very good, very good. Mr. Yu's friend is also a very handsome man, Mr. Li praised with a smile. Dong Xinyao nodded politely and said, hello, Mr. Li. He didn't need to say much in this situation, people were just offering polite greetings, and he was just there with his brothers to broaden his horizons. Come on, let me introduce you to some friends. They've also prepared some items for auction today. Li Daojing said to Yuheng as they walked, if you see anything you like, ask them to let you have a turn. If you don't like it, they have some other good items on hand. Then I'll have to trouble you, Mr. Li. It seems I'll be getting some exposure today. Yuheng smiled and chatted with Mr. Li as they entered the venue together. Ha ha ha, Lao Wang, Lao Zhou, President Gu, come, this is President Yu, the buyer of that piece of land in the West District. Li Daojing led Yuheng into his inner circle. As soon as Li Daojing mentioned the land in Xiqing District, the business owners knew who he was. The group subtly sized up Yuheng. It was rumored that this newly rich man, who had inherited shares in multiple companies and owned numerous assets both domestically and internationally, was someone they had only heard of but never seen. They were surprised to find that he was so young. "Mr. Yu is truly a handsome man. Standing next to us old men, he makes us look like dust in comparison," said the portly CEO with a chuckle. "Old Joe, you're just representing yourself. Our CEO Gu is still as charming as ever," Li Daojing joked to CEO Gu beside him. Everyone burst into laughter, teasing Gu Mingji as he stood to the side. He was tall and imposing, with well-defined features, and possessed the refined elegance of a mature man. It's common knowledge in their circle that Mr. Gu enjoys dating young women. He's well aware of this, so he takes the teasing from others in stride. "President Yu, this is President Gu from G Group," Li Daojing introduced, pointing to Gu Mingji. G Daily Necessities Company is a large listed company in City A, and also has a branch in City C. "Mr. Gu, it's a pleasure to meet you." Yu Heng shook hands with Mr. Gu. "Mr. Yu, it's great to finally meet you in person. Sometime you'd like to join me for a round of golf in the North City area. It's my brother-in-law's business, would you be welcome to come and give me your feedback?" Mr. Gu was very enthusiastic. After all, although Yu Heng was said to be a newly rich man, given his circumstances, it would be more accurate to call him a member of an established tycoon. "I'll definitely when I have time." Yu Heng nodded. Then Li Daojing introduced him to General Manager Wang of Huijiu Group, who is the actual controlling shareholder of dozens of chain supermarkets across the country. The portly Mr. Zhou, who spoke first, did not hold any position in any company, but he owned shares in several companies and lived off dividends, making him the most carefree of the group. "Speaking of which, Lao Zhou, you and President Yu have some history," Li Daojing said mysteriously. Zhou Jianda was shocked. If he could be associated with this little tyrant, why would he need to socialize here? He would have been enjoying himself in the little star's bed long ago. It's nice to get dividends without doing anything, but connections aren't as strong as those in your own company. Now that he wants to pave the way for his son, he has to swallow his pride and pull strings everywhere. Yu Heng looked at Li Daojing with curiosity. How come he didn't know that Li Daojing had any connection with President Zhou? Ha ha ha, seeing everyone looking at him curiously, Li Daojing first smiled smugly, and then said, "Old Zhou, aren't you a shareholder of Huangpeng Entertainment? President Yu is the chairman of Huanyu Media. You two are practically in the same industry, ha 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 ha." Everyone was taken aback. What kind of connection was this? Old Li is just making fun of me. Zhou Jianda laughed and cursed, realizing he had been waiting for nothing. "It seems I'll be able to work with President Zhou more often in the future," Yu Heng said with a smile, trying to smooth things over. "It's an honor to work with President Yu. If you ever have a movie you'd like to make, please call me, Zhou, to join you." Zhou Jianda winked at Yu Heng, wondering if President Yu had any interest in that area. Before Yu Heng could discern the hidden meaning in Zhou Jianda's words, a voice suddenly interrupted them. "Mr. Zhou, are you going to make a movie?" A bespectacled, somewhat refined-looking man with a large beard walked over. "President Song," Zhou Jianda introduced to Yu Heng and Gu Mingji, "this is President Song of Wanxiang.com." He then turned to Song Lixing and introduced them, "This is President Yu and President Gu." "Old Song, are you making another movie?" After saying that, he looked at the bearded men behind him and asked, "But Director Zhang has another great film." Zhang Xiaolin, with the big beard, glanced at Song Lixing and said, "Aren't we still talking with President Song? Wanxiang.com also owns a well-known novel website." Zhang Xiaolin has his eye on a currently popular IP and is still negotiating the copyright with Song Lixing. "Oh, it seems our topic today is the entertainment industry." Li Daojing chimed in from the side, "Director Zhang, you've come to the right place today. Come, let me introduce you to a big shot." Li Daojing has also worked with Director Zhang. After all, he is a well-known director, and the number of actors and tycoons in his circle of friends is proportional. Zhang Xiaolin's eyes quickly scanned the area. Anyone whom Li Daojing called a great Buddha must have considerable power. He knew both President Wang and President Zhou, but there were only President Yu and President Gu left. He turned his eyes to President Gu. Unexpectedly, Li Daojing pulled him over to the excessively young General Manager Yu. Come, this is our General Manager Yu, the new chairman of Huanyu Media." Zhang Xiaolin was taken aback. The appointment of a new chairman of Universal Media was a major event in the entertainment industry. Everyone was waiting for this person to make a move, but in the end, they heard about him for a long time but never saw him. Later I heard that this person has many businesses, and Universal Media is just one of them. He doesn't plan to stay in the company full-time. I never expected to see you under these circumstances. Hello, Mr. Yu, I am Zhang Xiaolin. Zhang Xiaolin shook hands with Yu Heng respectfully. Yu Heng's status meant that he had to be respectful to him. It's like being in a completely different industry. If you offend other wealthy people, they might just stop investing in you. But if you offend this person, it could make it impossible for him to survive in the industry. Hello, Director Zhang, I've seen your movies, they're very good. Yu Heng smiled and shook hands with Director Zhang. Not at all, Mr. Yu, if you're interested, you're welcome to come and offer your guidance. Director Zhang's beard even perked up a bit. So it's General Manager Yu. I'm Song Lixing, the General Manager of Wanxiang.com. Song Lixing took the initiative to step forward and shake hands with Yu Heng. I've long admired President Song's reputation, Yu Heng said politely in return. Dong Xinyao stood to the side, smiling politely, but he felt his face was about to freeze. He was excited to see so many CEOs and listen to them chat. He thought he would hear the big shots talk about current affairs, politics, finance and economics, or at the very least, some investment projects. So all we did was exchange pleasantries. He was bored, but he still had to be polite and dignified. He was now wondering why he was so upset, and why he hadn't listened when Yu Heng told him to go play somewhere else. After all, even if his brother might trick him, he won't keep doing it forever. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Hello everyone. Welcome to this auction. I am your host, Li Bing. It is a great honor to be here with you all to participate in this exciting and opportune auction. Today, we gather here not only to bid on rare items, but also to share the joy of discovery and ownership. On this special occasion, each item carries a unique story and value, awaiting the appreciation and collection of its destined owner. Everyone took their seats, and the auctioneer went on stage. The auction finally began, and Dong Xinyao breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Yu, is there anything you've been eyeing at today's auction? Li Dao was sitting next to Yu Heng. After all, Yu Heng was his guest, and even if others wanted to make their presence known, they wouldn't dare to steal his thunder. They're all pretty good. Yu Heng flipped through the list of auction items in his hand. He didn't have any particular favorites, but most of these items were worth collecting. This sapphire is quite nice, I can give it to my future partner. Dong Xinyao said to Yu Heng without looking up from the list of items being auctioned. Yu Heng also turned to the page about gemstones. He wasn't interested in that at first, he had been looking at porcelain and antiques. But when Yu Heng heard Dong Xinyao say it was a gift for his girlfriend, he immediately thought of Chu Anlin. It seemed like a pretty good idea. Li Daojing was also watching from the side, making it easier to explain to Yu Heng. Seeing Yu Heng seriously selecting the gemstones, he also guessed, President Yu, do you have a girlfriend? Li Daojing didn't ask if she was his girlfriend, since Yu Heng's friend had said she was his partner, so he figured he couldn't go wrong by repeating it. Not yet. Yu Heng thought of Chu Anlin, and his eyes softened for a moment. Li Daojing understood. He didn't have a girlfriend yet, but he had a target in mind. I wonder which lucky person Mr. Yu has his eye on. Rich old men like them are very popular, but young, handsome men without money are equally popular. However, someone as young, handsome, rich, and powerful as Mr. Yu actually makes many people hesitate. Without a certain level of self-confidence, one wouldn't dare even dream of such a thing. Next, please welcome our next lot, a small Qing Dynasty Yongjing period June-glazed censer with upturned handles. This censer is modeled after a Xuanda bronze censer, featuring upturned handles, a slightly flared lip, a slightly tapering neck that bulges downwards into a flattened, round belly, and rounded handles. The overall shape is graceful and full. Except for the foot rim, which is brushed with a dark brown protective glaze, the entire body, inside and out, is covered with June-glazed glaze. The starting price has been set at 1.8 million yuan. Is there any collector willing to make the first bid? The auctioneer announced loudly. 1,900,000. 2 million. Soon someone raised their paddle, and the auctioneer announced the latest bids to all participants on stage. Ultimately, this Qing dynasty Yongjing period June glaze small sensor with upturned ears was auctioned off for 3 million yuan to a businessman. Several more items were put up for auction, but Yuheng did not compete for them. Now let's introduce our next major auction item. The auctioneer pointed to the item being auctioned, which was being held by the presenter. This sapphire weighs 20.5 carats and, after being examined by the Bursling laboratory, has been confirmed as a royal sapphire from Myanmar, possessing extremely high collectible value and investment potential. In the past few years, top-quality sapphires have consistently performed exceptionally well in the auction market, with prices steadily rising. The starting bid for this gem is 10 million. Bidding begins now. 15 million. 18 million. 22 million. People were bidding against each other, as if money wasn't money at all. Yuheng signaled Zhang An to raise his sign. 25 million. After a moment of silence, someone else chimed in, 26 million. Zhang An raised his paddle and shouted, 30 million. The room fell silent for a moment. 30 million yuan once, 30 million yuan twice, this is the last chance, is there any way to raise the price? The host scanned the room, hoping someone would bid again. Most people gave up, since the price was already too high, but before the auctioneer's gavel fell, another person raised their paddle. 31 million. 31 million, is anyone else bidding? The auctioneer exclaimed excitedly. Yuheng nodded, and Zhang An raised his paddle again. 35 million, this boss has bid 35 million, is anyone else going to bid? After waiting for a long time, no one else placed a bid. 35 million yuan once, 35 million yuan twice, 35 million yuan 3 times, sold. Congratulations to this gentleman for successfully acquiring this treasure. The auctioneer brought down the hammer. Ultimately, Yuheng acquired the sapphire for 35 million. Dong Xinyao clicked his tongue in surprise, are you saving this for a marriage proposal? Yuheng glared at him and said irritably, take a look and see what you want, and I'll take a picture for you. Dong Xinyao shook his head. He would just take a look, if he bought these things and put them at home, he wouldn't be able to sleep. Later, Yuheng bid 56 million for a Ming Dynasty Junware Celadon vase and a Song Dynasty Junware Celadon plate with purple spots and a folded rim, for 32 million. Those who missed out on the royal sapphire are in luck. Our next item, the host gestured, and the presenter stepped forward. This is a gold brooch set with a 16.98 carat oval sapphire, complemented by old European cut diamonds totaling approximately 8.00 carats. The brooch measures 2.8 by 2.2 centimeters. Listening to the host's introduction, Yuheng was somewhat tempted. Starting price, 8.5 million. Bidding begins now. 8.6 million. 8,800,000. 13 million. This boss has offered 13 million. Yuheng raised a sign. 15 million. When Yuheng raised his sign, a buzzing sound arose in the room, and most people gave up. After all, once Yuheng made a move, he wouldn't stop until he got the prize, and arguing with him would only offend people. 16 million. After a long silence, someone raised their sign again. Just as Yuheng was about to ask again, Zhang An handed him a business card. Mr. Yu, the gentleman handed it to me, saying he wants to use this gemstone to propose marriage. He hopes you will be lenient. Zhang An pointed to his left behind him. Seeing Yuheng turn around, an elite man in his 30s stood up and bowed slightly to Yuheng. That's Zheng's third son. I heard he and son's only daughter were childhood sweethearts. I didn't expect they'd be getting married soon, Li Daojing remarked from the side. Yuheng glanced at the business card. It belonged to the vice president of Lingshuan Technology. He nodded to this vice president Zheng and withdrew from the bidding. That's doing a good deed, Yuheng said, handing his business card to Zhang An. Mr. Yu, you have a special fondness for sapphires? Li Daojing asked Yuheng with a smile. I just saw something suitable and wanted to give it to the younger generation in my family, Yuheng said. Is this junior of President Yu a girl? Li Daojing asked, thinking that if a junior is given a gemstone, then the junior must be a girl. Yes, the two sisters. Yuheng thought about buying some collectible gems for Qingying and Qingyan. Then Mr. Yu, why don't you take a look at this? Li Daojing turned the page of the auction list and showed it to Yuheng. This is a pair of earrings with 11.17 and 10.85 carat fancy pink diamonds. If there are two girls, you can ask a designer to redesign them and make them into brooches or necklaces. Yu Heng took a look and saw that it was indeed very suitable. President Li is so thoughtful. Haha, these siblings, they're not worried about scarcity but about inequality. My cousin has twins, and they have to cut a sausage in half to share. Li Daojing said casually, subtly building rapport. Yu Heng was well aware of the situation and approved of Duozheng Group taking over their project. After all, it was a large company, and its construction quality, safety assurance, and after-sales service were unmatched by ordinary companies. After a few casual words, the pair of pink diamond earrings were finally brought out and bought by Yu Heng for over 40 million yuan. After the auction ended, Yu Heng didn't stay to talk, he left directly with Zhang An and the others. Those who had hoped to build a relationship with him were disappointed, as this was a big shot who had bid nearly 200 million in one go. Ding, the host has completed the 7-day spending task of 200 million yuan. The cashback reward is now being calculated. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Band's Winery, Triumph Building, and 8% of the shares of the health multinational pharmaceutical company in Country A. It was several days later when I finished communicating with the government and dealing with some trivial official matters. The system's reward solved a major problem for Yu Heng, finding a location for the new company. Previously, Yu Heng was considering whether to rent an office building or build one himself, and the Triumph Building was right in City C, which was like a godsend. System, can you arrange what the reward is? Can be slightly adjusted within the host's task completion rate. So was this chosen specifically for him by the system? Thanks, system. Serving the host is my duty. Yu Heng then glanced at the other two awards. Band's Winery is located in Country A, covering about 8 hectares, and produces more than 50,000 bottles of red wine annually. Yu Heng thought it was pretty good, but he didn't have time to go and take a look right now, otherwise he would have tried brewing his own wine. Then, Fu Pharmaceuticals came from a much larger background. It is a company with a history of 56 years, headquartered in H country, and its business covers specialty drugs, generic drugs, vaccines, and health products. It has 312 multi-mode offices, 263 production bases and 84 R&D bases in multiple countries. Even an 8% stake represents unimaginable wealth. It seems his last auction left quite an impression. Yu Heng made a phone call to Zhang An, intending to hand over the matters here to him and return to Qixiang City. He had promised his 3 siblings that he would return before New Year's Day, but he hadn't given them a definite answer before because he was worried about things being busy here. This time, he was thinking of sneaking back to give them a surprise. Zhang An has been busy registering his new company and recruiting staff lately, and occasionally he has to run to Xiqing district to check on the preparations for the start of construction. He's been incredibly busy lately. President Yu, Zhang An arrived at Yu Heng's apartment to report, followed by a young man. These are the design drawings for the experimental building. Take a look, they were just completed by the Design Institute. He took the blueprints out of his briefcase and placed them on the coffee table. Also, I've recently hired a few employees and am planning to rent an office in the Binjiang commercial building. What do you think, long-term or short-term lease? Yu Heng sat on the sofa, casually flipping through the documents. No need, let's set up the office in the Triumph Building. There aren't many people here now, 1 or 2 floors are enough. We won't renew any leases that expire later, let's gradually vacate the building. Zhang An was delighted and cautiously asked, has the Triumph Building been transferred to your name? Yes, you go and take care of the handover. I've seen the longest lease agreement, which is for 2 years from now, but there's no rush. Our company isn't expanding that fast. Yu Heng returned the materials to Zhang An. He wasn't a professional, so he didn't nitpick and just glanced at them. Okay, I understand. Triumph Building is a Grade A office building, and it seems that from now on, Triumph Building will belong solely to their company. Zhang An had originally planned to stay temporarily at Binjiang Commercial Building, since it wasn't ideal for him to report to General Manager Yu at his home every time, and it was difficult for a company to carry out its work without an office. However, Mr. Yu was too hands-off, and he was busy all the time. After carefully putting away the documents, Zhang An introduced the young man behind him to Yu Heng. President Yu, this is Gao Ziyuan, the personal assistant I found for you. I'll be busy with company matters here, so he can stay by your side. Gao Ziyuan walked up to Yu Heng with small steps, bowed slightly, and greeted him. Hello, Mr. Yu, I am Gao Ziyuan. I am from City A, and I majored in business administration in university. It is a great honor to have the opportunity to introduce myself to you and apply to become your personal assistant. During my university years, I not only systematically studied the theoretical knowledge of management, but also honed my organizational and coordination skills through various practical activities. I served as the minister of the student union's life department, successfully organizing many large-scale events, which received unanimous praise from teachers and students. For the past 5 years, I have been working as a customer service manager at a high-end private club, mainly responsible for the daily affairs arrangements and life services of VIP clients. Can you drive? Interrupted Gao Ziyuan's self-introduction. Yes, I will. Gao Ziyuan was interrupted and hesitated for a moment. This was a line he had memorized for a long time today in preparation for meeting his boss. Then you can stay by my side from now on, Yuheng said directly. He didn't have high requirements for his personal assistant. If she wasn't suitable, he could just replace her. Okay. Gao Ziyuan became even more respectful and dared not say anything more. I'm going to Qixiang City in a few days and won't be back until after New Year's Day, so I'll leave things here to you. Yuheng turned to Zhang An and said, I know you've been busy lately, so here's a 50% raise for you. Zhang An's salary is not low. After all, he was not hired as an ordinary assistant. His salary was increased by 50%, which is enough to buy a house. Yes, thank you, Mr. Yu. Zhang An's voice couldn't hide his surprise. Yuheng was also very satisfied. If you want oxen and horses to run, you have to feed them. He was currently very satisfied with Zhang An's work ability and style. By the way, Mr. Yu, I was thinking of hiring 2 more assistants for the office. My advisor at Nan'an University found out and recommended 2 junior students to me. I'm thinking of going over to take a look. Zhang An asked this cautiously, as it seemed a bit like abusing his power for personal gain. If you think it's okay after the interview, then there's no problem. If Nan'an University has other talented people, we can recruit them too. I believe in you. Yuheng didn't think there was any problem. Nan'an University is a top-tier university in China, and students who can be recommended by their professors must be very outstanding. Moreover, he himself knew that he had become a hands-off manager, so he naturally wanted to give the people who did the work more freedom in decision-making. Host, a new mission has been initiated. Do you wish to accept? The system released a new task early the next morning. Yuheng was brushing his teeth. It seemed like he had just barely finished the task this time. System, if I have 1 yuan of mission funds left unspent, does that count as completing the mission? Yuheng asked the system curiously after rinsing his mouth. Not counted. Isn't there a reward? Just $1. There will be no reward if the mission fails. You're quite strict, aren't you? Yuheng finished washing his face and hung up the towel. Task accepted. Please spend the 500 million mission funds within 15 days. No restrictions on the method of consumption. The cashback reward for completing a task depends on the host's completion rate of that task. There will be no reward if the mission fails. Looking at the new task, Yuheng was speechless. System, is your adjustment just to extend the 7-day task period to 15 days? A host who has made adjustments in all aspects. The system doesn't recognize it, even though it has made the biggest adjustments for the host. What did you bring? It's so heavy. Yuheng couldn't help but ask as he helped Dong Xinyao load his suitcase into the car. Gao Ziyuan, as his personal assistant, didn't accompany him this time. Instead, Yuheng sent him to be trained by Zhang An. So, apart from the plane tickets being bought by someone else, Yuheng had to do everything else himself. Oh dear, it's the first time I'm meeting my nephews, I have to prepare some gifts. I've been carefully selecting them for a long time. Indeed, upon hearing that Yuheng was going back to Qixiang City, Dong Xinyao insisted on going with him. With your taste, you might as well take them to the mall and let them choose for themselves. You'll at least gain a reputation for being generous. Yuheng said mercilessly to Dong Xinyao while fastening his seatbelt. Hey, don't underestimate me. I consulted an expert this time. Dong Xinyao was completely unconcerned about Heng's words, his face still dreamy as he thought about the person who helped him choose a gift. Yuheng looked at him as if he'd seen a ghost. Who is it that made you make such a disgusting face? Dong Xinyao rolled her eyes at him. It's fine if you talk about me, but you can't talk about my senior. You have quite a few senior female students. Wasn't it Senior Qin who liked you before? What, is there a new senior female student now? During his sophomore year, Dong Xinyao fell in love at first sight with Qin Wangshu, a senior majoring in oil painting at the neighboring art college. He pursued her relentlessly for 2 years, but nothing came of it. Of course, Yuheng felt that his failure was inevitable. After all, Dong Senyo's so-called relentless pursuit consisted of stupidly shooting hoops on the path his senior always took, buying milk tea like crazy at the milk tea shop she frequented, and running a marathon in the park where she went for field trips. Because of his boastful words, his 2 roommates who accompanied him to drink milk tea and run marathons both lost their priority in choosing a partner while still in school. One gained more than 100 pounds in 2 years, and the other became as dark as charcoal. Yuheng, his best friend, helped them write papers and reports for 2 whole years. Even now, Yuheng still doesn't know if these 3 are genuine idiots or just trying to skip their homework. Upon hearing Yuheng mention Qin Wangshu, Dong Xinyao became shy and fidgety. You still remember Senior Wangshu? She's back in China, and we got in touch not long ago. So, this time it was your Senior Wangshu who picked out the gift for you. Yuheng frowned at Dong Senyo's actions. Yes, after all, I have 2 little nieces, so I asked my senior for advice. Be normal, you're disgusting. Yuheng frowned even more, his disgust evident in his expression. I think you're using my niece as a raft to get closer to your goddess. Oh dear, I see through it but I won't say it. Besides, what do you mean by building a raft? That sounds so unpleasant. I'm doing this for the best of both worlds, a win-win situation, where both sides benefit and complement each other. You're trying to have your cake and eat it too, Yuheng teased him. Oh, that's enough, he. You know, when she helped me pick out a gift, wasn't she also giving me a chance? Dong Xinyao leaned over and whispered to Yuheng like a thief. Yuheng stared at him with deadpan eyes. He couldn't agree with Dong Senyo's statement. After all, in his mind, Senior Qin was probably just giving him a polite reply, because even now, she didn't know that this guy had ever pursued her. For the rest of the journey, Yuheng ignored Dong Xinyao, who was still dreaming about the future, because even if he was a simp, he had already simped him. But Dong Xinyao is nothing. Before boarding the plane, Yuheng called his grandmother to tell her what time he would arrive home. Although he wanted to give the children a surprise, Yuheng didn't want to upset his grandmother, so he told her in advance so she could be mentally prepared. At Mingda No. 2 Middle School, Yang Qingying is waiting for her younger sister outside the multimedia classroom. Yang Qingyan and her female classmates were to perform a dance at the school's New Year's Day performance, and they had to practice together for half an hour every day after class. All right, that's enough for today. We've taught you all the new moves. The next few days will be for reinforcing the dance moves. Remember to practice a lot when you get home, because the arts festival is only a few days away. The arts representative of Class 1, Grade 7, who was also the dance coach, announced that everyone could dismiss. Ugh, I'm exhausted. But I'll practice a few more times after I finish my homework. Yao, I'm not quite sure how to turn around yet. Can you teach me again? Ying, you dance so well. You can learn it after Yao teaches you just once. As soon as the girls were dismissed, they started chattering excitedly. Although dancing took up a lot of their after-school time, they still enjoyed it very much. The girls were clearly very proud to be able to perform on New Year's Day. Sister, let's go. After saying goodbye to her classmates, Yang Qingyan said to Yang Qingying, who was waiting outside the classroom, next time, don't wait outside the classroom. Just wait inside for me to come find you. It's not too cold lately, so I wanted to come and watch you dance. Yang Qingying's class had prepared a poetry recitation, but she wasn't selected. Although she was disappointed, she also felt relieved. She was disappointed that her uncle couldn't see her performance, but not being able to go on stage made her feel relaxed. Grandpa! Yang Qingyan shouted from afar when she saw the person waiting outside the school gate. The two grabbed their backpack straps and ran quickly over. Grandpa, Yang Qingying called out as she approached. Hurry up and get in the car, your great-grandmother and brother are waiting for you to have dinner. Yu Jiming opened the car door for the two sisters with a smile. Thank you, Grandpa. Grandpa, we can do it ourselves. Once everyone was seated, Yu Jiaming started the car. It gets dark early these days, and Yang Qingyan has to prepare for her show, which means she'll be at school for another half hour. Plus, the distance to school has increased since they moved, so Yu Jiaming has been picking up and dropping off the two sisters for the past few days. He had only recently gotten his driver's license, so he drove slowly and was extremely focused. The two sisters knew about his situation, so they didn't say anything after getting in the car. After parking the car at home, Yang Qingyan jumped out immediately, and you could hear her shouting from afar, "Great-grandma, brother, Aunt Zhou, I'm back." She rushed into the house in a flurry, only to find a strange man sitting on the sofa. Yang Qingyan immediately became reserved. "Oh, this must be my little niece, hello there." Dong Xinyao put down his teacup and stood up from the sofa when he heard the voice. Yang Qingying, who followed him in, also saw him, "Hello." Yingying and Yan Yan. Yu Hang and Yang Qingshu came out of the elevator and saw the two children. "Uncle. Uncle." The moment the two sisters saw Yu Hang, they couldn't see anything else and rushed over to hug their uncle. "Hee, all right, did you miss your uncle?" He gently patted the two sisters on the back. "I've been thinking about it, and I really miss my uncle." Yang Qingyan asked her uncle eagerly, "How long will you be staying this time, uncle?" "I miss my uncle too." Although Yang Qingying was also excited, she didn't say much, just stared intently at her uncle. "Uncle is spending New Year's Day with you this time." She gave each of the two sisters a smile, then led them to the sofa where Dong Xinyao was sitting. "Come here, this is your Uncle Dong. He is my best friend, and he came with me to see you this time." The two looked at their handsome and tall Uncle Dong with curiosity and affection in their eyes. "Hello, Uncle Dong." "Oh, good, Uncle Dong even brought you gifts. I'll share them with you later." Hearing the two little girls' clear, unison greetings, Dong Senyo's heart melted. He absolutely had to have a daughter someday. Half like him, half like Senior Qin. "Hee, you two stop teasing your uncle, come and eat." Grandma Yu helped Aunt Zhou bring the dishes out of the kitchen and cheerfully called everyone to eat. Grandma Yu was so excited when she received a call from her grandson today that she took Aunt Zhou to the market again and bought a lot of vegetables that her grandson might like to eat. So dinner tonight was exceptionally plentiful, and Aunt Zhou used all her culinary skills to prepare a variety of dishes, including chicken, duck, fish, meat, fried, boiled, and stewed meat. "Wow! Grandma Yu, dinner is so delicious today." Dong Xinyao exclaimed in amazement. "I'm going to eat a lot." "Hee, you should eat more, you should eat more." "Xiao Dong, please sit here." Grandma Yu pulled Dong Xinyao to sit down and warmly tried to serve him rice. Dong Xinyao quickly grabbed the bowl. "Grandma Yu, please sit down, I can do it myself." "Grandma, please sit down and let him serve himself." Yu Heng came over and helped Grandma Yu sit down, saving Dong Xinyao. "Oh dear, Ahang, sit down quickly. You must be starving after a long day of travel." Supported by her grandson, Grandma Yu touched Yu Heng's arm again, feeling that her little grandson had lost a bit of weight since last time. A large round table for 10 people was set up, with Grandma Yu sitting at the head of the table, and everyone else sitting around it. Aunt Zhou distributed bowls and chopsticks to everyone. Although she was a nanny, she always ate at the same table as everyone, so she sat down with them. Grandma Yu was very excited. She kept pulling Dong Xinyao, who was on her left, to eat more, and then she put food on Yu Heng's plate on her right. Across from them, Yu Jiaming and his 3 siblings watched with amusement, exchanging a few words occasionally, but mostly listening to Dong Xinyao talk about Yu Heng. He has a strong ability to express himself, even an ordinary afternoon event becomes rich and interesting in his narration. At times, the crowd listened attentively, and at other times, they burst into laughter at his antics. The meal lasted a long time, and the food got cold by the end, but no one cared. They wanted to hear more from Dong Xinyao about Yu Heng, to understand him better, to know more about his past life, and to get closer to him. The winter night sky appeared exceptionally deep, and the stars shone even brighter. Everyone worked together to clear the table. The elderly person wasn't feeling well, the students had classes tomorrow, and Yu Heng and the others were exhausted after a long day, so everyone was preparing to go upstairs to sleep early. The villa has many rooms, but there are also many family members. There are 7 bedrooms, which is just enough for one person per room. When Grandma Yu received a call from her grandson saying he was bringing friends back, she tidied up Yu Heng's room and prepared 2 quilts for him. Old Dong is sleeping in my room tonight. I'm going to sleep with Qingshu, Yu Heng said to Dong Xinyao before everyone went upstairs. No way, let's sleep together. I'll sleep on the floor, okay. Dong Xinyao said, indicating that he didn't want to go through all that trouble. It's so cold, how can we sleep on the floor? Grandma Yu said anxiously from the side. Yeah, how about Qingshu sleeps in my room tonight, and you can sleep in Qingshu's room? Yu Jiaming said. I'll sleep with Uncle Dong, Yang Qingshu said. He wanted to talk to Uncle Dong some more about his uncle's past. No, let him sleep alone. Yu Heng refused. Uncle, the bed in my room is very big, big enough for 2 people to sleep in. Thinking that he would secretly ask Uncle Dong about his grandmother later, Yang Qingshu argued with Heng. Seeing the boy's rare display of persistence in front of him, Yu Heng ultimately said nothing more. Young people need to experience the harsh realities of society. The winter wind is dry and cold, blowing through the gaps in the clouds and reaching deep into the heart, but the sun is still warm, shining on people and making them feel cozy. Yu Heng hadn't planned to go out today, so he went downstairs for breakfast early in the morning wearing thick pajamas. Aunt Zhou had prepared breakfast early, but Grandma Yu and Uncle Yu had already finished eating. You're up so early today? Yu Heng was a little surprised to see Dong Xinyao having breakfast. There's no reason to stay in bed when you're a guest. Dong Xinyao slurped up a mouthful of millet porridge, then ate some cold dishes, his eyes practically squinting as he ate. Uncle Dong. Uncle Dong. The 2 sisters also came out after changing into their school uniforms. Come and have breakfast quickly, Yu Heng called out when he saw the 2 sisters get up. She served each of them a bowl of millet porridge and took an extra serving of small soup dumplings from the steamer. Food gets cold quickly in winter, and everyone eats at different times in the morning, so Aunt Zhou kept the breakfasts warm in the pot. Thank you, Uncle. Uncle, you should eat too. Where's Qingshu? Yu Heng asked Dong Xinyao as he sat down. Hey, I'm still catching up on sleep. Dong Xinyao said awkwardly. Yu Heng rolled his eyes at him, and was about to say something when Yang Qingshu came downstairs with dark circles under his eyes and a haggard look. Good morning, Uncle Dong. Yang Qingshu greeted weakly. Sit down quickly, I'll get you something to eat. Poor child, this child suffered terribly last night. Yu Heng got up again to get breakfast for Yang Qingshu, and Dong Xinyao also hurriedly got up to help. I was just thinking that I've been sleeping really well lately after all these years, Dong Xinyao muttered to Yu Heng in the kitchen, but anyone could hear the guilt in his voice. From childhood to adulthood, Dong Xinyao sleeping posture was like that of someone in a fighting ring, he was never still. Yu Heng sometimes guessed that the reason he couldn't win over Senior Qin wasn't because he was stupid, but because he was self-aware. He and Dong Xinyao set out Yang Qingshu's breakfast. Looking at Yang Qingshu's 2 huge dark circles, he felt a little regretful. This child would have to suffer in class all day. Eat up, your uncle will take you to school today and pick you up after school this afternoon. Yu Heng said to the 3 siblings, your uncle and Uncle Dong both brought you gifts. Now that you're going to school, we'll distribute them to you this afternoon. Really? What's the gift? Yang Qingyan asked excitedly. Never mind, I can't tell you now. I'll keep it as a surprise. Uncle, you'd better come pick me up soon. Yang Qingshu and Yang Qingying also looked at Yu Heng happily. Yu Heng ruffled Yang Qingshu's hair, then patted the 2 little girls on the shoulder before going upstairs to change his clothes and head out. He had originally wanted to pat their heads as well, but since the girls had already braided their hair, he was afraid of messing it up. Together with Dong Xinyao, they took the children to school, and then took a detour to his sister's grave to pay their respects. This must be my brother-in-law. He looks more like Qingyan, Qingshu looks more like you, and Qingying looks more like your sister. Dong Xinyao lit a cigarette and placed it in front of his brother-in-law's tombstone. How is she similar? Qingyan looks more like my sister. Yu Heng wiped his sister's tombstone. Tisk. Dong Xinyao didn't argue with him, but instead asked about brother-in-law Yu's background. He's from an orphanage, so you could say he married into my family. Yu Heng always sounded a little awkward when talking about his brother-in-law. He felt his sister could find someone better, but according to his family, his sister and her husband had a very good relationship, and their children were already so grown up. However, Yuheng always felt that his sister and her husband hadn't gotten his consent to be together, and he didn't approve of his brother-in-law. Now, both of them have passed away, leaving Yuheng alone to struggle with his own conscience. Today is Saturday, and Yang Qingshu's birthday is in 2 days, but he has to go to school then, so Yuheng asked Yang Qingshu to invite his good friends to go out for lunch to celebrate. We had a simple lunch at home, the real show was in the afternoon. Auntie, I'll make this corn and shrimp dish later. It's one of my specialties. The Su family had all come over, and Li Fong and her mother-in-law were helping prepare the dishes for dinner in the kitchen. Hee, Fong Fong is great at cooking seafood. Let Fong Fong cook that Australian lobster later. I dare not cook it, I'm afraid I'll ruin it. Jiaming said that Ahang went to the seafood market early this morning to buy it, and it's very expensive. Grandma Su said with a smile as she washed the vegetables and chatted with Grandma Yu next to her. How can we let you do it? Let Jiaming and Xiaozhou do it. Xiaozhou is a very good cook and can make many dishes. Grandma Yu smiled and her eyes crinkled. The old lady liked a lively atmosphere. You guys, you can tidy up here for a while and then go outside to rest. How can we let our guests work all the time? The Su family mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were helping Grandma Yu prepare the dishes in the kitchen. Aunt Zhou was busy serving tea and water to the guests, and Yuheng, Dong Senyao, and Su Tai were chatting about work outside. Meanwhile, Grandpa Su, Su Hongji, and Yu Jiaming were tidying up the garden outside. The Su family had cleared 2 vegetable plots in the garden, which Grandma Yu had been eyeing for a long time. Taking advantage of the fact that they all had some free time today, the group casually set them up. Auntie, what did Jiaming think about the girl you mentioned before? Li Fong thought of this again while chatting. If he had agreed, I would have gone to Wen Zhao's house to tell him. Then Li Fong added in a low voice, actually, I also mentioned this to Wen Zhao briefly, and I think she meant that it has a chance. Grandma Yu's heart skipped a beat when she heard this, and she moved closer to Li Fong, whispering, is she really willing to do this? Jiaming's leg. Oh dear, Jiaming's leg injury isn't serious, and it doesn't affect his daily life at all. Li Fong said with an expression that it was all a trivial matter. With Jiaming's current conditions, what is he lacking? This isn't Jiaming's own either. Grandma Yu said with a disgruntled expression. Oh dear. Auntie, at Jiaming's age, it's a skill to have a promising younger generation. Don't you want him to have a companion to support him in the future? Li Fong advised. Although she was partly doing this to satisfy her hobby of matchmaking, she was genuinely concerned for Yu Jiaming. This, should I ask Ahang? Grandma Yu couldn't make up her mind, so she thought of her grandson. Upon hearing this, Li Fong realized that Yuheng was indeed the one making decisions in the Yu family now, and it would be more practical to ask him. So when Yuheng and the others entered the house, they saw that Su's mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, as well as Grandma Yu, were all looking at him expectantly. What's wrong? Were you waiting for me? Yuheng chuckled as he sat down next to Grandma Yu. Everyone else sat on the sofa, and if there weren't enough sofas, they would bring out a round wooden stool meant for guests and sit down, waiting for the lady of the house to give instructions. Oh! This is great news. Li Fong said to Yuheng with a happy expression. Really? What's the good news? Yuheng picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. He was a little thirsty after talking so much. Your aunt has introduced your uncle to someone and wants to know your opinion, Grandma Yu explained to Yuheng. Yuheng looked surprised. Why did he need to ask his uncle's opinion when talking about his girlfriend? Shouldn't he ask his uncle? He turned to ask his uncle, only to see Yu Jiaming blushing and looking down. Yu Jiaming knew who he was talking to, but he was conflicted and didn't know what to do. Is there something wrong with this? I think my uncle is willing. Yuheng said hesitantly. He could tell that his uncle was willing, and since his aunt could tell him, the woman's side should also be willing. So what's the problem? Oh dear. The person I introduced to your uncle is also from our old neighborhood. We've lived together for so many years, so his character is definitely reliable. Li Fong quickly explained to him, her husband passed away more than 10 years ago, and her parents-in-law also passed away a few years ago. She runs a small food stall every day and can support her family without any problem. Moreover, the house she lives in now is purchased and there is no mortgage or anything. Upon hearing this, Yuheng realized that the woman's conditions were quite good. Seeing Yuheng looking at her with a puzzled expression, Li Fang didn't hide anything and said directly, "That's right, he has a son who went to the army during his freshman year of college and was discharged this year. He's going to continue his studies, so he definitely won't let Jiaming worry about the tuition fees. She just said that she hopes this side can help with her son's wedding in the future. But her son also grew up right under our noses, he's a sensible and filial child." After saying that, she added, afraid that Yuheng might overthink it. "This is to be expected, it's not a problem." Yuheng looked at his uncle, not understanding what the problem was. We're not a good match." Yu Jiaming said, head down. Yuheng saw that half of his energy and spirit had dissipated after his uncle finished speaking. After thinking for a while, he realized where the problem lay. Uncle Yu probably felt he couldn't use his money to get married. Although Yuheng registered the house and shop under his uncle's name from the beginning, he always felt that they belonged to Yuheng and he couldn't use them indiscriminately. He took a liking to Wen Zhao, but gave up on the idea because he felt he lacked the ability to do so. Seeing the worry creeping onto Grandma Yu's face, Yuheng said to her, "Grandma, it seems my uncle can't afford to get married. Why don't we marry him off? We can take those 2 small shops as his dowry. From now on, you can live with me." Grandma Yu was shocked. This. Ha ha ha, Aheng is right. Grandma Su laughed loudly from the side, patting Grandma Yu's hand and saying, "Our Aheng is capable. Sister, why don't you follow Aheng and live a good life? If Jiaming can't find a wife, let him marry into his wife's family." The others realized what was happening and teased Uncle Yu mercilessly. Uncle Yu, feeling guilty and tongue-tied, blushed deeply and became withdrawn. Yuheng actually strongly approved of the marriage. Judging from Grandma Su and the others' expressions, they knew the woman's side quite well and had a good impression of them. Uncle Yu also seemed to be getting along very well with her. He often works away from home, and when his children grow up, they will be like fledgling eagles, spreading their wings and flying far away. Even if my uncle doesn't find a partner this time, he'll urge him to find one later. As for helping the other party's son get married, even if we buy him a house, it won't cost much, just 2 or 3 years' salary from Aunt Zhou. Therefore, when faced with Uncle Yu's concerns about this and that, Yuheng did not hesitate to choose ridicule over comforting him. "Uncle, please come to my birthday party next time. Uncle, the bar was amazing today. Uncle, will you come to our school for New Year's Day?" Before dinner, Yuheng drove to the bar to pick up Yang Qingshu and the others to go back for dinner. This afternoon, Yuheng booked a high-end seafood buffet for Yang Qingshu and his friends, and then booked a bar to satisfy the curiosity of the young men and women, letting them play there all afternoon. Get out, get out. Who's your uncle?" Yang Qingshu said sternly, pushing away the group of friends who were surrounding his uncle. "Old Yang, why are you like this? Isn't your uncle my uncle too?" "Right, uncle," a male classmate said to Yuheng with a fawning look. "That's right, Lao Yang. Our uncle treated us to so much fun today, isn't he my own uncle? Get out of here." Watching the boys playfully bickering, Yuheng smiled silently on the side. After a noisy farewell, Yang Qingshu rolled down the car window and shouted, "I left money with the class monitor, you all take taxis home, you hear me?" I know. Bye-bye. See you tomorrow." As Yang Qingshu waved goodbye to his friends, a worried look still lingered on his face. "Don't worry, I've arranged for people to send them all back one by one," Yuheng reassured them. Yang Qingshu was going home to have dinner with his grandmother and the others, while his classmates had so much fun for the first time that they didn't want to go home so early. He only relaxed after his uncle said everything was arranged. The dinner party that evening was a time for family. It was both to celebrate Yang Qingshu's birthday and to confirm Yu Xiaoshu's girlfriend. Everyone was in high spirits and opened several bottles of wine. After the meal, Dong Xinyao sat down and chatted with Su Jing and Yang Qingshu. "Being a star is great. I can hang out with your aunt from now on." When Su Jing mentioned that he had told Yuheng that he wanted to be a star, Dong Senyo's mind, which was clouded by alcohol, became confused and he started talking about Chu Anlin. Aunt. Yang Qingshu's eyes widened. So he had an aunt. Auntie. My cousin has a wife. Huh. No, that's not right. Call him uncle. Ignoring the two shocked faces in front of him, Dong Xinyao finished speaking and went to sleep. In the following days, Yu Heng could sense that Yang Qingshu always seemed to want to say something but hesitated, but when Yu Heng asked him, he would say that nothing had happened and then run away. Finally, after dinner that evening, Yang Qingshu couldn't hold back any longer. After Yu Heng finished his phone call with Zhang An, he was sitting in the pavilion smoking when he saw Yang Qingshu walking over with a hesitant expression. Yu Heng stubbed out his cigarette, waiting to see what the kid was up to. Uncle, on my birthday, Uncle Dong said I have an aunt now. Yang Qingshu sat down on the bench in the pavilion and looked at Yu Heng. Nothing's wrong, your Uncle Dong must be drunk. Yu Heng thought it was something serious, but old Dong is never reliable. Uncle Dong also said it wasn't auntie, it was uncle. Yang Qingshu's face wrinkled, clearly recalling the shock he felt when he heard the news. Yu Heng's lips twitched upon hearing this. What the hell was this, uncle? However, Yu Heng understood what was going on. It must have been that old Dong had drunk too much that day and talked to the two kids about Chu Anlin. If we get together in the future, you should call him uncle. Yu Heng had no intention of hiding it. Since the child already knew, he would openly admit it. Yang Qingshu was a little surprised. So his uncle wasn't with him yet. So what kind of person is he? Yang Qingshu couldn't resist asking his uncle. Probably a coward. Yu Heng smiled as he recalled Chu Anlin's several attempts to escape. Seeing his uncle seemingly lost in thought, a smile unconsciously playing on his lips, his eyes sparkling, he thought, the person my uncle likes must also be a very warm person. He and Su Jing were stunned by a bomb thrown by Dong Xinyao that day, and they couldn't sleep well all night afterward. The two met at school the next day, both with dark circles under their eyes. Boys liking boys is something they've only heard of in the first 10 or so years of their lives, but they've never actually met someone they know, especially someone close to them. They were a bit confused about this, so they decided to look up information online. With today's big data algorithms, as long as you've looked up information, it will push a bunch of similar information to you. So in the past few days, the two of them went from initial shock to a smooth transition of, so that's all. Su Jing and I have done a lot of research these past 2 days. We believe that it's your freedom to like whoever you want, and we will all wish you well, Yang Qingshu said to Yu Heng with a serious expression. Yu Heng felt a warmth in his heart. He originally thought that it was his freedom to choose a partner and that no one else needed to judge him, but when he actually received his family's blessing, he felt quite good about it. Thank you for your blessings, your uncle has received them. Yu Heng smiled and looked at Yang Qingshu gently, speaking earnestly. Meanwhile, Chu Anlin, who was considered a warm person, also started recording his variety show after a few days of rest. As soon as I got off the plane, the program crew's cameras started filming me. Chu Anlin didn't care too much. After all, what was being recorded now would probably be edited down to very little by the production team, who would only keep some interesting footage. Brother Chu, what a heavy snowfall. Assistant Xiao Wang exclaimed as he pushed a larger suitcase, looking at the heavy snowfall outside. The location where they were filming the variety show was in a northern city, where it was snowing heavily and the area outside the airport was covered in snow. Haha, I'm going to go skiing. Chu Anlin was very excited when she saw the heavy snow. She put her suitcase aside and ran out. Hey, wait for me, Brother Chu. Be careful. Wang Xiaojie quickly pushed his suitcases together and chased after him. Chu Anlin found a relatively slippery spot on the icy road, crouched down slightly, spread her arms, and slid forward or backward for 3 or 4 meters. Ha ha ha, Xiaojie, see how awesome I am. Brother Chu, I want to try it too. Seeing Chu Anlin having so much fun skating, Xiao Wang excitedly joined in. Xiaojie, look at my white crane spreads wings. Chu Anlin raised her arm and slid another 4 or 5 meters away from there. Brother Chu, let me do a white snake spits tongue. Not to be outdone, Xiao Wang also took a short run up and slid 3 or 4 meters. Humph. Watch me spread my wings like a rock. My white rainbow pierces the sun. The two skated for a while, but Chu Anlin, who felt she had mastered the core techniques, felt unsatisfied. Xiaojie, let's go ski over there. He ran over excitedly when he saw the accessible ramp next to him. Wait for me, Brother Chu. By the time Xiao Wang turned around to chase after her, Chu Anlin had already gotten into position and slid down in a flash. Then, with a bang, Chu Anlin fell. "Ah, Brother Chu, are you all right?" Xiao Wang quickly ran over from the side, and the cameraman from the program crew who was filming them also followed anxiously. "Brother Chu, are you all right? What happened to you? Don't scare me." Xiao Wang saw Chu Anlin cowering and not saying anything, his face full of pain, so he didn't dare to move him easily and could only anxiously shout from the side. Chu Anlin felt a sharp pain in her foot, so intense that she couldn't speak. After she finally calmed down, she told Xiao Wang, "I'm fine, but my leg might be broken. It hurts so much." Xiao Wang was very anxious upon hearing this, and the camera crew quickly turned off their equipment. Some made phone calls, some carried luggage, and others helped carry the person. In a flurry of activity, they finally got the person to the nearest hospital. "You guys are really something." "Huh? Skiing? Huh? Is skiing fun? You're all grown up and you have no sense of safety at all. Even little kids know to stay away from icy surfaces, but you guys are just rushing to go, huh?" Qiu Jie's angry roar filled the private room. Chu Anlin lay on the hospital bed with half her face covered by a blanket, while Xiao Wang stood in the corner, not daring to utter a sound. Qiu Jie was originally trying to secure resources for Chu Anlin at a TV station, but these two good-for-nothings caused her such a huge disaster as soon as they were released. When she arrived at the hospital, Chu Anlin's leg was already in a cast. Fortunately, it wasn't too serious, it was just a minor fracture. However, during the recovery period, all subsequent announcements will have to be rearranged, and several resources may be squeezed out by others. "You're really my living ancestor." After scolding Chu Anlin, Sister Qiu turned around and started attacking Wang Xiaojie. "And you, what are you good for? You didn't stop him, and you even joined the artists in their nonsense. Do you want to quit your job?" "Sister Qiu, it was me who dragged Xiaojie along to play." Seeing Sister Qiu scolding Wang Xiaojie, Chu Anlin couldn't help but speak up to explain. "You think I don't know? You're so capable now, even trying to explain to others. You think you can get away with this?" As expected, Sister Qiu turned her guns on Chu Anlin with a new round of attacks. "Humph. I'm going to talk to the production team now to see how to handle this. You two better stay put." After scolding the two of them so much that they didn't dare to lift their heads, Sister Qiu stormed out. Only after Qiu Jie had walked quite a distance did Xiao Wang dare to approach Chu Anlin and ask, "Brother Chu, does your leg still hurt? Do you want some water?" "No need, Xiao Jie, give me your phone, I'll just browse it for a bit." Chu Anlin was utterly hopeless and decided to give up entirely. "Uncle Yen Yen, thank you so much. With the costumes you bought for us, our dance performance this time will definitely be the most beautiful." A group of girls were sitting in the mall drinking milk tea. Lu Yao, the art and literature representative of Class 1, Grade 7, came to thank Yuheng on behalf of the girls and their dance team. "The clothes are just a bonus, you all danced very well." Yuheng, holding a cup of oolong tea from a milk tea shop, sat down with Dong Sinyao. They were on their way to pick up the two sisters from school when they overheard the girls talking about buying costumes for their New Year's Day performance. Yuheng simply had Dong Sinyao and his uncle each drive a car to pick up all 10 girls from the dance team and bring them to the mall so they could choose for themselves. "Old Yu, take a look." Yuheng nodded to Lu Yao, who was chatting with him, before taking the phone from Dong Sinyao. Chu Anlin was injured. "Behold my great rock spreading its wings." Ex-City Culture and Tourism Bureau reminds you to be careful of slippery surfaces in snowy weather. All three trending topics were about Chu Anlin. Below is a video taken by the Let's Travel Together program crew, showing Chu Anlin running on the ice outside the airport with her assistant after getting off the plane. They even went up the slope to skate, and finally fell with a thud. The release of the video was the result of discussions between Sister Qiu and the production team. Since Chu Anlin was injured, the show could no longer continue filming. However, the production team and Chu Anlin's team officially announced it before the show started filming. Chu Anlin was already ridiculed after she deleted the official announcement of her appearance in The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Deleting Let's Travel Together again without any reason would not benefit Chu Anlin at all. Furthermore, the production team didn't want to be impacted by the speculations of Chu Anlin's fans. So they simply released the video, and then Chu Anlin issued a statement to appease the fans, which also helped to market Chu Anlin's youthful spirit. They were supposed to handle this matter discreetly, and only the fan community knew about it. Who knew that the video would be seen by the official cultural and tourism authorities, and then it got out of control, with various cultural and tourism accounts, fire department accounts, and even the police joining in the fun. Therefore, Chu Anlin's video was used as a typical example and teaching material, and was successfully criticized by various official accounts and netizens, making it to the top of the trending searches. Judging from the way he fell, he was clearly a southern athlete. Ha ha ha, trending on social media. A piece of cake. Lon Lon, give me a hug. Let's not do such dangerous sports next time. Look, it's been posted online. And it's in HD. Behold my great rock spreading its wings, Pia. Haha, Lon Lon, come skiing in our G-City next time. Our Lon Lon is so pitiful. Ha ha ha, the southern kids are so slippery. Chu Anlin isn't here to film a trip together, she's here to teach you the right way to travel. This is to generate revenue for the X-City Orthopedic Hospital. This is the first time I've seen a celebrity used as a living example. One more embarrassing story. Haha, he seems to have quite a few moves. The production team is inhuman. They've released this kid's embarrassing past. Is there more? I want to see footage from other camera angles. Who is this little star? She's quite cute. Yuheng frowned, his lips pressed tightly together. His eyes sharpened, revealing his displeasure. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, waiting for his mind to calm down before taking out his phone and walking aside to call Chu Anlin. Hello. Chu Anlin's cautious voice came through the phone. Without even thinking, he knew that Yuheng had called him after seeing the trending topic. Where are you now? Yuheng asked. I'm in City A right now, near the company. After being scolded by Sister Chio so many times these past few days, Chu Anlin has been unusually well behaved lately. Okay, does your leg still hurt? I'll come see you in a couple of days. Yuheng originally wanted to give him a lecture, but after hearing Chu Anlin's voice, he forgot and just felt a little sorry for him. It hurt a little a couple of days ago, but I don't feel anything today. It's just that wearing a cast is such a hassle. Chu Anlin's voice contained a hint of coquetry that he himself didn't realize. Just bear with it. You'll suffer if your bones don't heal properly. Okay, but won't your coming over take up your time? What have you been doing bothering me? You go to work or something? I'm currently unemployed, so I came to you for help. Yuheng said with a light laugh. Ah. Then come and be my assistant. Sensing the teasing in Yuheng's words, Chu Anlin retorted without hesitation. Heh, then you wait. Yuheng chatted briefly with Chu Anlin for a couple more minutes before hanging up the phone. How are you? Are you all right? Dong Sinyao asked as Yuheng approached. There's nothing seriously wrong, but I have to go to City A. Yuheng called everyone back. The girls practiced dancing after school, then went to the mall to eat and buy performance costumes. By now it was completely dark. After sending Yang Qingyan's classmates home, Yuheng told his family that he was going to City A. Uncle, you go ahead. Uncle Dong and I will take a video for you. Although Yang Qingying was a little disappointed that she couldn't spend New Year's Day with her uncle, Uncle Dong said he would stay. Yes, Ahang, your work is important. Grandma, you comforted him. Well, I'll be back once I'm done with this trip. Under Dong Senyo's teasing gaze, Yuheng blushed slightly, a rare occurrence for him. He couldn't very well tell his family that he was in a hurry to meet his future girlfriend. He called Zhang An again, asking Gao Ziyuan to wait for him in City A and arrange accommodations and other trivial matters. The surroundings rushed past, like a fast-forwarded shot in a movie. The plane finally came to a stop, and the cabin door slowly opened. As Yuheng stepped out of the station exit, he saw Gao Ziyuan waiting for him. President Yu. Upon seeing Yuheng, Gao Ziyuan hurried over and took the suitcase from Yuheng's hands. Assistant Zhang said that the Yulong villa wasn't ready yet, so he contacted General Manager Zhang of Huanyu and arranged for you to stay at Huyue Shanxi. This was Gao Ziyuan's first time officially working alongside Yuhang, so he was inevitably a little nervous. Let's go take a look first. Yuhang nodded, without offering much of an opinion. The house in Yulong Villa was a penthouse that the system had previously rewarded. It was so big that Yuhang didn't plan to live there by himself. Lakeview Mountain View is also a high-end villa area in City A, consisting of small detached villas. Many political and business figures in City A live here, and the security measures here are quite strong. Not bad, get ready, come out with me later. Yuhang looked around the villa, which was even bigger than the one he bought for his uncle in Qixiang City, with a private courtyard of more than 300 square meters. The villa's interior is decorated in an exquisite modern Chinese style, with soft neutral tones throughout, creating a simple yet sophisticated look. Moreover, this community boasts a 60% greening rate, a 5 square meter artificial ecological lake, and a 2 square meter central park. It also features free-range Sika deer, alpacas, peacocks, and various rare bird species. It is a truly high-end villa community. Inside the Golden Mansion apartment building in City A, Chu Anlin sat on the sofa, idly picking at his fingers. His leg was in a cast, making it difficult for him to walk. Brother Chu, are you waiting for someone? Seeing Chu Anlin glancing towards the door every now and then, Xiao Wang looked at the silent door and asked. The doorbell rang, and Chu Anlin immediately sat up straight. Xiao Wang got up to open the door. Ah. It's you. Please come in, please come in. As soon as Xiao Wang opened the door and saw Yuhang at the door, he immediately remembered that this was the person he had met in City C a while ago. Hello. Nodding to Xiao Wang, Yuhang walked directly towards Chu Anlin with a bouquet of flowers. Why did you send me flowers? Chu Anlin took the bouquet of roses and sunflowers that Yuhang brought. Her heart raced uncontrollably, as if it was about to leap out of her chest. Her cheeks flushed, and she didn't dare to meet Yuhang's eyes. Hey, visiting someone in the hospital. Yuhang's cheerful voice came from above. Oh. Chu Anlin felt a little disappointed, pinched the petals of the champagne rose, and said with a hint of dissatisfaction, Don't send flowers next time, send me some fruit instead, I can eat it. Be more careful, are you thinking about next time? Yuhang sat down, picked up an orange, peeled it, cleaned off the white pith, and handed it to Chu Anlin. Here, fruit. Humph. Trying to use my fruit to curry favor. Chu Anlin grumbled as she put the flowers aside and took the oranges to eat. The oranges Xiao Wang bought today, I don't know which store they're from, are sweeter than the oranges he's had before. Meanwhile, Xiao Wang, who was standing next to Yuhang, followed Gao Ziyuan to sit at the bar area after Yuhang entered. Looking at the two of them, who seemed to have no room for anyone else, he sensed that things were getting serious. He knew perfectly well what kind of friend this was. Was this how ordinary friends should act? As they were chatting, Yuhang stood up and gently touched Chu Anlin's leg, which was in a cast. Does it still hurt? The plaster surface was uneven, but there was a ring of colorful little flowers around the edge. Did you draw that? Chu Anlin said, a little embarrassed by Yuhang's laughter. She broke off 2 slices of orange and chewed them. Isn't this too boring? Sister Chiu won't let me go out, and there are reporters all around downstairs. If I go out, I'll be surrounded and chased. Chu Anlin said helplessly. Because of the immense public attention surrounding his injury, and the fact that he has only responded to fans once on social media, many paparazzi are waiting downstairs to get first-hand information. Yuhang frowned. Staying cooped up at home every day like this wouldn't do. Why don't you move in with me for a while? Yuhang thought for a moment and came up with this idea. Besides, the security at my place is better than here, and you can even sunbathe in the community. Huh. Chu Anlin was startled. Was this an invitation for him to live together? But, cough cough, she was a little tempted. Sister Chiu won't agree. She won't let me run around. Chu Anlin said softly, as if she were talking to Yuhang, but also as if she were talking to herself. Don't worry, she'll agree. Yuhang said confidently. But. Xiao Wang, dragging his suitcase, looked at Brother Chu, who was being helped off the car by Yuhang, with a look of utter despair. Didn't we agree that we weren't coming? Did you buy a house here? Chu Anlin was a little surprised when he entered the community. He thought Yu Heng was just an ordinary office worker. The property prices at Lakeview Mountain View are not low, and it's not a place that just anyone can afford. Those who can live here are people of a certain status. It was arranged by the company. Yu Heng took the wheelchair from Gao Ziyuan and prepared to lift Chu Anlin into it. Ha! Chu Anlin was still looking at the villa in front of her when she was startled by Yu Heng's sudden action and immediately wrapped her arms around Yu Heng's neck. Then, when they looked up, their eyes met, and it was as if the whole world had stood still. Time seemed to freeze, and only the sound of 2 heartbeats echoed. Ahem. Yu Heng coughed lightly, looked away, tightened his grip on Chu Anlin, but didn't put him in the wheelchair. Then, seemingly focused on the road ahead, he carried Chu Anlin into the house. Chu Anlin's earlobes turned red, and she turned her head slightly to the side, but she did not let go of the hand around Yu Heng's neck. Gao Ziyuan was still standing by the wheelchair, waiting to push Chu Anlin in, when he saw them carry her inside. They exchanged a glance with Xiao Wang, who was pulling a suitcase, and resignedly followed behind. Xiao Zhao, are you really sure President Yu has returned to City A? Song Shuhong asked his assistant Zhao Tao in the dormitory of Huanyu Media. It's confirmed, Brother Song. Brother Wan told me personally. Song Shuhong was excited. Wan Liang was his former agent, and they had always gotten along well. If he hadn't offended someone, they would probably still be working together now. He's practically been sidelined by the company and can't get any useful information, but Wan Liang is still Huanyu's top agent, and his information network is much better than his. But President Yu lives at Lakeview Mountain View, and we can't get in. Zhao Tao said with a worried look. Besides, judging from President Yu's appearance, he probably won't be coming to the company anytime soon. Song Shuhong also frowned. President Yu didn't like coming to the company. Last time at the anniversary celebration, he hesitated for a moment before President Yu flew to another city. If he couldn't seize this opportunity, he didn't know when the next one would come. Song Shuhong thought for a while and then thought of someone. I remember Director Guo also lives at Lakeview Mountain View, right? Yes, but. No buts. We're going to visit Director Guo tomorrow. Could you prepare a gift for the visit? Xiao Zhao was a little worried that doing this would offend Director Guo, but seeing that Brother Song was determined, he obediently did as he was told. The next day. Hearing the doorbell ring, Gao Ziyuan went out into the yard and opened the gate, only to find 2 unfamiliar people standing there. May I ask who you are? Hello, we've come to visit General Manager Yu, Song Shuhong said politely. Although he didn't know him, Gao Ziyuan was afraid of delaying President Yu's business, so he still invited him in. Please have a seat for a while, I'll go and invite General Manager Yu. Gao Ziyuan led the guests to the reception room and then directed the housekeeping staff arranged by the company to serve tea to the guests. As soon as I came out, I saw Xiao Wang, so I asked, have you seen where General Manager Yu is? These past few days, President Yu has been spending all his time with young Master Chu, so he and Wang Xiaojie have had to sensibly keep their distance. Wang Xiaojie rolled his eyes slightly. They're displaying their feathers downstairs. Beside the indoor pool, Chu Anlin sat in her wheelchair with a bathrobe, watching Yu Heng in the pool as he alternated arm strokes, his body drawing a graceful arc in the water, instantly transforming into a fluid shadow. He was like a flowing landscape, captivating the eye. His full, firm muscles shimmered in the water, like nature's most perfect masterpiece. She secretly pressed her rapidly beating heart and shouted to Yu Heng in the pool, "Come on up, or you'll catch a cold." Although he enjoyed watching Yu Heng swim around in the water, he was still a little worried because of the cold weather, even with the heating on indoors. With a splash, Yu Heng emerged from the water, swam to the shore, and with a powerful push, leaped ashore. He slowly stood up, water droplets sliding off his body and dripping onto the edge of the pool. He walked towards Chu Anlin step by step. Chu Anlin looked at Yu Heng's abs and long legs and felt a little itchy in her nose. She raised her hand to touch her nose, but then saw Yu Heng's ambiguous smile and quickly put her hand down. "Why don't you hurry up and put on some clothes? Aren't you afraid of catching a cold?" "I'm perfectly healthy, I don't catch colds that easily." Yu Heng took the bathrobe and put it on, the belt loosely tied, revealing a large expanse of skin on his chest. Who knows? Many people who work out every day are still quite weak. Chu Anlin didn't want Yu Heng to notice his loss of composure, so he preemptively struck. Then, do you want to give it a try? Yuheng held one end of the bathrobe strap with one hand, raising an eyebrow as he looked at Chu Anlin. Chu Anlin blushed furiously, and stammered, Who wants to try it with you? Just as Yuheng was about to say something more to tease Chu Anlin, the phone on the wall rang. Yuheng went to entertain the guests, but Chu Anlin did not go with him. He asked Xiao Wang to push him into the yard and take a small watering can to water the flowers. Even in winter, some hardy flowers bloom in the courtyard. Even by the wall, 2 wintersweet trees stood proudly, their branches adorned with many pale yellow flower buds. It's as if they're waiting for a cold wind to blow, and then they'll all bloom. After a while, Yuheng brought the person out. Chu Anlin was a little surprised to see the person who came. He recognized him, but hadn't seen him in a long time. He didn't expect him to come looking for Yuheng. Thank you, Mr. Yu. I'm sorry to have troubled you. I'll take my leave now. Song Shuhong was overjoyed to receive Yuheng's assurance and didn't know what to do. Chu Anlin saw Song Shuhong's eyes slightly red, looking at Yuheng with admiration, his eyes glistening with tears. When he raised his hand to gently wipe away the tears from the corners of his eyes, the action was like a gentle breeze brushing across a lake in the morning, tender and moving. Song Shuhong was once known by many fans as a gentleman as jade. He not only has bright eyes and white teeth, but also a unique temperament, quite like a dashing young gentleman. Chu Anlin felt a pang of jealousy and couldn't help but let out a soft hum. Upon hearing his voice, Yuheng said to Song Shuhong, You should go back first. I'll handle this. Then he turned to Chu Anlin and asked, Why did you suddenly decide to water the flowers? What, are you afraid I'll be ruthless and destroy this flower? Chu Anlin said, a little annoyed. No, but aren't your hands cold? Yuheng secretly reached out to pull Chu Anlin's hand, wanting to take the opportunity to hold it. Chu Anlin was being led by him and wanted to shake him off so she could say something sarcastic, but she happened to see Song Shuhong watching them. He paused in the act of withdrawing his hand, and nodded to Song Shuhong as a greeting. Song Shuhong was caught peeking and felt a little embarrassed. He nodded to Chu Anlin and then quickly followed Gao Ziyuan out the door. Reaching the door, he couldn't help but ask Gao Ziyuan, That's Chu Anlin, right? I didn't expect him to be so close to President Yu. Gao Ziyuan smiled but didn't say anything, bowing as he saw Song Shuhong and his assistant out. Seeing his attitude, Song Shuhong realized he had said too much. Thank you, Assistant Gao. Please wait. On the way back, Zhao Tao talked to Song Shuhong while driving. Brother Song, do you think Chu Anlin and President Yu have that kind of relationship? Regardless of their relationship, it's always better to be polite when we meet them in the future, Song Shuhong said after a moment's thought. He looked out of the car. Although the sun was covered by a large patch of dark clouds, sunlight was still streaming down from the edges of the clouds. And the boulder pressing down on him was finally about to be removed. Meanwhile, at the Lakeview Mountain residence, Yuheng, seeing that it was too cold, pushed Chu Anlin inside. I poured Chu Anlin a cup of hot tea to warm his hands, because just now when I held his hand, it felt like holding a block of ice. Thank you, Mr. Yu. I'm sorry to have troubled you. Yuheng was surprised. Why was he being so polite? After drinking the tea, he did feel a little warmer. Yuheng took the teacup from him and asked, Are you feeling better? Chu Anlin said naturally as Yuheng carried her to the sofa, adding, Thank you, Mr. Yu, for the trouble. Hearing Chu Anlin's sarcastic words, Yuheng finally realized that she was jealous. You're welcome. I'm glad that Mr. Yu has done this well enough to satisfy young Master Chu. Yuheng rested his right hand on the back of the sofa behind Chu Anlin's left ear, leaned down, and whispered in Chu Anlin's ear. You scoundrel. Chu Anlin blushed from being teased and forgot all about her sarcastic remarks to him. Really? Then who's jealous? Yuheng's voice was deep and mellow, full of allure. No, I didn't. Chu Anlin's voice lacked confidence. Then you weren't jealous? Yuheng asked him. Chu Anlin was about to say that he hadn't, but when he looked at Yuheng's handsome face magnified in front of him, his eyes suddenly became firm. Yes, I'm jealous, Yuheng, I like. Before he could finish speaking, Yuheng swiftly pinched his lips. Chu Anlin's eyes widened. Yuhang, what are you doing? Let me go. Cough. Yuhang coughed, almost making a mess of things. He looked intently into Chu Anlin's eyes and said, word by word, Chu Anlin, I like you. Will you be my boyfriend? Time seemed to stand still, a subtle tension and anticipation filling the air. It was an indescribable feeling, like a warm, shy sunlight filtering through the leaves on a summer afternoon. Chu Anlin's heart pounded in his ears like a drumbeat, and his cheeks flushed involuntarily. He tried to say something, but found that fate had captured his lips. Yuhang was anxiously waiting for Chu Anlin's response when Chu Anlin gave him a look and he realized he was too flustered, still holding Chu Anlin's lips tightly. Chu Anlin quickly let go, speechless at the absurdity of the situation, all her nervousness gone. Is this how you confess your feelings? Even if other people don't prepare a grand ceremony or anything, they should at least prepare a bouquet of flowers, right? Chu Anlin pouted. Yuhang was also a little guilty, but he looked Chu Anlin up and down and said, then isn't someone who didn't prepare anything when they were going to confess. Chu Anlin was reminded of this by him and realized that he had just been about to confess his feelings. So, did that mean they were even? Then, please take care of me from now on, boyfriend. Chu Anlin grabbed Yuhang's hand. His ears were red, but he still stared at Yuhang with a smile. Yuhang and he sat together on the sofa, their fingers intertwined. As if he had won the whole world, the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up, and his eyes sparkled with joy. Feeling the warmth and touch of each other's palms, they both felt a little shy. Are you going to tell your family when you come out? Holding Chu Anlin's hand tightly, Yuhang was a little afraid to look at him. I came out to my family before, Chu Anlin said, both happy and shy. Yuhang turned his head in a second and said with a hint of sourness, then why did you two break up? Chu Anlin asked, bewildered, who? The men who made you come out of the closet. The tone was dripping with bitterness. Puffed, are you jealous? Chu Anlin smiled, her eyes crinkling. Yeah, I'm jealous. He's my boyfriend, what's wrong with being a little jealous? Ha 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 ha. Chu Anlin laughed so hard she leaned on Yuhang's arm. Yuhangchi, is it funny that he's jealous? After laughing enough, Chu Anlin looked up at Yuhang and said seriously, there's no such person. You're my first love. Yuhang looked at him, then why did you come out? It couldn't be that you already knew you didn't like girls, so you resolutely came out, right? Yuhang asked Chu Anlin this question, but Chu Anlin replied, yes. But it was my sister who came out back then. I realized that I didn't seem to have a girl I liked, and of course, I didn't have a boy I liked either. Chu Anlin recalled the situation at that time. His twin sister decided to get married a year early so she could be with her girlfriend. So she came out to her whole family. Although her family was shocked, they still expressed their understanding. Seeing this, Chu Anlin thought that he didn't like girls now, and he wasn't sure whether he would like boys or girls in the future, so she simply came out of the closet with him. In his opinion, if he likes a girl in the future, then everything will be fine. But if he likes a boy, then he won't have to shock his family again, he can give them some advance warning. Yuhang was taken aback by his bizarre behavior. So your family is pretty open-minded, huh? Hee, my aunt is a staunch advocate of remaining single. If my dad hadn't been childhood sweethearts with my mom, he probably wouldn't have gotten married. So my grandparents are all open-minded about it. Chu Anlin chuckled. He also felt that his family was quite open-minded, and most importantly, he felt that he was very far-sighted. And what about you? Chu Anlin asked Yuhang. My parents and sister have all passed away, and I make my own decisions. Yuhang raised his hand and touched his cheek. But I'll take you to see my grandmother and uncle later. I also have 3 nephews. Huh. Chu Anlin's lips parted slightly, he hadn't expected Yuhang's background to be like this. From now on, I'll be by your side. He lifted Yuhang's hand and held it in his hands. Yuhang gazed into Chu Anlin's firm yet gentle eyes, which flowed through his heart like a clear spring, touching his heartstrings and giving him a warmth and strength he had never felt before. This is all your nephew's doing, and someone even reported it to General Manager Yu. See for yourself. Zhang Xueming angrily threw a stack of documents at Zhao Zhonghua, who was standing on the other side of the desk. Zhao Zhonghua picked up the documents with trembling hands and examined them. Inside were a series of evidences showing that his nephew, Lu Junwen, had used company resources to exchange for benefits, engaged in quid pro quo relationships with artists, and even used his position to provide resources to artists from other companies. Mr. Zhang, I had no idea he was doing all this. Zhao Zhonghua had always known that his nephew liked to date minor celebrities and give them resources. These are not big problems. Even if someone who has reached the top level of the company doesn't actively seek out talent, lesser artists will come to them. So giving artists some resources to get rid of them is a standard practice in the industry. However, Lu Junwen's actions were indeed excessive and damaged the company's interests. If the company were to take these matters seriously, they could send him to prison. Mr. Zhang, as you know, my older brother passed away early. He went with his mother after she remarried. He was only 13 or 14, but he was so thin he looked like an 8 or 9-year-old. He would run back crying to his grandparents. It broke our hearts to see him like that. Zhao Zhonghua, hunched over, sobbed to Zhang Xueming. He got into the company through his own exams. I always took good care of him, but I never expected him to do something like this. I thought he was just dating an artist and doing them some favors. I never imagined he would be so bold as to directly harm the company's interests. If I had known what he had done, I would never have helped him, even if you killed me. Even if he feels sorry for his nephew, he himself might be implicated in this matter, so how could he possibly protect his nephew? Seeing Zhao Zhonghua's appearance, Zhang Xueming's anger subsided somewhat. He snorted, this time, for your sake, I'll only remove him from all his positions in the company, make him pay a fine to compensate for the company's losses, and then I can decide to let him off the hook. As for you, take a break for a while, and I'll make arrangements later. You can hand over your work to Lin Jing for now. Zhao Zhonghua is also a long-time employee of the company, and he has been with him for many years, so he is capable. He wanted to protect him, but he needed to sound out Mr. Yu's opinion first. Zhao Zhonghua thanked him repeatedly, but secretly resented his nephew for causing him such a big problem. Since Yu Heng confessed his feelings to Chu Anlin has been in a great mood these past 2 days, as if she were eating something sweet, with every bite filled with happiness. Xiaojie, hurry up and get me some gloves, my egg tarts are ready. Chu Anlin was too lazy to push her wheelchair around. Oh dear, let me do it, don't get burned. Wang Xiaojie pushed him aside and took out the baked egg tarts himself, wearing gloves. The egg tarts have a slightly caramelized custard filling, a crispy crust, and distinct layers, making them look incredibly tempting. They also have a rich milky aroma, making you feel like you're tasting milk, sweet but not cloying. The whole kitchen was filled with the aroma of egg tarts. Wow! I succeeded on my first try. Hurry up and take it to the dining table. I'll go call Yu Heng to try it. Chu Anlin maneuvered her electric wheelchair out of the kitchen. By the way, Xiaojie, have you seen where Yu Heng is? After coming out and not seeing Yu Heng, Chu Anlin asked Wang Xiaojie, who was holding an egg tart. He's in the study, I just saw Xiao Gao making him tea, Xiao Wang said without looking up as he placed the egg tarts on the dining table. Chu Anlin took the elevator to the study on the 3rd floor and opened the door without thinking. This is a management problem on your part. I hope you won't disappoint me. Yu Heng's face was displeased and his voice was cold, which was overheard by Chu Anlin as she entered the room. He was stunned by the solemn atmosphere and stood at the door, unsure whether to go in or back. Startled by the sound of him opening the door, Yu Heng and Zhang Xueming, who was bowing and standing in front of Yu Heng being scolded, both looked at him at the same time. Why did you come up here? Is there something you need? Yu Heng got up and pushed him and his wheelchair to the coffee table, asking gently. No, it's just that the egg tarts are baked and I wanted to invite you to eat with me. Seeing that there were still people around, Chu Anlin was afraid that she had caused trouble, so she spoke softly to Yu Heng. He glanced up and discreetly observed the men who looked like Yu Heng's subordinate. He felt the men looked familiar, but he wasn't sure, since he resembled General Manager Zhang of Huanyu Media. Zhang Xueming was also surprised when he saw Chu Anlin. Wasn't this the little star Chu something Lan? After seeing Mr. Yu's expression change in a second, something seemed to flash through my mind. Seeing Chu Anlin scrutinizing him, he immediately dropped his bitter and resentful expression and introduced himself with a warm smile. You must be young Master Chu. Hello, I'm Zhang Xueming. Ah. Hello. Chu Anlin was surprised that this person was actually the general manager of Wanyu Media. He seemed to have discovered a great secret that he urgently needed to share, and excitedly turned his head to tell Yuheng, who was warming his hands. As soon as he opened his mouth, he remembered how Yuheng had just scolded him like a grandson. Zhang Xueming, our company's general manager. Yuheng introduced Zhang Xueming to Chu Anlin, and Zhang Xueming smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Yuheng then turned to Zhang Xueming and introduced Chu Anlin, my boyfriend. Zhang Xueming was startled, and his attitude immediately became much more respectful. After all, canary and boyfriend are not just different terms. You go ahead with your business, I'll head down first. After giving Yuheng a quick pinch, Chu Anlin wheeled himself out. He didn't want to stay and have an awkward conversation. After Chu Anlin closed the door from the outside, Yuheng didn't continue to sulk and simply gave Zhang Xueming a few instructions. Also, you should pay attention to the company's atmosphere. I opened a company, not a club in City A. Zhang Xueming's face paled slightly. These words were a bit serious. Yes, I will definitely investigate thoroughly and there will be no more cases of artists being forced into unspoken rules. It's a matter of mutual consent, and no one can interfere. But things like Lu Junwen's case, where someone refuses the unspoken rules and is then blacklisted, are really bad. Does he think the company is his own home? Kick out that S-level supporting actor that Lu Junwen gave away in the company. Yuheng flipped through the files and only remembered when he saw the character that Chu Anlin had told him about before, the second male lead who had been rejected. However, filming has already begun, and Chu Anlin's leg will need at least 2 or 3 more months before she can move freely again. Yuheng tapped rhythmically on the table with his left index finger, then lowered his head to think for a moment. Give it to Song Hongshu as compensation. So, you're the new chairman of Wanyu Media. Chu Anlin was dumbfounded. Yes, but I don't really manage company affairs. So you can't blame me for being replaced in your previous role. Seeing Chu Anlin only lower her head and ponder, Yuheng felt a little nervous. Are you angry? Yuheng cupped his face and forced him to look up. What are you angry about? Chu Anlin was a little confused. What are you thinking about? Yuheng asked him, frowning. I'm wondering if I've hooked up with a rich guy. Chu Anlin's eyes sparkled. He felt a little strange. Yuheng was rendered silent by his bizarre thought process, then slowly leaned closer to look at him. This isn't how you find a sugar daddy. Chu Anlin blinked. Then what do you mean by that? Yuheng slowly leaned closer to him. Their noses were only 2 centimeters apart when they touched, and time seemed to stand still. Their eyes met, their gazes sparkling with endless longing and tenderness. Their breaths gradually intertwined, and a feather-light touch lingered on their lips, as if 2 hearts were having a silent conversation, rehearsing the intimate moment that was about to begin. Yuheng slowly wrapped his arms around Chu Anlin's waist, gently pulling him closer. Chu Anlin's body trembled slightly as he responded to Yuheng's approach. Their kiss was delicate and lingering, as if a mysterious attraction bound their 2 hearts together. After their lips parted, their faces remained close, feeling each other's heartbeats and breaths. When Zhang Xueming returned to the company, he asked Li Mo to bring him Song Hongshu's information. When Li Mo handed the documents to Zhang Xueming, he wanted to say something, but seeing that Zhang's expression was not good, he didn't say anything in the end. The company has many departments, and the artist department is just one of them. Universal Media is not a dedicated talent agency. Zhang Xueming personally values film and television production, creation, and distribution more, so he doesn't know every artist in the company. Flipping through Song Hongshu's file, there was an ID photo in the upper right corner. The person in the photo had 3-dimensional features, beautiful eyebrows and eyes, a straight nose, and full lips, giving him an overall refined look. He frowned as he looked through Song Hongshu's biography, which listed the movies he had acted in and the variety shows he had participated in. Song Hongshu's performance was outstanding. With just a little push from the company, he would undoubtedly become a cash cow. As a result, he was sidelined by a department head. Zhang Xueming closed the document, his face grim. Just as general manager you had said, it was time to thoroughly clean up the company's parasites. Thinking of Yuheng, he also thought of his boyfriend Chu Anlin. He looked her up when he got back and found out she was a minor celebrity with some popularity, but apart from a screenwriter aunt, she didn't have any special background. However, since the company has made such a big mistake this time, perhaps we can try to win over President Yu by associating with him. However, since President Yu prefers men, and Song Hongshu is quite handsome, and this time he even played the hero who saved the damsel in distress, I wonder what President Yu will do. Okay. As if he had spotted something, Zhang Xueming picked up Song Hongshu's file and examined it carefully. It seems that President Yu doesn't have any ideas. After muttering to himself, Zhang Xueming coughed lightly and called Li Mo into work. On the document he had placed aside, the name column clearly read, Song Shuhong. Brother Chu, is this enough for you? Wang Xiaojie was packing Chu Anlin's luggage. That's enough. Sister Chiu said I'm confirmed to be joining the crew, and she's already made all the arrangements for me. Chu Anlin, whose leg was still in a cast, sat to the side giving instructions. Brother Chu, was this role given to you by President Yu? Wang Xiaojie peeked out the door and asked Chu Anlin when no one was around. He had initially assumed that Yu Heng was at most a senior manager or senior technician at the company, since he had said that the villa here was arranged for him by the company. Who knew he was actually a real big shot? He later secretly asked Gao Ziyuan and found out that Gao had more than just one Yu company. Yeah, the second male lead who got squeezed out of our Legend of the Condor Heroes was done by a high-ranking executive in his company. Chu Anlin pulled the blanket over her legs, humph. He said it was compensation for me. Chu Anlin recalled the time they discussed this topic. He had originally intended to throw a little tantrum at Yu Heng, but he almost got kissed unconscious by Yu Heng instead. He raised his hand to cover his burning cheeks, thinking how wonderful kisses felt. No wonder so many couples love to kiss each other so much. Then, what about Sister Chiu? Wang Xiaojie hesitated for a moment, but still asked him. No, if Sister Chiu finds out, doesn't that mean my aunt knows? Chu Anlin shook her head. But if Sister Chiu finds out, she'll skin me alive, Wang Xiaojie said with a pained expression. Don't worry, I'll definitely protect you. Even if Sister Chiu deducts your bonus or salary, I'll make it up to you double. Chu Anlin patted Wang Xiaojie on the shoulder, reassuring him. Chu Anlin hadn't told his agent, Wen Chiu, about his relationship with Yu Heng. He only told Sister Chiu that there were too many paparazzi downstairs and he was hiding at a friend's house. He didn't intend to keep it a secret from Chiu Jie forever, it's just that he had just started a relationship with Yu Heng and didn't want any unstable factors to affect their relationship. Take good care of your leg over there. I'll come visit you on set once I'm done with things here. Yu Heng helped Chu Anlin into the car and sat him down, cupping his face and nuzzling him gently. Think about me, and remember to text me every day. Okay, you too. Chu Anlin wrapped her arms around Yu Heng's neck. Can you kiss me? Looking into Chu Anlin's bright eyes, Yu Heng thought her boyfriend was really cute. He lowered his head and gently kissed Chu Anlin's lips. The kiss was tender and lingering. After a long while, the two slowly separated. Chu Anlin's face flushed, her eyes filled with happiness. I will miss you very much, Chu Anlin said softly. Me too. Yu Heng kissed him on the forehead again. Wang Xiaojie and Gao Ziyuan stood a foot away from the car, watching the two say their affectionate goodbye, feeling choked by their lovey-dovey display. The role that Chu Anlin joined this time was recommended to Yu Heng by Zhang Xueming. The villain in a major IP drama. Although he is a villain, this character is second only to the male and female leads in popularity, and is even somewhat on par with the male lead. The female lead's adoptive father's son, due to his background and his own disability, eventually becomes the biggest villain in the series. The villain is beautiful, strong, and tragic, earning the sympathy of many fans. She's a very popular character. Most importantly, this character is disabled in both legs and uses a wheelchair throughout the entire series. This suits Chu Anlin perfectly now. As soon as the car left the villa area, Yu Heng started to miss Chu Anlin. That's why they say the land of gentle pleasures is a hero's grave. Has Zhang An set a date for the opening ceremony? Yu Heng felt he needed to finish his work as soon as possible. Assistant Zhang coordinated with President Zhang, and it's tentatively confirmed that Tuesday will be the opening day after your meeting at Huanyu. Although Gao Ziyuan was only a personal assistant, most of the communication with Zhang An and Zhang Xueming went through him. They generally wouldn't bother Yu Heng unless it was something very important. Over the next 2 days, Yu Heng held 2 meetings at the company to discuss the investigation and handling of Huanyu media and personnel changes. The situation was better than Yu Heng had imagined. The biggest cancer in the entire world turned out to be a mere department head. His ability to wield such power stems from his uncle being a high-ranking executive, who also maintains close relationships with senior executives in multiple departments. Be more careful about this kind of thing in the future. I don't want to see this happen again. Yu Heng said to Zhang Xueming, then gestured for Gao Ziyuan to close the car door. Zhang Xueming stood outside the car, and even though Yu Heng was no longer looking at him, he still respectfully responded. Back to the residence. The matter in City A was almost settled. After sending a few messages to Dong Xinyao, Yu Heng planned to make a trip to Qixiang City before returning to City C. Mr. Yu, a Mr. Guo has come to visit. He says he's a director who lives next door. Gao Ziyuan walked over. A director? Yu Heng asked, puzzled. He did know a director, but his surname was Zhang. Yes, it seems he brought a script with him. I've already asked him to wait in the reception room. Did he bring a script and come looking for investment? Could you tidy up this place for me? I'll go take a look. Yu Heng pointed to the messy desk. Yes, Mr. Yu. Guo Mao sat uncomfortably in the spacious but somewhat deserted reception room, his eyes fixed on the doorway. As an art house film director, the idea of making a sci-fi blockbuster came shortly after a commercial film flopped. So even though he tried every possible means, he only managed to secure tens of millions in investment, which was still a considerable distance from his target amount. Hello, Mr. Yu. Seeing Yu Heng enter, Guo Mao stood up with a smile and shook hands with Yu Heng's right hand. I am Guo Mao, and also a director signed with Huanyu. Director Guo. Hello. Yu Heng sized up Guo Mao. This director Guo wasn't very tall, about 1.67 meters. He was also quite thin. However, his face exudes a sense of age and history, and his slightly graying temples add to his maturity and composure. I wonder why Director Guo is looking for me. After shaking hands with Director Guo, Yu Heng sat down on the sofa opposite him. It's like this, Mr. Yu, please take a look. Guo Mao smiled broadly and handed the script in his hand to Yu Heng. Although Yu Heng had some guesses about Guo Mao's purpose in coming, he was still a little surprised when he actually saw the script Guo Mao handed him. Director Guo, have you signed with Universe Entertainment? Have you had the project evaluated by the investment department? Is it because the evaluation failed that I'm trying my luck here? Well, to be honest, Mr. Yu, the company has evaluated the script and they are interested in investing, but they want to change the director. Guo Mao looked worried. But this is a script I've been working on for a long time, how can I bear to give it up? Yu Heng gently opened the script and began to read, his gaze becoming more and more focused as he read. This script is quite good. If more effort is put into the special effects, it has a high chance of becoming a hit. Guo Mao stared nervously at Yu Heng, barely daring to breathe. After a long while, Yu Heng closed the script, looked up at Guo Mao, and said, Director Guo, this script is indeed very good. But since the company wants to change directors, they must have their reasons, right? He didn't know much about this, but since the company had already assessed it, if we exclude personal grudges, then Guo Mao must have some factors that were detrimental to the film's production or promotion. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Heng said, Director Guo, could you tell me why the company wants to replace you? Guo Mao gave a wry smile. Mr. Yu, to be honest, I started out making art films, and I had some small successes before. He picked up his teacup, took a sip to soothe his throat, and then organized his thoughts. Because one of my previous commercial films flopped badly at the box office, the company felt I was too risky and wanted me to return to making art films. Guo Mao said, somewhat agitated, but there were many uncontrollable factors that contributed to the failure of that film. Yu Heng stroked the script cover and slowly said, Director Guo, I really appreciate this script. If you can prove to me that you have the ability to overcome the previous problems, I can consider supporting you to continue directing this film. Guo Mao's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, President Yu, I will definitely not let you down this time. The previous movie failed mainly because the budget exceeded the budget, which led to rushed post-production. But for this script, I have planned every single expense, and there is absolutely no possibility of exceeding the budget. Yu Heng listened quietly, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. He pondered for a moment, then slowly said, I can personally invest in this project, but there's a condition. Guo Mao's eyes lit up, and he nodded hurriedly. President Yu said it, as long as I can do it. I want to designate the lead actor for this movie. The male lead is a college student, and although there are romantic elements, they are not related to the main character. Guo Mao's heart tightened. After all, the lead actor was crucial to a film. He hesitated for a moment before asking, Mr. Yu, who would you like to appoint? Chu Anlin. Yu Heng said, afraid that Guo Mao wouldn't recognize her, and even took out his phone to find a picture of Chu Anlin. He took out his phone and looked through it before realizing that he hadn't taken any photos of Chu Anlin. He had no choice but to search for Chu Anlin's pictures online and show them to Guo Mao. After all, her boyfriend wasn't a very famous celebrity, and currently he was only involved in television dramas. He was worried that Guo Mao wouldn't recognize him. His acting skills are quite good. He has played the young master in The Swordsman and the guard Lu Xin in September. Yu Heng introduced all of Chu Anlin's more famous roles. In fact, Guo Mao really knew Chu Anlin. As a famous director, his hobby was not reading world classics or burning incense and brewing tea, but watching melodramatic dramas to pass the time. However, seeing that President Yu had shown him a photo with a serious expression, Guo Mao looked at it carefully before saying, I know him. Among the younger generation of actors, his acting skills are quite good. It's actually quite acceptable. At worst, he can give it some more pointers on set, and his leading role will be just as good. Furthermore, the fact that Mr. Yu could speak directly suggests that their relationship is definitely not ordinary. He doesn't lack actors who want to join his production team, he only lacks investment. With President Yu as a powerful figure, what does it matter if he's the male lead? It's not like he hasn't encountered actors with absolutely no acting skills before. Moreover, upon closer reflection, Chu Anlin's appearance and age are similar to the character, which is indeed very suitable. So, Director Guo, what is your intended funding amount? Seeing that Guo Mao had agreed to his request, he should now inquire about Guo Mao's terms. Guo Mao was beaming with excitement, rubbing his hands together incessantly. We currently have 60 million, including my own, so we're still short about 300 million, no, about 200 million. Guo Mao initially wanted to say he was short 300 million, but fearing he might scare away potential investors, he reluctantly lowered the price. Yu Heng raised an eyebrow. I can invest 500 million yuan in you. 500 million. Guo Mao's eyes widened instantly, and his voice became shrill with excitement. Yes, but at least 50% of it needs to be used for special effects, set construction, and prop making. Yu Heng thought of the task and decided to get rid of it all at once. I hope Director Guo will produce a masterpiece, so that we can lay the foundation for our next collaboration. I don't want my money to go to waste, Yu Heng said meaningfully. Don't worry, I will definitely create a more detailed shooting plan, and then I will let you take a look at it. Guo Mao excitedly poured tea for Yu Heng, then took the script and solemnly assured Yu Heng. Yu Heng was actually not too concerned. His main concern was that if Chu Anlin messed up her first leading role in a movie, it would have a significant impact on his career. Xiao Gao went to see Guo Mao off, and Yu Heng took out his phone and entered Chu Anlin's fan club group. He briefly appeared in the group when he first joined, but then set it to Do Not Disturb, and hasn't logged in since. Beautiful photos of Lon Lon, save these pictures. Damn it, the resources for Detective Club originally belonged to Lon Lon, but Bai Yuan Kai stole them. Sigh, well, Lon Lon is injured now. My heart aches so much. I felt so much pain from a light fall last time, and Lon Lon even broke a bone. I can't imagine how much pain he must be in. How are the preparations for the Peach event going? Please include me in the event. Me too. Yu Heng first saved a bunch of Chu Anlin's beautiful photos in the group, but the more he saved, the angrier he became. He had to ask someone else for photos of his own boyfriend. Later, I saw them discussing some kind of activity, and I couldn't help but ask, what activity? Wow, that works. Missing person returns. Are you going to participate too? It's been a long time since I've seen you comment. Welcome back, missing person. This is a charity event organized by the Little Clouds. This is a charity donation drive for children with special needs. After looking for a while, Yu Heng finally understood that these were Chu Anlin's fans. The Little Clouds fans saw that Chu Anlin was injured and hadn't been able to attend her events recently, so they wanted to generate buzz for Chu Anlin and organized a charity donation event for children with special illnesses. "I won't go, but I'll donate 5 million, please take it to them for me," Yuheng said in the group chat. Wow. Xinggu is awesome. Wow, is she a wealthy fan of Lon Lon? Brother Xing, you're so generous. We're sure this event will be a complete success. Wow, Brother Xing is really rich. Great. The total amount raised from this event has reached over 8 million. You can have a big celebration. Brother Xing is awesome. So cool. Ding, the host has completed the task of spending 500 million yuan within 15 days. The cashback reward is now calculated as follows. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 12% of NK Group shares, Seeds Hospital, Wuhan Children's Hospital in City B, Manhwa Hospital in City A, and advanced AI and bionic prosthetic limb data. System, you've become so generous after the adjustments. Yuheng asked in surprise. Host, the system's calculated rewards remain unchanged. Why is the reward so generous this time? You know, Yuheng gave away all the mission funds at once this time, so why is Guomao so emotionally affected? Or is it that your accounting mechanism can calculate the impact after the movie is released? No, the calculation only covers the impact when the task funds pass through the first intermediary. The subsequent destination of the task funds is not included in the calculation. Is Guomao special? Yuheng asked, looking puzzled. This time the reward is even more than before. NK Group is the world's largest luxury goods group. It owns more than 50 world-renowned luxury brands, and its main businesses include a portfolio of internationally renowned brands in various fields such as wine and spirits, fashion and leather goods, perfumes and cosmetics, watches and jewelry, and boutique retail. Currently, the group ranks first in the world in terms of sales, market value, and influence, and is also a listed company in Country A. Wuhan Children's Hospital in City B and Longhua Hospital in City A are both well-known top-tier private hospitals. Cadets Hospital, located in Texas, Country A, is one of the world's most influential and highest-level medical institutions. Cadets Hospital is dedicated to providing patients with comprehensive medical services, including treatment, diagnosis, and research. It also has 18 branch hospitals, providing medical services to more than 160 million people annually. In addition, Cedrus has a top-notch medical school and a research network that has a profound impact on the entire medical community. Needless to say, the advanced AI and bionic prosthetic limb data rewarded by the system are like a hen that lays golden eggs. Does the host want to view the reward calculation and distribution? You can view it. Yuheng asked in surprise. How come he didn't know about this function before? If the host is dissatisfied with the rewards or has any questions, they can check the reward calculation and distribution. Let me see. He couldn't understand the calculation of the rewards this time. Yuheng looked through the records the system had given him and found a record that was ridiculously high. Looking at the date, Yuheng remembered that he had spent 12 yuan to buy Chu Anlin a bottle of water when they took a walk in the neighborhood. After accepting the mission, he habitually used mission funds to buy anything, so he used mission funds to buy water for Chu Anlin as well. Isn't Lon happy? Yuheng hesitated for a moment before asking the system. He genuinely didn't understand why Anlan's stats could rise so high. This is what love is like for you humans, isn't it? This is a special kind of feeling. Moreover, his emotional energy fluctuations are very pure. Yuheng stroked his chin. So this is the correct way to use the system, right? Spend the least amount of money to accomplish the greatest things. However, he only thought about it and didn't plan to do the mission. This requires genuine care. Chu Anlin alone has already captivated him. Thinking of Chu Anlin, his phone vibrated. It was a message from his beloved boyfriend. Chu, wah, my butt is so numb from sitting all day, I'll have Xiao Wang put a mat down for you tomorrow. Although Chu Anlin's character also uses a wheelchair, he is acting in a period drama, so the wheelchair is made of solid wood and is very hard. Chu, the director wouldn't allow it, saying it wouldn't look good. Chu, but the cushions I wore do not match my ethereal, fairy-like appearance. Chu, isn't it beautiful? Chu Anlin sent Yuheng a still from the drama. He looked like a handsome young man in flowing white robes. Although he played a villain, the character was initially portrayed as a charming and innocent young man. It's great. Let Xiao Wang give you a massage later. Is the filming schedule too heavy? Can you handle it? Yuheng thought that if the filming schedule became too demanding, he would talk to Zhang Xueming about it, since Anlan's leg was really injured and she couldn't handle too much exertion. I'm all right. Having roughly guessed Yuheng's thoughts, Chu Anlan quickly explained, I just wanted to be a little affectionate with you. Looking at Chu Anlan's reply, Yuheng raised his hand to cover his eyes. My boyfriend is so cute, I want to kiss and hug him. Yuheng calmed down before replying to her boyfriend's message, how's your leg? Did you not get enough exercise today? Great. I feel much more agile today. Chu Anlan sent Yuheng another photo. He lifted his injured leg and took the picture in front of the mirror. He originally wanted to show Yuheng that his leg had really gotten much better, but when Yuheng saw the picture, his nose felt a little itchy. I raised my hand to wipe it, and sure enough, I had a nosebleed. Yuheng. What is this all about? However, he quickly saved the picture and set it to a private album. Then he replied, from now on, all your business photos must be checked by staff before they can be posted, understand? Chu Anlan was baffled when she saw his message. Then she clicked on the photo she had just sent him and felt like she was about to burst into flames. He was wearing a bathrobe and, to save time, didn't wear underwear. He even raised his legs, resulting in complete exposure. Chu Anlan frantically clicked on the image, trying to recall it, but more than 2 minutes had passed since it was sent, making it impossible to retract. Delete the picture quickly, it's not impossible. Heng Ge, you're so nice. Yuheng raised an eyebrow. Calling him brother Heng won't do. Call me husband. When Chu Anlan saw the message, she almost threw her phone away. How could he do this? Chu Anlan's ears burned, but she gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and said, husband. I said I need to hear you, answer my video call. Chu Anlan's heart suddenly raced as she looked at the requirements on her phone screen. Before he could even react, Yuheng had already made a video call. After some hesitation, I finally answered the video call. Yuheng's handsome face with a hint of a mischievous smile appeared on the phone screen. Anlan, call her name again. Yuheng's voice was deep and magnetic. Seeing Yuheng's encouraging and expectant eyes, Chu Anlan finally couldn't hold back and whispered a few words. He quickly ended the video call and slammed his phone face down on the coffee table. Yuheng, you filthy bastard. Chu Anlan threw herself onto the blanket and slammed the pillow a few times. Yuheng wasn't surprised to see the video call being disconnected. However, seeing her boyfriend's flushed cheeks and the hint of unease and shyness in his watery eyes, she couldn't help but feel a pang of tenderness. My boyfriend is so cute, I want to. Cough. Yuheng raised his hand, clenched his fist, and coughed lightly to suppress his inappropriate thoughts. He was now going to dig out the little ostrich that had buried its head in the soil. After sending several voice messages to harass Chu Anlan, he finally received a muffled reply from Chu Anlan, who quietly scolded him. Yuheng dialed another voice call. The young couple complained and comforted each other, and said some embarrassing things before ending the call. After hanging up the call, Chu Anlan buried her head in the blanket, feeling both happy and shy. She pulled the pillow down and hugged it to her chest. Her boyfriend's gentle voice seemed to still echo in her ears, and even the air was filled with a sweet scent. The next morning, while it was still dark, Yuheng woke up. I picked up my phone from beside my pillow and checked it. It was only 4:50. I lifted the covers and saw that, sure enough, one shouldn't be too smug, or one will easily suffer retribution. I resigned myself to getting up, changing my clothes, and washing my underwear. The last time I had this experience was in my second year of high school. Mr. Yu, the high-speed train tickets for 10 o'clock have been purchased. Gao Ziyuan respectfully reported from the side. Yuheng was eating breakfast. He got up early today, so he didn't hire a housekeeper. After exercising for a while, he made himself a simple meal. Have Zhang Xueming send a producer over to Guomao's side. I won't interfere anymore. After quickly finishing his breakfast, he added, also, Have them contact Jifeng Entertainment directly and have An Lan audition for the lead role. Don't tell them it's my business. Jifeng Entertainment is a small entertainment company, and Chu Anlin signed with it because of his aunt. His aunt was one of the top screenwriters at Jifeng Entertainment, so Chu Anlin started out under his aunt's wing. Yes, I will contact Mr. Zhang. Gao Ziyuan took out his small notebook and made a few notes. Yuheng is going back to City C today to prepare for the opening ceremony of his new company. He had originally planned to go to Qixiang City, but Guomao's matter delayed him for 2 more days. The company had already chosen a date for its opening, but it couldn't be delayed any longer. Once on the high-speed train, Yuheng felt a little sleepy but didn't plan to sleep. The journey, which was less than 2 hours, was less than an hour after chatting with her boyfriend for a while. He simply contacted Dong Senyao. "Uncle, can't you come to see my performance on New Year's Day?" Yuheng was making a video call with Dong Senyao. It happened to be school holiday today, and all the children were at home. They were all crowding in front of the phone, wanting to talk to Yuheng. "Sorry, but even if I'm not going, you still have to perform well. I'll have my sister and your Uncle Dong film it for me." There were few people on the high-speed train today, and Yuheng was the only one in the entire business-class carriage, so he put the call on speakerphone. "My uncle is going to post this video on his WeChat Moments so they can all see how amazing my niece is." "Okay, uncle." Yang Qingyan was so pleased with Yuheng's words of encouragement that she blushed and gave her seat to her older sister. "Uncle, don't worry, I'll definitely find the best spot and make sure the video is clear and beautiful." Although she envied her younger sister for appearing in her uncle's WeChat Moments, Yang Qingying was a sensible girl and showed great understanding. "Thank you so much, Yingying. By the way, I showed your painting to a teacher at the art academy last time, and the teacher said you have a great talent for composition and color matching." Yuheng didn't show favoritism. "Looks like I'll have to worry about finding Yingying a good teacher, otherwise it would be a waste of your talent." Yuheng's tone sounded troubled, but he couldn't hide the smugness in his eyes. Yang Qingying blushed at the praise, thanked her uncle quietly, and then shyly offered her seat to her brother. "Uncle." Although Yang Qingshu also wanted to see his uncle, now that he was sitting face to face with him, he could only awkwardly call out. "Your Uncle Dong is going home in a couple of days, Qingshu, you need to take good care of the family." Yuheng gave this big boy a sense of responsibility and affirmation. "I'll bring you to City C to play during your winter vacation." "Uncle, don't worry. I will take good care of great-grandma and my sister," Yang Qingshu said excitedly and firmly to Yuheng after hearing his words. After talking with everyone in his family, Yuheng finally got down to business with Dong Senyao. "I'm being promoted directly to vice president." Dong Senyao raised his hand and touched his chin, feeling that his brother's decision was a bit unreliable. "Otherwise, I don't have any grassroots experience for you to gain," Yuheng said. "Besides, I have some things to entrust to you, and it would be more convenient if you had a higher status." Yuheng plans to use the information he received as a reward from the system to gain access to the 2 academies. Where can you find more researchers than a research institute? Even if they can't bring in academicians, the students and their students could easily solve their company's current shortage of researchers. Moreover, collaborating with research institutes on development offers numerous advantages. This is a long and tedious task, and he doesn't plan to do it himself. Zhang An is capable, but his status is not high enough. Adding Dong Senyao, the company's vice president, would be just right. The new company is called 09 Technology Company, Limited, a name Yuheng obtained by consulting the system and choosing it based on its serial number. The system said it was to celebrate the opening of Yuheng's new company, and that they had given him a newly built campus in the New South District that was originally intended to be used as a private school. "System, do you have such high permissions?" He really needed a laboratory building. "The land I bought in Xiqing District was intended to build an experimental base, but who would have thought that in the time it takes to buy a bottle of water, the system would bring up the splitting data?" According to his original plan, the experimental base should have been built in a year, and by then he should have been able to collect the data. But plans can't keep up with changes, and he can't just sit here idly. In the end, the system gave him a pleasant surprise. The system can afford to send gifts to such a small campus. Yuheng bent his right index finger and put it to his mouth as if he was thinking. He wondered if he could still get some more benefits from the system if he changed all the companies under his name to 09. System, do you know what flattery is? Yuheng thinks that the thinking of systems must be different from that of humans, right? I know this originates from Yuan dynasty culture. One account says that ordinary Mongolian families would own several horses to solve problems related to travel and transportation. Herders often prized their fine horses. Stop, stop, stop. Yuheng quickly called for a halt. So this system could connect to the internet. Thanks, system. Yuheng decided to stop teasing the system. He felt like he was the one being teased by the system. Yuri, welcome. The next morning at the entrance of the Triumph building. President Yu, congratulations. Li Daojing and Zhou Jianda came together to attend the opening ceremony of 09. Welcome, Mr. Li, welcome, Mr. Zhou. I'm busy today, so please forgive me for not being able to entertain you properly. After shaking hands with Mr. Li and Mr. Zhou, Yuheng greeted several more important guests. He could only give them a brief greeting before asking the hostesses to invite them to their seats. Go about your business. Li Daojing waved his hand, indicating that Yuheng didn't need to worry about them, and found their own seats. While warmly greeting the newly arrived guests, Yuheng gestured to his assistant with his eyes to make arrangements for everyone. Today may seem lively, but Yuheng didn't actually invite many people. However, most people came because of his identity and didn't know much about the newly opened company. After all, other companies have projects backing them up when they open, but his company is now not much different from an empty shell company. After the guests entered, they gave speeches, briefly introducing their company's future business, then the ribbon-cutting ceremony took place, followed by photos, and that was basically the end of the event. At noon, Yuheng arranged a simple lunch, inviting several distinguished guests to dine at the hotel. Dining culture not only enhances relationships but also expands professional networks. People share industry information and experiences, and explore collaboration opportunities. Mr. Yu, the company currently has about 200 employees, but we are still short of high-end technical talent and senior management personnel. In the small conference room, Zhang showed Yuheng the company structure introduction he had made on the LCD video wall. There's no rush. Didn't you say you were going to Nan'an University? Yuheng leaned back in his chair and twirled his pen. Go to the university first and see if they have any talent in this field that you can recruit. In addition, raise the salaries of management personnel by 10%, and double the salaries of technical personnel. Yuheng tapped the table, raised the salaries of researchers 5 times. Well, Mr. Yu, our company's salaries are already higher than those of similar companies. Moreover, they are a new company, and the salaries of long-term employees will definitely increase in the future. Raising salaries so high now might be detrimental to the company's development. Even with this kind of adjustment, I can still afford to support a company. Yuheng was confident in the information he had. If you want to be a leader in the industry, you can't be stingy. After Yuheng refused, Zhang didn't say anything more. Yuheng said he could afford to support him, and he really could. His daily income from all the dividends from his companies is now astronomical. The company's business hasn't started yet, so you should take care of everything you need to do first. You'll be busy when Lao Dong comes back in a few days. Yuheng flipped through the PPT and found there was nothing else to handle. After giving Zhang his instructions, he left the company. Zhang watched Yuheng's departing figure. He knew that Yuheng was always generous in his actions, but the extent of this salary adjustment was indeed astonishing. But since the boss has spoken, he can only do his best to carry it out. He began to compile a list of things to do next, with the first priority being to recruit people from Nan'an University. He contacted the school's career services office and scheduled a time. The next day, Zhang arrived at Nan'an University. The campus was filled with youthful energy, a feeling that evoked fond memories. He first went to the office of his advisor, Professor Wen from the Department of Economics and Management. A gentle knock came at the door, and a familiar voice called out from inside, "Come in." Pushing open the door, Professor Wen was sitting behind his desk reading documents. When he saw Zhang, his eyes lit up with surprise. "Shaoan, it's been a long time." Zhang greeted him respectfully, "Professor Wen, it's been a long time. How are you?" After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhang explained the purpose of his visit. Good, you've really made something of yourself now, you can even mentor your juniors." Professor Wen patted Zhang on the shoulder with a look of satisfaction. He turned around and made 2 phone calls, then said to Zhang'an, "Your 2 junior classmates are both very outstanding. One of them is Li Peibua, who is about to graduate with a master's degree. He was recruited by a big company before, but he is too straightforward and offended people. I put him under your supervision in the hope that you can take care of him and teach him how to conduct himself in society." Professor Wen sighed a bit when he talked about this student. "But don't worry, his abilities are not a problem. Just put him under your supervision as an assistant and let him learn more." Professor Wen is a worrier, Zhang'an has always known that. Otherwise, as a poor student who needed loans to attend school and struggled to even eat every day, he wouldn't have achieved what he has today without Professor Wen's help. "Okay, I just don't know what this junior Li's temperament is like. I haven't taught any students yet." Zhang'an smiled and echoed Professor Wen. He, don't worry, if he dares to misbehave, I'll teach him a lesson. It is said that a teacher for a day is a father for life, and Professor Wen truly cares about every student he teaches. I can finally rest assured after hearing what the teacher said. Haha, Shaoan, don't worry. The teacher released them with my reputation as collateral, so they won't hold you back. Then he took out the files of the 2 children from the folder. "Look, they are both outstanding student representatives." He showed Li Peibua's information to Zhang Anxian, and then took out a girl's information. "This is another junior of yours. She is still a second-year graduate student, but she is also looking for an internship." Zhang'an took the junior's information and looked at it again. This junior looks familiar. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Ahem. Professor Wen thought Zhang'an had taken a liking to her, and coughed loudly in fright. Then he laughed and said, "Really? Haha, your junior is quite trendy, you found a girlfriend." Zhang'an was taken aback, mainly because he didn't think his teacher was the type to gossip about other people's private affairs. Dong dong dong. There was a gentle knock on the door, and Zhang'an turned to look. Standing in the doorway was a boy wearing a black sweater and a woolen overcoat with a large fur collar. Behind him was a girl about half a head shorter than a boy, with a high ponytail, wearing a long down jacket that reached her calves, and a sweatshirt underneath. Zhang'an carefully examined the girl. Although she also had almond-shaped eyes, she didn't have any naivety. Combined with her calm expression, even her eyes revealed a hint of sharpness. Professor Wen. Professor Wen. The 2 greeted Professor Wen, then looked at Zhang'an. They knew Zhang'an, Professor Wen had mentioned him to them before. This senior student, Zhang, is now a special assistant in a large corporation, and Professor Wen said that his interpersonal skills and social graces are something they should all learn from. Professor Wen's exact words were, "You 2 idiots should learn from others. You're studying finance, not technology. What's the use of just being good at studying?" Although Professor Wen's words were rough, he got the point. They still have much to learn. "Haha, come, this is your senior brother Zhang," Professor Wen introduced them with a smile. Pointing at the boy with another finger, she said, "This is Li Peibua, an outstanding graduate under my tutelage. He just needs more training. Senior brother Zhang, I've long admired your name. I hope you'll take good care of me in the future," Li Peibua said sincerely, taking the initiative to shake hands. "Hello, junior brother Li. I just heard a lot about your outstanding achievements from our teacher. Please continue to guide me in the future." Zhang'an stood up with a smile and shook hands with him. This is your junior sister. Don't let her young age fool you, she's quite capable." Professor Wen patted his junior sister on the shoulder. The junior sister bowed slightly and said politely, "Hello, senior brother Zhang, my name is Chu Anning." Her voice was clear and crisp, yet it carried a hint of coldness. "Hello, junior sister Chu." Zhang'an looked at Chu Anning's face, his tone hesitant. "Junior sister Chu, do you have any brothers?" Chu Anning raised an eyebrow. "Senior brother Zhang is a fan of celebrities." Right, haha, you wouldn't actually be the older or younger sister of that celebrity Chu Anlin, would you? Zhang'an had never met Chu Anlin, but after learning that his boss's boyfriend was him, Zhang'an searched for information about Chu Anlin online. "He's my twin brother. I didn't expect Chu Anlin to be so famous. Then next time I go home, I'll have him give you a few autographed copies." This was the first time she had encountered a fan of Chu Anlin in real life. And it was her future boss. It seems this guy is still somewhat useful. Next time Mom buys a cream puff, she should be more generous and let him have one more. Ah, okay, thank you, then I'll trouble you. Zhang En replied with a slightly embarrassed smile. So you two are twins. No wonder you look so alike. Heh. Damn it, why is it the boss who's in a relationship, while he's the one who feels guilty? Because Zhang En was busy with campus recruitment afterwards, the group only chatted casually for a few minutes to get to know each other better. Professor Wen didn't keep them for too long. In the following days, Zhang En and the Human Resources Department recruited more than 10 recent graduates in Nan'an after passing the exam. The company was bustling with activity on the day the new employees joined. Zhang En led Li Peibua and Chu Anning to the assistant's office. The teacher already told you, you'll be working under me for now. I know, senior brother. Li Peibua nodded, the teacher had explained it to them before. The teacher told us to learn from our senior brothers. Chu Anning nodded. Although we are a new company, we have a bright future, Zhang En reassured the two new employees. The boss himself owns many businesses, so there's absolutely no need to worry about the company's funding. Moreover, with the support of a strong R&D team, our company will definitely become an industry benchmark, Zhang En explained patiently, his eyes firm and confident. Li Peibua's eyes lit up. Senior brother, does that mean we'll be able to participate in some big projects soon? Zhang En smiled and said, that depends on your growth rate. However, our company is a bit special. In addition to our normal business, we are also involved in some other areas of business. President Yu owns many businesses, and he plans to reorganize them. At that time, our company will be integrating these businesses and moving towards a group structure. Zhang En didn't explain it very clearly, but he was just giving his juniors a little hint. Meanwhile, Yu Heng was dealing with the acquisition of Jifeng Entertainment case that Zhang Xueming had sent him. The only son of the current chairman of Jifeng Entertainment gambled too much in a casino in Country A and lost all of the family's assets. However, the company is now not only experiencing a severe business downturn, but also financial problems, and has been investigated by relevant departments several times. Now, Jifeng's chairman only has two options. One is to get through this hurdle by raising funds through the company. However, nothing stays hidden forever. He was severely pressured by his rival company, and his fundraising efforts failed. The only option now is to sell the shares as a package deal. The entire entertainment industry reacted quickly, all wanting to grab a piece of the pie at this moment. The entire company is now in a state of panic. Sister Chiu, what will happen to us if the company goes bankrupt? I still have 8 years left on my contract. Will the company sell me off too? Two other young artists under Wen Chiu's management came to their manager seeking reassurance, feeling uneasy. Wen Chiu pinched the bridge of her nose. She had actually heard rumors of problems at the company a few days earlier, but she wasn't sure at the time. Now it's completely out of the question. But she doesn't know what will happen next. Although she was a top agent in the company, she was at most a mid-level manager, and she had no idea how things were arranged for her by her superiors. Don't panic. You're all doing pretty well right now. Even if the company transfers you out, it won't have that much of an impact. The entertainment industry is a small world, and those investors are just in it for the money. Artists who aren't connected to the top are less affected by this upheaval. I'll go ask someone else. You two go ahead and do your own thing. Frowning, she waved for the two to leave and turned to go to the editorial department. I knew you were coming, and I don't know much about it. Chu Meng wasn't surprised to see Wen Chiu arrive. But the company is definitely going to change hands. I heard that Huan Yu and Huamping have made a move. Let's see how these two megalodons end up in their final battle. Chu Meng said calmly, it's a good thing, though. Your little guys can start preparing to level up from now on. Huan Yu and Huamping are both top-tier companies. If their small company can be acquired, their artists' resources will skyrocket. But the behind-the-scenes staff are in a bit of a bind, unsure of what will happen next. By the way, Lon Lon doesn't know yet, does she? Chu Meng asked Wen Chiu. Don't worry, I haven't told him yet. Tell him to focus on finishing filming first. He has good resources now. Director Gui even contacted us before, saying he's interested in him and wants him to be the male lead in his new movie. Wen Chiu said happily, Chu Anlin's resources are about to take off. Thank you for your hard work. Chu Meng and Wen Chiu had always had a good relationship. Back then, Chu Meng had specifically asked Wen Qiu to help take care of Chu Anlin. Hey, this isn't my doing. Director Guo said he thought Anlan was perfect for their male lead. I'm just getting the benefits from it. Qiu waved his hand, his face full of smiles. Their company's management contracts require artists to share profits with their agents. Chu Meng laughed too. No matter what, I still have to thank you. Anlan has joined this production team, so her future prospects are definitely bright. Yes, Director Guo's films are always top-notch. Anlan really hit the jackpot this time. Wen Qiu's eyes sparkled, revealing a hint of ambition. Although Director Guo's last film was a flop, he is still a renowned director. It's worth noting that he has won Best Picture, and produced 2 Best Supporting Actor winners and 1 Best Actress winner. The news of his new film starting production has undoubtedly attracted a huge number of celebrities in the industry. Huanpeng Entertainment. Damn it, isn't Huan Yu always so aloof? Why is he acting like a stray dog this time, relentlessly biting me? The president of Huanpeng angrily slammed the documents on the table. Several senior executives of Huanpeng, who were standing at the other end of the desk, quickly lowered their heads. Their acquisition of Jifeng Entertainment failed. They were almost finalized when Huan Yu intervened and snatched the deal away. In the past, Huan Yu always focused on developing its own business, which made them look down on other companies, a vice president tried to analyze. Could it be at the behest of their new chairman? Does anyone know the identity of Huan Yu's new chairman? Huanpeng's president was also a little puzzled. He had only heard that Huan Yu had changed its chairman, and everyone was waiting for Huan Yu to make a move. This person had not uttered a word, making him seem very mysterious. I've heard bits and pieces of information about this. I heard that this person has a family business, and Huan Yu is just a part of it, so it's not highly regarded, another executive said. The president frowned, increasingly feeling that the new chairman of Huan Yu was unfathomable. No matter what, we can't just let this go. Jifeng Entertainment was already ours, but he snatched it away halfway. I can't swallow this insult. At this moment, the secretary, who had been silent all along, spoke up. President, I've heard that the new chairman has a capable assistant by his side. Perhaps we can start with this person. The CEO's eyes lit up. You're right. Go and find out more about that person. Also, contact our insider at Huan Yu and see if we can get more information about this chairman. Yu Hang, who was scapegoated, also had some doubts after reading the information provided by Zhang Xueming. This acquisition was not done very well. I took a look and Jifeng doesn't seem to have that much value. He wasn't actually involved in the acquisition. Zhang Xueming only asked him about it before deciding to acquire Jifeng. He felt that Zhang Xueming, being more familiar with the rules of the entertainment industry than him, should understand them better, so he let them do as they pleased. Zhang Xueming, on the other end of the video, explained, Jifeng Entertainment does a very good job in trainee training and also has a lot of stage resources. Our company has always focused on training actors, but we are relatively weak in singing and dancing. Bringing Jifeng in will save us the time of training artists in this area ourselves. The reason why Jifeng is doing poorly now is because there are problems with their top-level decision-making and management. When we go there, these are areas that need to be drastically rectified. So, although the price is a bit higher than expected, it's still worth it. As he spoke, Zhang Xueming gave Yu Hang a meaningful look and said something vaguely. Besides, it's not good to let the boss's wife be controlled by someone else. He had seen it. Chu Anlin and Ji Feng still had a 6-year contract left. Even if Jifeng knew about the relationship between his boss and Chu Anlin, there was nothing he could do. But what kind of thing was it for his boss to give resources to a rival company? Okay, I understand. Yu Hang decided to take back what he had just said. The acquisition was actually done quite well. You can send someone to handle these matters from now on, and you don't need to ask me about it anymore. Yu Hang was about to hang up the video call when he saw several messages from Chu Anlin in his notification bar. Okay, Mr. Yu, don't worry, I will handle it. After hanging up the video call, Yu Hang opened Chu Anlin's messages. Chu, has Huan Yu acquired Jifeng? Chu, it's all over the industry, everyone in our filming crew knows about it. Chu, wow. Could it be that Heng Ji acted impulsively for his girlfriend, /shy/? Chu, the director even gave me a break, telling me to go back to the company and check on things. Chu, I don't think it's anything to see. Chu, never mind, I still need to go see my aunt. Chu, so, you'll be my boss from now on. Chu, could this be considered a different kind of sugar daddy thinking? You, what nonsense are you talking about? You, just finished talking to Zhang Xueming about this. Chu, no wonder it took you so long to reply. Is the big boss really in meetings every day? You, I don't know about other big bosses, but I'm not one. Chu, so what do you do every day? You, thinking of you. The conversation veered off into the topic of young couples. Brother Chu, we're here. Wait a moment, I'll get you your wheelchair. Wang Xiaojie parked the car and turned to say to Chu Anlin in the back seat. Chu Anlin put away her phone. Why do I feel like I'm busier after I became lame? Chu Anlin couldn't help but sigh as she hopped onto her wheelchair on one leg. Brother Chu, you're not lame, you just have a broken bone. Wang Xiaojie pushed the wheelchair up the elevator. Also, you probably feel busier because your leg is inconvenient, so you find it more troublesome. Is that so? Chu Anlin thought for a moment, and thought, oh, it seems so. Of course, if you feel busier, it might be because you have more messages to reply to. Wang Xiaojie glanced at Chu Anlin's phone. Chu Anlin tucked her phone into her bosom and, feeling guilty, stopped talking. Anlan, why are you back at the company? As soon as I stepped out of the elevator, I saw Sister Chiu in the corridor. The director specially gave me a break so I could go back to the company and check on things, Chu Anlin replied. Sister Chiu guessed that the director probably also knew about the impending change of ownership of Jifeng. However, there's nothing to see here. It's all high-level stuff, it has little to do with us. Sister Chiu took the wheelchair from Xiao Wang and pushed Chu Anlin toward the lounge. I just wanted to visit my aunt. It's hard to explain over the phone, and why not take a break if I can? Then you've come at the wrong time. Meng Meng felt the atmosphere at the company hadn't been good these past few days, so she went back into seclusion. When Chiu guessed that Chu Anlin was worried about his aunt when he heard that Chu Anlin had come to see Chu Meng. Now everyone knows that their company was acquired by Universal. Some people are happy, while others are sad. Most celebrities are happy. However, people in the editorial department, like Chu Meng, are now a bit on tenterhooks. After all, Huan Yu has no shortage of good screenwriters. Huan Yu produces a large number of movies and TV series every year. Compared with Jifeng, they are utterly inferior. Oh. Then I'll go to my aunt's house to see her. Chu Anlin heard that his aunt had returned home, and he felt he should go to her house to see her, as he hadn't seen her in a long time. All right, there are still many things at the company that haven't been finalized yet, so there's no point in you staying here. When Chiu didn't stop Chu Anlin from going to find Chu Meng when she heard that Chu Anlin was going to do the same. If she weren't so busy, she wouldn't want to stay at the company. He turned around and pushed Chu Anlin toward the elevator. Currently, apart from the artists who are out running around for gigs and have confirmed schedules, most people in the company are a bit distracted from their work and are still observing and waiting for the arrangements after the company's handover. Are Nanqing and Fang Zhou still at the company? Ying Nanqing and Chu Fangzhou are two other minor celebrities under Wen Qiu's management. I've packed them up for Island Expedition Team, and I'll go see them in a couple of days. This variety show was originally Chu Anlin's project. However, he couldn't go after his leg injury, but Sister Chiu protected this opportunity and, after discussing it with Chu Anlin, gave it to two other minor stars under her management. Your filming will be finished just before the new year, so I'll arrange your work after the new year. You can also take this opportunity to recover from your leg injury. When Chiu pushed him out of the elevator, chatting with him about work as she did so. As soon as I arrived in the lobby, I ran into several of the company's vice presidents leading a group of people dressed in suits and ties, who looked like business elites, towards the private elevator. They should be from Huan Yu. When Chiu pushed Chu Anlin's wheelchair and waited with Xiao Wang to make way for the group, and whispered to Chu Anlin. Unexpectedly, the leader on the other side glanced at them, suddenly stopped, and then walked straight towards them. The men at the head stopped in front of Chu Anlin. Hello, young Master Chu, I am He Zhang, and I will be the person in charge of Jifeng from now on. He Zhang spoke respectfully, taking the initiative to shake hands with Chu Anlin. Please guide me in the future. Ah. Hello. Chu Anlin shook hands with him, looking puzzled. Hello, Mr. Chu, nice to meet you. I am Jiang Xiao from the legal department of Huanyu Media. A refined-looking man holding a folder stepped forward and introduced himself after He Zhang finished greeting him. Hello. Chu Anlin seemed to realize something. Did they know about her relationship with Yu Hang? Hello, Mr. Chu, I'm Jin Yun from the legal department, Manager Zhang's assistant. The others behind didn't actually know Chu Anlin's identity, but since their leader had taken the initiative to greet her, they naturally followed suit and introduced themselves to Chu Anlin. Chu Anlin felt everyone in the hall looking at him, and his toes curled up in embarrassment, but he still wore a polite smile and shook hands with each of them. President He knows Aran Lan. Ji Fengyuan, the former manager of the artist department, chuckled and tried to inquire about the situation. At the same time, he was also very puzzled. He knew Chu Anlin, but apart from Chu Meng in their company, he had never heard of him having any powerful connections in the entertainment industry. As for being kept by a powerful figure, even if that big shot has extraordinary abilities, he's just a canary. It's fine if people greet him politely, but it's impossible for him to command such respect from all the top executives of a company. We just know each other. He Zhang smiled dismissively at the manager of Jifeng. He turned to Chu Anlin and said, Then, young Master Chu, you're busy. We'll go upstairs to discuss business first. Okay, you guys get busy. You'd better hurry up and leave. Chu Anlin smiled amiably, inwardly roaring. This was the first time he had ever regretted going skiing and breaking his leg, otherwise, he wouldn't be sitting here obediently surrounded by onlookers. Goodbye, young Master Chu. Before leaving with He Zhang, Jiang Xiao also politely said goodbye to Chu Anlin. Goodbye. Chu Anlin nodded to him. Goodbye, young Master Chu. Goodbye. Goodbye, young Master Chu. Finally, everyone left, and Chu Anlin felt a chill run down his spine, but he dared not utter a sound. When Chiu pushed Chu Anlin's wheelchair back into the elevator and pressed the up button, he turned back and glared at Wang Xiaojie with a death stare, scaring Wang Xiaojie so much that he wished he could hide in the ground. Back in the lounge, when Chiu pushed Chu Anlin's wheelchair to the coffee table and then sat down on the sofa opposite him. Young Master Chu. When Chiu's face was very sour. He crossed his arms and stared straight at Chu Anlin. Now it's just her and Chu Anlin in the lounge. Xiao Wang has been assigned by Wen Chiu to guard the door and stand as punishment. Seeing that Chu Anlin couldn't utter a single fart after a long time, Wen Chiu slammed her hand on the coffee table with a smack. Hurry up and confess to receive leniency. Chu Anlin shrank back in fright, hesitated for a moment, but decided to tell the truth. My boyfriend is a high-ranking executive at Huanyu. After saying that, the heat that had just subsided surged back up all over his face. You have a boyfriend? Wen Chiu asked shrilly. Although her tone and expression were not good, she was actually relieved that it wasn't some messy relationship. However, she wouldn't let Chu Anlin off so easily. How old is he? What's his position? How did you two meet? How long have you been talking? What kind of people haven't they seen? Are you sure he's serious about this relationship? A barrage of questions rained down on Chu Anlin, and Wen Chiu still felt it wasn't enough. Also, what stage have you reached? Chu Anlin blushed and stammered, he's 3 years older than me. We met at my older cousin's wedding. We've only been dating for a short time. Although he was telling the truth, Chu Anlin used a bit of subtle wordplay. Wen Chiu frowned as she listened. The person wasn't very old, and they weren't someone she met at a dinner party or banquet. Their background was relatively clean, and the fact that they were able to attend Chu Anlin's cousin's wedding meant they were probably someone she knew from their circle of relatives. He holds a very high position at Huanyu. Otherwise, why would Huanyu's top management treat him with such respect? He is the chairman of Huanyu. Chu Anlin lowered her head and counted on her fingers, but answered every question. What did you say he was in Huanyu? Wen Chiu's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets in surprise. The chairman of Huanyu. Chairman. Correct. Is he the newly appointed chairman of Huanyu, the one who's always elusive and rarely seen? After processing this, Wen Chiu asked, still somewhat uncertain. Yes. Chu Anlin nodded honestly. Wen Chiu fell silent. After thinking for a long time, when Chiu didn't know whether to be happy or worried, "Are you sure he's serious about you?" "Of course, we're each other's first love." Although she was a little shy saying this in front of sister Chiu, Chu Anlin was still bubbling with happiness when she thought of her boyfriend. "Host, a new mission has been initiated. Do you wish to accept?" "Accept. Please spend the 500 million mission funds within 15 days. No restrictions on the method of consumption. The cashback reward for completing a task depends on the host's completion rate of that task. There will be no reward if the mission fails. System, are all the tasks the same from now on?" Yuheng asked the system, looking at the task that was exactly the same as last time. "Yes, host. This is the optimal task time and amount matched by the system after consulting human sociology and economics." "Okay, I don't know which sociology and economics section the system is looking up. But the time and amount of the task do make it less stressful." "Mr. Yu, this is Jiang Qian." Gao Ziyuan brought over a man wearing a white shirt, a black bow tie, a black tuxedo, black trousers, and shiny black leather shoes. "This is Yu Heng's private butler, whom Zhang An interviewed. He's here now to formally meet Yu Heng." Looking at Jiang Qian's neatly combed hair and upright posture, Yu Heng was very satisfied. She had the air of a high-class butler. "Hello, Mr. Yu, I am Jiang Qian, and I will be your personal butler from now on. It is a great honor to serve you." Jiang Qian bowed to Yu Heng with elegant and professional movements. Yu Heng nodded. "Go to Building 2 of Jiahe Taoyuan Villa first and take care of it. I will be staying there later." Yu Heng immediately assigned the task: "You need to hire another chef and a cleaner. I'm not sure when I'll be there yet, but you need to get things sorted out over there first." During the winter break, Yu Heng planned to bring his children to stay with him for a few days, as his apartment was clearly not big enough. Moreover, he thought that if Anlan could move in with him in the future, it would obviously be more convenient at Jiahe Villa. "Yes, Mr. Yu, I will arrange these trivial matters for you," Jiang Qian replied respectfully. After Gao Ziyuan took the people away, Yu Heng summoned Zhang An. "Go register another security company. The address should be on the second or third floor of the Triumph building." After dating a celebrity boyfriend, Yu Heng suddenly realized that security was something he urgently needed. Hiring someone else's security was not as reassuring as training one himself. "Okay, Mr. Yu, but what are the hiring requirements for this company?" Zhang An asked. Although he currently has a lot of work to do, security is indeed a major issue. Not to mention the company, the experimental base will definitely be a top priority for security in the future, and a lot of people will be needed. Starting your own security company can save you a lot of trouble. "Let's go directly to the Veterans Service Center to recruit," Yu Heng thought for a moment and then added, "We should also hire disabled veterans, they can be put in charge of logistics." "Ah, okay." Zhang An was taken aback for a moment. He hadn't thought of this place at first, but upon closer inspection, it really was suitable. Also, have someone look around for abandoned small factories with yards nearby, renovate them, and turn them into training grounds. We can't waste the veterans we can recruit, we must train them. "Okay, Mr. Yu, I'll have Li Peibo handle this. The company hasn't started any business yet, so that kid has some free time," Zhang An said with a smile. Through their time together, he discovered that this kid was surprisingly to his liking, so he is now grooming Li Peibo as his successor. "Li Peibo. The student your advisor introduced to you." Yu Heng remembered that Zhang An had mentioned this to him before. "Yes, he was introduced by my advisor, but he has graduated and can no longer be considered a student," Zhang An said, then suddenly thought of Chu Anning. "There's another girl, who was also introduced by my mentor. She's working as an assistant at the company now." Zhang An's tone was a little hesitant. Girls are fine, as long as they have the ability, gender doesn't matter." Yu Heng thought Zhang An hesitated because of her gender. He also reflected on it and realized that all of his current staff members were indeed male. But this was not something he intentionally chose. If she is capable, she shouldn't be treated differently because of her gender. "Our company cannot have this kind of atmosphere," Yu Heng said in a somewhat stern tone. Although he was a man, and even preferred men, he had no prejudice against women, whether they were working women or housewives. "Sometimes I even feel compassion for women because I think most women have it harder than men." He doesn't want to be around people who discriminate against women, and he certainly doesn't want people around him to see him as someone who discriminates against women. No, it's her. Her name is Chu Anning. Seeing Yu Heng looking at him with displeasure, Zhang An quickly explained. Chu Anning. What happened to Chu Anning? Oh, does that sound familiar? Yu Heng turned to look at Zhang An with a puzzled expression. So, he has an older brother named Chu Anlin. Zhang An lowered his head after saying this. It's not something a subordinate should do to laugh at their boss, otherwise they might end up making themselves a laughing stock. Yu Heng. Chu Anlin, Chu Anning, he wondered why they sounded familiar. Didn't they sound just like his boyfriend's name? Oh, I see. Well, then please take good care of her. Yu Heng was a little confused. Who was this? Was this his sister-in-law? Okay, then I'll go and arrange the plan to register the security company first. Zhang An wanted to leave as soon as possible. Okay, you can go ahead. Yu Heng waved his hand to shoo him away. After Zhang An left, Yu Heng covered his face with his hand and exclaimed, ouch. Isn't it a bit too fast to meet her boyfriend's family now? He had planned to visit the company in the next couple of days, but now. Well, let's just take it one step at a time. He's not like there's anything shameful about him. Yu Heng stood up, looked at himself in the full-length mirror, and lifted the hem of his shirt. His abdominal muscles were clearly defined, full of power, as if they could unleash amazing energy at any moment. Take out your phone, take a picture of your abs, and send it to your boyfriend. A short while later, they replied. Chu, why did you suddenly send me this, /facepalm/? Chu, it's alright. Chu, I do exercise, but I recently injured my leg, so I've been a bit lax. Chu Anlin almost drooled when he saw the photo, but his male pride made him send a dismissive reply. Would you like to touch it? Chu, aren't you ashamed? Chu, I'll check next time. Chu, you said you wanted me to touch it. Chu, I'll give you face. Yu Heng chuckled lightly, aren't you filming right now? Chu, I've finished filming my scenes for today. Are you free? I want to see you. Chu Anlin blushed, thinking of the abs photo from earlier, and replied with great righteousness, fine, you're so persistent. After the video call, Chu Anlin hid under the covers for a long time to recover. Don't worry, Zhang An and I will have everything taken care of by the time you get back. Dong Sinyao gently punched Yu Heng's shoulder. At this moment, they were in the bustling and noisy airport terminal, surrounded by people coming and going in a hurry. Yu Heng stood there, his posture as upright as a pine tree. Gao Ziyuan followed quietly behind him. This time, he was going to Country A with Yu Heng. Zhang An said to Yu Heng with utmost respect, President Yu, please rest assured. I will do my best to assist Vice President Dong in completing all work tasks. Yu Heng smiled, trusting the two of them, then I'll leave it to you two. I'll be back in about half a month if things go smoothly, and at most a month. Yu Heng copied some of the information on advanced AI and bionic prosthetics provided by the system and gave it to Zhang An, asking them to negotiate with the National Research Institute to see if they could cooperate or recruit some talent. Yu Heng's trip to Country A was mainly for the SEDS hospital. This was a wholly owned hospital opened by a wealthy individual in the system's previous identity, initially serving only the rich. Later, it grew bigger and bigger, with nearly 20 branches, as well as its own medical school and medical research institute. It has now even become one of the world's top medical institutions. He had to personally take control of this globally renowned institution. After explaining things to Zhang An and the others, Yu Heng led Gao Ziyuan and turned to walk towards the security checkpoint. Dong Sinyao and Zhang An stood there watching his figure gradually disappear into the crowd. Dong Sinyao turned to Zhang An and said, let's go, we need to hurry back and get ready. Vice President Dong, please go first. Zhang An gestured for Dong Sinyao to proceed. The plane slowly landed on the runway and finally came to a stop after a period of taxiing. Yu Heng followed the flow of people out of the cabin, walked along the passageway, and finally arrived at the airport terminal. As soon as he stepped out of the station, his gaze was drawn to a tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed figure. It was Lauberg Winter. Behind him, his assistant held up a sign with Yu Heng's name written in bold letters. Yu Heng. Yu Heng took the initiative to step forward and shake hands. Feeling Lauberg's hands, which were no different from those of an ordinary person, Yuheng was a little excited. "Hello Mr. Yu, I am Lauberg Winter, and I will be your personal lawyer from now on. Please take good care of me." Lauberg spoke fluent Chinese. Gao Ziyuan stood behind Yuheng, feeling a bit awkward. President Yu kept holding Gao Ziyuan's hand and wouldn't let go, even touching and pinching it. He looked at Mr. Lauberg Winter, a tall man of 1.9 meters, about the same height as Mr. Yu, but with a muscular build that made him appear much more robust than Mr. Yu. "Does President Yu actually like this kind of thing? Then what about young Master Chu?" Ahem. Under the strange gazes of Gao Ziyuan and Lauberg's assistant, Yuheng realized that he had lost his composure. "Let's go to the hotel first." Yuheng had no intention of exchanging pleasantries with Lauberg. After all, he was just a tool of the system. "This way, Mr. Yu," Lauberg said, leading the way. The group finally arrived at the booked hotel and quickly checked in. After entering the room, Yuheng first tidied up his luggage and belongings, and then sat on the sofa to rest for a while. After a moment, he raised his head, glanced at Gao Ziyuan and Lauberg's assistant standing to the side, and said in a calm but unquestionable tone, "You two can go out first. Mr. Lauberg and I have some work-related matters to discuss privately." Upon hearing this, Gao Ziyuan and his assistant exchanged a glance. Although they might still have some questions, they nodded knowingly, turned around, and left the room, gently closing the door behind them. After the two left, Lauberg's expression instantly changed from that of a refined business elite with a polite smile to that of a blank, expressionless machine. "Host, what do you want to ask?" The system's voice came from Lauberg's mouth. "Have you been controlling Lauberg all along?" Yuheng originally wanted to ask Lauberg some questions, but he didn't expect the system to pop up directly. "The system is Lauberg, but Lauberg is not the system," the system replied. Yuheng understood. "Then stand still, let me check your body." Yuheng circled Lauberg's body twice, but he really couldn't tell that he was a bionic robot. Yuheng scrutinized Lauberg's hair with his eyes, but still couldn't figure it out. He simply picked up the fruit knife from the coffee table, preparing to make a cut on Lauberg's hand. "System, can I see inside its body? As long as the host doesn't cause widespread destruction, it's fine." Yuheng gently pried open Lauberg's finger, and to his surprise, it bled. "System. It bleeds," Yuheng exclaimed in surprise. Then he raised Lauberg's finger and made a sharp cut, revealing white finger bone inside the flesh. Moreover, its skin, fleshy texture, blood flow sensation, and temperature are indistinguishable from those of a real person. Yuheng felt a chill run down his spine for a moment. Was it really a robot? Yes, it is a cyborg. What is your definition of a cyborg? Yuheng asked, trying to calm his racing heart. He believed that bionic robots were designed to mimic the structure of the human body, possess an appearance similar to humans, and have advanced motor, sensory, and cognitive characteristics, enabling them to perform tasks efficiently. However, it is still a robot. As a result, Lauberg completely shattered his imagination of bionic robots. This was a human being. A human being created by mimicking the structure of the human body. Is it a person? Yuheng murmured, looking at Lauberg's face. The system, using Lauberg's body, answered Yuheng with a blank expression. In your human terms, he might be a soulless body. Yuheng retreated to the sofa and sat down, resting his hands on his knees and burying his face in his hands. He's feeling very confused right now, his worldview seems to have been shaken, and his mind is a mess. However, he felt that an idea was about to sprout, but he could never quite grasp that fleeting inspiration. System, what are the main materials used to make it? After a long silence, Yuheng's voice came from his palm. Cells with various energies. Upon hearing the system's reply, Yuheng suddenly looked up. Like countless sparks bursting in his mind, his thoughts were instantly ignited, and he seized upon this flash of inspiration. System, are its organs the same as those of humans? Same host. Is this cell-making technology included in the data on bionic robots? Here I am. Can organs produced using this technology be transplanted into humans? Yuheng couldn't contain his excitement. He stood up, walked to the opposite side of Lauberg, looked him in the eyes, and asked the system. Theoretically possible. What do you mean by theoretically possible? Yu Heng frowned. This has not been practiced in practice and lacks actual data. So, there's a 90% chance this will work. Yu Heng clenched his fists, excitedly spun around twice in front of Lauberg, and finally couldn't help but laugh out loud, hugging Lauberg and patting his back hard. System, you're amazing. Host, you are the best. Although it didn't know why the host suddenly praised it, the system still returned the compliment in accordance with human etiquette. Yu Heng was still reeling from the shock the system had brought her during the day, and she had originally planned to tease her boyfriend to ease her mind. He picked up his phone and realized he was in Country A, and Enlon should still be on set at this time. Not wanting to disturb his work, Yu Heng could only put down his phone and go to the balcony to get some fresh air. In order not to delay tomorrow's work, Yu Heng forced himself to lie down in bed. However, he tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. Coupled with jet lag, he finally managed to fall asleep just as dawn was breaking. Around 9 o'clock in the morning, Lauberg arrived with documents and his assistant. Mr. Yu, did you not get a good night's sleep last night? Should we move the meeting to tomorrow? Lauberg suggested, looking at Yu Heng's tired face. Yu Heng is going to a meeting at the headquarters of SAIDS today. No need, Ziyuan, could you please make me a cup of coffee? Yu Heng said softly to Gao Ziyuan, who was standing to the side, while rubbing his temples. Yu Heng doesn't like drinking coffee, but at this moment he felt that his mental state was really bad. Not long after, Gao Ziyuan brought the brewed coffee to Yu Heng and carefully placed it on the table. After nodding slightly to Gao Ziyuan in thanks, Yu Heng reached for the cup of coffee and took a sip. Instantly, a rich and mellow flavor filled his mouth, gradually clearing his previously drowsy mind. After finishing his coffee, Yu Heng stood up, straightened his clothes, and then walked out of the hotel with Lauberg, who was already waiting there, heading towards the headquarters building of the CAIDS hospital. Looking at the SAIDS building from afar, the red one on the right is the original main building when SAIDS was founded, and the glass-walled sailboat building on the left was built later. On weekdays, the entrance to the hospital's new main building, the sailboat building, is just like a hotel entrance, with a constant flow of vehicles and very busy traffic. Walking through the admissions hall, I saw that every day, over 1,000 new patients were admitted from here alone, which was quite astonishing. Behind the main building is a very classical and magnificent building, which is the VIP ward. Mr. Yu, please. Lauberg invited Yu Heng into the headquarters' large conference room. Many senior executives from Cadet Hospital were already waiting in the conference room. Everyone was taken aback when they saw Yu Heng enter. They never expected that Ben's successor would be an Asian, and such a young Asian at that. Yu Heng showed no stage fright and walked directly to the head seat of the conference table under everyone's gaze. Hello everyone, you probably already know who I am. But please allow me to introduce myself first. Yu Heng preemptively said, I am Yu Heng, the new chairman of SADA's hospital. Yu Heng didn't need a translator, communicating entirely in a foreign language was no problem for him. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, some wanting to ask questions, but upon seeing Lauberg behind Yu Heng, they all obediently fell silent. This lawyer, Lauberg Winter, is no pushover. Since he brought Yu Heng here, his identity is beyond question. Hello, Mr. Yu, I am Oliver Jack, the current dean of SADA's. A small old man sitting to Yu Heng's left spoke first. After introducing himself, he stood up, bowed to Yu Heng, and then pointed to the person to his left and introduced him to Yu Heng. This is the financial director, Abbott Allen. Financial director Abbott Allen stood up gracefully, bowed slightly to Yu Heng in a standard greeting, and said respectfully, Good day, Mr. Yu. Yu Heng nodded slightly in response. Then, Abbott Allen slowly sat back in his seat, his movements fluid and natural. The dean then spoke up. Next up is Ms. Pyri Liv Monty, our hospital's medical director. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Heng's gaze fell on the woman who had stood up. Purify Monty tied her long, wavy hair into a neat high ponytail, making her look capable and efficient. She was wearing a white lab coat, and from her appearance, she looked to be around 40 years old, but the years had not left many marks on her face. After the dean finished his introduction, Pyri Vermont, just like Abbott Allen before her, stood up and bowed deeply to Yu Heng, then greeted him in a soft but firm voice, Hello, Mr. Yu. Yu Heng nodded in response. This is the Human Resources Director, Parker Anderson. As the dean's voice faded, the introductions of the participants for this meeting came to an end. The meeting officially begins. Seedist Hospital has long been renowned in the industry and has a perfect and highly mature operating mechanism. Yu Heng was naturally well aware of this. Therefore, Yu Heng's main purpose in coming here in person was to take this opportunity to make all the senior managers of the hospital clearly realize that they have now welcomed a brand new boss. After the meeting, Yu Heng, led by the dean and others, gave a brief tour of the hospital's history museum, medical technology building, various clinics, and laboratories. The name Sides truly lives up to its reputation as a world-renowned name in the medical field. This place brings together top medical experts and scholars from all over the world. With their exceptional medical skills and rich clinical experience, they demonstrate unparalleled professionalism in their respective areas of expertise. Moreover, every piece of medical equipment provided by Sides is a leader in the industry, representing the cutting edge of medical technology today. It can be said that at SADAs, patients not only enjoy first-class medical services, but also experience the infinite possibilities brought by modern medical technology. When they finally returned to the hotel, Yu Heng left Lauberg behind alone. There's nothing particularly worrisome about Sides' side, all that's left is to entrust the relevant matters to Lauberg and Zhang for proper handling. Yu Heng himself can take a breather for now and focus more of his energy on other important matters. After all, this trip to Country A is not just a simple visit. Yu Heng knew very well that now that he had set foot on this land, it was necessary to conduct a comprehensive review of all the assets he owned here. Currently, Yu Heng's assets in Country A include the SADAS Hospital, a 28% stake in STW Group, a 12% controlling stake in NK Group, and a winery. Later, Fu Pharmaceutical, as an internationally renowned company, although its headquarters are located in H country, has already extended its reach to all parts of the world. Country A is one of its important strategic locations, where it has a large and well-established branch office. So Yu Heng simply had Lauberg inform them that he would be holding a shareholders' meeting at the Hofu Pharmaceutical branch in Country A. At first glance, Yu Heng's overseas businesses may not seem particularly numerous or complex. However, in reality, STW, NK, and Hofu Pharmaceuticals are the core of his total assets and the source of his profits. In particular, his 28% stake in STW Group brought him extremely rich returns. With just this shareholding, Yu Heng can easily reap a huge dividend of nearly 50 billion yuan every year. If we were to conduct a detailed calculation of the assets currently held by Heng, it would be no exaggeration to say that his annual income is absolutely hundreds of billions of yuan. Over the next few dozen days, Yu Heng and Lauberg shuttled tirelessly between various meeting venues and lavish banquets. They might be sitting around in a spacious, brightly lit conference room, engaging in heated discussions with elites from all walks of life about important decisions. Or perhaps, dressed in a glamorous gown, a smile on her face, she appears at a brightly lit, bustling banquet, chatting and laughing with people from all walks of life, expanding her network of contacts. Mr. Yu, good news. Dr. Karen Norman and his assistant have agreed to accept your invitation. Lauberg reported to Yu Heng with a broad smile and utmost respect. Dr. Karen Norman is a leading expert in the field of neuroscience at the Sides Institute. Yu Heng had previously invited him to work at 09 to assist in the research and development of bionic prosthetics. At this moment, Yu Heng was sitting in his spacious and bright office, looking exhausted. He raised his hand and gently rubbed his forehead, as if trying to relieve the fatigue of the past few days. After a while, Yu Heng slowly lowered his hand and looked at Lauberg in front of him, saying, "In that case, you should quickly inform Zhang and tell them to have Dr. Norman and his assistant go directly to City C. Zhang will be in charge of arranging things there." "Yes, Mr. Yu. You go ahead and get busy, I'll be alone for a while." Yu Heng waved for Lauberg to leave. With a long sigh, Yu Heng leaned back in his comfortable office chair. It should be noted that Yu Heng originally planned to stay in Country A for only half a month, but the actual situation far exceeded expectations. He has now been here for a full month. After Lauberg closed the door, Yu Heng leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest. "Host, do you accept the new mission?" "No rush," Yu Heng said without even opening his eyes. Not long ago, he instructed Lauberg to use the system's mission funds to purchase a batch of equipment, and to complete the mission just before the deadline. He's been busy not only physically lately. You often have to play cat and mouse with a bunch of cunning old foxes, keeping your nerves constantly on edge, which is exhausting. For this reason, Yu Heng had no time to pay attention to the new tasks recently issued by the system. At this moment, all he wanted was to finish his work as soon as possible and get some rest. The glow of the setting sun shone through the glass curtain wall onto Yu Heng's face, casting a faint, curved shadow beneath his long eyelashes. Opening his eyes, Yu Heng raised his hand and looked at his watch. It was 6:40 p.m. in Country A. Anlan is currently filming at a film and television base in Z City. After calculating the time difference, Yu Heng took out his phone and sent a message to Chu Anlin. "You, have you had breakfast?" "You, I just finished my work." Chu Anlin replied instantly. "Chu, I've finished breakfast." "Chu, are you done with your work today?" "Chu, thank you for your hard work." Chu, E. 3. Looking at the cute emojis Chu Anlin sent, Yu Heng felt as if Chu Anlin was right in front of him. "You, I've finished everything in Country A, I'm going back tomorrow." Chu Anlin stared blankly at the message Yu Heng sent, then a wave of grievance welled up in her heart. Yu Heng has been very busy lately, so they haven't had any video chats or even voice chats. Although he knew Yu Heng's work was important, they were still in the honeymoon phase. "Chu, I miss you." "Chu, you promised to come see me." "Chu, degree." Yu Heng also knew that he had been neglecting Chu Anlin a bit lately, since Chu Anlin had never asked him for anything before. "I just care about his health, occasionally share some interesting things with him, and he seems full of energy every day." He was really busy, so he didn't notice. Seeing her boyfriend's slightly aggrieved and coquettish expression, Yu Heng felt a pang of sympathy. "You, I miss you too." "You, I'm sorry, Lan, can you accept my apology?" Chu Anlin blushed slightly and giggled as she held her phone. Sitting in the passenger seat of the van, Wang Xiaojie watched as brother Chu tapped on his phone with a smug look on his face, and it was obvious who he was replying to a message for. "Chu, I don't want your apology." "Chu, I just miss you." "You, then I'll go back tomorrow, and I should be able to see you the day after tomorrow." Yu Heng calculated the time and figured she could fly back to China tomorrow, rest for a bit, and then visit her boyfriend on set the day after tomorrow. "Chu, really?" "Chu, I'll wait for you." "You, yeah, it's been so long since I've seen my little dumpling. If I don't go check on her soon, someone might snatch her away and I'll have nowhere to cry." Chu Anlin looked at her phone, a sweet smile unconsciously spreading across her face. Yu Heng comforted her boyfriend for a while, and she herself was indeed eager to go home. "System, accept the mission. Please spend the 500 million mission funds within 15 days. No restrictions on the method of consumption. The cashback reward for completing a task depends on the host's completion rate of that task. There will be no reward if the mission fails." Yu Heng didn't complete the last mission very well, so the system rewarded him with a set of otaku-exclusive comics, 10 gold bricks, and a domestic animation studio that was already in financial difficulties and couldn't make ends meet. Yu Heng glanced at the comic book he received as a system reward, and his lips twitched slightly. As expected, the system's tasks cannot be done perfunctorily. This 10-gram gold brick, if it were any larger, would have covered half of his finger. As for this animation studio, perhaps the system thinks that if it can't make money, it has no value. I included it in the reward calculation for him this time. Yu Heng felt that with this studio, the reward for completing this mission exceeded his expectations. He recalled watching anime published by this studio when he was in high school. The animation was exquisite and the storylines were exciting. Several of the anime were very popular at the time. However, it is probably due to the poor economic environment in recent years and the studio's mismanagement that it has become so dilapidated. Yu Heng flew from Country A to City B, rested for a while, and took the opportunity to visit the courtyard house that the system had rewarded him with. Following the winding streets, Yu Heng finally arrived at the gate of the courtyard house. Gao Ziyuan pushed open the old and heavy door for him, and a musty smell wafted out. Stepping into the courtyard, one sees that although the surrounding houses appear somewhat desolate, their overall structure remains sturdy and they do not seem dilapidated. Yu Heng strolled slowly through the courtyard, carefully observing every corner. He found the architectural style here to be very noble and elegant, and the carved beams and painted rafters still hinted at its former glory. Although the years have left their mark on the walls and windows, the exquisite wood carvings and stone engravings are still breathtaking. However, it should have been repaired, but no one has lived here for a long time, so it lacks the nourishment of human life. Remember to tell Jiang Qian to send someone over to maintain this courtyard house regularly, Yuheng instructed Gao Ziyuan, who was following behind him, after the tour of the courtyard house. Yes, Mr. Yu. Gao Ziyuan nodded in response. He looked at the square, simple, and antique courtyard house with amazement in his eyes. You said the chairman of Huanyu is coming to visit the set today. Wen Qiu frowned as she looked at the producer. If she remembered correctly, the new chairman of Huanyu Media was An Lan's boyfriend, right? Yes, it's perfect that you're here. Tell your artists to be careful later. Although this producer, Meng, is not affiliated with Universe Entertainment, Universe Entertainment invested the majority of the money in this film. Yesterday he received news that the new chairman of Universal Media was very interested in the film they were currently shooting and wanted to come and take a look, so they should prepare to receive him. However, Huanyu also said that the person didn't want to make too much of a fuss, so they were asked to handle it discreetly. The main person in charge of the production team already knows about this news. He is just coming out to inform the main actors so that they don't offend the important person later. When Qiu walked into Chu Anlin's dressing room and saw that he had already finished his makeup and was having breakfast, she closed the door behind her. Is your boyfriend coming today? Chu Anlin's soup dumpling fell back into the fast food container from her chopsticks. Sister Qiu, how did you know? He didn't even tell Xiao Wang. Almost everyone in the crew, even those with names, knows about it. When Qiu rolled her eyes at him, Chu Anlin was startled. What happened? When Qiu pulled up a stool and sat down, the chairman of Huanyu Media is very interested in the filming of our drama and wants to come and visit the set, and also to extend his regards to the crew. Oh, is that so? Chu Anlin felt a little guilty. He had thought Yuheng would sneak over. He had already come up with an excuse to trick Sister Qiu and Xiao Wang into leaving later. Mr. Yu, I am Jiang Li, the assistant director of Like a Branch in Spring. Welcome to visit and provide guidance. This way, please. Assistant Director Jiang led the way to Yuheng with a smile. Thank you for your trouble, Director Jiang. As soon as Yuheng entered the film crew, he felt a busy and tense atmosphere. Various photography equipment and lighting equipment were scattered everywhere, and staff members were constantly moving around. Mr. Yu, hello, I am Qiu Changqi, the director of Rusishan. Welcome, welcome. When Qiu Changqi saw Yuheng coming over, he got up and quickly walked over to warmly shake Yuheng's hand. Director Qiu, I'm sorry to bother you. Yuheng returned Qiu Changqi's handshake with a smile. Haha, not at all, it's our honor. Qiu Changqi laughed heartily, then pulled Yuheng over to introduce him. This is our producer, Meng Jingfan. Yuheng nodded to producer Meng and was about to exchange a few pleasantries when he heard a woman's voice from the side. Mr. Yu, it's been a long time. Wei Lanyan, dressed in palace attire, walked over and greeted Yuheng. Yesterday, her agent told her that Mr. Yu was very interested in the TV series they were currently filming and wanted to come and take a look. She was a little surprised at the time, because as far as she knew, Mr. Yu didn't seem like the kind of person who would be interested in this kind of thing. Oh. You're in this production crew too? Yuheng was a little surprised to see Wei Lanyan. Lanyan is our female lead. Qiu Changqi was even more surprised than Yuheng when he saw Yuheng's surprise. No, isn't this one of your artists from Universe Entertainment? She's their leading lady, and you come to visit the set and don't even know who the female lead is. Yes, I play the female lead Wen Xiao in Rusishan. Wei Lanyan didn't think there was anything wrong with Yuheng's attitude. Oh, I see. I just happened to see that it's a company investment project, and I've never seen it filmed before, so I came to take a look. Yuheng covered up his embarrassment and said to Wei Lanyan, you go ahead and do your work. I'll stay here and take a look. Okay, then I won't bother you any longer. Wei Lanyan nodded slightly and took her leave. She came here specifically because the big boss was here, and as a subordinate, she had to come and greet him. Although the other crew members were curious about Heng's identity, they were too busy working on set to peek around. Meanwhile, when Qiu pushed Chu Anlin's wheelchair out. This morning, Chu Anlin is going to film a scene where he breaks up with the female lead. This is one of the most famous scenes in the entire drama, and it requires a high level of emotional depth, making it quite difficult to film. As soon as Chu Anlin came out, she saw Yuheng chatting with the director. When Chiu noticed that Chu Anlin's gaze was fixed on one spot and couldn't be pulled away. Following his gaze, she saw a tall, long-legged man with an extraordinary air about him. When Chiu didn't even need to think to know who this was. She took a closer look at the chairman of Huanyu and found that he had striking features, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and his face was three-dimensional and distinct. He was as handsome as Panan. Is it him? When Chiu asked Chu Anlin in a low voice, wanting to confirm. Yes. Chu Anlin was a little shy, but couldn't help but steal glances at Yuheng. As if sensing Chu Anlin's gaze, Yuheng turned his head and met Chu Anlin's delighted eyes. Yuheng smiled at Chu Anlin, his eyes crinkling, and mouthed, "Little dumpling." Chu Anlin blushed deeply with embarrassment at being teased in public. "Sister Chiu, quickly push me over to Sister Wei's side, I need to go over my lines." Chu Anlin said to Sister Chiu, embarrassed and angry. When Chiu watched the two flirting from afar and was speechless. However, she still dutifully pushed Chu Anlin over, fearing that the two of them would act recklessly on set. "Sister Lan Yen, I'd like to go over the lines with you. Is this a convenient time for you?" Chu Anlin asked politely as she was ushered into Wei Lanyan's rest area. Today's scene was difficult, and Wei Lanyan was worried that Chu Anlin would get stuck too many times, so she beckoned to him, "If you don't come over, I'm going to come find you. Come on, let's do it a couple more times." "Lan Yan, Xiao Chu, are you rehearsing your lines?" Nie Yuanshan, the male supporting actor in Rusishan, walked over. He's nearly 40, but he's well-preserved and still a handsome man. His eyes are deep and weathered, giving him an air of refinement and charm. "Teacher Nie." Chu Anlin greeted Nie Yuanshan as he approached. "Yes," Nie Yuanshan responded, then asked Wei Lan Yen, "Is that the new chairman of your company, Huanyu? Did he come to see you?" After saying that, he winked at Wei Lan Yen with an ambiguous look on his face. Wei Lan Yen put down the script and said, "Teacher Nie, please have a seat." She gestured to her assistant beside her. "I'm not that familiar with our chairman. He must have other reasons for coming here." Wei Lan Yen and Nie Yuanshan are old partners and know each other very well, so they don't have many reservations when they talk. The assistant brought over a small stool and handed it to Nie Yuanshan. Nie Yuanshan sat down. "Hey. We didn't come to see you. Huanyu has invested in so many dramas, and they only came to ours. I thought it was because of you, Lan Yen." "Teacher Nie, Sister Lan Yen, Brother Chu, what are you talking about?" "Yes, Brother Nie, Sister Lan Yen, Xiao Chu, let's listen to it." The male lead, Xia Ji, and the female supporting character, Su Qiushuan, also came over with small stools. They also wanted to come to Wei Lan Yen to find out about Yuheng. "Why don't you guys ever see how popular I am usually?" Wei Lan Yen knew why they were there, but she genuinely didn't know this particular reason. "Haha, isn't it lively here today, Sister Lan Yen? And when have you ever been unpopular, Sister Lan Yen?" Xia Ji laughed and joked from the side. "Ahem, yes, Sister Lan Yen, but your CEO Yu is really handsome." Supporting actress Su Qiushuan asked, "He looks so young. He probably isn't married yet, right?" She had her assistant eavesdrop on the director, but didn't get any useful information, only that the new chairman of Huanyu was surnamed Yu. Su Qiushuan is similar to Chu Anlin, both are minor celebrities who have played leading roles in small dramas but haven't become famous, and can only play supporting roles in major productions. However, she's better off than Chu Anlin, she's only been in the industry for 2 years. Chu Anlin, who was listening from the side, felt a little jealous. He didn't like what Su Qiushuan said, and it was obvious to everyone that Su Qiushuan's intentions were clear, so he disliked her even more. Looking at the girl whose longing was almost impossible to suppress, Wei Lan Yen neither exposed her nor echoed her. "We little minions don't know anything about the big boss's affairs." Hearing that Wei Lanyan's tone indicated she didn't want to talk about it anymore, Su Qiushuan smiled and didn't dare to press the matter further. "He's really handsome, even our little Chu is confused by him." As soon as the male lead, Xia Ji, uttered his teasing voice, everyone looked at Chu Anlin. Chu Anlin was glancing towards Yuheng when she was suddenly caught by everyone. Startled, she quickly turned her head and gave an awkward laugh. "Hee hee, I was just curious." "But Xiao Chu, you like boys, right?" "What, you've taken a fancy to President Yu. Xia Ji said seemingly jokingly, but the meaning behind his words was a bit aggressive. He noticed the shyness in Chu Anlin's eyes when she looked at Yu Hang. It's rare to find someone in the entertainment industry who doesn't rely on a sugar daddy. Many sugar daddies are also indiscriminate in their spending. Therefore, he scoffed at Su Qiushuan's question about whether Wei Lanyan and Yu Hang had a girlfriend. As for Xia Ji herself, she has dated both male and female sugar daddies, but how could anyone not be attracted to someone like Yu Hang, who is rich, handsome, and a top figure in the entertainment industry? This was a rare opportunity, and he wanted to give it a try. However, after seeing Chu Anlin's performance, he felt a sense of crisis. He had worked with Chu Anlin twice and knew him somewhat. Chu Anlin has a great figure and looks, and despite being in the industry for so long, she hasn't become worldly wise or slick. Instead, she still has a pure and innocent charm. How could she not attract the attention of any big shots? Although he has an aunt who is quite influential in the screenwriting industry, the resources she can provide him are limited. If he wants to go further, it is impossible without making some sacrifices. The problem lies here: this person is truly hopeless. He never attends drinking parties, and when he does attend dinner parties, it's only at invitations from people he knows well. He also always has a manager who stays with him at all times. Several influential figures in the industry who had shown interest in him saw this situation and deliberately cut off some of his resources, trying to force him to learn some social skills and take the initiative to curry favor with them. But who would have thought that, faced with these suppressions, Chu Anlin would choose to lie flat, without hesitation. It's like punching cotton, without any rebound. He verbally pressured Chu Anlin not to embarrass him, but to awaken his inner pride and prevent him from bowing his head to his sugar daddy. After all, given the choice between a pretty actress and an actress who is also pretty but has a somewhat aloof and unattainable quality, most investors would choose the former. It's obvious which one they would choose. Who doesn't like good-looking people? Chu Anlin replied somewhat sharply. He just didn't want to do certain things, but he hadn't been in the entertainment industry for nothing all these years. How could he not understand what Xia Ji meant? It's one thing if it's someone else, but Yu Hang is his legitimate boyfriend. How could he be happy if someone else coveted him? Haha, indeed, President Yu is really handsome. Seeing this, Nie Yuanshan quickly laughed it off. Lan Yan, shouldn't all the male celebrities in your company feel inferior? He then turned to Wei Lanyan and changed the subject. Honestly, these young people nowadays. However, he could understand that the conditions offered by the general manager were simply too favorable. Of course, several kids almost lost all their confidence after meeting President Yu. Wei Lanyan followed up on Nie Yuanshan's topic. The filming isn't finished yet, it wouldn't be good for anyone if things got too tense now. Chu Anlin and Xia Ji also took the opportunity to change the subject. Everyone resumed their conversation and laughter, as if nothing unpleasant had ever happened. Cut. Lan Yan, you got too emotional too fast. And Chu Anlin, are you still going to keep lying to Wen Xiao? You need to tone down that look in your eyes. Director Chiu shouted on set. After shouting, he directed the crew to restore the film set. Yu Hang frowned as he watched. He noticed that Chu Anlin had cut out this scene 5 times, each time for various reasons. Seeing that Chu Anlin was stuck in that dark and oppressive mood, Yu Hang was a little worried. He turned and glanced at Gao Ziyuan. Gao Ziyuan understood and walked over to Jiang Li. Director Jiang, it's almost noon now. President Yu has booked a lavish meal at a 5-star hotel to treat everyone. What do you think? Oh dear, thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Yu. I'll go tell Director Chiu we're done filming now. Today's scene was a bit difficult, and we won't be able to finish filming it anytime soon, Jiang Li replied with a smile, and headed towards Chiu Changqi. Chu, someone said he was coming to see me, but I think he's just here to attract attention. Chu, humph. Chu Anlin was sitting in the lounge eating lunch. Today's lunch was particularly plentiful, consisting of braised chicken feet in abalone sauce, braised duck, braised beef brisket, and bok choy in broth. Wow. This is such a feast. I heard Mr. Yu ordered it from Olympic Century. Wang Xiaojie remarked as he ate, this meal must have been expensive. The entire crew has over 500 people, it must have cost tens of thousands, Wen Qiu replied from the side. Chu Anlin pouted. She felt that her boyfriend had come to see her, but he hadn't really looked at her. The indicator light on the phone flashed once. I've been chatting with the director and the others the whole time. This old man gets jealous. You've really wronged me. No, that's not true. You don't know several handsome men and beautiful women are staring at you, do you? Humph. And you're dressed so extravagantly. I don't know. I was just staring at you. Besides, am I not allowed to dress up a bit before meeting my boyfriend? Chu Anlin's brows relaxed, and her eyes brightened. Then let's go on a date tonight. I don't have any night filming today. I have a dinner party tonight, come with me. Is it related to your work? No, it's about your work. Chu Anlin frowned slightly. Aren't you afraid others will find out about our relationship? Yuheng hadn't told anyone about their relationship today, and Chu Anlin thought it was because he didn't want people to know. Yuheng raised an eyebrow when he saw his message. This heartless little thing, who is he doing this for? I'm just worried about your career. Everyone at today's dinner is in the industry, and I wanted to introduce you to them. The so-called introduction was just to let them know that Chu Anlin was Yuheng's person, so that they would be aware of the situation. Chu Anlin was diligently replying to Yuheng's messages when Wenqiu couldn't stand it anymore. Eat first. The food will get cold if you wait. We're only 300 or 400 meters apart, can't we talk anytime? Okay, he asked me to go to a dinner party with him tonight. Chu Anlin put down her phone and reported to Wenqiu while picking up some food. A private dinner? No, he said they're all people in the industry, probably directors and the like. Chu Anlin picked up a chicken foot. Today's dishes were all his favorites. Do you want me to come with you? Wenqiu asked as she finished eating and put away her takeout container. I'll ask Yuheng later, Chu Anlin said, her words slightly muffled as she took a big bite. Dong dong dong. Wenqiu was about to say something when she was interrupted by a knock on the door. Sister Lan Yan, Sister Mingming, please come in. Wang Xiaojie opened the door and found Wei Lan Yan and her assistant. He quickly invited them in. Lan Yan and Mingming. Come in and sit down. Have you finished eating? Wenqiu quickly got up and brought chairs for Wei Lan Yan and Xue Mingming. Did you need something, Sister Lan Yan? Chu Anlin quickly swallowed the food in her mouth and put down her chopsticks. You haven't finished eating yet? Wei Lan Yan was a little surprised. You should eat first. I came here to help you get into character, otherwise we might not be able to finish filming this scene today. Since your leg is injured, I came over. With that, Wei Lan Yan sat down at the table and took out the script. You eat first, I'll look at the script, there's no rush. Chu Anlin quickened her pace of eating, while Wenqiu and Wang Xiaojie cleaned up the table. Dong dong dong. Another knock sounded on the door, and everyone looked up. Chu Anlin even stopped chewing. Why is it so lively here today? That. Wang Xiaojie ran over and opened the door. After seeing who was outside, he didn't immediately invite them in. Instead, he turned to look at Wenqiu with a pleading look in his eyes. Wenqiu quickly went over and was surprised to see who it was. She glanced at Wei Lan Yan and the others, but still invited them in. Wei Lan Yan and Chu Anlin were also curious. Who was this person who had come and made them so nervous? Young Master Chu, President Yu asked me to bring you some desserts. He said today's scenes were too depressing, and he hopes that eating something sweet will cheer you up. Gao Ziyuan respectfully placed the packaged desserts on Chu Anlin's table. When Chu Anlin heard that Yuheng had brought it for him, he took the dessert bag and forgot everything else. He couldn't wait to open the package. It's a Black Forest cake. He looked delighted and said to Gao Ziyuan, tell him I really like it. By the way, has he finished eating? Chu Anlin asked Gao Ziyuan while carefully opening the cake box. President Yu and Director Chiu are still eating. Then you should go quickly, Chu Anlin stammered for a moment. He originally wanted to tell Gao Ziyuan that he was also busy going over his lines, but then he remembered that Wei Lan Yan was still here. Wei Lan Yan was a little surprised when she saw Gao Ziyuan come over, and it turned out that he even brought a cake for Chu Anlin on behalf of President Yu. She had been wondering why Mr. Yu had suddenly become interested in acting. Now, it all makes sense. Assistant Gao, please go ahead with your work. I'll rehearse the lines after Lan finishes her cake. Wei Lanyan nodded and smiled at Gao Ziyuan. Then I'll head over first, young Master Chu. He then nodded slightly to Wei Lanyan in farewell. As soon as Gao Ziyuan left, the entire lounge fell silent. The group either looked down at the objects in their hands or gazed into the distance, none of them speaking to break the sudden silence. In the end, Wei Lanyan spoke first, her tone teasing, should I call him young Master Chu, or boss lady? Chu Anlin blushed deeply at her words, Sister Lanyan. TSK, I didn't expect this, Xiao Anlin, you've managed to win over President Yu so quietly. Wei Lanyan strolled up to Chu Anlin, from now on, Huan Yu will be yours. You've been quietly doing big things. No, I didn't know he was the owner of Huan Yu when we were together, Chu Anlin replied softly, putting the cake wrapper back on. He felt the cake didn't smell as good anymore. Wei Lanyan walked over and sat down next to him. Tell me, how did you two get together? Her eyes were full of gossip. Ahem, Mingming and Xiao Wang, come with me to pack the things we'll need this afternoon. Wen Qiu coughed lightly and led Xue Mingming and Wang Xiaojie out. Seeing that the three of them had left, Wei Lanyan could no longer restrain herself. Her eyes lit up, and she grabbed Chu Anlin's arm, asking, how long have you been together? Have you done that? Chu Anlin stared at Wei Lanyan in shock. Sister Lanyan, what are you saying? Oh, you know, Mr. Yu has such a great figure, is he strong? Can your small frame handle it? Wei Lanyan didn't think there was anything wrong with what she was asking. Chu Anlin witnessed firsthand the collapse of Wei Lanyan's goddess image. If it weren't for this face, she would be a total sleazy person right now. Does she even know that? Chu Anlin cried out in her heart. Before filming began in the afternoon, when Chiu walked towards Chu Anlin's dressing room. Lan, get ready to touch up your makeup. When Chiu knocked on the door and went straight in without waiting for the person inside to open it. Sister Chiu, Chu Anlin called out weakly. Sister Chiu is here. I'm going to touch up my makeup now. See you later. Wei Lanyan patted Chu Anlin on the shoulder, gave him a knowing look, and left with cheerful steps. When Chiu watched Wei Lanyan leave with a radiant complexion, then looked at Chu Anlin, who looked utterly drained of her energy, and couldn't help but ask curiously, what were you two talking about? Chu Anlin listlessly looked up, Sister Lanyan, never mind, Sister Chiu, you can push me out. Although when Chiu was curious, she didn't press for details, only asking, are you sure you can manage this afternoon? We couldn't get this scene right this morning. Is Chu Anlin all right now? Cut. That's a wrap. Get ready for the next scene, the director shouted, waving his hand. Phew, Chu Anlin breathed a sigh of relief when she heard the director call out that it was over. Lan, not bad. Wei Lanyan stood to the side while the makeup artist touched up her makeup. She had a crying scene in the previous scene. You did it in one take. I could feel the murderous aura. Are you really that shy? After the makeup artist left, Wei Lanyan didn't wait for Wang Xiaojie to come and push Chu Anlin. She went over and pushed the wheelchair while talking to Chu Anlin in a low voice. Sister Lanyan. Chu Anlin roared. TSK, I was thinking I had a lot of materials here that I could give you to study. Wei Lanyan said nonchalantly. I don't want to, Chu Anlin said angrily, refusing her. All right, I'll send it to President Yu then. Wei Lanyan pushed Chu Anlin to the rest area, making a move to leave. Maybe the boss will be in a good mood and reward me with some resources. However, she couldn't leave because Chu Anlin grabbed her sleeve. You sent it to me. Chu Anlin lowered her eyes, her ears turning bright red. No, I'll send it to President Yu instead. Wei Lanyan said, as if to say, I won't make things difficult for you. Sister. I was wrong. Chu Anlin looked up at Wei Lanyan with a pleading expression. He thought Wei Lanyan was really capable of doing this. He had discovered it in the lounge. Sister Lanyan was really fierce. Every question she asked him made his face turn yellow. Director Chiu Changqi stood in front of the monitor with a gratified smile on his face. He clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. Everyone, today's filming went very smoothly. Thank you all for your hard work. That's a wrap. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of enthusiastic applause and cheers erupted on set, and everyone wore a tired but satisfied smile. The script supervisor and the cameraman chatted while packing up the equipment. The prop master is taking inventory of the props and carefully putting each prop back in its original place. The lighting technicians were also busy wrapping up their work, disassembling and packing all the lights to ensure that every piece of equipment was safe and sound. With the help of makeup artists, the actors removed their costume makeup and changed back into their own clothes. Director Chiu has hosted a dinner party at Qianwaifang. Several of the main actors will be there later. Xue Mingming said to Wei Lanyan while helping her straighten her clothes. It seems that Director Zhang and his crew from the next film crew will also be there. Is this to welcome President Yu? Wei Lanyan tugged at her collar. All right, I know. Let's go there soon. When Wei Lanyan arrived at room number 3 of Qianwaifang, someone was already waiting for her in the small reception room outside the room. Director Chiu, Director Jiang, Teacher Nye, Xiao Ji, Chiu Xian, you're all here so early. Wei Lanyan greeted them one by one, then walked to Director Zhang on the other side. Director Zhang, Producer Meng, Producer Li. Lanyan, come, have a seat. Li Lei, the producer of the film, The Tragedy, from the next production team, happily moved to the side and patted the sofa next to him. Wei Lanyan sat down casually. Zayan and Xiao Shu are here too. Shen Zayan and Li Shu are the male and female leads of The Tragedy of War, and they came with Director Zhang and his team for the social event. Lanyan, it's been a long time. Li Shu was fairly familiar with Wei Lanyan, and since this dinner was organized for the boss of Huanyu Media, her tone when speaking to Wei Lanyan unconsciously carried a hint of familiarity and flattery. I just saw you at the Jinling TV festival last time, so you must have missed me then, Wei Lanyan teased her. Haha, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. I haven't seen Sister Lanyan for several months. Li Shu didn't care about Wei Lanyan's teasing at all. Hello, Sister Lanyan. Shen Zayan, the male lead of The Tragedy of War, stood up and bowed to Wei Lanyan. He had never worked with Wei Lanyan before, but he was undoubtedly a popular young actor. Hey! Sit down quickly. I've only seen Zen from afar before, but he's really handsome up close. Although she was a senior, his popularity was undeniable. Wei Lanyan was genuinely amazed. No wonder she's a top influencer, her looks are truly stunning. The group chatted and laughed as the door to the private room was opened again. Am I late? Seeing that everyone in the private room had arrived, Yuheng thought he was late. Mr. Yu. Mr. Yu. Mr. Yu, you've arrived. Mr. Yu, you're not late. Everyone stood up and greeted them. They pushed Chu Anlin in, followed by Gao Ziyuan and Wen Qiu. President Yu, it's been a long time. Zhang Zhaolin was the first to walk over and shake hands with Yuheng. He contacted Chiu Changqi after hearing from Li Lei that the chairman of Huanyu had visited the set of a neighboring film crew. Long time no see. Director Zhang's film has officially started shooting. Yuheng was a little surprised. The last time he saw Zhang Zhaolin, he was still following behind Song Lixing, trying to get his copyright. Haha, filming has been going on for almost a month now. He then waved to the person behind him. President Yu, these are our male and female leads, Shen Zayan and Li Shu. Shen Zayan and Li Shu, who had just walked over, quickly greeted him respectfully. Hello, Mr. Yu. I am Shen Zayan. Hello, Mr. Yu, I am Li Shu. Hello, Mr. Yu, I am Li Lei, the producer of The Tragedy. Hello. Yuheng nodded, but did not shake hands with them. He continued to push Chu Anlin's wheelchair. Zhang Zhaolin looked at Chu Anlin, and who is this? Too naughty, broke his leg. Yuheng naturally knew that Zhang Zhaolin was asking about Chu Anlin's identity, but Yuheng felt there was no need to explain anything to them. They all have eyes, they should see for themselves. Ah. Yuheng's words were so intimate that Zhang Zhaolin, who didn't know Chu Anlin, couldn't keep up and was a little speechless. Hello, Director Zhang. Chu Anlin greeted him softly. Everyone else was standing, but he was sitting, and talking so close to him made him feel a little uncomfortable. He, and Lon is the literary and publicity officer of our Russian magazine. Chiu Changqi walked over with a beaming smile. President Yu, everyone is here, would you like to take the seat of honor? Please take your seats and call the waiter to serve the food. Yu Heng noticed that Chu Anlin was feeling unwell, so he picked him up and carried him to the head of the table for him to sit down. Everyone was shocked, knowing full well the nature of their relationship. Several people clenched their fists in secret, feeling both regret and helplessness. Director Chiu, you've really played the role of matchmaker. Li Lei said to Chiu Changqi with a face full of envy. As soon as Mr. Yu appeared in front of everyone, he quickly became very close to the minor star in their film crew. Their warm interaction made it seem as if they had known each other for a long time. Li Lei thought to himself, they've only been here a short time, yet they're already so familiar with the minor stars in the crew. I wonder how much more investment their crew will be able to secure this time. Although Li Lei's voice wasn't loud, everyone at the table could hear him clearly. It wasn't that Li Lei forgot to lower his voice, it was simply that such things were already an open secret in the entertainment industry, and there was no need to deliberately avoid them. Many big spenders even regard this as an honor and seize the opportunity to talk at length about it. I've known Lon Lon since we were little. He injured his leg this time, and I was worried, so I came to check on him. Just as Chiu Changqi was about to explain, Yu Heng spoke up first. Li Lei was startled and realized he had misunderstood. He immediately stood up, raised his glass, and toasted Chu Anlin apologetically. Oh dear, my bad mouth. Young Master Chu, please be magnanimous and don't take it to heart. After saying that, he drank the wine in his glass in one gulp. Yu Heng didn't say anything, he just looked at Chu Anlin. It's all right, producer Li just misunderstood because he didn't know the situation. Chu Anlin smiled indifferently, raised her glass, and took a sip of orange juice to show her understanding. He'd seen this kind of thing happen a lot in the industry, so he didn't really think it was offensive. Then President Yu and young Master Chu must be childhood sweethearts. You two have such a good relationship. Zhang Zhaolin tried to smooth things over, but his tone was much more respectful to Chu Anlin. Sort of, but we only recently got together. Yu Heng looked at Chu Anlin, his eyes filled with tenderness and concern, a deep affection and silent care. Chu Anlin and Yu Heng exchanged a glance. As if burned by his gaze, the heat spread to his face, and he turned his face away. However, a hand quietly reached out from under the table and intertwined with Yu Heng's hand. Everyone at the table had a variety of thoughts upon hearing Yu Heng's words. So, are Mr. Yu and young Master Chu still in the honeymoon phase? Jiang Li said with a smile, raising his glass as he said, then I'll toast you both first, wishing you both a happy and successful career and a sweet and loving relationship. After speaking, Jiang Li tilted his head back and drank the wine in his glass in one gulp. Immediately afterward, Meng Jingfan, sitting to the side, also smiled and slowly raised his glass, saying softly, then let me offer my blessings as well. I wish President Yu and young Master Chu, this match made in heaven, could hold hands and walk through every wonderful moment together, and spend a beautiful and splendid journey through life. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Jingfan also drank his glass of wine in one gulp. At this moment, Yu Heng couldn't help but chuckle and interrupted the others who were about to get up and continue their congratulatory remarks. All right, with you all saying that, it's like we're newlyweds. However, despite his teasing tone, Yu Heng's gaze remained tenderly fixed on Chu Anlin, who was blushing deeply to the roots of her neck. With a smile on his lips, he gently raised his wine glass, tilted his head back, and drank the wine in one gulp. Haha, President Yu is indeed extraordinary. Chiu Changqi couldn't help but burst into laughter upon seeing this. He then quickly picked up the wine glass in front of him and downed it in one gulp without hesitation. Seeing that the bigwigs at the table had raised their glasses and drunk heartily, the rest of the group naturally did not dare to be negligent. They all stood up, said various auspicious words, and drank their wine. Does Chu Anlin have any plans? I have a period drama by director Qin that's short of a male lead. Li Lei asked Chu Anlin amidst the lively atmosphere. After the new year, Anlan only has one film directed by Guo, but the release date hasn't been confirmed yet, Wen Qiu quickly replied upon hearing Li Lei's words. Oh. Director Guo has a new project. Li Lei looked at Wen Qiu in surprise. The other artists also turned to Wen Qiu in surprise. Director Guo has a new project, but there hasn't been a single word about it in the industry. In the summer, both Su Qiuxuan and Li Shu were somewhat tempted, looking at Wen Qiu with eager anticipation, hoping she would reveal more information. Yes, he said he's got his eye on Lan for the male lead and gave us a heads up. Normally, you wouldn't say something like this so casually, but things are different now. Even if she said it, who would dare to steal Lan's role? Oh, that's great. Director Qin's project hasn't had a confirmed time yet. I'll talk to him and see if we can adjust the time accordingly. Li Lei said sincerely, if young Master Chu can get into Director Guo's film, his value will definitely skyrocket. We should make sure to secure it in advance. It would be an honor for Anlin to be able to get into Director Qin's film. We are very grateful for even having the opportunity to audition, Wen Qiu replied with a beaming smile. Mutual flattery is naturally an essential part of such business occasions. I'm personally very interested in film and television investment. If Producer Li has any good projects, you can come to me. Yu Heng raised his wine glass to Li Lei. He took a sip of his drink. However, my child is not very worldly wise, so please take good care of him, Producer Li. Li Lei was excited. The meaning behind these words was clear. If they could use Chu Anlin, the investment would be substantial. He, Mr. Yu, what are you saying? I've seen young Master Chu's acting too. I wouldn't say it's superb, but it's definitely no problem for him to beat a bunch of young idols. In my opinion, young Master Chu is absolutely the most suitable male lead for Director Qin's new film. It's practically tailor-made for him. Li Lei said with a beaming smile, which even carried a hint of flattery. Sitting to the side, Chu Anlin felt as if smoke was about to rise from the top of her head when she heard the flood of flattery. Yu Heng nodded slightly, indicating his agreement with Li Lei's opinion. In his opinion, Li Lei actually had some discernment. It wasn't just empty praise. After he confessed his feelings to Lan, he watched all of Li Lei's previous films and thought he had acted very well. Thinking of this, Yu Heng couldn't help but nod slightly to Li Lei with satisfaction. The other celebrities sitting around the table couldn't help but feel envious upon seeing this scene. Some of them bit their lips secretly, while others secretly looked at Chu Anlin with envious and jealous eyes. After returning to the hotel from the dinner, Chu Anlin came out after taking a shower, and Wang Xiaojie was removing the plastic wrap from his cast. I added Producer Li's contact account. He just sent me a message saying that he's confirmed you'll be starring in Director Qin's new drama, Spring Flowers and Autumn Moon. He'll send the script over in a couple of days. Wen Qiu sat on the sofa, excitedly replying to messages while talking to Chu Anlin. So fast. Chu Anlin and Wang Xiaojie were struggling with the plastic wrap. The plaster could not get wet, and taking a shower every day was a huge undertaking for him. Upon hearing Qiu Jie's words, Chu Anlin was so surprised that she stopped what she was doing. When Qiu looked up at Chu Anlin and said in a reserved tone, "The funds are in place. If you want it to be fast, you can assemble the crew in a month." Chu Anlin thought about Yu Heng's talk of investing at the dinner party, and somewhat awkwardly picked up her phone to look at it, avoiding Qiu Jie's gaze. "Ah. Yu Heng said he'd invite me to his room for a late-night snack." Chu Anlin opened her phone and saw the message Yu Heng had just sent. He was startled, thinking that Yu Heng was just using this as an excuse to go on a date with him. He was a little annoyed by Yu Heng's lame excuse. Who eats a late-night snack so soon after dinner? And to eat it in his room, what would Sister Qiu think? Did they really just eat late-night snacks in their room? Nobody would believe that. But he couldn't suppress his intense attraction and couldn't help but look at Sister Qiu hesitantly. I thought I'd get a severe scolding from Sister Qiu, but to my surprise, she agreed without even thinking about it. Really? Sister Qiu seemed unconcerned. Xiao Wang, find Lan a set of loungewear to change into. Chu Anlin looked at Sister Qiu in astonishment. Sister Qiu, aren't you going to stop me? You see, because of his aunt's special instructions, Qiu Jie has always been very strict with him, so now Chu Anlin has a strange feeling that his parents don't object to his early romance. I'm going to Yu Heng's room, he couldn't help but confirm with Wen Qiu, his words full of implications. Seeing the trepidation and eagerness in Chu Anlin's eyes, Wen Qiu couldn't help but roll her eyes. It's just a late-night snack, right? I'll come pick you up when it's time. Wen Qiu pushed Chu Anlin into the room, where Xiao Wang had already prepared clothes for him to wear when going out. Oh, I just realized that you're quite open-minded, Sister Chiu." With Sister Chiu's permission, Chu Anlin's mood brightened, and she couldn't help but tease her. Hearing Chu Anlin's words, Wen Chiu raised an eyebrow and turned Chu Anlin's wheelchair around. "Yuheng invited you up for a late-night snack." "Ah, right." Chu Anlin looked at Wen Chiu with a bit of confusion. "Didn't you notice that no one really touched their food at the dinner party?" Seeing that Chu Anlin didn't understand, Wen Chiu gave her a hint. "Ah. It seems so." Chu Anlin thought about it carefully and realized that many dishes were barely touched when she left. However, he was too shy and restless to notice at the time, and only realized it when Wen Chiu brought it up. They were so engrossed in their conversation that they didn't even eat. Chu Anlin's romantic thoughts vanished instantly. He thought his boyfriend was just making excuses to do something naughty with him, but it turned out he was the one who was evil. Her boyfriend was probably really hungry, literally. "Well, since President Yu hasn't touched his chopsticks since then, it's not appropriate for everyone to eat heartily. We can only keep President Yu company and chat." When Chiu finished speaking and looked at Chu Anlin with an ambiguous expression. Chu Anlin was filled with questions. Was Yuheng such a chatty person? Seeing that Chu Anlin was still looking at her with a puzzled expression, Wen Chiu didn't keep her in suspense any longer. President Yu's right hand was pressed under the table, and it seems that he can't use chopsticks with his left hand either, so he only drank some wine afterwards. After Wen Chiu finished speaking, Chu Anlin stared at her for a long time. "Ah." Suddenly, Chu Anlin fell headfirst into the bed next to her, her whole face sinking into the thick quilt. He remembered that he had been too shy before and couldn't help but hold Yuheng's hand. At the time, they only felt excited and sweet. Yuheng was talking eloquently at the table, while their hands were tightly clasped together under the table. As a result, Chiu Jia told him that because he was holding Yuheng's hand throughout the dinner, he couldn't eat, forcing everyone to rack their brains to talk to Yuheng about various topics. Damn it, wasn't he supposed to be following a sweet romance script? Why are there always so many socially awkward incidents? Wah. Did you take a shower before coming over? Yuheng opened the door for Chu Anlin and the others. It had been almost half an hour since he sent Chu Anlin the message. Just as Xiao Wang was about to step back and let Yuheng push Chu Anlin's wheelchair, Yuheng walked over and picked Chu Anlin up in his arms. "Ah. Are you tired?" Seeing Chu Anlin's listless expression, Yuheng put him on the sofa, touched his face, and asked. Wang Xiaojie, who was treated like he was invisible at the door, hesitated for a moment, but still didn't say hello to them. He quietly closed the door and went out. "Hug me." Chu Anlin spread her arms wide. Yuheng pulled him onto his lap and gently stroked his back. "What's wrong?" Chu Anlin wrapped her arms around Yuheng's neck, rested her head on his shoulder, and closed her eyes slightly. "I made you not eat properly." Yuheng wrapped his arms around Chu Anlin's waist. "Then your punishment is to eat with me." Chu Anlin smiled gently, her eyes sparkling with happiness. He turned his head and left a gentle kiss on Yuheng's cheek. "Then let me go quickly, or the food will get cold." Yuheng didn't let go. Instead, he pressed Chu Anlin's head down and gave him a deep kiss, kissing him until Chu Anlin was panting and his lips were slightly swollen before he released him. Ding! Yuheng took the heated soup out of the microwave. "Humph. You deserve to eat leftovers." Chu Anlin pouted. Yes, I deserve it. Do you want some?" Yuheng put the soup down and picked up the rice that had been heated in the microwave to eat. He was genuinely hungry. He hadn't eaten much for dinner, and his earlier antics had delayed him further. "I'm not eating," Chu Anlin said, feeling very upset. He had just fought back after Yuheng kissed him again. He wanted Yuheng to experience the skills he had been honing during this time, otherwise what would it be like to always be the one being dominated by him? The end result is that his lips are still slightly numb. Yuheng didn't mind, even an arrogant boyfriend can be likable. After finishing the rice in his bowl in a few bites, Yuheng ladled out a bowl of soup. He was drinking soup when suddenly a groan came from Chu Anlin's phone. "Ah bro, you're so amazing." Puffed. Yuheng spat out the soup in his mouth. Cough cough cough. Cough cough. He choked quite badly. Chu Anlin frantically pressed buttons on her phone until the sound finally stopped. Yuheng wiped his mouth with a tissue, his eyes dark as he looked at Chu Anlin, whose face was full of panic. No. No. It's not me. Chu Anlin felt his mind was a mess. He wanted to explain, but he couldn't even form a complete sentence. Ugh, you shut up, explain yourself. Should I tell him it was study materials sent to me by Sister Lan Yen? What should I say when he asks why I want to study these? And Sister Lan Yen, weren't you talking about study materials? What am I supposed to learn from a video that starts with 0 frames? Where's the plot? Where's the foreplay? Wah, I shouldn't have clicked on the video Lan Yen posted. Although Chu Anlin's face was stiff, her mind was in turmoil, filled with countless thoughts. Yuheng watched as Chu Anlin's face flushed red and then turned pale, and she stammered, unable to give a coherent explanation. He approached Chu Anlin step by step, watching Chu Anlin move her body backward until her back pressed against the soft sofa back, leaving her with nowhere to retreat. Yuheng finally stood in front of Chu Anlin. He leaned down, and the two were so close that they could feel each other's breath. Does Lan Lan want it? He whispered in Chu Anlin's ear, his voice hoarse. His voice was gentle and alluring, yet carried an irresistible seriousness. Chu Anlin leaned stiffly against the sofa, her hands clenched into fists. He tried to remain calm, but his heart was pounding wildly like a drum. He avoided Yuheng's gaze, not daring to meet his eyes, as if his gaze would devour him. I didn't. Chu Anlin's voice was barely audible. Yuheng reached out and put his arm around Chu Anlin's waist. He moved his hand under Chu Anlin's clothes, his cool fingers touching Chu Anlin's skin and stroking him until his palm rested on Chu Anlin's shoulder blade. Chu Anlin trembled slightly, as if she had been chilled or her sensitive area had been touched. However, he did not speak up to stop Yuheng's actions. Then look at me. Yuheng pinched Chu Anlin's chin with one hand, forcing him to turn his head to look at him. Seeing Chu Anlin with her eyes half closed and lips slightly parted, looking like she was ready to be taken, he finally couldn't resist and pushed Chu Anlin down onto the sofa, kissing her heavily. The air conditioner vents silently deliver warm air, gently caressing every corner of the room. The notification light on the phone, which had been tossed onto the sofa, flashed twice. Yuheng. Noticing Yuheng's hand about to explore downwards, Chu Anlin was a little scared. My legs hurt. Hearing Chu Anlin's trembling voice, Yuheng felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head, pulling him out of his boiling emotions. Reaching out to gather the clothes he had torn from Chu Anlin's body, Yuheng hugged Chu Anlin tightly, his chest heaving like surging waves, each breath heavy and labored. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to suppress the restlessness. My heartbeat gradually returned to normal, and my thoughts slowly became clearer. I'm sorry. Yuheng opened his eyes, propped himself up, looked at Chu Anlin, and gave him a comforting kiss on the forehead. Chu Anlin shook her head, somewhat hesitant to utter a sound. Yuheng chuckled as he watched Chu Anlin wriggle like a little quail, then lay down beside him and pulled Chu Anlin to rest his head on his chest. Will you be able to finish filming this movie before the new year? Yuheng asked Chu Anlin as he gently stroked his back. As Chu Anlin listened to Yuheng's heartbeat, each beat regular and strong, his heart strangely calmed down as well. Well, Sister Chiu said that after filming this movie, it will be right around the Lunar New Year, so she hasn't arranged any other work for me this year. I'll have to wait until after the new year for new jobs. He snuggled against Yuheng's chest, finding a more comfortable position. So, are you going to spend New Year's Eve with me this year? Yuheng picked up a strand of hair from the back of Chu Anlin's head and gently rubbed it. It won't work this year. My grandparents, parents, aunt, and sister are all coming back to celebrate the new year with us. Chu Anlin thought for a moment and decided not to let his parents know about his relationship so early. Going back to City C. Then I can come visit you. Yuheng thought it wouldn't be a problem, but are your father-in-law and his family working out of town right now? Who's your father-in-law? Chu Anlin pinched Yuheng. My grandfather is a university professor. He's been rehired by Jinsei University, and my grandmother went with him. My parents were worried, so they went with him to take care of them. Chu Anlin's parents owned 2 medium-sized chain supermarkets in City C. Now, they have moved to Jean City with his grandparents and opened another supermarket there. The supermarkets in City C have hired dedicated store managers who only come back occasionally to check the accounts and supervise operations. My current focus is on the new supermarket in Jinshi. When the conversation turned to her boyfriend's parents, Yuheng was secretly planning how to meet them when the time came. Suddenly, he paused, as if remembering something. Do you know where your sister works? Chu Anlin looked up in surprise, wanting to see Yuheng's expression, but only saw his chin. She couldn't help but scratch it with her hand. She's still a graduate student. Yuheng grabbed Chu Anlin's mischievous hand. She's doing an internship now. Chu Anlin turned around and leaned against Yuheng's chest, propping her head up on her elbows as she looked at him. You saw her? Yuheng responded, but didn't elaborate. He just turned his head slightly and gave Chu Anlin a knowing look. Chu Anlin slowly leaned closer to Yuheng, and when her lips touched his cheek, she suddenly kissed his face hard. With a pop sound. Chu Anlin glanced at Yuheng smugly, signaling him to get down to business. Yuheng smiled, his eyes crinkling, and wrapped his arms around Chu Anlin's waist. She's at my company right now. She's interning at your company? Chu Anlin's eyes widened. Yeah, I was quite surprised too. You've met? Chu Anlin asked, playfully tapping Yuheng's lips with her finger. Yuheng held his finger in his mouth and gently rubbed it with his teeth twice. No. She has a strong personality, and she probably won't tell her family until things are settled. Chu Anlin wiped her fingers on Yuheng's clothes. When Yuheng saw his movements, he wanted to pick him up and roll over to pin him down and teach him a lesson, but he didn't dare to make any big movements because he remembered that Chu Anlin's leg was still in a cast. He raised his hand and placed it on the back of Chu Anlin's head, pressing down hard. Their breaths mingled, their lips and teeth touched, and they exchanged a wave of saliva. With 2 sharp slaps, Yuheng gave Chu Anlin's bottom 2 pats, disgusted by my saliva. No, you're just accusing me. Chu Anlin's breathing was still a little rapid. Sister Chiu is urging me to go downstairs. Seeing the notification light on her phone flashing, Chu Anlin guessed it must be a message from Sister Chiu. His main concern was that if he stayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to leave. Chu Anlin shifted uncomfortably. Yuheng wiped his face, realizing he couldn't continue the conversation. Then I'll see you downstairs. Mr. Yu, I'd like to offer you a toast. In a private room of a high-end restaurant, a ruddy-faced middle-aged man downed the wine in his glass in one gulp. Haha, Director Qin is so generous. Li Lei, sitting next to Director Qin, clapped and cheered. Turning to Yuheng, he said, Mr. Yu, don't be fooled by Director Qin's hearty drinking. He doesn't usually drink much. It's only because you're here that he would just drink water. Oh. Yuheng turned his head in surprise. If Director Qin can't drink, then don't drink. I don't really like drinking either. Knowing that Yuheng wouldn't stay long, Li Lei hurriedly brought Qin over in less than 2 days. They are currently in a private room at a private restaurant near the film and television base. Yuheng, Gao Ziyuan, Li Lei, Director Qin, and a thin young man wearing glasses sat in a traditional courtyard private room, enjoying the scenery and food. Thank you, Mr. Yu. Qin stammered for a long time before finally managing to utter a word of thanks. President Yu, please don't mind him. Director Qin is just a little inarticulate. The young man sitting on the far side quickly stood up and handed the folder in his hand to Yuheng. President Yu, please take a look at this. It's the script outline for Spring Flowers and Autumn Moon. This young man, Su Yuan, the screenwriter of Spring Flowers and Autumn Moon, is Li Lei's cousin. That's why Li Lei went to great lengths to help Qin after Su Yuan gave him the script. While directors may seem to have a higher status than stars, not all directors in the entertainment industry are above actors. Unless you're a famous director, you won't have to worry about funding or actors. Some relatively unknown directors and even slightly famous actors can treat them with disrespect. Qin Jia, on the other hand, is a small-time director with some fame. Although he doesn't have the same high level of artistic cultivation as famous directors, his storytelling and expression skills are excellent. Give him a good script and he can make a great film. But for a director like him who isn't signed to a company and isn't very famous, the scripts that come his way are limited. So when he received such a high-quality script, he wanted to film it no matter what. President Yu, please rest assured. Although I, Qin, am not a well-known director in the industry, the TV series I direct always follow the script. Qin looked at Yuheng as he began to flip through the script, and mustered up his courage to introduce the script to Yuhang. Whatever the script looks like, that's what I'll film. I have high hopes for Xiao Su's script. The story has a unique perspective, the plot unfolds seamlessly, the pacing is tight, and the characters are portrayed very well. Moreover, it perfectly suits the tastes of today's audiences, making it a rare and excellent script. When the topic turned to professional matters, Qin became noticeably more excited. You said you wanted your friend Mr. Chu Anlin to play the lead role. I've also watched the TV series he's acted in before, and both his acting skills and appearance are a perfect match for our lead role. Qin paused for a moment, glanced at Yuhang, and continued, we have both excellent scripts and suitable actors. Mr. Yu, you definitely won't lose money investing here. Yuhang skimmed through the script and found it to be quite good overall. From a viewer's perspective, he was also interested in continuing to watch. What is your estimated budget for filming? Yuhang asked Qin, closing the script and handing the folder to Gao Ziyuan. Upon hearing Yuhang's question, Qin, Li Lei, and Su Yuan all became excited. Well, we estimate it will cost around 60 million. Qin gripped his wine glass tightly, forcing himself to answer calmly, after all, we still need to add special effects, and if we skimp on that, it will affect the overall viewing experience of the show. Seeing Yuhang deep in thought, Su Yuan said urgently, yes, Mr. Yu, we can cut the budget a bit in other areas, but if the special effects are too bad, the show's broadcast effect will be greatly reduced. Although Li Lei was a little anxious, he didn't say anything. According to what he had heard, President Yu had previously invested 500 million yuan in Guomao's new movie. He picked up his teacup and took a sip, and judging from how inseparable President Yu and Chu Anlin are, President Yu certainly won't be stingy with his investment in this drama. I can invest 200 million yuan in you. Yuhang has recently gained a better understanding of filmmaking. 60 million yuan might be enough to make a decent drama, but it depends on luck. To produce a high-quality film, you need at least hundreds of millions. I want you to do the best in costumes, props, sets, and sets. If you don't have enough funds, I can continue to invest more. Upon hearing Yuhang's words, Qin just suddenly stood up, his movement so forceful that the stool tilted and made a jarring sound. He ran up to Yuhang, grasped Yuhang's hands in both, and said in a trembling voice, thank you, President Yu. I will not let you down. Yuhang was speechless. Director Qin said he would definitely make a good film and would never let Yuhang's funds go to waste. Su Yuan caught up from behind, pulled the excited Qin aside, and said to Yuhang, thank you so much, President Yu. Director Qin and I will toast you again. He picked up the wine bottle and filled it for him and Qin, then raised his glass to Yuhang and downed it in one gulp. Startled by Su Yuan's sudden action, Qin, who had been somewhat flustered, instantly calmed down. He quickly said with a beaming smile, yes, Mr. Yu, you are so generous. I must drink this glass of wine first as a sign of respect. After saying that, Qin tilted his head back without hesitation and drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. Seeing this, Li Lei, who was sitting to the side, also quickly picked up his wine glass. Standing up, Li Lei smiled and said to President Yu, ha ha ha, President Yu, your help has been invaluable. With such a powerful investor like yourself, they can now truly rest easy. I'd like to toast you as well. Before he finished speaking, Li Lei also downed his drink in one gulp. If there's anything I can do for you in the future, Mr. Yu, please don't hesitate to ask. My team and I will do our utmost to serve you. Li Lei said to Yuhang as he sat down. After they were seated, Li Lei still had a bright smile on his face. He warmly invited Qin and the other person to sit down and chatted and joked with them in a friendly manner. It's worth noting that this cooperation between the two parties was entirely facilitated by Li Lei, who acted as a go-between. He also gained a lot. On his own, he successfully made the acquaintance of Mr. Yu, an industry leader. On his own, he did Qin and his team a great favor. How could he not be happy and overjoyed? At this moment, Li Lei couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Truly, appearances can be deceiving. Who would have thought that behind a seemingly unknown and not so famous little starlet lies such a powerful and influential golden thigh? The next morning, after having breakfast with Chu Anlin, Yuhang was about to return to City C. You'll miss me when you get back. Chu Anlin held Yuhang's hand, reluctant to let her boyfriend leave. I think about you every day. Yuhang bent down and gently pinched Chu Anlin's cheek, behave yourself these next few days. This cast will be removed soon, so don't do anything reckless, okay? I know. Sister Chio has been on set every day lately, just to keep an eye on me. I'll definitely behave myself. Chu Anlin shook her boyfriend's hand, indicating that she didn't want to hear this. Yuheng chuckled, then reached out and gently flicked Chu Anlin's smooth forehead with his finger. After Chu Anlin looked at him with dissatisfaction, she leaned closer and kissed the spot where he had just flicked. Go to the film set quickly, Xiao Wang and the others have been waiting for you for a while. I'll text you when I get home, Yuheng coaxed him. Chu Anlin knew that he and Yuheng had been there for quite a while, so she lifted Yuheng's hand and rubbed it on her face. Then I'm going to work. Yes, thank you for your hard work, Lon Lon. The two exchanged a farewell kiss. Watching Chu Anlin's nanny van drive away until it disappeared at the end of the road, Yuheng finally looked away and turned to Gao Ziyuan standing behind him, saying, "Let's go, we'll be late for our flight soon." Back in City C, Yuheng went straight to the Triumph building, now renamed the 09 building. When he arrived at the office, Zhang An and Dong Senyao were already waiting. Mr. Yu. Old Yu. President Yu. Dong Senyao paused for a moment, then changed his form of address. Yuheng glanced at him sideways. Vice President Dong has improved quite a bit. Hee, as expected, as soon as the boss comes back, seniority has to be strictly enforced. Now when I go out, people usually call me President Dong. But as soon as you come back, you demote me by one level. Dong Senyao placed the documents in his hand on Yuheng's desk. The lab staff have already moved in and started working. The AI lab is led by Professor Lu Yuanjun. He previously had his own lab at Beijing University of Science and Technology. We were able to get him here because of Professor Li from both the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the Chinese Academy of Engineering. Dong Senyao reported their work results to General Manager Yu. The bionic prosthetics team is led by Professor Wang Jianjun of Nanning University, who is a renowned expert in the field of prosthetics research. His team has achieved remarkable results in intelligent electromyography prosthetics technology, especially in the acquisition, decoding and analysis of electromyographic signals, as well as force and tactile perception and feedback. Oh, by the way, Dr. Karen Norman, whom you brought back from Country A, is now an advisor to the Bionic Prosthetics Group. Yuheng flipped through the documents in his hand, realizing that Zhang An and Lao Dong had indeed worked very hard during this period. Using the information provided by Yuheng, they successfully gained access to both academies, recruiting not only several experts but also their students and followers. These experts and bigwigs are just collaborators with them, but their subordinates can loosen the soil and actually poach them to work for their companies. Now that Dr. Norman is an advisor, Zhang An, you should contact Lauberg and ask the Cades Labs to provide Dr. Norman with all the assistance he needs in the prosthetics team. Yes, Mr. Yu, I will definitely communicate this matter with Dr. Norman and Mr. Lauberg. Zhang An replied respectfully. By the way, I just saw a security company called Protective Shield in the lobby on the first floor. Is it our company? Yuheng looked at Zhang An with suspicion. He didn't remember Zhang An reporting anything about the security company to him. Yes, these are company documents. Please take a look. Zhang An took out a red folder from the side of his desk and handed it to Yuheng. Yuheng frowned and opened the document to take a look. The company was officially registered more than half a month ago and now has 230 formal security personnel, 30 of whom are being trained as senior bodyguards with different treatment. However, most of them are veterans or police special forces. There are 20 people in the logistics and management departments, and the main person in charge of the company is Chu Anning. Yuheng was startled. He picked up the document and looked at it carefully. It really was Chu Anning. I remember she was an intern, right? Yuheng put down the documents and asked Zhang An, pointing to Chu Anning's name. Yes, I originally wanted Li Peibua to go, but during the few days that the two of them were in charge, I found that Chu Anning was more capable in this area, so I chose her as the temporary person in charge of Shield. Zhang An knew very well that Yuheng's concerns stemmed from his fear that Zhang An might make a hasty decision simply to curry favor with his superiors. However, in reality, Chu Anning's management skills are truly astonishing. Whether it's his communication skills when interacting with others, his coordination ability in teamwork, or his ability to make quick and accurate decisions when facing complex situations, each of these qualities made Zhang An look at him differently. After reporting Chu Anning's performance during this period to Yu Heng was surprised. He thought Chu Anning might have received instruction from a renowned teacher and would have good problem-solving skills, making her more than qualified to be an assistant or a junior manager. But who would have thought she would be so decisive and ruthless? Thinking of his little salted fish lover who would whimper for ages even when he turned over in bed, Yu Heng's lips twitched slightly. Were they really twins? Yu Heng flipped to the back of the document and discovered that the name, Protective Shield, was also given by Chu Anning. Yu Heng looked up and asked Zhang En with his eyes. This is who we voted for. Zhang En touched his nose. We each came up with a name, and in the end we chose the one provided by Chu Anning because Chu Anning said that this name came from when she was a child and she was playing with her brother. When her brother couldn't beat her, he would use a toy as a shield, and they would call a truce. Compared to the names that others pick casually, we all feel that this name is more meaningful. Zhang En finished speaking and gave Yu Heng a dry laugh. Upon hearing this, Yu Heng slowly raised his eyes. His face, which usually showed little change in expression, remained calm as still water, but his gaze was fixed on Zhang En, who was awkwardly smiling at him. Then, as if nothing had happened, he casually turned his head slightly, and his gaze fell on Dong Xinyao beside him. When Dong Xinyao looked over at Yu Heng, he turned to look out the window, as if something outside the empty glass curtain wall had attracted him. Yu Heng was speechless. These two guys were definitely doing it on purpose. However, Yu Heng was still quite satisfied with the company's name. He rubbed the company name twice with his thumb, as if he could see Chu Anlin as a child, her cheeks puffed out, holding a small doll. A fleeting tenderness crossed his eyes. However, Yu Heng decided not to give Zhang En and Dong Xinyao a friendly look for their unauthorized actions. The next morning, all senior managers and heads of key departments of Lingzhou Technology Group were notified that a meeting would be held at 10 a.m. because the big boss was coming. Are we finally going to meet our boss? Wenwen, the head of the marketing department, came to the office of marketing director Zhang Yanji to find out. Not old at all. Apart from the receptionist and a few interns, our CEO Yu is the youngest, Zhang Yanji said to Wenwen while organizing documents. She was originally the marketing manager of a large factory. Her strong abilities caught Zhang En's eye, and he poached her from 2009 with a high salary. Wenwen was brought here by her, so she's considered one of her own. So young. Wenwen exclaimed in surprise. Apart from Assistant Zhang and Vice President Dong, none of the company's employees had ever seen this big boss. Only a handful of senior executives knew about him. Someone so young to be the CEO of a group must have been born with it. After taking the documents needed for the meeting, Zhang Yanji took the lead and walked out. All right, let's go early. What a strange world this is. Wenwen exclaimed. As soon as she stepped outside, she composed herself, her eyes sharp, and followed Zhang Yanji toward the elevator with firm steps. Upon arriving at the main conference room, one would find CFO Gao Xinkai, Operations Director Yi Tianyu, Sales Manager Lu Wenchen, and Human Resources Manager Bai Chuyue already waiting for them. Director Zhang. Director Zhang is here. Lu Wenchen and Bai Chuyue greeted Zhang Yanji, and Zhang Yanji nodded in response. Director Gao and Director Yi are here so early. She walked to the third seat on the left and sat down, and Wenwen followed and sat down to her left. We're not as busy as Director Zhang, so we naturally came earlier, Yi Tianyu said with a smile. Zhang Yanji sneered, can you be busier than Director Yi? I heard Director Yi has been busy calibrating internal company data lately. You must be working really hard. The company's products are still in the lab, and they are all preparing for the product launch. They can't be that busy. Zhang Yanji and Yi Tianyu didn't get along from the beginning, so their interactions were often like oil and water. Oh dear, will the lab manager be coming to the meeting today? Seeing the two directors clashing again, Wenwen quickly turned to Gao Xinkai, who seemed to have the better temper, for help. They probably won't come over, they're really busy over there, Gao Xinkai said, a statement that was unclear whether he was trying to mediate or stir up trouble. Everyone's here so early. A voice came from the doorway. Everyone turned to look and saw Li Peibua, Chu Anning, and the current Deputy General Manager of S.H.I.E.L.D. walk in. Assistant Li and President Chu are not late either, we have a little free time, ha ha ha. Yi Tianyu's attitude improved considerably when he saw Li Peibua and the others. Although Li Peibua is currently just an assistant and Chu Anning is only an intern in name, they actually have powerful connections within the company. Currently, the company's top boss's close associates are Assistant General Manager Zhang and Vice President Dong. Li Peibua and Chu Anning, as junior brothers and sisters personally brought back by Zhang An, also hold somewhat special positions within the company. The fact that Chu Anning, an intern, could sit in the position of head of a branch office, and that Vice President Dong didn't object, speaks volumes. Li Peibua and Chu Anning sat down on either side of the conference table. I wouldn't dare say I'm busy. I'm just assisting the big shots in the lab. They're the ones who are really busy. Li Peibua was assigned by Zhang An to be in charge of the work in 2 laboratories, so he has been running between the 2 places recently. After greeting everyone, Chu Anning didn't speak again. Besides her naturally calm personality, she was parachuted into a company as an intern to become a manager. Although she managed the company well with amazing perseverance and resilience, she was still used to hiding her unease with a serious expression as a newcomer to the workplace. After that, several managers and technical staff came over. They chatted with each other occasionally, and a low buzzing sound filled the office. The sound of the conference room door opening rang out again. Assistant Zhang, Vice President Dong. Someone recognized the newcomers and quickly stood up to greet them, then looked at the handsome young man walking ahead of them and asked, "Is this President Yu?" All eyes turned to the doorway. Assistant Zhang, Vice President Dong. Assistant Zhang, Vice President Dong. Please have a seat, everyone. Zhang An stood to Yu Heng's right rear and said to everyone, "This is President Yu. Mr. Yu." "Hello, Mr. Yu." While greeting each other, everyone secretly sized up General Manager Yu. Not only is he tall, but his face is also strikingly handsome, as if carved by a knife and axe, and he exudes a powerful aura. Is he truly the son of the goddess Manhwa? Only Chu Anning, sitting at the lower end of the table, had a slightly strange expression. This President Yu, did he specifically sized her up when he came in? "Hello everyone, I'm Yu Heng." As soon as Yu Heng spoke, everyone listened attentively. "Thank you all for attending today's strategic planning meeting on time." Today's meeting. The meeting lasted for 2 hours. Although the company currently has no external projects, there is still a lot of work to be done and improved within the company. The meeting finally came to a successful close, and everyone rose from their seats. Yu Heng walked steadily out of the conference room, followed closely by Dong Xinyao and Zhang An. The 3 of them returned to the office together, as there were still some important matters to be arranged. Just as they were about to step out of the conference room, Zhang An, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped, turned to look at Li Peibua and Chu Anning, and said, "You two come with me for a moment." "Okay, Assistant Zhang." Li Peibua was a little excited. This was an opportunity to make his presence felt in front of the big boss. Although I was a little nervous, senior brother Zhang was there too, so I had to do my best to leave a good impression on General Manager Yu. "Okay, Assistant Zhang." Chu Anning tightened her grip on the folder in her hand. During the meeting just now, she had already keenly noticed that President Yu, who was sitting in the main seat, had repeatedly glanced in her direction. Chu Anning and Li Peibua walked at the very back, following the 3 bigwigs all the way to the president's office. Upon entering the office, one is greeted by a spacious and bright space decorated in a simple yet sophisticated manner. A huge desk was placed in the very center, with various documents and office supplies neatly stacked on it. "Please have a seat too." Yu Heng didn't sit behind the desk, but instead walked to the sofa in the reception room and sat down. Gao Ziyuan served everyone coffee and tea, and Yu Heng gave him the job of a personal secretary at the company. "Thank you." Li Peibua and Chu Anning were not familiar with Gao Ziyuan, so they quickly thanked him after accepting the coffee. "You're welcome." Gao Ziyuan replied with a smile and then quietly left the office. He was doing one job and getting paid twice. Gao Ziyuan was very enthusiastic about it. "You two don't need to be nervous. Report your work results to General Manager Yu." Seeing that Li Peibua and Chu Anning were rather reserved, Zhang An took the initiative to guide the conversation. "Okay, Mr. Yu, my current position is President's assistant, but Assistant Zhang has assigned me to be in charge of the laboratory, so I..." As Li Peibua spoke eloquently, Chu Anning felt Yu Heng's gaze again, and her heart skipped a beat. Although this was her first job, it was carefully selected for her by her mentor, who also used personal connections to secure it for her. Moreover, although the company is just starting out, its prospects are clearly very good. She was unwilling to easily give up her high-paying, promising job with a good working environment that could promote her growth. However, if this is truly the case... She looked up and stared directly into Yu Heng's eyes, just as Li Peibo finished his introduction. Mr. Yu seems to have been looking at me the whole time, but is there something wrong with me? Li Peibo was startled by her words, looked at junior sister Chu, and then at President Yu. He knew that junior sister Chu had a girlfriend with whom she had a very good relationship. If President Yu really had feelings for junior sister Chu, she definitely wouldn't be able to continue working here. So what about him? What should he do? Suddenly remembering something, Li Peibo turned to Zhang for help, hoping that this senior brother Zhang could think of a solution. Upon receiving Li Peibo's gaze, Zhang felt a twitch in his forehead. He turned to look at Yu Heng, his eyes asking, Mr. Yu, what are you doing? Ah, I heard you're Chu Anlin's sister. Yu Heng awkwardly touched his nose. You two look quite alike. Upon hearing Yu Heng's words, Chu Anning realized she had misunderstood and breathed a sigh of relief. She should be happy at this moment, but instead she feels speechless, truly speechless. What's the deal with this company? Zhang is a fan of celebrities, which is understandable, everyone has their little hobbies. I never expected that Vice President Dong, whom I met later, was also a fan of celebrities. Now, even such a high-profile CEO is a fan of celebrities. What's even more outrageous is that they're idolizing the same celebrity, a minor star who can only rise above the ranks of obscure celebrities. Is there a poison named Chu Anlin in this company? Yes, we are twins. Although Chu Anning was inwardly cursing, she still answered the big boss's question respectfully. Hee hee, I knew your eyes looked alike. Yu Heng said with an awkward laugh. At first, he was just a little curious about what his boyfriend's twin sister looked like. Later, when she saw Chu Anning's face, which resembled her boyfriend's by about 80%, she couldn't help but think of him again. He couldn't help but look for Chu Anlin's shadow on Chu Anning's face, so he was a little distracted. Dong Xinyao, standing to the side, covered his mouth and rested his head on the back of the sofa. However, judging from his shrugging shoulders and the occasional puffed sounds, he was clearly chuckling to himself. Enraged, Yu Heng couldn't help but stand up and kick him in the shin. You guys go back to work first. If you have any problems later, just report to Zhang directly. Yu Heng walked behind his desk and sat down, pretending to be busy flipping through documents, and said to Li Peibo and Chu Anning without looking up. Li Peibo and Chu Anning also quickly and tactfully got up to say goodbye. Junior sister Chu is going to benefit from your brother's fame, Li Peibo teased Chu Anning after they had walked a short distance from the president's office. He wore a mocking smile, but his eyes revealed a hint of envy. Chu Anning also found this very surreal. I didn't expect it either. I knew the naming of Protective Shield was a bit strange. Is this a case of fangirling coming to life? Chu Anning said with a hint of helplessness. She decided to call Chu Anlin after get off work today to ask about the backgrounds of his fans. Meanwhile, in the president's office, after Li Peibo and Chu Anning left, Dong Xinyao finally broke down in laughter and started slapping the coffee table. Ha 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 ha. Oh my god, I can't take it anymore, I'm dying of laughter. Lao Yu, your sister-in-law has misunderstood you, ha 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 ha. Shut up. Yu Heng was so angry that the veins on his forehead throbbed. Okay, okay. Ha 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 ha, I was wrong, I was wrong. Dong Xinyao quickly raised his hands in surrender. If he really angered Yu Heng, he would be in big trouble. Ahem. What were we supposed to discuss? Dong Senyo's voice still carried a hint of amusement, but he tried his best to appear serious and changed the subject. He was afraid that if he continued talking about this, he would lose control and do something reckless. He couldn't provoke him again today, he'd save it for next time. Ahem, Mr. Yu, you mentioned having dinner with Professor Liu and Professor Wang, but they declined. Zhang quickly stood up to continue. The lab is now in a critical phase, and both professors and many lab staff are working overtime and simply can't find the time. Then you should tell Li Peibo to pay attention to ensuring they have a good work-rest schedule and sufficient and balanced nutrition, especially the two professors, who are getting old, so don't let them get too tired. When it came to business, Yu Heng put his worries aside. Let's arrange a few more assistants to go in and take good care of their lives. Okay, Mr. Yu. Also, regarding the company dormitory you mentioned, Zhang said, quickly flipping through the thick notebook in his hand as he continued his report. There's a newly built apartment building on Wuhan Road that's not too far from our company. Should we consider renting it as staff dormitories if needed? Yuheng frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and then replied, this matter is not urgent. Tomorrow, Lao Dong, you will accompany me to conduct an on-site inspection before we discuss it further. Me. Sure. Dong Xinyao replied excitedly upon hearing Yuheng's words. Going on field assignments with Lao Yu is definitely more comfortable than staying in the office. During this period, Yuheng acted as a hands-off manager, while he and Zhang ran around trying to build relationships and arrange drinking parties, which exhausted him. This time, he's going to extort a lot of money from Yuheng. Let's go for a drive around the Liqing Villa area later. Yuheng sat in the passenger seat, casually propping his head up with one hand, his gaze fixed on the scenery rushing past the car window. Dong Xinyao, who was focused on driving, was somewhat surprised to hear this. What, are you planning to buy property again? Yuheng smiled slightly and explained, I'm not buying it for myself. I was thinking of giving it as a perk to the big shots in the lab. Maybe they'll keep it because we're so generous. Although this benefit sounds very generous, would those big shots lack this? Dong Xinyao thought his brother was being presumptuous. Of course they have plenty, but this is just a gesture of goodwill from our company. Yuheng put his hand down. Wow. They're all top-tier talent. It's really enviable. There are actually very few research talents in their company now. The big shots in the lab are just attracted by the data they have and are collaborating with them. Of course, because Yuheng's materials were advanced and comprehensive, most of the professors came with a learning mindset, so their salaries were very low. Many people in the industry are envious, but only our company can bring them in, which is quite good. Dong Xinyao puffed out his cheeks. Because of these big shots, everyone in the industry is now keeping an eye on our company. Really? No wonder everyone treats us with such respect whenever I go out with President Dong. Yuheng exclaimed. Dong Xinyao glanced at Yuheng. That's right, following President Dong won't make you suffer. Tisk. Yuheng clicked his tongue in disdain. Let's just rent the Beishan apartment when we get back. I thought you didn't like it there. Dong Xinyao noticed that he seemed rather dissatisfied with the apartment building before. I came here today intending to buy this apartment building, Yuheng explained, but it didn't meet my expectations. Earlier today, Yuheng and Dong Xinyao went together to inspect the newly completed Beishan apartment on Wuhan Road. Initially, Yuheng planned to buy the apartment without hesitation if all aspects of its condition were satisfactory. After all, this way, it can be used as employee dormitory, and at the same time, it can be used as a reward for employees with a certain number of years of service or outstanding performance, so as to improve employees' work enthusiasm. However, after conducting an on-site investigation, the results were only mediocre. While it's not bad overall, the only drawback is that the house is too small, far from meeting Yuheng's requirements. After much deliberation, Yuheng decided that instead of settling for an existing apartment, he should simply buy a plot of land and build a more satisfactory building according to his own vision. This approach not only better meets actual needs but also fully demonstrates the company's emphasis on and sincerity towards high-end talent. Of course, although the Beishan apartment did not fully meet Yuheng's expectations, it still has certain value. It is perfectly feasible for this apartment to serve as a temporary transitional residence, at least until the company's new dormitory is completed. Mr. Yu, can you stop making buying a house sound like buying radishes? Haven't you noticed our friendship is turning sour? Dong Xinyao wailed. I thought you were already jealous. After all, we're different, aren't we? Single dog. Yuheng mocked mercilessly. Dong Xinyao opened and closed his mouth repeatedly, muttering to himself for a long time. Suddenly, as if he had just remembered something, he smiled and said to Yuheng, when are you going to bring your cousin Chu to meet us? I have so many funny stories about you from your childhood that I want to share with him. Yuheng squinted at Dong Xinyao, who had ill intentions. Ha! He sneered, I contacted Senior Qin earlier, wanting to ask her to be Yingying's art teacher. I was originally thinking of asking you to help me entertain Senior Qin. But seeing that you seem to be quite busy with work, forget it. Dong Xinyao remained silent, intently observing the road conditions. If one didn't notice his thumb moving back and forth on the steering wheel, one would not be able to tell that he was uneasy. After a long pause, he spoke, "Godfather, I was just joking with you." He flashed a fawning smile at Yu Heng and said, "Look at you, why did you actually take it seriously?" Hee hee. Ha, drive. Yu Heng scolded him. Got it. Beishan Villa was designed by world-renowned architect Luo Yang, with the theme of Xuanwu, black tortoise, creating an architectural form that is highly futuristic and artistic. The overall design of the building presents a grand and stable feel. 3163285103033510. Our villa area has a high greening rate, complete infrastructure, and a superior location. It is adjacent to Wenhu Park on the left and only 1,500 meters away from Wenhu Station of Metro Line 2 on the right, making transportation very convenient. The real estate agents in the Beishan Villa area enthusiastically introduced the properties to Yu Heng and Dong Xinyao. "TSK, I deliberately acted like a loser, how come no one looks down on me? I'm all ready to be proven wrong." Dong Xinyao covered his mouth with one hand and whispered to Yu Heng. Yu Heng's lips twitched when he heard this. What kind of hobby is this? They're legitimate salespeople. All their customers are potential clients. Even if you're a loser, why would they offend you for no reason? You should read less novels. Yu Heng replied in a low voice. Hee hee, I'm just. Hey. Isn't this team leader Dong Xinyao? A sudden voice interrupted Dong Xinyao. A somewhat well-off young man emerged from the negotiation area, followed by a young woman and a salesperson in uniform. Sun Yaozu. What a coincidence. Dong Xinyao looked at the newcomer, who was his former colleague at the large factory. What, team leader Dong? Oh no, Xinyao, you're here to buy a house too. Sun Yaozu walked up to the model area where Yu Heng and the others were. Xinyao, which house have you taken a fancy to? Oh dear, but Xinyao, can you afford a house here? I remember your family. Sun Yaozu glanced at the model a few times, then turned to look at Dong Xinyao. Xinyao, if you want to come and take a look, come in the evening. After all, the sales staff are busy now, so don't waste their time. They have a hard time working. After saying that, he gave Dong Xinyao a meaningful look, and then smiled at Yu Heng and his sales staff, saying, My former colleague just came to see your villas because they are beautiful. You can go back to your work and don't delay your work. Seeing the situation, saleswoman Mao Xiaoya felt that today's deal might be a bit risky, but as a professional saleswoman, she still put on a smile and said, If you gentlemen like our villa, I would be happy to introduce it to you. What's this? You got what you asked for? Yu Heng asked Dong Xinyao in a low voice, turning his head to the side. No, I'm just jinxing it, Dong Xinyao whispered back to Yu Heng. Sun Yaozu watched as he talked for a long time, only to be met with a salesman's conciliatory words, while the person he was talking to was whispering among themselves. Feeling incredibly embarrassed and consumed by anger, he started to speak recklessly. Dong Xinyao, you come from a single-parent family, and your mother is seriously ill. Instead of finding a job to help support your family and earn money to treat your mother, you're out here wasting other people's work time. Don't you feel ashamed? Sun Yaozu's loathing for Dong Xinyao burned like a raging fire. Back in college, the girl he admired liked Dong Xinyao, which was a huge blow to him. After entering the workforce, fate still seemed to be against him, as Dong Xinyao actually came to compete with him for his job. If it weren't for Dong Xinyao interference, he would probably have already become the head of the technical department by now, based on his own strength and hard work. But reality is cruel. They joined the company on the same day and were both promoted to permanent positions on the same day, but no matter how you look at it, Dong Xinyao always managed to outdo him. Whether in handling interpersonal relationships or in choosing various opportunities, Dong Xinyao always manages to obtain more and better resources than him. In particular, the competition for the team leader position became a painful memory that Sun Yaozu could never erase. It was from that time onward that he developed a deep-seated hatred for Dong Xinyao. Before the disgruntled Dong Xinyao could retort, the young woman who had been following behind Sun Yaozu saw the situation and her face filled with anxiety. She rushed forward and grabbed Sun Yaozu's hand. Yaozu, what are you doing? Then she quickly turned to Dong Xinyao and said apologetically, I'm so sorry, he's not in a good mood today, please don't take it to heart. It turns out that the young woman was Sun Yaozu's fiancée, and the two of them came to choose a house for their wedding. With financial support from both families' elders, and after much consideration, they decided to take out a larger loan to purchase a villa. However, at this moment, Sun Yaozu, who was in a fit of emotion, forcefully shook off his fiancée's hand without any appreciation, pointed at Dong Xinyao not far away, and shouted angrily at the woman, "I just really can't stand this guy being here." "You yelled at me." The young woman looked incredulous. Her family background and personal qualities were both quite good. If Sun Yaozu hadn't been so eager to please her, she would never have agreed to his marriage proposal. Before they even got married, Sun Yaozu's true colors were already revealed. I'm not, Yan, listen to me." Sun Yaozu was startled by the woman's voice and quickly grabbed her hand. "I don't want to hear from Sun Yaozu anymore. You look terrible right now," the woman said angrily, trying to shake off Sun Yaozu's hand. "I won't do it again, Yan, I was wrong, I'm sorry, please don't be angry. I was really out of my mind just now, I was so angry that I lost my temper." Sun Yaozu refused to let go no matter what. Yan, I'm not scolding him, I'm doing this for his own good. Dong Senyo's mother is seriously ill, and instead of taking care of her at the hospital and trying to earn money, he's here messing around with the sales staff. I just can't stand it." Sun Yaozu grabbed the woman's hand and explained loudly, his family background was just average, and he had only been working for 2 or 3 years. He used all his previous salary to buy a car. When his mother was sick, he even borrowed money from several of our colleagues. I really couldn't stand it and wanted to wake him up. Because his voice was so loud, everyone in the sales department, both potential buyers and salespeople, turned their attention to them. "Oh ho, Mr. Dong, is this what you wanted?" Yuheng took a half step back, letting Dong Xinyao block half of his body. "Dong Xinyao, damn it. Ahem. Mr. Dong, do you mean you want to buy all 10 villas in Block B?" After a long silence in the sales department, Yuheng, who was behind Dong Xinyao, spoke up first. He said to Dong Xinyao with a respectful expression, "What do you say, Mr. Dong?" Dong Xinyao looked completely bewildered, but still nodded mechanically. "Okay, please help us complete the formalities as soon as possible. Our CEO, Mr. Dong, wants to buy it in full." Yuheng, acting like a competent assistant, turned to Mao Xiaoya and said, "Buy them all. All 10 buildings." Mao Xiaoya stammered. "Yes, our chairman Dong's time is very valuable, and we hope you can do it as soon as possible." Okay, Xiaoya, quickly take the guest to the meeting room to rest for a while, and we'll help you with the formalities." The sales manager reacted quickly, directing 2 other salespeople to get the documents and another to lead the guest to the meeting room. The customers in the sales department didn't move either. Some were looking at the model, some were flipping through documents, and some were playing with their phones. They all seemed very serious, but in fact, they were all listening intently. Holy crap, this is another twist after another. It's still a rich guy getting slapped in the face story. Curious, tasteful, keep going. Are you kidding me? Sun Yaozu asked incredulously. Do you think it's fun to play tricks on people? What good does it do you to waste other people's time? You're shameless. Forget it, I apologize to you, and you apologize to the salesperson too, and this matter will be over. Sun Yaozu looked at him with a disdainful expression that said, I see right through you. It was my fault for hurting your pride. Stop pretending, or you'll be embarrassed later. The sales staff hesitated for a moment. What should they do? They looked at the manager, who seemed a little uneasy, but didn't show it. He politely said to Dong Xinyao, Mr. Dong, what do you think of this? Are you sure you want to buy it? If you are, I'll process the paperwork for you right now, but it might take a while. If you're busy today, you can come back another time. Dong Xinyao snapped out of his daze at being impersonated by Yuheng as his assistant. He raised his chin and said, Do I look like someone who doesn't have money? Let's get the paperwork done. He then gave Sun Yaozu a disdainful look, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't underestimate a young man's potential. Yuheng suppressed a laugh and tugged at Dong Xinyao, you messed up the words. Hey, so many people are watching, do you think I, Dong, would talk big? Go away, go away. Dong Xinyao waved his hand impatiently. Yes, we'll get it done for you right away. This way, please. The sales manager was overjoyed and bent down even further, gesturing for Dong Xinyao to proceed. Are you crazy? Sun Yaozu was also a little shaken when he saw that Dong Xinyao showed no fear. No way, no way. Just a few months ago, Dong Xinyao was a penniless wretch. Now he can buy 10 luxury villas. He's kidding me. Sun Yaozu kept reassuring himself. If he were to be humiliated by Dong Xinyao here, it would be worse than losing his life. Sun Yaozu glared angrily, grabbed the young woman, and followed Yu Hang and the others into the negotiation area, where they sat down at the rest table opposite Dong Xinyao. He stared intently at Dong Xinyao, constantly reassuring himself, no, this penniless bastard is just putting on an act with his friends. Since he's so ungrateful, he won't take the opportunity. I'll expose him later and make him laugh at me mercilessly. I'll also give him a good talking to, let everyone see how miserable their elected team leader, Dong, is now. Dong Xinyao showed no discomfort whatsoever in the face of Sun Yaozu's gaze. He even leaned back comfortably in the sofa chair, crossed his legs, and gave Sun Yaozu a provocative smile. Sun Yaozu was so angry that his face turned ashen. The young woman he pulled in was annoyed by Sun Yaozu's presence, but she was also quite curious. Hey, this house is nice. Could you come over and show me more? A middle-aged couple walked hand in hand, and the wife said to the salesperson who was with them. I need to learn more about these 2 room types. Could you come over and explain them to me again? A tall, burly, tattooed man held up a brochure about Beishan villas to the salesperson and headed towards the negotiation area. I have a problem with this. The customers who were just looking at the model of the property all told the sales staff around them that they wanted to learn more about the apartment layouts, and then followed Sun Yaozu to the negotiation area. Immediately, the tables next to Yu Hang and the others were filled with people. Mr. Dong, the 10 villas in Block B that you've taken a look at include 2 316 square meter units, 4 328 square meter units, and 4 510 square meter units. The sales manager took out a floor plan brochure and handed one to each of Dong Xinyao and Yu Hang. Take a look at our floor plans. The 316 square meter units use. As Dong Xinyao listened to the sales manager's introduction, he seemed oblivious to the gossip and eagerness of those around him, and continued to leisurely flip through the floor plans. Yu Hang waited until Dong Xinyao had finished his act before speaking to the sales manager. Our boss Dong thinks they're all very good, so we'll take these 10 buildings. You can prepare the purchase agreements and contracts, and complete all the formalities today. Okay, please wait a moment. The manager was overjoyed to see that Yu Hang and his group really seemed to be going to buy these 10 villas. He turned to Mao Xiaoya, who was standing behind him, and said, Xiaoya, go and urge Xiao Li and the others to bring over the contracts from President Dong and his group as soon as possible. Please wait a moment, Mr. Dong. The sales manager's face was full of fawning smiles, and his attitude towards Dong Xinyao was extremely respectful and submissive. He bowed slightly and said humbly, since you've bought so many houses, I can offer you a discount of up to 20% within my authority. I don't know if you have a preferred bank. If not, we have some banks we know that can provide you with comprehensive loan services. Yu Hang raised his hand. No need, I said it was full payment, our CEO Dong isn't short of money. Dong Xinyao nodded reservedly. Hurry up and get it done, I have a meeting later. As he spoke, he raised his hand to show off the Patek Philippe watch that Yu Hang had given him when he joined the company, and pretended to check the time. I'll give you a maximum of 2 more hours. You're not going to say your bank card has a limit when you can't come up with the money, are you? Sun Yaozu became more and more flustered as he watched their behavior. Dong Xinyao looked at Sun Yaozu with surprise. You're still here. Don't worry, first of all, my card doesn't have a limit. Even if it did, a check would solve the problem. He looked at Sun Yaozu with a smile. After saying that, he reached out to Yu Hang, indicating that Yu Hang should take out the check so that Sun Yaozu could see the world. Yu Hang, my brother passed by, but he didn't bring a check. Mr. Dong, would you like Assistant Zhang to bring the checks over? Seeing that Dong Xinyao was still exchanging fierce glances with Sun Yaozu and not looking at him at all, Yu Hang couldn't help but speak up. Ahem, no need. Dong Xinyao coughed lightly, covering his mouth, and nodded to Sun Yaozu, please do as you please. Sun Yaozu wanted to make a few more sarcastic remarks, but was stopped by the young woman next to him. Heh, I'll just sit here and see how long you can keep up this act. Sun Yaozu muttered and fell silent. At that moment, the entire sales department fell silent, everyone waiting for a result. Is it the poor who try to save face by pretending to be rich, suffering for the sake of saving face, and finally slinking away in disgrace? Or is it the rich who slaps the face of the snobbish and condescending person and leaves in style? Mr. Dong, this is the contract. Please take a look. The sales manager took the contract from the salesperson and handed it to Dong Senyao. Then everyone watched as Dong Senyao read, signed, and finally made the payment. This is impossible, this is impossible. Dong Senyao, have you broken the law? All this money is illegal income, isn't it? You wait, I'll report you, you just wait. Sun Yaozu was so shocked when he saw that Dong Senyao had actually paid the full amount for the 10 villas that he stood up and pointed at Dong Senyao, shouting. Hey, then go ahead, Dong Senyao said to Sun Yaozu with a playful expression. I'll be waiting for you. If you don't want people to know, then don't do it in the first place. Dong Senyao, just you wait. Just you wait. His face was ashen, and his eyes were wide with anger. At this point, the young woman could no longer hold him back. He was completely deaf to everyone's words, pushed his fiancée aside, and ran out. The young woman was about to chase after him when Dong Senyao stopped her. Hey, you're Sun Yaozu's fiancée, right? Yes. The young woman paused, turned to look at Dong Senyao, wondering what he was going to do. He's like this, and you still want to get married? Dong Senyao hesitated for a moment before asking. We're not getting married, but I can't just watch him run off like this. She was afraid that Sun Yaozu might do something rash. Hey, you guys better send 2 men to accompany this lady to look for her. You know, this person ran away from here, Dong Senyao said sternly to the staff of the Beishan sales department. The sales manager standing to the side quickly nodded in agreement and jogged over to Dong Senyao's side. He quickly pointed out 2 boys, Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, you 2 hurry up and follow Ms. Ling to help her find the person. After saying that, he lowered his voice and instructed the 2 of them, take good care of Ms. Ling, and report to me immediately if anything happens. Xiao Li, whose name was mentioned, quickly agreed and walked over to the young woman, saying with a smile, Ms. Ling, don't worry, we'll go with you to look for her. At this moment, Leng Yan's eyes were slightly red, and tears were welling up in her eyes, but she still tried her best to hold back the tears. She raised her hand, quickly wiped her eyes, took a deep breath, and then slowly replied, okay, then thank you both for your hard work. Then, she turned to face Dong Senyao, bowed deeply, and sincerely thanked him, thank you. This thank you wasn't just for asking someone to accompany her to find the person. The people around watched the 3 figures gradually disappear into the distance, and a sense of emotion welled up in their hearts. Ding! The host has completed the task of spending 500 million yuan within 15 days. The cashback reward is now calculated. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Testido Farm, the Doran Electric Factory, and the Mandali Hotel. Last time, I went with Dong Senyao to buy 10 luxury villas and spent all the remaining mission funds. Today, the system reward arrived. Yu Heng was unfamiliar with the rewards, so he looked at the system's description. Testido Farm is a large commercial farm located in Country A, covering 1,500 hectares. Agricultural operations include sugarcane, silkworms, tea, rice, fruits and vegetables, flowers, pigs, dairy cows, and freshwater aquaculture. The factory-run industries also have a considerable scale, forming an industrial product system including milk, tea, leather, rubber, plastics, and paper packaging. Duolin Electric Factory is the largest OEM manufacturer of electrical appliances in Country H. It also has more than a dozen branch factories and tens of thousands of employees, making it a large-scale enterprise. The final hotel, the Mandali Hotel, surprised Yu Heng even more. It was no ordinary hotel. It is a casino hotel located in La City, Country A. The Mandari Hotel offers 185 table games available at any time, including blackjack, baccarat, dice, Spanish 21, dominoes, and roulette. There are also over 1,300 traditional real slot machines, keno, video poker, and blackjack machines. Mandali has a 500 square meter poker room that is open 24 hours a day and hosts poker tournaments daily. Finally, after several hours of gambling, you can enjoy a mouth-watering meal at the hotel's renowned chef restaurant. Therefore, this is a very popular and bustling hotel in Las Vegas. Looking at the reward, Yuheng felt that Dong Senyao deserved some credit. He decided to let bygones be bygones for Dong Senyao's previous attempt to expose his past in front of Chu Anlin. Chu, today I'm finally free. Chu, sprinkling flowers. Chu, hee hee, cute slash. Yuheng looked at the message Chu Anlin had sent on his phone, a smile playing on his lips. He put down the documents in his hand and sat back down behind his desk. Did you get your cast removed today? Is the recovery okay? Chu, Chu, it's really a bit strange. Chu, I have to film a night scene tonight, but I can't sleep right now /w/. Chu, I miss you /w. Yuheng also missed Chu Anlin very much. He was just about to reply to his message to express his longing when he saw that Chu Anlin had sent him another picture. In the photo, Chu Anlin is wearing a white shirt, but his shoulders are bare, and you can even vaguely see his nipples. It was impossible to tell whether she was wearing underwear or not, but her two straight legs were completely bare, gleaming under the light. In the dim light, he knelt on the ground, his face not showing, but his hands were loosely placed between his legs, pulling at the hem of his shirt, and a mysterious and alluring aura permeated the air around him. Yuheng's hand tightened around his phone. He bit his cheek and stared intently at the picture Chu Anlin had posted for several minutes. Does it need some discipline? Chu, then come and deal with me. At frowny face. Baby, pull up your clothes so I can see. Chu, no. Chu, unless. Unless what? Chu, call me husband and let me hear it. Yuheng raised an eyebrow. This little thing is really good at courting death. However, he still opened the voice message, baby, husband, Lon, I love you. Then I clicked send without any pressure. Chu Anlin listened to the voice message several times. Yuheng's deep and sexy voice seemed to have a magical power, making his heart race. Chu, I'm so tired today, I need to rest. Maybe next time. Chu Anlin was timidly trying to end the chat, but who knew Yuheng would be so inconsiderate, calling her husband as he asked. Chu, I have to film a night scene today, bye-bye. Chu, Sister Chio is urging me to rest, it's not that I don't want to take pictures for you. Chu Antlin's reply revealed her smugness. Yuheng opened the picture again, glanced at it a few more times, and then clicked save with a fierce look. One day he'll teach this arrogant little rabbit what fear is. As Yuheng looked at the two photos in his private album, he calculated when Chu Anlin would finish filming. This time he removed the cast, so don't expect him to let him off the hook again. Uncle. As soon as she got off the train, she saw Yuheng waiting outside and waved to him excitedly. She ran very fast, pulling her suitcase, with Yang Qingxiu and Yang Qingying jogging after her. Uncle. Uncle. As we approached, the two children greeted us politely. School was on winter break, and Yuheng asked Gao Ziyuan to bring all three children to City C. Are you tired? Yuheng gave each of them a pat on the head and took the suitcases from Yang Qingyan and Yang Qingying. Not tired at all, Uncle Gao has been with us the whole time. We even bought a lot of local specialties at the shopping mall in Qixiang City Airport. Yang Qingyan showed Yuheng the bag in her hand. Uncle Dong's mother also brought us gifts last time, this is our return gift. Yang Qingyan said excitedly. She has few relatives and has never brought gifts for anyone before. She was very happy the whole way there. Yuheng was about to ask why they were still buying local specialties, but upon hearing Yang Qingyan's words, he realized that the three children were still thinking about returning the favor. Looking at the three happy and expectant little faces, he didn't say anything in the end, but only asked, should we go straight to the accommodation or have dinner first? Or should we go see where your uncle is staying now? Ah. I want to go see where my uncle lives, Yang Qingyan exclaimed. And what about you two? Yuheng asked Yang Qingying and Yang Qingxiu. Both children wanted to visit their uncle's place. But doesn't uncle live with us? Yang Qingying asked Yuheng, her head down and one hand tugging at the sleeve of the other. I'll move in with you once you arrive, as my current place is rather small. Yuheng walked to the car and put his luggage down. How about we go buy some more groceries later, and I'll cook something for you for lunch? Yuheng thought that since the children had just arrived, he still preferred to have their first meal at home. Really? That's great. Yang Qingyan said happily, holding Yu Heng's hand. I can help my uncle cook too. Yang Qingshu finally relaxed a bit and echoed his uncle's words. I can help too. Yang Qingying looked at Yu Heng expectantly. All right, get in the car, let's go to the supermarket first. Yu Heng waved his hand, signaling the children to set off with great enthusiasm. Mr. Yu, please. Gao Ziyuan opened the car door, waiting for Yu Heng and the children to get in first. Mr. Yu, young Master Yang, Miss Yang. Jiang Qian stood outside the villa to greet Yu Heng and his entourage. He was followed by 3 women and a middle-aged man. There are 3 aunties, one in charge of storage, one in charge of cleaning, and one in the kitchen. This middle-aged man is a landscape maintenance worker, hired by Jiang Qian specifically to manage the greenery in the inner courtyard. Okay. Yu Heng nodded to them and took Yang Qingying's suitcase first, walking inside. Hello. Yang Qingshu pulled his own suitcase and followed behind Yu Heng. Hello. Hello everyone. Yang Qingying and Yang Qingyan held hands, and Jiang Qian and the others greeted them as they passed by. Jiang Qian smiled and bowed in return when the 3 siblings greeted him. After Gao Ziyuan pulled his suitcase inside, Jiang Qian and the others followed him in. Stepping into this traditional Chinese mansion is like traveling through a time tunnel and returning to an ancient and elegant era. The pavilions and towers are arranged in a well-organized manner. Passing through the entrance courtyard enclosed by the cloud wall, the begonia gate is simple and elegant. Facing you is an exquisite screen wall, which symbolizes good fortune and peace. Upon entering the main gate, the first thing that catches the eye is the spacious and bright foyer. The interior is decorated in off-white, light gold, and gray tones, accented with Chinese red, creating a rich oriental ambience. The unique coffered ceiling resembles an ancient palace, exuding solemnity and elegance. Walking along the covered walkway, you arrive at the backyard. The backyard is exquisitely laid out, adorned with greenery, including red maple, ginkgo, pomegranate, and bamboo, each with its own symbolic meaning. Beside the small landscape of taiyu stones piled up from the rocks, water lilies sway gracefully. When the lotus flowers bloom in May and June, the scenery is even more breathtaking. The swimming pool is set in the center of the courtyard, surrounded by flower-lined streets and koi ponds. Strolling through it feels like being in a water town in southern China. The pool is lined with lush bamboo, and a gentle breeze causes the bamboo shadows to sway, creating a tranquil and serene atmosphere. The first floor features multiple living rooms and dining rooms, with a well-planned layout and complete functions. The main feature wall in the living room is decorated with the essence of the original painting made of xian paper, unfolding like a scroll. The TV wall is placed in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows in the courtyard, which not only optimizes the use of space but also allows residents to enjoy the beautiful courtyard view. Wow! It's so beautiful. Yang Qingyan looked left and right. This house was even more beautiful than the villa her uncle bought for them in Qixiang City. As soon as Yu Heng and his group entered, they put down their luggage and took a walk around the house. This is my first time here too, but it's very nice. Yu Heng was also very satisfied with the Chinese-style villa. Go and take a look at your own rooms. If you're not satisfied, just tell butler Jiang. Jiang Qian, who was following behind them, immediately responded, Young Master Yang and Miss Yang, your bedrooms are on the 2nd floor. I'll take you to see them. Aunt Li, who was in charge of packing, had already taken the luggage upstairs. The Yang siblings, who were being addressed as Young Master and Young Miss, were still quite uncomfortable, and they all turned to look at Yu Heng. Go ahead. Yu Heng patted Yang Qingshu on the shoulder, who was standing next to him. After everyone went upstairs, Yu Heng slowly walked to the French windows and stopped, quietly looking at the scenery in the courtyard. Gao Ziyuan stood behind him without saying a word. He sensed that President Yu didn't seem to be in a good mood. Weren't you having a great time when you were touring with young Master Yang and the others? Are you dissatisfied with this place? Or are you missing young Master Chu? Are all young couples this clingy? Aren't they enough of talking on the phone every day? Unaware of Gao Ziyuan's wild thoughts behind him, Yu Heng was only thinking about taking the children to pay respects to his maternal grandparents and mother the next day, and his mood was a little depressed. Wow! Lao Yu, how many more surprises do you have that I don't know about? Dong Xinyao brought Yu Menmen over for dinner, and looking at the luxurious Chinese-style villa, Dong Xinyao couldn't help but sigh. Aunt Yu, why did you bring things over? Yu Heng ignored Dong Xinyao and took the bag from Yu Manman's hand. Hee hee, these are brown sugar cakes that I made myself, especially for the children to try. Yu Menmen smiled when she saw Yu Heng, but when she talked about the contents of the bag, her tone inevitably became a little complicated. Yu Heng paused for a moment, then took it. I'll let them try it later. Yu Menmen learned how to make brown sugar cakes from her maternal grandmother, Yu Heng. Yu Heng didn't particularly like eating brown sugar cakes when he was little, but every time his grandmother made them, he knew it was a special day. Dong Xinyao ignored Yu Heng's greeting and wandered around the house on his own. Where are the children? Yu Menmen sat down on the sofa in the living room and took the tea that Aunt Tian had brewed, but she didn't see many children. I rushed them to their lunch break, but they should be down soon. Yu Heng pulled over the nut tray and peeled macadamia nuts for Yu Menmen, who liked them. Oh my, you're going to live here from now on. Dong Xinyao came back from his visit, plopped down on the sofa, and popped the nuts Yu Heng had peeled into his mouth. Not only does his mother love to eat this, but he also loves to eat it. Yu Menmen feigned anger and slapped Dong Xinyao arm. Yu Heng stopped what he was doing. Don't eat later. How can you be so stingy? What about my nephew and his family? Dong Xinyao looked around and saw the three siblings coming downstairs. Qingshu, Yingying, Yan Yan, come here quickly. Dong Xinyao waved to the three of them. Uncle Dong. Yang Qingyan exclaimed and ran down the stairs. Hey, slow down. Dong Xinyao quickly got up, put his arms around Yang Qingyan and called out. Uncle Dong. I miss you so much. Yang Qingyan ran to Dong Xinyao side and grabbed his arm. Uncle Dong must miss our Yan Yan too. Dong Xinyao was charmed by the little girl's cuteness and shook Yang Qingyan's head hard. Hee hee. Yang Qingyan was dizzy from being shaken by Dong Xinyao, but she was still very happy. This was a little game she played with her Uncle Dong. Uncle Dong. Yang Qingshu was much more composed than his younger sister. Qingshu, have you grown taller again? Dong Xinyao looked at Yang Qingshu with a bit of envy. These two uncles and nephews really do grow taller. It's probably a centimeter or two taller, right? Yang Qingshu smiled, looking at Uncle Dong's sour expression. Uncle Dong. Yang Qingying followed behind Yang Qingshu and called out softly to Dong Xinyao. Oh my, our Yingying has become even more beautiful. Dong Xinyao gently rubbed Yang Qingying's head. Yang Qingying gave Dong Xinyao a shy smile. Come and see, this is your Uncle Dong's mother, you can also call her Grandma. Yu Heng called the children over after they had finished exchanging pleasantries. Grandmother. 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 The three of them stood in a straight line and called out to the middle-aged woman whose eyes were red. Hey! Yu Menmen pulled Yang Qingying, who was closest to her, and took her hand, scanning the faces of the three siblings. Looking at their faces, which resembled Yu Heng's, I felt a pang of sadness, for Yu Heng, and for Li Ziyi. After Li Ziyi went with the two elders, she actually felt a little uneasy. Due to family reasons, Yu Heng has always had a rather indifferent personality and doesn't have many close friends. His focus is more on his family. The sudden loss of his entire family was a devastating blow to him. Knowing that Yu Heng had an older sister, Yu Menmen fully supported Yu Heng in going to find her. Who would have thought that fate would play such a cruel trick? Good, 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 you're all good kids. You're all good kids. Yu Menmen patted Yang Qingying's hand, her voice full of relief. System, accept new task. Please spend the 500 million mission funds within 18 days. No restrictions on the method of consumption. The cashback reward for completing a task depends on the host's completion rate of that task. There will be no reward if the mission fails. Huh? System, why are there 3 extra days? Yu Heng remembered that the system said it would be 15 days from now on, right? The system has detected that the host will be experiencing a major holiday. The system will extend the time for the host by 3 days. Yu Heng, you guys, are actually quite humane. Serving the host. Fine. Yu Heng ignored the system, picked up his phone, unlocked it, found Zhang En in his contact list, and clicked to enter the chat interface. Long, slender fingers tapped rapidly on the virtual keyboard, and a message was quickly sent out. During these past few days, Yuheng has been staying with the 3 Yang siblings. He first led them to the cemetery to pay respects to his maternal grandparents and mother. After the worship ceremony, Yuheng led the Yang siblings to the old house that held countless memories. The passage of time has left its mark on this old house, but the warm scenes of the past are still vivid in my mind. Yang Qingxiu brought a photo of her mother with her on this trip. Yuheng carefully took the photos and placed his sister's photo next to his mother's, as if this would allow the family to reunite. She led her 3 siblings in a thorough cleaning of the house, wiping down the furniture while telling Yang Qingxiu and the others about their grandparents and mother. Memories that were once untouchable were finally cleansed and brought back to life with the children's company. Once again, Yuheng sealed his home with dustproof film, but his state of mind was very different from last time. Before leaving, Yuheng gently stroked his family's photos: grandpa, grandma, mom, sister. I'll come to see you again next time. He gently closed the glass cabinet door, and with the photos silently watching over him, he left with the children. Over the next few days, Yuheng once again acted as a tour guide, leading the Yang siblings on a tour of City C. They strolled through the bustling streets and alleys, savoring local delicacies and admiring the beautiful and charming scenery. Every moment was filled with laughter, and this time became a beautiful and unforgettable memory for them. However, happy days always fly by. In 2 days, it will be time to return to Qixiang City for the new year. But before that, Yuheng had an important matter to attend to, returning to the company for the year-end meeting. Of course, the company's official year-end meeting has not yet arrived. This is just Yuheng's year-end meeting at the company. Qingxiu, Yingying, and Yan Yan, you can play here for a bit. President, you will be out soon. Gao Ziyuan led the 3 Yang siblings to the specially designated snack corner in the assistant's office with a smile. This place is on the same floor as Mr. Yu's office, and it's also quite suitable for children. Don't worry, Uncle Gao, we'll stay here obediently. Yang Qingyan plopped down on the small sofa, her mouth full of snacks, and replied to Gao Ziyuan while staring at the screen of her phone. She took a lot of photos while traveling with her uncle these past few days, and she wants to save the best ones separately. Uncle Dong said he could help her develop the photos, and then they could be made into a beautiful photo album. Uncle Gao, you go ahead and do your work. We won't wander off, Yang Qingxi replied. He was holding a tablet computer and watching various educational videos. The snack corner is quite spacious, enough to accommodate the 3 of them sitting down at the same time. They can maintain a certain distance from each other without feeling crowded or cramped. As long as you don't leave the company, everything will be fine. I'll go to President Yu's place now, Gao Ziyuan reminded him again. Goodbye, Uncle Gao, the 3 siblings shouted in unison. Phew, I wonder how many days off we'll get for the new year. Li Peibua chatted with Chu Anning and Wang Yu as he walked toward his assistant's office. Although he was assigned to oversee the laboratory, his office is still located outside the company's president's office. The company has finished its high-level meeting, but the bigwigs are still having a small meeting. These low-level thugs could only go back to the office and wait. Anning, you're so lucky. Your home is nearby, and you can go home every day. Wang Yu was a little envious of Chu Anning when talking about the new year. His home is in K province, and if the company gives him a long holiday, he won't be able to stay at home for more than a few days. It's all right, but my parents aren't home, and I don't go back every day. Chu Anning's parents live with her grandparents in another province, and her aunt and brother also work elsewhere, so there's no one at home, and she hasn't gone back. Even when he goes back, he usually stays at his girlfriend's house. Otherwise, if he's alone, she'd rather stay in the company dormitory. Haha, my home is far away too, but the holiday for Chinese New Year should be a bit longer this year, since things will get busy afterward. Li Peibua is in the lab, so he's a bit more informed than Wang Yu and the others. Really? Is it that fast? Wang Yu was obviously aware of some inside information within the company. Really, next year, our 2009 will be famous all over the world. Li Peibua said in a low voice, but his excitement was palpable. Chu Anning clenched her fists upon hearing this, even though she seemed to have a bright future at the company and even had her senior colleague Zhang in helping her. But she remembered that she had never been officially hired. Her official position cannot be confirmed until she is officially hired, and everything she has now is as fragile as a mirage. If the company's products can be launched next year, then a lot of talented people will definitely flock to their company. As an intern, the power she currently holds is nothing more than prey in the eyes of others. Apart from having earlier access to the company's senior management, she has no advantages whatsoever. Seeing Chu Anning's silence, Li Peibo roughly knew what she was worried about. Why don't you visit your advisor during the new year and see if the school can arrange for you to graduate early? Chu Anning's eyes lit up. This was indeed a good idea. Thank you, senior brother Li. I'll discuss it with my mentor during the new year. In response to Chu Anning's gratitude, Li Peibo simply smiled and replied gently, no need to be so polite. We are fellow disciples, so helping each other is only natural. Moreover, I believe that with your abilities and talents, you will definitely shine in the company once you become a full-time employee. In Li Peibo's view, Chu Anning not only has outstanding work ability and flexible handling skills, but more importantly, besides Zhang, she also has a celebrity brother who is being pursued by 3 big shots in the company at the same time. He certainly doesn't underestimate the influence celebrities have on their fans. Having such a capable partner working with him in the company would undoubtedly be beneficial to him in every way. Would you like something to drink? Back in the office, Chu Anning put the documents on her desk and asked Li Peibo and Wang Yu. She was so busy with today's meeting that she didn't even have breakfast, and now she's feeling a bit hungry, so she's going to grab some snacks to tide her over. I don't need it. Wang Yu sat down and began organizing the meeting minutes. Could you make me a cup of coffee? Thank you. Li Peibo rubbed his forehead wearily. He was also organizing documents. He needed to convey the information to his subordinates before Assistant Zhang's meeting ended. After the meeting with Assistant General Manager Zhang, he will still be busy with task allocation and follow-up. Okay. The water bar and the snack area were in the same place, so Chu Anning turned around and walked towards the snack corner. Wow. So handsome. As Chu Anning approached the snack corner, she heard a clear, melodious, and slightly childish voice. Chu Anning was a little confused. Who brought the family's child over? As she walked to the door, she saw 2 girls sitting in a booth in the snack area, their heads huddled together, looking at their phones. On the sofa 2 tables away from them sat a boy engrossed and playing on his tablet. She raised her hand and knocked on the open door. Dong dong dong. Yang Qingying and Yang Qingyan were watching a video together when they heard a knock on the door. When they looked up, they saw a face that looked remarkably similar to the person in the video. Ah! Yang Qingyan exclaimed in surprise as she looked at Chu Anning's face. Chu Anning raised an eyebrow. Did this young girl know her? As she approached Yang Qingyan, she saw that Chu Anlin's video was playing on their phones. Chu Anning, what's going on? Chu Anlin became an international superstar without her knowledge. How come he has fans everywhere? You. Yang Qingyan stammered as she looked at Chu Anning. That's right, Chu Anlin is my brother, we are twins. Chu Anning nodded to the little girl. Ah. You, hello. Yang Qingyan and Yang Qingying both looked at Chu Anning, their eyes showing a hint of excitement. Even Yang Qingxiu, who was focused on watching study videos, couldn't help but look up at Chu Anning. Chu Anning was a little confused after being scrutinized by the 3 young boys. Whose children are you? Chu Anning asked as she walked to the side to pick out some snacks. To be able to get to this floor and be playing in the snack area, he must be the child of one of the company's higher-ups. We are from Uncle Dong's family. Yang Qingyan hadn't recovered from the shock of Chu Anning being Chu Anlin's sister, and blurted out the words without thinking. Yang Qingyan and Yang Qingying only found out a couple of days ago that their uncle had a boyfriend. However, they didn't really care whether their uncle's partner was male or female, they were just shocked that their uncle's boyfriend was a celebrity. That's so cool. Their aunt is a celebrity. So for the past 2 days, the 2 sisters have been searching for information about Chu Anlin online and watching the TV dramas she has acted in. Our uncle is Yu Heng. Yang Qingxiu was a little annoyed by his sister's unreliable answer and added to Chu Anning. Are you Mr. Yu's nephews? Chu Anning asked in surprise. Oh right, sister, are you really Uncle Chu Anlin's sister? Yang Qingyan moved closer to Chu Anning, looking at her with bright eyes as she asked. Uncle. Chu Anning was surprised by this title. Ah, he's just like our uncle. Yang Qingyan was a little weak. Neither her uncle nor Uncle Dong had told them that Uncle Chu's sister was also at the company. She doesn't know if Uncle Chu's sister knows that her uncle and Uncle Chu are together. Because they searched for too many news articles about boys dating other boys in the past 2 days, the big data system pushed a lot of news stories and anecdotes about couples who were forced to separate because their families opposed their homosexuality. So when she suddenly ran into Uncle Chu's family, Yang Qingyan subconsciously chose an ambiguous answer. Chu Anning smiled calmly, thinking that the children were just expressing their feelings as fans of celebrities. Don't we look alike? Chu Anning smiled slightly and straightened up so that Yang Qingyan could look at her. Looking at the stunningly beautiful woman before her, with her almond-shaped eyes that held a hint of reproach, both aloof and alluring, Yang Qingyan was somewhat stunned. She looks just like her. Chu Anning turned around and picked out 2 small bread rolls, then walked to the coffee machine to make coffee, saying, "Next time you come, I'll bring you some autographed photos of Chu Anlin. Do you want some?" Okay, but we'll have to wait until a long holiday to come back next time, Yang Qingyan said, sounding a little troubled. Ah. Sister, please give this to Uncle Dong for me, and have him pass it on to me. Suddenly remembering that there was an Uncle Dong, Yang Qingyan became excited again. As for why she didn't ask her uncle to help deliver it, Yang Qingyan skipped that option with her animal-like intuition. Okay, I'll help you pass on his signature to Vice President Dong next time. Chu Anning said, holding the brewed coffee. I'll get back to work now, goodbye. Okay, goodbye, sister. Yang Qingyan waved excitedly to Chu Anning. Chu Anning nodded to Yang Qingshu and Yang Qingying again before walking out of the snack corner. Is anyone still at the bar? Li Peibo asked, taking the coffee Chu Anning had made. It's worth noting that besides the assistant's work area, the only other facilities on their floor are the offices of the 2 top-level CEOs. So when he heard Chu Anning's voice, he was a little surprised. The big shots were still in a meeting. Was there anyone else on this floor besides them? It's Mr. Yu's 3 nephews in the rest area. Chu Anning sat back down at her workstation and tore open a small bread roll to eat. Upon hearing this, Li Peibo and Wang Yu, who were standing next to him, both raised their heads and turned their gazes toward Chu Anning, their faces showing the same curious expression. Is it a child? Li Peibo asked Chu Anning. The older ones should be in high school or college, they look quite tall. There are also 2 girls who should be in middle school. Chu Anning's voice was a little muffled as she chewed something. However, Li Peibo and Wang Yu still understood. Wang Yu and Li Peibo exchanged a glance, a hint of hesitation in their eyes. Wang Yu frowned slightly and asked, should we go over and say hello to them? His tone clearly indicated that he was undecided. Upon hearing this, Li Peibo did not answer immediately, but instead turned his gaze to Chu Anning, who was eating beside him, as if he wanted to hear her opinion. No need, the kids are playing by themselves. We'd only bother them if we went over. Chu Anning swallowed her food and shook her head. Are you going to stay in Qixiang until after the new year? Dong Sinyao and Yuheng had just finished a meeting and were walking towards their office when Zhang'an and Gao Ziyuan silently followed behind them. Around what date will you be back? Let's wait until after the Lantern Festival. His uncle is getting married after the new year this year, so he will stay in Qixiang City for a few more days. Don't you go to your partner's house to pay New Year's greetings? Dong Sinyao asked, somewhat surprised. Didn't they say that Chu's family wouldn't object to them being together? He won't let me go, Yuheng said with a hint of helplessness. He also wanted to confirm their relationship status as soon as possible. President Yu, Vice President Dong, Assistant President Zhang. Dong Sinyao was about to make a few sarcastic remarks to Yuheng when he was interrupted by Li Peibo and the others. Okay. Yuheng and Dong Sinyao stopped chatting, nodded to them, and walked directly into the office. Wait for me outside for a while, Zhang'an instructed them as he passed by. Okay, Li Peibo replied. Once the 4 had walked away, Li Peibo and the others secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They looked at each other, then lowered their heads and pretended to be working on the documents in their hands. Did they overhear some gossip about President Yu? Who knew such a powerful figure could be manipulated by his girlfriend? Upon entering the office, Yuheng did not see the 3 siblings and turned to Gao Ziyuan, asking, where are Qingshu and the others? I took Qingxiu and Yingying to the snack corner. Should I bring them over? Gao Ziyuan asked Yuheng respectfully. No need, let them play there for now. Once Yuheng knew where Yang Qingxiu and the others were, he stopped caring. Turning to Zhang'an and Dong Xinyao, he said, come and sit down, let's arrange the follow-up matters. Gao Ziyuan, being sensible, went out to make tea for the three of them. After Yuheng and Dong Xinyao finished their small meeting, they went to the snack corner and took Yang Qingxiu and his two siblings out of the company. We're heading back to Qixiang City tomorrow, so today we need to take them to buy some things to take home, like local specialties or gifts. We don't have much time today. As they passed by the assistant's office area, Yang Qingyan winked at Chu Anning, signaling that Chu Anning should not forget what she had promised her. Chu Anning responded with a smile. Cheers. Su Jing raised his glass of orange juice and stood up to signal everyone to drink together. Yang Qingxiu and Su Tai each rolled their eyes at him, but everyone still stood up and drank their beverages with smiles on their faces. Yuheng has been back with Yang Qingxiu and his two siblings for 2 days. Today is the day that Yu Jiaming's girlfriend, Wen Zhao, and her son will officially come to the house to meet the whole family. Of course, only Yuheng and Gao Ziyuan among those present had never met them before. Wen Zhao is a very gentle person. Although his face shows some signs of age, it is not hard to tell that he was a pretty and charming person when he was young. As for her son, perhaps because he had just been discharged from the military, he sat upright and exuded a sense of righteousness. Hee, Ahang, this braised pork ribs and radish stewed mutton were both made by your Aunt Wen Zhao. Come and try them and see how they taste. Grandma Yu happily served Yuheng some food. Recently, Grandma Yu has become very excited because of her uncle's wedding. It's very good. Yuheng tasted it and said to Wen Zhao, Aunt Wen's cooking is just as good as that of a hotel chef. My uncle is in for a treat from now on. Because they are not officially married yet, Yuheng still calls Wen Zhao auntie. I'm glad you like it. Wen Zhao was overjoyed to receive Yuheng's affirmation. Everyone else in the Yu family knows her, and Yuheng hasn't said anything else, which means that her relationship with Yu Jiaming has now been accepted by all members of the Yu family. She turned to look at Uncle Yu, only to see Yu Jiaming staring at her with a silly grin. With a hint of embarrassment, Wen Zhao gave Yu Jiaming a light glare, then quickly lowered her head to pick up some food. Su Tai and Su Jing from the Su family came today, so after the meal, they sat down with everyone to discuss the wedding arrangements for Uncle Yu. According to Yu Jiaming and Wen Zhao, they did not intend to hold a large-scale event. At this age, I no longer have the youthful ambition for grand gestures. I just want to get married, have a simple wedding banquet, and then live a peaceful and stable life. Yuheng respected his uncle's opinion. However, even for a simple banquet, the procedures still needed to be clearly discussed. After they had finished talking, Wen Zhao's son, Duan Wenhe, called Yuheng out and said he wanted to talk to him privately. Yu Jiaming watched the two of them walk out the door together, a hint of worry in his eyes. His stepson is grown up and doesn't need his support anymore, but they are also quite distant. He doesn't know what Aheng wants to say when he calls Aheng out. Uncle, don't worry. Although I'm not very close to Wenhe, I know he's a decent person, Su Tai said, trying to comfort his uncle, who looked worried. Yes, uncle, we used to live in the same neighborhood. He even helped me out. Maybe he wants to discuss the details of your wedding with Aunt Wen with my cousin. Su Jing echoed. I'm not worried. Although Yu Jiaming used to live in the same neighborhood as Duan Wenhe, he was busy making a living every day and only knew people his own age. He hadn't really paid attention to other people. This was only the second time he had seen his stepson after his relationship with Wen Zhao was finalized. A short while later, Yuheng and the others returned. The group observed the two people's expressions. They seemed all right, not like they had a falling out. The cold moon hung high like a bright mirror, and the lights outside were already hazy, as if the whole city was shrouded in a soft veil. Then we'll head back now. Wen Zhao, carrying the return gift from Grandma Yu, led Duan Wenhe to say goodbye to the Yu family. Hey, let Jiaming take you back. It's so cold outside, don't let Wenhe get too cold, Grandma Yu said, holding Wen Zhao's hand. Before Wen Zhao could refuse, Uncle Yu came out with the car keys. Come on, I'll take you home. It's dark now, and it'll be hard for you to walk. Goodbye then. Goodbye. When Yuheng's uncle returned, he was making tea in the tea room. Uncle Yu sat down next to him hesitantly, but after several attempts, he still couldn't bring himself to ask. Seeing that Uncle Yu felt like he had needles under his butt and was itching all over, Yuheng finally said, Duan Wenha didn't tell me anything else, except that he refused the thing you mentioned before about helping him get married. Thinking of what Duan Wenha had said to him in the pavilion, Yuheng couldn't help but say that his uncle was lucky. Duan Wenha said he knew about the conditions his mother and Aunt Su had discussed with Yuheng, but these were just wishful thinking on the part of the elders. He didn't have that idea. He can manage his own affairs, and he supports his mother's remarriage. His mother won't need to worry about his marriage anymore. As long as Uncle Yu and his mother live their lives well, he won't ask for anything else. He really said that. Uncle Yu was also a little surprised. He was prepared to work hard with Wen Zhao over the next few years, save some money, and help Duan Wenha as much as possible in the future. Of course, he didn't intend for Yuheng to do anything, but as Duan Wenha's stepfather, he also considered his affairs as his own responsibility. However, after learning what his stepson was thinking, he was genuinely relieved. It wasn't that he didn't want to help him anymore, but rather that his stepson was even better than he had imagined, which made him quite happy. On New Year's Eve, the sky is dotted with stars and the ground is ablaze with lights. It is a day of universal celebration, welcoming the new year and bidding farewell to the old, and the festive atmosphere permeates everywhere. As evening fell, every household was busy preparing New Year's dishes, and the kitchens were filled with steam and fragrant aromas. Uncle Yu and Yang Qingshu were busy preparing dinner in the kitchen, while sisters Yang Qingying and Yang Qingyan helped out. Yuheng and Gao Ziyuan played cards with Grandma Yu in the living room to pass the time. Aunt Zhou had gone home for the holidays a few days earlier, but Gao Ziyuan kept Yuheng around to help him with the wedding arrangements because Yuheng was thinking about his uncle's wedding after the new year. Of course, Gao Ziyuan was also very happy to spend the new year with Yuheng. Not only did his salary double, but the New Year's red envelope that President Yu gave him was equivalent to his salary for a year. Great-grandma, Uncle Gao, dinner's ready. Yang Qingying carefully placed the old duck soup on the table and called out to the group of people playing cards in the living room. Coming. Yuheng tossed the cards onto the coffee table and helped Grandma Yu up as they walked toward the dining room. Everyone sat down, looking at the sumptuous dinner. Thank you so much, Uncle and Qingshu, and also Yingying and Yan. It's no trouble at all, please sit down. The old duck soup started simmering at noon today, it's very delicious. Uncle Yu waved his hand and said with a smile. Yuheng first picked up a small bowl and served Grandma Yu a bowl of soup. May we all be healthy, safe, and happy in the new year. Yuheng, sitting to Grandma Yu's right, raised his glass to toast everyone. Wishing great-grandma good health in the new year, Grandpa good fortune, Uncle all your wishes come true, Uncle Gao a bright future, and my two younger sisters academic success. As the eldest among the younger generation, Yang Qingshu was the first to stand up, raise his glass, and toast the elders. Hee, good, I wish Qingshu all the best in the new year. Grandma Yu took out the red envelope she had prepared and handed it to Yang Qingshu. Thank you, great-grandma. Yang Qingshu happily accepted the red envelope from her great-grandmother. Then I wish Qingshu good fortune and happiness in the new year. Yu Jiaming also took out a red envelope and gave it to Yang Qingshu. Thank you, Grandpa. May the new year bring you smooth sailing and academic success. Yuheng gave the thinnest red envelope. Thank you, Uncle. Yang Qingshu accepted the red envelope and looked at his uncle with some surprise. Through the thin red envelope, he could tell that there was a card inside. Yuheng nodded to him, there's $1 million inside, all of you siblings. Keep it. Yang Qingshu was startled and looked at Grandma Yu and Uncle Yu with a bit of a loss. Grandma Yu looked at Yuheng with some worry. In her mind, Yang Qingshu and the others were still children, how could they have so much money in their hands? This isn't much, and you're free to use it however you like. Yuheng glanced at the three siblings. However, I still hope you can use this money for consumption or investment. You should have a correct and rational concept of consumption. Or you can learn how to invest. I don't expect you to make money, and it doesn't matter if you lose money, but if you can learn something new from the last failure, then you will be successful. Once Yuheng spoke up, Grandma Yu and Uncle Yu would no longer disagree. I understand, Uncle. Yang Qingshu sat down with a complicated expression, holding the red envelope. It was the first time he had felt the pressure of spending money. After Yang Qingshu sat down, Yang Qingying also raised her cup and said auspicious words to the elders. Dinner ended in a lively and cheerful atmosphere. Yang Qingshu and her two younger sisters were playing a motion-sensing game console that their uncle had brought back in a corner of the living room, while Gao Ziyuan was teaching them how to play. Grandma Yu and Uncle Yu were watching the New Year's Eve gala. Yuheng sat on the sofa, replying to her boyfriend's messages on her phone. Chu, it's a pity it didn't snow today. I remember it snowed on New Year's Eve last year. Chu, I received 3 red envelopes today, but Chu Anning received 1 more than me, humph. Carrot. Yuheng was stunned for a moment before he realized that the extra red envelope Chu Anning received must have been from her girlfriend. Then I'll send you a big red envelope too, bigger than hers. Chu, hers has 520. Chu, degree A degree. Yuheng transferred 1,314 yuan to Chu Anlin and wrote in the note, "May my darling be happy every day from now on." Chu Anlin received the message instantly and replied with several "I love you" emojis. Yuheng clicked into his emoji collection, went to the creators page, and downloaded several sets of emojis. Then, she picked out the "I love you" emoji from the downloaded emoji pack and sent it back to Chu Anlin. The two seemed to have inexplicably started an emoji contest, sending out emojis back and forth. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Happy New Year. The countdown to the New Year came from the TV. Yuheng immediately sent New Year's greetings to her boyfriend. Chu, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Chu, my blessings come first. Chu, W. Yuheng's smile crept up to his eyebrows. Yeah, Lon Lon is really amazing. Chu, hee hee. Chu, my parents are urging us to go to bed. Chu, I don't want to sleep yet. Chu, I miss you so much. Chu, it's been a month since I last saw you. Chu, this is our first New Year. Sweetie, go to sleep early. Chu, I want to fall asleep listening to your voice. Helpless, Yuheng got up and went back to his room. Hey, Happy New Year. Gao Ziyuan shouted to Yang Qingshu and his siblings as he heard the New Year's greetings coming from the television. Happy New Year, Uncle Gao. Happy New Year, Uncle Gao. The children responded loudly. Then Gao Ziyuan started urging the children to go back to sleep. All right, you can play again tomorrow. It's time to go to sleep tonight. Help them put away the motion-sensing games. President Yu has gone back to his room, you should go too. Yes, go to sleep quickly, or you won't grow tall. Grandma Yu and Uncle Yu turned off the TV and came over to urge the 3 siblings to go back to their rooms. Okay, Happy New Year to Great-Grandma, Great-Grandpa, and Uncle Gao. You should all get some rest too. Although they were still enjoying the motion-sensing game, the 3 of them obediently prepared to go back to sleep. Where's Aheng? Grandma Yu looked around the living room but didn't see Yuheng, so she turned to ask Gao Ziyuan. President Yu just went back to his room, Gao Ziyuan said. Then you should go and rest early too. You've worked hard today. Grandma Yu said lovingly to Gao Ziyuan. Grandma Yu felt a little guilty about having the child work at their house during the New Year. All right. Grandma, you go and rest now, I'll go upstairs right away. He shared a room with Yang Qingshu. Yuheng originally wanted Gao Ziyuan to sleep in the same room with him, but Gao Ziyuan felt too much pressure being too close to his boss, so he chose to stay in Yang Qingshu's room instead. Just as Gao Ziyuan reached the door of the room, Yuheng called, asking Gao Ziyuan to come to his room. He could only turn around and walk towards President Yu's room. Dong dong dong. Yuheng's door was open, Mr. Yu. Yuheng was picking out a coat. Several pieces of clothing were already on the bed. Check if there are any flights back to City C now, Yuheng said to Gao Ziyuan without turning his head, his attention still on his clothes. Go back to City C now. Gao Ziyuan was a little dumbfounded. Okay, I'll check right away. But he immediately realized what he was doing and picked up his phone to check the flights. Mr. Yu, the earliest flight is at 5 a.m., but there is a high-speed train in 2 hours. Then book high-speed rail tickets, and come back with me. Yuheng chose a black camel hair coat. Okay, Mr. Yu, shall I go pack my luggage now? Gao Ziyuan had already bought the tickets. I'll just go back and stay for a day or two, Yuheng said. As for whether Gao Ziyuan should pack his bags, that was up to him. Go down and call Qingshu up. I want to tell him I'm going out. Yuheng raised his hand to check the time. It would take a little over an hour to get to the high-speed rail station from here, so there was still plenty of time. He packed a few personal belongings, told Yang Qingshu that he was going back to City C for 2 days, and asked Yang Qingshu to let his family know the next day. Then Yuheng took Gao Ziyuan onto the high-speed train. On a winter morning, before dawn, a biting chill filled the air. The cold wind, like an invisible beast, howled and swept through the streets and alleys, wreaking havoc. The sanitation workers had already begun their work, braving the cold, brooms in hand, diligently sweeping the streets. The sound of the brooms scraping against the ground was particularly clear in the quiet morning. Yuheng sat in the back seat of the car, raised his right hand, and gently pinched the bridge of his nose with his thumb and forefinger. Yuheng didn't get a good night's rest and only managed to doze off for a while on the high-speed train. He still looks a bit tired. Is this the place? Yuheng and his group parked their car below Building 3 of the Brilliant City residential complex in Jinghe District, City C. Yes, this is the home address listed in Assistant Chu's file. Gao Ziyuan sat in the passenger seat. He had called the company driver to come and drive, as he hadn't slept well the night before and was afraid to drive. Yuheng picked up his phone and dialed Chu Anlin's number. The phone rang for a while before Chu Anlin answered. Hello. His voice was muffled, as if he were still in a half-dreaming state. Still not up. Yuheng looked at his watch when he heard his voice. It was indeed 7 o'clock. Ah. Yuheng. Why are you up so early? Chu Anlin was clearly surprised to hear Yuheng's voice. It's getting late, I'd like to have breakfast with you, Yuheng said gently. I didn't go to sleep until after 1 a.m. yesterday. You eat first, I want to sleep a little longer. Chu Anlin's tone unconsciously carried a hint of coquetry. He thought Yuheng wanted to have breakfast at the same time as him. But he was too sleepy right now and didn't want to get up. But I'm downstairs from you, Yuheng dropped a bombshell on him. What? Chu Anlin instantly snapped back to reality. He threw off the covers and ran barefoot out of the room. From the living room window, he could see the main entrance of the building. He opened the window and peeked out, and sure enough, he saw a black minivan parked on the path in front of the building. You're back. You're not kidding me. Did you come all this way just to wait for me? Wait for me, I'm coming down right away. Chu Anlin excitedly ran back to her room. Okay, I'll wait for you. Yuheng smiled slightly. I'm going to change, I'll hang up now. Chu Anlin didn't wait for Heng's reply, and as soon as she hung up the phone, she started rummaging through her drawers looking for clothes. After changing my clothes, I hurriedly started washing up. Are you going out now? Chu's father was preparing breakfast when he saw Chu Anlin running out and then making a racket in the room, so he came in to check on her. Just then, I saw Chu Anlin dressed neatly, looking like she was about to go out. Yes, I have something to do. Chu Anlin looked a little guilty when she saw her father. However, Chu's father didn't press him for details. Have breakfast before you go. No need, I'll go out to eat. Chu Anlin put on her shoes, opened the door, and replied to her father without turning her head. When are you coming back? Mr. Chu chased after her, opened the door, and asked Chu Anlin, who was waiting for the elevator. Let's do it tonight. Chu Anlin's voice came from inside the elevator as the doors opened. After Yuheng hung up the phone, Gao Ziyuan got out of the car and waited outside. When he saw Chu Anlin come out of the building, he quickly opened the car door and said, Young Master Chu, please. Today, Chu Anlin wore a white turtleneck sweater and a hazy blue down jacket, making her look fresh and elegant. Thank you. After thanking Gao Ziyuan, Chu Anlin saw Yuheng smiling at him from inside the car. He got into the car and threw himself into Yuheng's arms. Weren't you supposed to stay in Qixiang City until after the Lantern Festival? Why are you back so soon? Chu Anlin wrapped her arms tightly around Yuheng's waist and buried her face in his neck. Didn't you say this is our first New Year? It would be such a shame if we couldn't spend it together. Yuheng stroked the back of his head with one hand. You came so early, didn't you sleep last night? Chu Anlin looked up at Yu Heng's tired face and tenderly stroked his cheek. Yu Heng raised his other hand and covered Chu Anlin's hand, then turned his head slightly and rubbed his face against Chu Anlin's palm. Can you tell? I rested at the hotel for a while. Yu Heng thought it was because he looked too pale. He had taken a cold shower at the hotel before coming here, afraid that his boyfriend would see him looking so listless. Chu Anlin knelt on the car seat with her legs spread apart, cupped Yu Heng's face in her hands, and chuckled. You were still in Qixiang City when you video chatted with me last night, and now you're in C City this morning. Can you teleport or something? Yu Heng chuckled softly, realizing he had been mistaken. He hugged Chu Anlin, and with a forceful pull, lifted him onto his lap. Ah! Chu Anlin was startled by his sudden movement and reached out to hug Yu Heng's neck. Yu Heng buried his head in Chu Anlin's chest and took a few deep breaths. Then after breakfast, will you come with me to the hotel to rest for a while? All right, I didn't get enough sleep last night either, so I'll just take a nap. Chu Anlin rested her chin on Yu Heng's head. What do you want to eat later? Let's go to Jingda Street for wontons. There's a husband and wife wonton shop there that's pretty good. I haven't been there in ages, and I'm really craving it. Chu Anlin couldn't help but smack her lips as she thought about the taste of the wontons from that shop. Upon hearing his voice, Yu Heng couldn't help but laugh out loud, the vibration of his chest causing Chu Anlin to tremble slightly as well. Are you laughing at me? Chu Anlin asked angrily, slapping Yu Heng on the shoulder. Yu Heng grabbed his hand, his smile still on his face. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. After saying that, she hugged Chu Anlin's head and gently kissed his lips. Forgive me. They pressed their foreheads together. Humph. I'll never forgive you. Listening to the young couple in the back seat whispering sweet nothings to each other without a care in the world, Gao Ziyuan felt a toothache. He could only pretend to be paying attention to the road conditions with the driver, like two machines. Sunlight, like fine threads, pierced through the clouds and shone on the towering buildings of the city. Inside the presidential suite on the 32nd floor of the West Coast Intercontinental Hotel, the luxurious king-size bed reflects the silhouettes of two people sleeping in each other's arms. Chu Anlin slowly opened her eyes, and the scene before her gradually became clearer, with soft light shining through the gaps in the curtains. He moved his body and realized that there was an arm wrapped around his waist. He turned his head and saw a handsome sleeping face. Long eyelashes cast soft shadows beneath her eyelids, and her sharply defined facial features appeared exceptionally soft in the slightly dim light. Her usual faint indifference vanished, replaced by a captivating gentleness. Chu Anlin turned her head to look at the place where he used to sleep. The mostly empty bed told her that before he went to sleep, he had insisted on keeping his distance and not getting too close, but after falling asleep, he had squeezed into Yu Heng's arms. He tiptoed back to the other side of the bed, and just as he moved Yu Heng's hand away from his waist a little, Yu Heng opened his eyes. You're awake. Yu Heng's voice was hoarse from just waking up. Chu Anlin's body stiffened. Why are you running? Yu Heng pulled Chu Anlin closer to him. What time is it? Chu Anlin, having given up all hope, simply turned around and hugged Yu Heng. Yu Heng pulled out his phone from under his pillow and checked the time, 2:25. He put down his phone, then looked down at Chu Anlin and asked, Are you hungry? No, but shouldn't we get up now? Yu Heng didn't answer, but instead grabbed Chu Anlin's chin with his hand, forcing him to look up and kiss him. Ugh. After kissing for a while, Yu Heng finally let go of him. Looking at Chu Anlin's rapid breathing, his eyes were deep, filled with an undisguised doting and endless love. Why did you suddenly kiss me? Chu Anlin muttered softly. I want to kiss you. Yu Heng nudged Chu Anlin's forehead with his own. You didn't even ask me. Chu Anlin pouted. Can I kiss you? Yu Heng asked softly, looking into Chu Anlin's eyes. Okay. Chu Anlin looked at Yu Heng with a shy and sweet expression in her eyes. Yu Heng chuckled and gently stroked Chu Anlin's cheek, kissing his forehead, eyes, and the tip of his nose. Finally, unable to resist the temptation, he slowly moved closer to Chu Anlin's lips, first giving him a light, tentative kiss, and then, like a flame ignited, began a more passionate and in-depth exploration. Feeling Chu Anlin's body slowly soften in his arms, Yu Heng took advantage of the situation. With a deft touch, he unbuttoned Chu Anlin's pajamas, caressing his body. His lips moved downwards, kissing and sucking on Chu Anlin's neck, chest, waist, and abdomen. Chu Anlin stared blankly as Yuheng unbuttoned his pajamas one by one. The champagne-colored silk pajamas were provided by the hotel and were very smooth and fit the skin perfectly. His clothes were all undone, revealing Yuheng's lean and muscular body. His abdomen was flat and firm, with clearly visible 8-pack abs, as exquisite as a sculpture, every line revealing his long-term training and perseverance. "Is it okay?" Yuheng asked, panting, his hand on Chu Anlin's waistband. Chu Anlin's cheeks flushed, her eyes glazed over. Baby, are you hungry?" Yuheng gently hugged Chu Anlin, his large hand slowly stroking Chu Anlin's back, gentle and warm. Chu Anlin curled up in Yuheng's arms like a lazy cat, her eyes slightly closed, seemingly still immersed in a sweet dream. His voice was tired and hoarse as he softly asked, "What time is it?" "It's 6:30. Shall we go have dinner?" He looked at Chu Anlin with affection. Upon hearing that it was time for dinner, Chu Anlin slightly opened her eyes, but quickly closed them again. He mumbled, "I'm hungry, but I don't want to move." Today was just too tiring for Chu Anlin. From morning until now, he has only eaten a simple breakfast and then engaged in a high-intensity workout. At this moment, he feels as if all his strength has been drained, and he is too lazy to even move a finger. Seeing Chu Anlin's exhausted appearance, Yuheng felt extremely distressed. He couldn't help but gently nuzzle Chu Anlin's cheek, his tone becoming even more tender. "Then you lie there obediently, I'll carry you to wash up, and we'll go out for dinner together after we're all ready." Hug me, honey." Chu Anlin closed her eyes and hugged Yuheng's neck. Just now, Yuheng forced Chu Anlin to call him husband in bed, and she accidentally called him that name again. Yuheng smiled upon hearing this, kissed his forehead, and carried him towards the washroom. President Yu. Gao Ziyuan opened the car door and waited respectfully for Yuheng to get in. However, upon seeing Chu Anlin being held by Yuheng, he was somewhat surprised. "Young Master Chu, what's this?" "It's okay, he's just too sleepy." Yuheng carefully placed Chu Anlin on the back seat of the car before getting in and sitting down with him. "Where should we eat?" Chu Anlin opened her eyes slightly and leaned against Yuheng. He wasn't actually asleep, he was just a little tired, and when he left the room and saw Yuheng again, he couldn't help but feel a little shy. "Let's go to Linshui Pavilion." Yuheng pulled Chu Anlin onto his lap. Not long ago, the two experienced their most intimate moment together. At this moment, Yuheng cherished Chu Anlin in his arms as if she were a priceless treasure, like a dragon guarding an invaluable gem, and he was unwilling to be separated from her even for half a step. His only thought was to defeat all those who dared to harbor ill intentions towards his treasure and to declare to the world that the person before him was a precious treasure that belonged exclusively to him. Today, Yuheng booked out the entire Linshui Pavilion. This fish is so delicious." Chu Anlin enjoyed the delicious food and thoughtfully placed a piece of her chopsticks on Yuheng's plate next to her. Yuheng smiled and ate the fish with Chu Anlin's chopsticks. After chewing it carefully, he nodded and praised, "It's really delicious. Don't eat too fast, your stomach won't be able to handle it later." As he spoke, he picked up a spoon and ladled a bowl of steaming hot three-delicacy soup for Chu Anlin, gently placing it in front of him. At this moment, Chu Anlin was eating with great relish, her mouth stuffed full, like a cute little squirrel. Hearing Yuheng's concern, he looked up and mumbled, "I'm hungry. I haven't had lunch yet." After saying that, he turned his gaze to the table full of delicious food, thinking about which dish to pick next. Yuheng could only smile indulgently and had no choice but to continue serving him meals while keeping a close eye on him to make sure he didn't overeat. "I'm full." Chu Anlin put down her chopsticks and said happily to Yuheng. Yuheng smiled and used a tissue to wipe Chu Anlin's mouth. Chu Anlin pouted slightly in response. "Where are we going later?" Chu Anlin asked, holding Yuheng's hand. "Come on, I'll take you to a nice place." Yuheng pulled Chu Anlin toward the balcony of the private room. The Linshui Pavilion is located on the side of the Shishui River, the largest river in City C, and the private room where Yuheng and his group were located was the highest private room in the entire Linshui Pavilion. From their vantage point, they can overlook the beautiful scenery along the entire Shishui River. As night falls and the river flows gently, everything on the banks becomes dreamlike under the illumination of the lights. The lights cast delicate reflections on the water, like shimmering pearls, captivating all who behold them. A gentle breeze ripples the river, causing the reflections to sway gracefully, as if in a joyful dance. How beautiful! Chu Anlin had seen such scenery before, but with his lover by his side, his state of mind was different, so he naturally felt that the scenery was especially beautiful at this moment. That's not what I showed you. Yuheng hugged him from behind. Chu Anlin turned to look at him in confusion. But at that moment, a firework exploded in the sky with a loud bang. The night sky was as dark as ink, and the moment the fireworks burst open seemed like the most magnificent miracle in the universe. Huge fireworks exploded in the air with a roar, and petals fell like rain, fluttering down, like a dream. Each firework is like a meticulously painted scroll, bursting forth with golden, silvery white, emerald green, pale purple, clear blue, and pink hues, a breathtaking sight. The fireworks come in all shapes and sizes. Clusters of magnificent fireworks unfold like giant umbrellas in the night sky, while others twinkle like dazzling lamps in the darkness, and still others resemble blooming flowers, scattering golden powder. The east wind at night releases 1,000 trees of flowers, and blows down stars like rain. Xin Chiji's poem seems to depict the scene before one's eyes. Chu Anlin stared intently at the fireworks exploding in the sky, the bang-bang of their explosions mingling with the sound of his heartbeat. Is it pretty? Yuheng whispered in his ear. Did you release it for me? Chu Anlin turned to look at Yuheng. Yes, do you like it? Yuheng cupped Chu Anlin's face in his hands. My dear, from now on, we'll spend every year together, for many, many years. Happy New Year, I'll love you forever. Me too. Chu Anlin said, then grabbed Yuheng's coat, stood on tiptoe, and kissed Yuheng's lips. Yuheng wrapped one arm around his waist and pressed his head down with the other, deepening the kiss. Dazzling fireworks burst in the sky, but time seemed to stand still. The whole world seemed to freeze, leaving only two hearts colliding fiercely. Meanwhile, the banks of the Shishui River were crowded with people watching the fireworks, and police and firefighters were there to maintain order. What a sudden surprise! Why weren't we notified beforehand? Holy crap, it's so beautiful. Someone took out their phone to take a picture. Baby, I will always love you. A couple was kissing. Mom, these fireworks are so pretty. I want to set them off too. There was also a family with their child. Ah, Happy New Year. May you have a prosperous New Year. I'm going to find a partner next year. Of course, there are also young people making wishes to the sky. There were so many onlookers that some people stood on the stairs at the entrance of the Linshui Pavilion, where they could see far from the high vantage point. Is the government being so generous this year? They're even allowing fireworks. Wow, so beautiful. What a lavish investment. Oh, thank goodness I went out today, otherwise I wouldn't have seen it. Yeah, which platform did they post the announcement on? I've never heard of a fireworks show today. Wasn't it said that fireworks were banned? Oh, it's Chinese New Year, what's wrong with them all releasing the same thing at the same time? Yes, without fireworks, it feels like the New Year is missing something. Thumbs up for the government of City C. Standing at the entrance of the waterside pavilion, Gao Ziyuan listened to the murmurs of the crowd and wanted to say, City C really does ban fireworks, but if you spend a little money to contribute to public facilities, it's not like you can't set them off. Of course, that's not a small amount. After finishing their meal, Yuheng and Chu Anlin returned to the hotel. It wasn't that they didn't want to go for a walk together, but Chu Anlin was too tired today, and Yuheng wanted him to rest a little longer. Upon seeing Gao Ziyuan's message, Yuheng got up and opened the door. President Yu. Gao Ziyuan handed the things in his hand to Yuheng. Okay, there's nothing else. You should go home and get some rest. Yuheng took the things, gave Gao Ziyuan a word of advice, and then closed the door. As Yuheng carried the small paper bag into the bedroom, he saw Chu Anlin lying on the bed playing on her phone. He was wearing light pajamas, with a soft pillow under his chest, and one of his legs was slightly raised, swaying gently to the rhythm, making him look especially cute. Yuheng had a wicked idea. He grabbed Chu Anlin's ankle with one hand and pulled her down to his feet. Ah. Chu Anlin was startled and lightly punched Yu Heng's chest twice. What? You scared me. Yu Heng didn't speak, but looked at him with deep eyes, slowly touching his thigh and then slowly moving upwards. Chu Anlin quickly pulled up her pants. No. Seeing that Yu Heng showed no sign of stopping, she put on a pitiful expression and whined to him, Yu Heng, brother Heng, husband, my butt hurts. Does your butt hurt? Yu Heng finally spoke. Chu Anlin nodded vigorously. Take off your pants, I'll put the medicine on for you. Yu Heng let go of him and poured out the ointment from the small paper bag next to him. Humph. Realizing she had been tricked, Chu Anlin snorted coldly and kicked Yu Heng's legs twice. I don't want to apply the medicine. Although they had already been completely honest with each other, Chu Anlin still felt embarrassed because the bedroom was now as bright as day. So it doesn't hurt anymore? Yu Heng put his hand on his waistband, waiting for Chu Anlin's answer. Bastard. Successfully threatened, Chu Anlin angrily grabbed a pillow and covered her head, trying to avoid seeing it. Hurry up. Not wanting to provoke him further, Yu Heng didn't do anything unnecessary. He simply took off the man's pants and focused on applying the medicine. Yu Heng, Chu Anlin was a little nervous. Yu Heng applied slight pressure to Chu Anlin's leg, until Chu Anlin's body began to tremble slightly. All right. Yu Heng took out a wet wipe to clean his hands and helped Chu Anlin put on her pants. Yu Heng lifted the pillow again, raised his hand, and ran his fingers through Chu Anlin's silky hair, gently stroking from his forehead to the back of his head. His gaze became deep and gentle at that moment, like a deep lake that could draw one's soul into it. Yu Heng moved closer to Chu Anlin, their warm breaths mingling, filling the air with a sweet yet tense atmosphere. Yu Heng's lips gently touched Chu Anlin's forehead, then he kissed his ear. Baby, help me. Feeling Xiao Yu Heng pressing against her thigh, Chu Anlin hesitated for a moment, then be gentle. Buffed. Yu Heng burst out laughing. Baby, how can you be so good? Humph. Get away from me. Chu Anlin was furious and tried to push Yu Heng away. He tried pushing hard twice, but couldn't move it. Trying to break free from Yu Heng's embrace, she wriggled several times and moved a couple of inches, bringing their lips even closer together. When meat is offered to him, Yu Heng naturally chooses to enjoy it without hesitation. Wham! As they kissed, Chu Anlin stopped resisting and even returned his kiss quite cooperatively, reaching out to wrap her arms around Yu Heng's neck. After the kiss ended, they slowly separated, and at that moment, a thin, silvery thread quietly appeared between them. Yu Heng nudged Chu Anlin with his hip. Baby, use your hands to help me. Chu Anlin, her ears red, reached out her hand, her eyes not daring to look directly at Yu Heng, and could only turn her head to look at the bright red roses placed on the bedside table. This was given to him by Yu Heng after watching the fireworks with him. He said he had wanted to give him red roses when he gave him flowers last time, but he was afraid that Yu Heng would refuse. Thinking of this, Chu Anlin's eyebrows curved into a smile, and she looked intently at Yu Heng. Yu Heng followed his gaze to the roses, smiled, and wrapped his arms around his waist as they lay down on the bed together. I love you. Soon, low breathing and hoarse murmurs filled the bedroom. Then I'll go upstairs. The black van stopped again in front of Building 3 of the brilliant Sky City residential complex in the morning. Yu Heng kissed Chu Anlin. Okay, don't just play around these next few days, remember to text me. Okay. You too. Chu Anlin got out of the car and waved to Yu Heng inside. Go back quickly, I'm going to my grandfather's house later. Today is the second day of the Lunar New Year, and he still has to go with his parents to visit his maternal grandfather and two uncles to wish them a happy new year. Only after watching Chu Anlin's figure disappear into the corridor did Yu Heng signal Gao Ziyuan to drive. As soon as Chu Anlin entered the house, she saw her grandparents and parents in the living room. Grandpa, Grandma, Mom, Dad, I'm back. After greeting everyone, he saw his favorite cream puffs on the dining table, picked up the box of cream puffs, and went to the sofa in the living room to eat them. Where did you go yesterday? You weren't home all day. Mr. Chu was also sitting on the sofa in the living room watching TV. Ugh, I can't even finish my sentence. Chu Anlin's mouth was stuffed with cream puffs, and she could only make muffled sounds as she spoke. Chu's father couldn't bear to watch anymore, so he ignored him and focused on watching TV. Chu Anlin, what are you doing? That's mine. A furious roar suddenly rang out. Chu Anlin instinctively hugged the cream puff box to her chest, curling up like a pangolin encountering an enemy and lying on her side on the sofa. Like a nimble cheetah, Chu Anning pounced on the sofa, pinning Chu Anlin down and grabbing the cream puff box from his arms. Ugh, I'm so upset. Chu Anlin refused to let go, but the enemy was too strong, and he lost Puff with tears in his eyes. But Chu Anning, who had snatched the cream puffs, saw that 2 of the 4 cream puffs in the box were missing. Without hesitation, she pressed down on Chu Anlin's head and tried to spit the ones out of his mouth. These are mine, spit them out. Seeing the 2 siblings fighting on the sofa, Chu's mother came over to break them up. What are you doing? There are 2 boxes, aren't there? Why are you fighting over them? This box is mine. Chu Anlin ate mine. Chu Anning protested to her mother. Who said that? Your name isn't on it. I saw it as soon as I got back. I got it first. Chu Anlin protested. Overwhelmed by the lawsuit, Chu's mother turned to Chu's father, who was sitting nearby watching TV, and yelled, "What's going on with Chu Yuan? Where's the other box?" Mr. Chu felt extremely guilty, but he didn't dare to lie to his wife. I was just hungry, so I ate. After saying that, he closed his eyes, ready to face the storm. Chu's mother glared at him, but the lawsuit at hand was more important. Okay, that makes 4. Lon Lon has eaten 2, Ning Ning, you can eat the other 2. I don't want it. Give me what Chu Anlin left over, Chu Anning shouted. Chu's mother was speechless. So you don't mind that he bit into it? But she still comforted her, 2 for each of us, not the leftovers. Mom, she even scooped the food out of my mouth, I didn't even get to eat 2. Chu Anlin also felt it was unfair. This box was originally mine. Who said that? Did you write your name on it? Chu Anlin, you bastard. Chu Anning, do you think you're any better? The brother and sister were arguing loudly. Seeing that she couldn't calm them down, Chu's mother turned her anger towards Chu's father. Chu Yuan, how can you be so shameless? You even eat the child's food. How can you be so greedy? Chu Meng, who was still sleeping in her room, was woken up by the noise. She went out of her room and asked her grandfather, who was sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper, "Dad, why are you arguing again?" Grandpa Chu, a veteran of countless battles, said calmly, "That's what your brother did. Old Yu, Weniji, Chiu Yuan Pei, and Su Yu are our nephew's school leaders, right? Are they also to be invited?" Dong Sinyao asked Yu Hang, holding up the invitation list. Uncle Yu's wedding is in a few days. Since we don't want to have a big celebration, only a few relatives and friends will be coming. However, after seeing the news through Yu Hang's WeChat moments, Principal Wen expressed his desire to come and send his blessings to Yu Hang. Later, Chiu Yuan Pei and Su Yu also contacted Yu Hang. After thinking about it, Yu Hang simply asked Gao Zi Yuan to prepare invitations and distribute them to the guests attending the wedding. Although the time allotted for preparation was quite tight, the necessary sense of ceremony was still there, which also showed full respect for every guest. Okay, I'll write it down. Yu Hang didn't even look up, he was discussing the banquet arrangements with the hotel. The children were all decorating the house, while Grandma Yu and Uncle Yu took their new wife to buy hardware and clothes. Gao Zi Yuan went out to buy wedding candies, dried fruits, and other odds and ends. Everyone in the family got busy. Yu Hang had suggested that these matters be handled by professionals, but since it was a rare occasion for the family to have a happy event, everyone discussed it and unanimously decided to do it themselves. After a flurry of activity, Uncle Yu's wedding day finally arrived. The wedding venue was chosen to be the banquet hall of a high-end hotel. As soon as you entered the hall, you were attracted by the exquisite decorations. A huge heart-shaped decoration hung on the backdrop of the stage, creating a festive atmosphere. He, hello Mr. Yu. When he walked straight into the hotel and went straight to Yu Hang. Principal Wen, welcome, welcome. Yu Hang shook hands with him with a smile. Yu Hang also wore a suit today, but to avoid overshadowing the groom, he specifically wore a black collarless suit jacket over a fitted t-shirt, and a silver double-ring necklace. He looked casual yet formal. Haha, come, let me introduce you. This is Secretary Wei from the Investment Promotion Bureau of Qixiang City, and this is our Deputy Director, Comrade Gan Hongyan. When he turned around and introduced the man and woman behind him to Yuhang. So it's Secretary Wei and Deputy Director Gan. It's a pleasure to meet you. Yuhang took the initiative to step forward and shake hands. Haha, not at all, Mr. Yu, you are a promising young man. I heard that you have donated a huge amount of money to Qixiang High School and Mingda No. 2 Middle School. On behalf of Qixiang City, I would like to thank you for your strong support of education in our city. Wei Qindong shook Yuhang's hand tightly. He was a leader from the Investment Promotion Bureau, and his purpose in coming here was self-evident. However, today was Uncle Yu's big day, so naturally no one would discuss work-related matters here. The group smiled and tacitly agreed to find seats. After receiving several leaders from the Education Bureau and the school leaders of Mingda No. 2 Middle School, Yuhang didn't know anyone else. Most of them were relatives from both sides of the couple's family, so Yuhang didn't need to go forward and do anything. Wen Zhao didn't wear a wedding dress today, but instead wore a traditional Chinese wedding gown. There was no traditional wedding ceremony. Instead, after the MC's opening remarks, she and Yu Jiaming toasted everyone. However, none of the guests felt that the wedding was perfunctory. Just by looking at the wedding procession and the decorations at the wedding venue, it was clear that a lot of money had been spent. Even those who don't understand these things can tell from the bride's large gold bracelets and the dishes at the wedding banquet that the wedding was well organized. Uncle Li and Aunt Li, please come over and sit next time. Uncle Zhao, please take care. Wenhe, see your Aunt Lu and cousin off. Goodbye, stars. Your aunt and uncle will come to visit you in the future. After the wedding, Yu Jiaming and Wen Zhao saw off the guests outside the banquet hall. Well then, Mr. Yu, we'll head back now, Wei Qindong said, having come over specifically to say goodbye to Yuhang. We were wondering if Mr. Yu would be free in a couple of days. We'd like to invite you to a casual meal. Would you do us the honor? It would be my pleasure. I will have my assistant confirm the date with you. Yuhang also stood up. Haha, great, I look forward to meeting Mr. Yu again. I look forward to it too. Yuhang smiled and nodded to Wei Qindong. Then, Secretary Wei, take care. Goodbye. Wei Qindong waved away Gao Ziyuan, who had come to see him off, and left with Wen Yizhi and Gan Hongyan. Are you really planning to invest in Qixiang City? Our company has only been open for a short time. Why did you suddenly think of investing here? What are we investing in? Watching Wei Qindong and the others gradually walk away, Dong Xinyao finally couldn't suppress his doubts and asked Yuhang. Yuhang slowly sat back in his chair, tilting his head slightly back as if deep in thought. After a while, he said slowly, well, I'm planning to set up a factory. You know how expensive land is in City C, it's simply not suitable for building factories. In comparison, Qixiang City is a pretty good choice. Upon hearing this, Dong Xinyao frowned and retorted, but didn't we already find a factory to cooperate with? Why go through the trouble of building a factory? He knew very well that Yuhang was referring to the factory that specialized in producing bionic prosthetics, but in his opinion, there was absolutely no need to build a separate factory at this stage. Yuhang turned his head, having your own factory is always better. Although cooperating with others can save a lot of costs and energy, in the long run, if you want to expand and strengthen your industry, having your own production base is essential. Moreover, at this point, Yuhang paused slightly, a barely perceptible smile appearing on his lips, and continued, mainly because I have a lot of money on hand, and I always need to find some places to spend it. I guess that's the problem with rich people. Upon hearing this, Dong Xinyao almost spat out a mouthful of blood and couldn't help but curse, damn it. He felt like he had been hit with a critical strike. Of course, they both knew that this wasn't the whole reason, but that didn't stop Dong Xinyao from growing mushrooms in the corner to heal his wounded, poor heart. Mr. Yu, the Land Management Department of Qixiang City says that the area from Wujiu Road to Jianan Road here, from Yuanwen Community on the left to Chuangyi Road, is all acceptable. Zhang pointed to the blueprints on the tea table and stood next to Yuhang to explain. Sitting in the tea room were Yuhang, President of Lingjio Technology, Dong Xinyao, Vice President, Zhang Assistant to the President, Gao Xingkai, Chief Financial Officer, and Shen Lu, Head of the Legal Department. They were discussing buying land in Qixiang City to build a factory. Yuhang picked up the blueprints and examined them carefully. He circled a few areas with a pen and said, these plots of land, although our factory doesn't need that much space right now, we'll definitely need to expand later. Let's get the land first. After saying that, he pointed to a piece of land that was relatively close to Chixiang High School. If we build a large shopping mall here, our factory will be built and there will be a lot of foot traffic here. Building a shopping mall will not only make things convenient for our employees, but it can also be considered an investment. This is quite an investment. Gao Xingkai looked at the area circled by Yu Hang, somewhat troubled. It's not that the company can't afford it, but the area that Yu Hang has designated is simply too large. Even if they build 4 or 5 of the factories they've planned, there will still be space left over. Money is not a problem. Although the future plans have not been finalized, we will definitely expand outwards. Buying the land now will make things much more convenient later, and the land will not expire. Yu Hang said dismissively. Gao Xingkai paused for a moment. If the boss said there was no problem, then there was no problem. However, he said, should we include this Banshan community in the area as well? According to our investigation, it's an old community and not very big. Avoiding it would save a lot of money and trouble. Gao Xingkai's words were echoed by Shen Lu. Yes, President Yu, how about we move it a little to the left? That piece of land only has a few households. But this hillside community has at least 700 households, and the demolition and resettlement fees are not low. It's really not worth it. As he spoke, he pointed to a piece of land to the left of Banshan community, which was relatively remote and close to their planned development area. Ah, well. Dong Xinyao was about to explain to them when Yu Hang spoke up directly. My old house is over there. Since we're planning to renovate it, let's just demolish this one too. It's a convenient thing to do. Yu Hang tossed his pen lightly onto the blueprint. Without a doubt, these are the few plots of land we'll take. You can discuss the details with the development department and the investment department. I'll be having dinner with the leaders of the Qixiang City Investment Promotion Bureau and Land Management Bureau in a few days, and I'll receive a detailed report then. Seeing that the president had given the final instructions, he picked up his teacup and began to drink his tea. Several people, sensing the situation, stood up and said, Yes, Mr. Yu. Zhang Anggao and Shen Lu put away the documents. We will provide you with a detailed plan as soon as possible, probably within 2 days. We'll take our leave now. Goodbye, Mr. Yu, goodbye, Vice President Dong. After bowing slightly and receiving Yu Hang's permission, the group left together. TSK. Our CEO Yu has become a recipient of demolition compensation too. Dong Xinyao teased Yu Hang as they walked away. I guess this is just my destiny. Yu Hang replied without looking up. He skillfully poured hot water into the gaiwan, then poured the tea from the gaiwan into the serving cup, and then poured tea for Dong Xinyao and himself. If you also want to become one, you can go to Banshan community and buy an apartment now. Anyway, the vacancy rate there is quite high, and many people are selling their houses. Dong Xinyao eyes darted around, and he thought of Yang Qingxiu and his sister who were worried about money. He chuckled and said, I'll go find my nephew. Don't talk to them too much. Dong Xinyao got up and left, and Yu Hang called out to him from behind. Don't worry, I'll just mention it to them briefly. Dong Xinyao understood what Yu Hang meant. He wasn't trying to give his nephews precise instructions on how to spend their money, but what harm was there in offering some tips? After all, having connections meant being better informed, and he wouldn't dictate what to do. He went downstairs and saw Yang Qingxiu and Yang Qingyan sitting in the living room watching TV. Where's Yingying? Hearing the sound, the two turned around, and Yang Qingyan spoke first. My sister went to practice drawing. Yang Qingying is currently learning to paint from Qin Wangshu. Of course, she hasn't formally become his student yet. Qin Wangshu was invited by Yu Hang to provide amateur guidance to Yang Qingying. After all, Qin Wangshu is capable and comes from a good family. She is busy organizing her own art exhibition, and she can only guide Yang Qingying because of Yang Qingying's talent. Of course, Yu Hang wouldn't tell Dong Xinyao, that idiot, that he had used his name to cultivate a relationship with Qin Wangshu. After all, if it weren't for him, Yu Hang would have other excellent teachers to choose from. So as for fate, it depends on whether the two of them are meant to be. Uncle Dong, are you done with your work? Come and sit down. Yang Qingyan patted the sofa next to her warmly. Yingying is so hard-working. Dong Xinyao picked up an orange and sat on the sofa to peel it. Yen Yen, do you want some? He held up the orange in his hand and asked Yang Qingyan. Eat. Yang Qingyan was a champion of encouragement. Dong Xinyao happily broke off half of it and gave it to Yang Qingyan. Then he started chatting with Yang Qingshu. They talked about everyday matters, then moved on to recent hot news events, and somehow ended up discussing the impending demolition of the Banshan residential area. Uncle Dong, are you saying that our old neighborhood is also included in the demolition area? Yang Qingshu asked again, a little uncertain, after hearing Uncle Dong's words. Yes, the notice should be issued within 3 months at the earliest. You'll all be eligible for relocation compensation then. Dong Xinyao shook his head and said, but you have a lot of family members, I wonder how much compensation each person will get. After saying that, he glanced at Yang Qingshu sideways, then pretended to be watching TV intently. Yang Qingshu lowered his head and remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. The roads in Banshan community are full of potholes, and tenacious weeds grow from the cracks. With the arrival of winter, the few remaining trees in the community have lost all their leaves, leaving them bare and looking desolate. However, after only a few months of living in the villa area, I returned to the community and found it to be in such a dilapidated state. On the exterior walls of the residential buildings, the mottled paint seems to bear the marks of time, and the peeling paint on the walls records the baptism of wind and rain. Yang Qingshu led Su Jing back to their old house. The stairwells inside the residential building are narrow and dark, and the walls are covered with various small advertisements. Old Yang, why did you suddenly want to come back here? Su Jing looked at the old house in the neighborhood and felt uncomfortable with the sudden change in atmosphere. I just wanted to come and see. Yang Qingshu took out his keys and opened the door. All the useful things in the house were moved to the new house, and the useless ones were thrown away. Now the house is empty, and the windows are covered with dust. Through the blurry glass, you can only see a blurry view outside. Buffed. What's so interesting about this? The room hadn't been cleaned in a long time, and dust flew everywhere when the door was opened. Su Jing fanned himself with his hand to disperse the dust that was blowing in front of his nose and mouth. We won't be able to see it anymore soon. Yang Qingshu exclaimed. Huh? You want to sell the house? Su Jing asked in surprise. No. Yang Qingshu left the house. The deserted house really didn't have much to offer. Come with me to the real estate agency. Huh? Didn't you say you weren't selling? Su Jing was a little confused, but seeing Yang Qingshu walk away, he quickly chased after him. Wait for me. What are you doing at the real estate agency? If you're not selling, are you going to buy a house? Can you even make decisions about your own house? The boy's figure walked further and further away, while the noise of an old-fashioned television and the friendly greetings between neighbors could be heard from time to time in the neighborhood. Life here moves at a slow pace, as if time itself has slowed down, giving people a long-lost sense of warmth and simplicity. The wetland park in Qixiang City has welcomed a large number of waterbirds. Swans on the lake, along with the distant mountains and nearby water, create a beautiful scene. As evening falls, swans dance in the sunset, a breathtaking sight. The setting sun streamed through the window, casting a warm, golden glow on the kitchen tiles. Li Fang stood by the pool, holding fresh vegetables in her hands, rinsing them under the running water. Su Hongji came in and brought out the dishes. A Jing is back. Sizzle. Li Fang put the vegetables into the pot. That brat finally decided to come back. He's been out gallivanting all day. Faced with his wife's complaints, Su Hongji didn't respond, but just smiled, put the dishes on the dining table, and called to Su Tai in the living room, "Atai, go and call Grandpa and Grandma for dinner." Okay. Su Tai put down the TV remote and went to his grandparents' room. Before long, Li Fang had also finished stir-frying the vegetables. Mom, dinner is delicious tonight. Su Jing walked over and looked at the dishes on the table, flattering his mother. Thank you for your hard work, Mom. He then ran behind Li Fang and massaged her shoulders. Humph, all you know is how to flatter. Li Fang slapped his hand away, looking impatient, but the smile in her eyes was undeniable. She was clearly pleased with her youngest son's behavior. Did A Jing go to your great-aunt's house to play with Qingshu today? Grandma Su asked as she sat down with Grandpa Su, looking at her grandson whom she hadn't seen all day. Yes, I went to the real estate agency to look at houses with Lao Yang. Su Jing and Su Tai served rice to their grandparents, and Su Jing handed the full bowl of rice to Grandma Su as he spoke. Qingxiu wants to buy a house. Grandma Su was a little surprised. Does Qingxiu want to buy it or a Hang want to buy it? Su Hongji asked after hearing this. It's old Yang, from our old neighborhood. Didn't he, Ying Ying, and Yen Yen get a huge amount of New Year's money from our cousin? Our cousin wants them to spend it all. Su Jing finished speaking and started eating heartily. He took the money to buy a house. But he couldn't have bought one in an old neighborhood. The houses there aren't worth much, Li Fang said while picking up some food. Yeah, what are you thinking? You haven't bought it yet, have you? Su Tai rarely spoke up, afraid that the children might misbehave without knowing any better. I can't buy it. Su Jing mumbled, his mouth full of food. You really bought it? Su Hongji was surprised. He put down his chopsticks and looked at Su Jing seriously. Buy, Wu. Su Jing quickly swallowed the food in his mouth and said, we bought it, but we didn't buy it randomly. Qingxiu heard that Cousin Heng was going to buy land to build a factory, including the area in our old neighborhood, so he invested in advance. You mean, when will the old neighborhoods be demolished? Su Tai put down his chopsticks and looked at Su Jing with a hesitant expression. Yeah, doesn't Qingxiu have some money on hand? After buying the house, he can get a lot of compensation or several resettlement houses after the demolition. He's making a fortune. Su Jing said with envy. The Su family members looked at each other in bewilderment. Is this news reliable? Su Tai asked doubtfully. You have to understand that their old neighborhood is not a large area, but it is densely populated and located in a remote area. Unless a large ancient tomb is discovered underground, no one would be willing to go there to carry out demolition work that is not worth the effort. Of course. Qingxiu has already given all the money. He bought 2 houses today, and he's going to go see them tomorrow. I'll go with him then, Su Jing said, seemingly oblivious to the situation. Sitting next to him, Li Fang finally couldn't hold back and slapped him hard on the back of the head. Such big news, didn't you even think about telling your family? Su Jing was completely bewildered after being hit. What's there to say? Besides, don't you all know now? He complained tearfully, Mom, you hit me so hard. Serves you right. Li Fang ignored him. Now that it's confirmed that the old neighborhood can be demolished, Mom and Dad, let's buy 2 apartments. Not many people know about it yet, so the prices there are still quite cheap. Su Tai was very tempted. Brother, we already have 2 houses, why would we buy another one? Su Jing said, expressing his incomprehension. Qingxiu has one too, doesn't he? He bought one too, Su Tai said speechlessly. Qingxiu is investing. In Su Jing's mind, Yang Qingxiu was only buying a house because his cousin asked him to. His family didn't have any money, so why would they buy a house? The family stopped paying attention to him and started discussing the demolition of the old neighborhood. Let's ask Ah Heng after dinner and see what he says. Didn't Ah Jing say that he's the one who wants to build the factory? Grandma Su said definitively. When the Su family rang the Yu family's doorbell, the Yu family had just finished dinner. Sister, I'm sorry to bother you. Grandma Su walked into the house with a smile and went straight to Grandma Yu. Oh, come on in, come sit down. Grandma Yu happily took her sister's hand and waved warmly to the Su family. Why did you all come today? Is there something you need? Grandma Yu asked, pulling Grandma Su down to sit. Yang Qingxiu and his 2 siblings were still students. After finishing their meal, they went upstairs to do their homework. Dong Sinyao and Gao Ziyuan stayed at a hotel with the people from Lingjiu Technology. Now, only Grandma Yu Heng and Uncle Yu and his wife are left in the living room. We have something to ask a Heng. After saying that, Grandma Su looked at Yu Heng. Today Aging said that you're going to demolish our old neighborhood. We came over to ask. Thinking about what Yang Qingxiu had done today, Yu Heng roughly knew what was going on. There is indeed such a plan, but the old residential areas will definitely be demolished. Hearing Yu Heng's affirmation, the Su family members were quite excited. Well, it's like this, Ah Heng, we're planning to buy 2 more apartments in the old neighborhood now. Do you think will it interfere with your plans? Su Hongji asked Yu Heng, rubbing his hands together with a mix of excitement and embarrassment. Yu Heng was a little surprised. Of course not, our demolition compensation is based on the original property certificate, so it's the same no matter who bought it. Cousins, you can buy a few more sets. The higher-ups will probably issue a notice in 2 or 3 months. It was Yu Heng who hadn't expected to inform the Su family about this. After all, for him now, a house worth 400,000 or 500,000 is nothing to worry about. Even Dong Sinyao, who always complains about being poor in front of him, has a high salary. Moreover, he owns 5% of Lingjio Technology's shares. Once the company's products are launched, his shares will bring him so much dividends that he won't know what to do with them. So he only mentioned it briefly in front of Yang Qingshu and the others because he knew they needed to spend money to learn how to invest. Wen Zhao, who was serving tea to the guests, was also surprised to hear their conversation, as she also owned a house in the old neighborhood. She put the empty tray down, walked over to Yu Heng, and asked somewhat cautiously, "Heng, what do you think about me having when he buy another apartment in the neighborhood?" Yu Heng smiled somewhat helplessly. This was a rather awkward question. "Auntie, cousin, buy as much as you can. Don't worry, it will definitely be demolished within 6 months. If you buy a lot, then I'll keep the profits within the family." The Su family and Wen Zhao were instantly encouraged. Demolition compensation was the biggest way for ordinary people to get rich. They can get advance notice and buy several houses at low prices, and then make several times their initial investment when the properties are demolished. The atmosphere immediately became lively as the two families excitedly gathered together to discuss buying a house. Yu Heng sat to one side, watching the scene with a smile. Indeed, no matter how much someone else gives you, it's not as satisfying as earning it yourself. Although the developer is Yu Heng, they paid for the house themselves, and that feels completely different. Su Jing walked over to Yu Heng, feeling out of place in the atmosphere, and asked Yu Heng with some confusion, "Cousin, isn't this just a matter of money going from one pocket to another? Go upstairs and play with Qingshu." Yu Heng patted his head. "This silly kid." Ding. The host has completed the task of spending 500 million yuan within 18 days. The cashback reward is now calculated. Congratulations, host, you have received a dark gray Koenigsegg Agera R, NTT Security Services, Manhwa gold mine. The reward this time was pretty good. Aside from a few scattered expenses, the money he had previously spent on the fireworks display in City C was obtained by spending over 100 million yuan under the guise of investing in public infrastructure. Later, while having dinner with the leaders in Qixiang City, in order to complete the mission, I also wanted to build a good relationship with the local leadership team so that I could get more support and assistance in various matters in the future. He promised to donate more than 300 million yuan to build a stadium in Qixiang City. Yu Heng looked at the system's detailed description of the reward. He didn't really have much of a feeling about sports cars. However, it must be admitted that this Koenigsegg is undeniably handsome and has a cool design. If I gave it to Lon Lon, I'm sure he would like it. Next, let's talk about NTT Security Services, which is headquartered in Country P. The company has about 500 employees, which is a fairly large size. Essentially, this is a bodyguard hiring company with mercenary characteristics. Although the current volume of business is not very large, the price of each order is shockingly high. The company often undertakes projects in countries with poor public security or social unrest, so the working environment is full of potential dangers and challenges. At present, the task they have been sending the most personnel to is to guard the Manhwa gold mine in Country D. In other words, this company was created specifically to protect the Manhwa gold mine. The Manhwa gold mine has an astonishing amount of mineral resources, totaling approximately 128 tons. Unfortunately, due to the complex and chaotic situation in Country D, the mine's annual gold production is only about 5 tons. Although the gold mines are quite profitable, the amount of money that must be paid to various factions within D country each year in order to carry out mining operations smoothly is also considerable. Aside from this car, if there are no major problems with the other two industries, he can only let them maintain their current status quo for now. Aheng, come quickly and pray to the Bodhisattva. Grandma, you called out to Aheng. Okay, we're here. Yu Heng snapped out of his daze and followed Grandma Yu into the Guanyin Hall. Grandma Yu comes to this Musi temple every year after the Lunar New Year to pray for peace for her family. The temple is not large. The main hall enshrines Guanyin Bodhisattva, while the two side halls enshrine the 4 heavenly kings and the god of wealth, respectively. In these small local temples, there's no distinction between Buddhist and Taoist deities, whichever god has the most worshippers is the one to be enshrined. I heard that the god of wealth temple used to be the Guanyin temple that grants children. However, Grandma Yu still prayed very devoutly, and Yu Heng also knelt down beside her and performed several bows. Yu Heng helped his grandmother up. Grandma Yu had just drawn a fortune stick, and she happily pulled Yu Heng to sit down at the fortune-telling area. "Master, please take a look at this fortune stick for me. I'm praying for my grandson's marriage." Grandma Yu handed the fortune stick to the temple keeper who was interpreting it, full of anticipation. Yu Heng was a little surprised. He hadn't expected that his grandmother had actually drawn a marriage fortune for him. The temple keeper stroked his beard and then began to flip through his fortune-telling book. "The matchmaker brought us together, a perfect couple made in heaven," the temple keeper said to the grandmother, shaking his head. "Really? Then this must be a very auspicious fortune?" Grandma Yu asked excitedly. The fortune slip sounded quite good, suggesting that her grandson would have a very good marriage. The interpretation of this divination slip is, Yu Lao is the legendary deity in charge of marriage, whose red thread has tied together countless beautiful unions. This slip indicates that Yu Lao has already tied the red thread to your grandson's wrist, and his perfect match is about to appear. The two are a match made in heaven, with a deep destiny, and their future married life will be full of love and warmth, growing old together in happiness and bliss. After interpreting the fortune slip, the temple keeper smiled and said to Grandma, "Congratulations. Good things are on the way." He. Okay, thank you." Grandma Yu got up happily and walked steadily toward the donation box, taking out several red bills and stuffing them into the box. After giving the money, he turned around and bowed repeatedly to the bodhisattva before leading Yu Heng outside. Yu Heng drove home, and his grandmother sat in the passenger seat, happily talking to him about the future. "Ah Heng, you are talented, good-looking, and financially secure. You're of age now, you can start looking for a partner. The temple keeper just said that your marriage is about to begin. You need to pay attention lately. If there are any outstanding girls around you, take the initiative. Once you take the initiative, your destiny will come to you. And Yao too, you two are such outstanding kids, how come you're still single?" Yu Menmen also came to Yu Xiaoshu's wedding. She and Yu's grandmother hit it off immediately. After a long talk between the two, Yu's grandmother used to call her Sun Yao, and she started calling her Yao Yao. "I know you young people these days all pursue that kind of freedom, but dating doesn't affect your freedom, does it? It's not like we're pressuring you to get married quickly, as long as you—" "I have a boyfriend," Yu Heng said abruptly amidst his grandmother's nagging. Grandma Yu's smile froze on her face. After a moment, she cautiously asked Yu Heng, "Boyfriend? Your boyfriend is a boy?" A little afraid of upsetting his grandmother, Yu Heng parked the car on the side of the road and carefully observed his grandmother's expression. "We've been together for a while now." Grandma Yu stared blankly at Yu Heng. "Then, will you get married in the future?" "We will get married, but we probably won't get a marriage certificate." Seeing Yu Heng's serious face, Grandma Yu took his hand and patted it reassuringly. "It's good that you're getting married, it's good that you're getting married." After a long silence, Grandma Yu spoke again. "Then when will you bring that child home for a meal? Since you two are serious about being together, you should eventually meet each other's parents." Yu Heng held his grandmother's hand and smiled. "I thought you would object, Grandma. I'm practically on my deathbed, and my only remaining wish is for you all to be happy," Grandma Yu said with a smile. Her face was marked by the passage of time, but her smile was as pure as a child's, radiating a loving light. "Our Heng has found someone to spend his life with, and Grandma is very happy." She gently stroked Yu Heng's hand. Grandma Yu's hands were thin and calloused, but they were very warm. "Then I'll bring him to see you next time. He's very cute, you'll like him." Yu Heng's eyes lit up when he talked about his lover. "Okay, Grandma is waiting for a Heng to come back with your partner." Grandma Yu's eyes were full of doting and expectation. She raised a hand and gently patted her grandson's head. The warmth of her palm conveyed endless love and encouragement. After the Lantern Festival, Yu Heng returned to City C, and he brought Sutai back with him this time. "President Yu." Everyone in the conference room stood up and greeted him as he entered. Yu Heng walked to the head of the conference table, sat down gently, placed his hands naturally on the table, looked around, and said in a steady and powerful voice, "Let's begin the meeting." Today was the company's first meeting after the new year. There wasn't anything particularly important to discuss. The main purpose was to get employees back on track, unify their thinking, and plan for the new year's work. Today marks the official start of work, but many people are probably still adjusting. The meeting was almost over, and Yuheng glanced at Dong Senyao. Vice President Dong, how are the hotel preparations going? When asked by Yuheng, Dong Senyao immediately replied, President Yu, everything is arranged. Okay, remember to inform everyone about the opening ceremony this afternoon in the banquet hall on the 4th floor of the Manhwa International Hotel. That concludes today's meeting. You can all go and get back to work, Yuheng concluded. Goodbye, President Yu. Everyone began to collect their documents, waiting for the president to leave first. When Yuheng got up to leave, Zhang An and Dong Senyao followed behind him. When he got close to Gao Xingkai, he stopped and said, Director Gao, come to my office. Yes, Mr. Yu. Gao Xingkai neatly put away the documents and followed behind. Yuheng's president's office and Dong Senyao's office are both on the 32nd floor. This is Su Tai. He will be working under you from now on. You can arrange his position and mentor him. As Yuheng entered the office, he pointed to Su Tai, who was sitting in Gao Xingkai's office waiting for him. Then he introduced Gao Xingkai to Su Tai. This is our company's CFO, Gao Xingkai. You will learn from him from now on, and CFO Gao will arrange your position for you. Hello, I'm Gao Xingkai. Gao Xingkai smiled and took the initiative to shake hands with Su Tai. Just by looking at him, you could tell that this Mr. Su must be one of the president's people. Hello, Director Gao. I hope you will take good care of me in the future. Su Tai quickly returned the handshake, his posture humble. Although his cousin is the company owner, this Director Gao will be his superior in the future, so he understands the ways of the world. Yuheng nodded and said to Gao Xingkai, then Su Tai is in your hands. Please rest assured, Mr. Yu, I will take good care of him, Gao Xingkai said. If you have no further instructions, I will go back to continue with my work. Well, thank you for your hard work. No, thank you. Mr. Yu, Vice President Dong, Assistant Zhang, will take our leave now. After saying goodbye politely, Gao Xingkai left the office with Su Tai. Will Su Tai be working in our company's finance department from now on? Dong Senyao asked, as he had not known about Su Tai joining the company before. That's true for now, but I have other plans for him later. Yuheng sat down in his boss's chair and pinched the bridge of his nose. He himself was a little unaccustomed to working on the first day of the new year. Large companies generally have standardized and professional financial systems, so the boss doesn't need to place any of his own people in their finances. Yuheng brought Su Tai over not only to find him a better future, but also because their company was too young and they needed someone to keep a close eye on them in the finance department. Su Tai used to be a bank teller, with low pay and high performance targets. He had taken the civil service exam twice before, but failed both times. Yuheng chatted with him a few times during the Chinese New Year holiday and found that he is a very thoughtful person with a stable personality. He is completely different from his brother. Meiyuan International Hotel. It is a 5-star business hotel with high-end hotel facilities and quality service, and it is not far from Lingjio Technology, just a few minutes walk away. At 2 p.m., employees of Lingjio Technology arrived one after another in the banquet hall on the 4th floor. In the hall, rows of round tables covered with clean white tablecloths are neatly arranged, each adorned with exquisite tableware and floral arrangements. The walls of the banquet hall are adorned with exquisite paintings, each telling a different story. Soft lighting illuminates the paintings, adding an artistic atmosphere to the entire space. The most eye-catching feature is the huge turntable placed on the event stage directly opposite the main entrance, which is evenly divided into 6 sections, 1,000, 5,000. Looking at the small pile of cash next to it, you can immediately understand what the numbers on the spinning will mean. Holy crap! That's a huge investment. Does everyone get a share or something? Ah, I need to wash my hands. That's awesome. No, I have to post this on my WeChat moments. I originally thought a minimum of 1,000 would be quite a lot, but seeing 500,000, how can someone as unlucky as me be content? Should we do a lottery first? Otherwise, how can we eat? If the company had made the slots worth 10 or 50 smaller, I could have comforted myself even if I didn't get one. Ha ha ha, are there so many unlucky people in our company? But my luck is pretty good, looks like I'll be getting a new car today. Who just said they had good luck? Let me try my luck. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, may the Supreme Lord Laozi manifest his power. The employees who entered the banquet hall gathered around the stage and discussed it. Although some kept saying that they were unlucky, they still had excited expressions on their faces. After all, even the worst tier could get 1,000. Besides, what child cries every day, or a gambler keeps losing? What if? Right. President Yu is truly generous. Li Peibua, Chu Anning, and Wan Yu walked in and couldn't help but exclaim when they saw the pile of cash. I heard that President Yu is only 27 this year. It's true that the difference between people is greater than the difference between people and dogs. Wan Yu stood to Chu Anning's right and sighed. He was already 32 years old this year, and in his hometown, he was considered a promising young man. How's your luck? Ignoring the sighs and lamentations of the two people beside her, Chu Anning asked a more practical question. After a moment of silence, Li Peibua spoke first. I'm going to wash my hands, what about you guys? Together, Wan Yu replied. I'm going too. Chu Anning followed. When they got to the restroom, they discovered that many of their colleagues shared the same idea. Oh, Liao has been washing for you for so long, move aside, I want to wash too. Xiao Jian, are you washing your hands too? Old Wu, didn't you just say you were having good luck? Why are you wasting water here too? So, I shouldn't wash my hands after using the toilet. I knew it, everyone wants to win the lottery. Who wouldn't? Mumu, you even brought perfume. Spray some on me too. Looking at the bustling crowd, the trio fell silent again. Should we wash again? Li Peibua hesitated for a moment, then turned around and asked. Wash. Chu Anning and Wang Yu nodded firmly. A dark gray Koenigsegg drove up in Zone B of the underground parking lot of Meiyuan International Hotel. It paused briefly in front of an empty parking space, and then, as if possessing its own will, the rear of the vehicle moved precisely toward the parking space. With a slight screech of tires against the ground, the vehicle came to a steady stop in the parking space, with just the right amount of space to avoid hitting the vehicles next to it and to make full use of the available space. This skill in reversing into a parking space can only be described as masterful. Chu Anlin got out of the driver's seat, locked the car, and immediately threw herself into the arms of Yu Heng, who was waiting for her beside him. Have you been waiting long? Chu Anlin asked, her arms around Yu Heng's waist. No. Yu Heng pinched Chu Anlin's cheek, not bad driving skills. Hee, not bad. Chu Anlin said modestly, but her smugness was obvious. Yu Heng kissed his forehead, let's go upstairs. As Yu Heng pulled her towards the stairs, Chu Anlin asked nervously, is it really okay for me to go up? Aren't they all people from your company? Then I'll give you a position at the company. Yu Heng teased him, turning his head to the side. Chu Anlin pretended to be angry and frowned, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. Suddenly, she reached out and lightly tapped Yu Heng on the chest, then I want to be the CEO. Okay, then I'll announce this good news in front of everyone when we go up later. Yu Heng leaned down slightly and whispered in Chu Anlin's ear. Chu Anlin pushed Yu Heng's face away, humph. I don't want to. Ding. They arrived at the 4th floor, and Yu Heng led Chu Anlin toward the banquet hall. Next up is Xiao Lin from Operations Team 2. Is Xiao Lin here? The event host on stage shouted to the audience, holding a microphone in one hand and a list in the other. Here she comes. A shorter girl at the back of the crowd raised her hand and pushed her way forward. The crowd quickly made way for her. Go Lin Lin. Xiao Lin's good luck has doubled. A colleague who was close to the girl was loudly encouraging her. When Yu Heng and the others came in, the event was in full swing. He pulled Chu Anlin around to the main table from the side and sat her down. Mr. Yu. Mr. Yu. The people sitting at the main table were watching the commotion when they suddenly saw Yu Heng sit down and quickly greeted him. Sensing Chu Anlin's slightly tense body, Yu Heng held Chu Anlin's hand under the table with a slight pressure, neither too tight nor too loose, just enough to make him feel his presence. Besides Zhang An and Dong Senyao, there were also several department directors at the main table. Hey, Cousin Chu, we meet again. Dong Senyao's nonchalant voice rang out. He sat to Yu Heng's right and leaned over to greet Chu Anlin. "Hello, Brother Dong, it's nice to see you again." Chu Anlin was a little reserved. She calmly comforted her boyfriend and then introduced Zhang Anha and the directors at the main table to Chu Anlin. Gao Xingkai, Yi Tianyu, and Shen Lu all looked at Chu Anlin with curiosity. Although they didn't know Chu Anlin, she looked very familiar. Even Zhang An was a little curious. Although he had known about President Yu's relationship with Chu Anlin for a long time, this was the first time he had met Chu Anlin in person. Only Zhang Yanji looked completely understanding. Yu Heng generously raised their clasped hands and introduced Chu Anlin to everyone, "My family member." Several people who were unaware of the situation were startled and all looked at Dong Senyao. Wasn't he his cousin? "Young Master Chu, I am Zhang Yanji from the operations department. It's a pleasure to meet you. Let me offer you a toast." Zhang Yanji spoke first. "Oh. Okay, hello." Chu Anlin was about to pick up her wine glass when Yu Heng stopped her and replaced it with tea. "He's not a good drinker," Yu Heng explained to Zhang Yanji. "It's all right. As long as there's affection, any drink is fine. I'll drink alcohol, you can drink tea, it's all the same." Zhang Yanji smiled, indicating that she didn't mind at all. Chu Anlin was a little embarrassed and stepped on Yu Heng with her foot, but she smiled and clinked glasses with Zhang Yanji. After drinking the wine, Zhang Yanji nodded to him and sat down gracefully. "Hee, young Master Chu, I am Gao Xingkai from the finance department. It is a great honor to dine with you. I would like to offer you this toast and wish you good health and a happy family." "Young Master Chu, I'm from the legal department." The remaining people immediately followed suit and toasted Chu Anlin. "How many people have finished their draws by now?" Yu Heng didn't want them to make Chu Anlin feel uncomfortable. "There are still a few people in operations team too, and then there are people from the legal department, HR, and logistics," Zhang An replied from the side. "Them. Oh." Yu Heng's words were interrupted by a sudden scream. "I won 500,000. I won 500,000. Xiao Lin jumped and danced excitedly on the stage. "Wow, another one with incredible luck. Ah, I'm so envious. Why am I so unlucky? If that needle had been moved just 1 centimeter to the right, I could have won 500,000. Ah, Lin Lin. Lin Lin, you're the best. How many 500,000s is this? I'm tired of saying the word envy. Sigh, even though I won 100,000, it's nothing compared to 500,000. Come on, I only won 1,000. I'm so envious and jealous. I haven't drawn yet. I'm going to try my luck when she comes down." The people below the stage applauded and chatted amongst themselves. "Are there many people who won 500,000? Yu Heng asked, looking at the lively scene on the other side of the stage. "Based on a 1 in 6 probability, the people in our company are pretty lucky," Gao Xingkai added. "How many did you win?" Yu Heng asked the group with a smile. "Ha ha ha, I was lucky, I won 500,000. Gao Xingkai laughed loudly. "I'm not bad either, I also have 500,000. Zhang Yanji was more reserved. "I can't compare to them, I only won 50,000, Yi Tianyu said. "I won 100,000 just like Shen Lu," Zhang An said, and Shen Lu nodded in agreement. Yu Heng turned to look at Dong Senyao, but he remained silent. The others at the table were also looking at Dong Senyao, but most of them had a mocking expression on their faces. 1,000. Dong Senyao closed his eyes, not wanting to see the mocking looks from others. Yu Heng was speechless. What bad luck. Chu Anlin tugged at Yu Heng's hand, and Yu Heng turned to look at him, only to see a pair of bright, expectant eyes. "Go up on stage and tell the host that I want to participate in the lucky draw too," Yu Heng instructed Zhang An. "Yes, Mr. Yu." Zhang An glanced at Chu Anlin furtively as he stood up. "Cousin Chu, you have to keep it up. Come on, let's do a fist bump." Dong Senyao excitedly wanted to bump fists with Chu Anlin. When Chu Anlin heard Yu Heng say that he was going to draw a prize, she lowered her head shyly, since everyone present knew why he said that. Hearing Dong Senyao call him, Chu Anlin breathed a sigh of relief, at least no one was asking embarrassing questions. But as soon as he raised his hand, Yu Heng grabbed it. "His hands are so unlucky, aren't you afraid of catching it?" No, really. Chu Anlin looked at Dong Xinyao hesitantly. Hey! Lao Yu, you've gone too far. Dong Xinyao was furious. He was already in a bad mood because of his bad luck today, and Lao Yu was rubbing salt in his wounds. You're just petty, aren't you? What if he doesn't get a good reward later and blames you? Yu Heng asked Dong Xinyao with a sidelong glance. Well, never mind then. Hee, you were right, Lao Yu. Dong Xinyao felt guilty. Who could guarantee anything about such mystical matters? What if he really had bad luck today? And what if Chu Anlin herself is also unlucky? Then he'll be the scapegoat, which won't do. After thinking it over, Dong Xinyao decisively backed down. Now, please invite our colleagues from the president's office to come up and draw a prize. After Zhang En gave the order, the host changed the order of the list in his hand and called out to the audience. Go ahead. Yu Heng gave Chu Anlin an encouraging look. Okay. Chu Anlin's eyes sparkled like stars as she looked at Yu Heng with a smile. He took out a black mask, put it on, and went on stage. Okay, please have our colleagues stand in front of the turntable. The host instructed from the stage, would you like to make a statement? No. Chu Anlin wanted to come up and experience it. Okay, then, let's spin. As soon as the host finished speaking, rousing music started playing on stage, instantly creating a tense atmosphere. Chu Anlin took a deep breath, raised her hand to press the rotating pointer, and spun it forcefully. Chu Anlin's eyes followed the pointer on the spinning wheel intently, and finally. Wow! 100,000 yuan. The host's voice rang out, and applause erupted from the audience. Chu Anlin was also very happy. Although it wasn't the biggest prize, it was still in the second tier. This way, please. The host gestured for Chu Anlin to walk toward the cash wall. Here you go. The security guard at the cash wall took a black bag, put 100,000 yuan into it, and handed it to Chu Anlin. Thank you. Chu Anlin accepted the money. 100,000 yuan in cash was quite heavy. Another 100,000. Is this the president's secretary? We made a profit too. Seeing my colleagues win big prizes is so painful for those who are unlucky. Wah, this is the closest I've ever come to getting rich. I should have washed my hands a couple more times. Half of this pile of cash is gone. Everyone made a huge contribution, but not me. Is that Secretary Gao? He doesn't look quite right, Li Peibo asked Wang Yu and Chu Anning beside him. It doesn't really look like it. Is it Mr. Yu's new assistant? Wang Yu was also a little puzzled. Not many people in the company had met Gao Ziyuan, but as assistants in the president's office, they were quite familiar with him. He was certain he had never seen the person on stage before. Really? I haven't heard that President Yu is hiring a new assistant. Have you heard about it, junior sister Chu? Li Peibo asked Chu Anning, who was standing next to him. Junior sister Chu. Seeing Chu Anning staring blankly at the stage, Li Peibo called out to her in confusion. Huh? Oh, what did you say, senior brother? I was daydreaming. Chu Anning didn't know what kind of expression she should make. Do you know that person? Li Peibo asked, gesturing towards the stage as he looked at Chu Anning's expression. Chu Anning paused for a moment. What should she say? That President Yu had successfully met his idol and invited him over. That guy looks a bit like my brother. Is your brother also working at our company? Wang Yu was unaware of the company's big boss's celebrity chasing history, so he assumed that Chu Anning meant that her brother also worked at their company. Did they invite him to perform? Li Peibo asked curiously. No wonder he's a big shot. A hardcore fan. Chu Anning thought about it and still felt something was off. She felt like she had missed some crucial information, but she didn't have enough data to analyze anything. Forget it, I'll just ask Chu Anlin when I get back. After thinking for a long time without finding a solution, Chu Anning gave up trying to figure it out. Over there, Chu Anlin excitedly carried the bag off the stage and ran to Yu Heng's side, proudly showing him his spoils. Yu Heng, look. Our Lan Lan is amazing. Yu Heng exclaimed, as if Chu Anlin had done something extraordinary. Chu Anlin was so excited that she wanted to rush into her boyfriend's arms and share her feelings about the lottery with him. Just as they were about to make a move, they noticed out of the corner of their eye that several people were watching them, and then they remembered what kind of scene they were in. He froze for a moment, then quickly composed himself and sat back down in his seat. Yu Heng watched Chu Anlin sit down with a humble expression, and couldn't help but smile, his eyes crinkling. Although Chu Anning felt she should interrogate Chu Anlin again when they got back, she still kept glancing at the big shot's main table. When she saw Chu Anlin sitting in the head seat at the main table, her expression became rather subtle. Do you want to go and toast President Yu and the others? Li Peibo also noticed the situation at the main table. Now that the lottery was over, it was time for dinner. Since none of them went, there's no need for them to go. Chu Anning shook her head. Before the event, the higher-ups gave instructions that no one was allowed to toast their superiors, they were just to eat and drink well. Li Peibo asked Chu Anning because he saw Chu Anlin coming over and thought that since they were siblings, it wouldn't be a problem to offer her a toast. Brother Wang, how much did you win? Someone sitting at the same table asked Wang Yu. Oh, what a pity, I only won 50,000. What about you guys? Wang Yu chatted with them as well. Hey, me too, it's not bad, the other two are only making 1,500. Brother Li, what about you? Haha, I'm luckier than you guys, I won 100,000. Wow, that's not bad. But did anyone at our table win 500,000? I won 10,000. While listening to everyone's conversation, Chu Anning seemed to see Chu Anlin get up and leave. She told Li Peibo and then ran out after her. She chased him into the corridor, only to find she'd lost him. Can you fly? Chu Anning muttered something to herself and prepared to go back, but suddenly heard an intimate kissing sound coming from the stairwell behind her. She felt a little embarrassed and tiptoed towards the banquet hall, when she suddenly recognized a familiar voice. You said you'd spend the next 2 days with me, but you still have to go to a meeting. I'm going to join a production crew in a couple of days. Chu Anlin looked at Yu Heng with a pitiful expression. I'm sorry, I'll try to finish my work as soon as possible, okay? I was planning to have nothing to do these next few days, but there's a new situation at the lab that I need to follow up on. Yu Heng affectionately rubbed his forehead against Chu Anlin's. Baby, please forgive me, okay? Humph. You're just trying to flatter me. Chu Anlin pouted. I knew Lon Lon was the best. After I finish this part of my work and your filming is done, how about we go on a trip? Really? Of course, didn't you say last time that you wanted to go somewhere just the two of us? I own a few islands, so we can go there and stay for a few days, just the two of us. Then you have to keep your word. We've been together for so long, but we've hardly had any time alone together. Yes, it definitely counts. Yu Heng kissed Chu Anlin, feeling a little guilty towards his sweetheart. He had promised to spend these few days with her, but the lab released some data, and he couldn't leave recently. After lingering for a while, Yu Heng led Chu Anlin towards the waiting area. Zhang had been waiting there for a long time. I'll call you when I'm done with my work, Yu Heng whispered in Chu Anlin's ear as he held her close. Okay, you go ahead, I'll go back by myself later. Because there were outsiders present, Chu Anlin felt a little awkward. If you'd like to visit the company, Dong Senyao will take you there later. Chu Anlin shook her head. After dinner, I'll go back with Chu Anning. Okay. Yu Heng kissed his forehead. Because the lab was really pressing for an answer, Yu Heng said a brief goodbye to Chu Anlin and then took the elevator with Zhang. Goodbye, young Master Chu. Zhang nodded politely to Chu Anlin before pressing the down button for the elevator. Goodbye. Only after the elevator doors closed did Chu Anlin put away her smile and return to the banquet hall looking listless. Husband. Chu Anlin was startled by the sudden sound behind him. He turned around abruptly and saw Chu Anning with her arms crossed, looking at him with a puzzled expression. Holy crap, Chu Anning, you scared me to death. Chu Anlin jumped up and down in anger after seeing who it was. Chu Anning didn't argue with him. She simply raised her chin to indicate the empty private room next to her to Chu Anlin, and then went in first. Chu Anlin touched her nose and followed her inside. Tell me about it. Chu Anning sat on the sofa in the private room's reception area, propping her head up with one hand and crossing her legs. When she saw Chu Anlin enter, she scrutinized him with her eyes wide and spoke to him in a drawn-out tone. Humph. You're allowed to call Sister Xin wife, but I'm not allowed to call my boyfriend husband. Chu Anlin wasn't intimidated at all and plopped down on the sofa opposite Chu Anning. Don't try to fool me. Chu Anning sat up straight, looking at Chu Anlin sternly. Did you meet President Yu through official channels? Chu Anning hesitated for a moment when asking this question. She knew that the entertainment industry was very chaotic, and that many big bosses like to keep young stars as mistresses. Although Chu Anlin has her aunt looking after her, if the aunt uses coercion and enticement, who knows if Chu Anlin will fall into a trap. Chu Anlin was momentarily distracted by Chu Anning's question. Official channels. The police station should be the official channels, right? Of course. Seeing that Chu Anning was still frowning at him, Chu Anlin added, he and cousin Zheng Lin are classmates. Is President Yu also from Mingshan district? Chu Anning exclaimed in surprise. Don't you know where your boss is from? Chu Anlin rolled her eyes at her slightly. Chu Anning remained silent, she truly didn't know. Except when the company holds large meetings, General Manager Yu rarely stays at the company. The only people he has the most contact with are Vice President Dong and Assistant General Manager Zhang. Chu Anning rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. So, she went from being a fan of the CEO to being the CEO's boyfriend. Holy crap, I'm the one with connections. Wait, is Mr. Yu aware of our relationship? Of course I know. He's not blind. So when are you planning to meet your parents? Chu Anning asked with a serious expression. No rush, we've only been together a short time. Are you too serious about being together? Chu Anning pressed Chu Anlin for an answer. Of course. No, I didn't interfere like this when you were with Sister Xin, why are you meddling in my affairs? Chu Anlin was annoyed. He was the older brother, okay. Do you think I want to interfere? If you two break up, how can I still work at the company? Chu Anning was even more annoyed than Chu Anlin. Chu Anning, are you cursing me? Don't worry, no one wishes you two a perfect match more sincerely than I do. Is that a nice thing to say? Chu Anlin felt that the words sounded like a blessing, but something just didn't feel right. How could it not be? Chu Anning said with utmost sincerity. Don't tell Mom and Dad about this yet, I'll tell them myself. I'm not that free. After Chu Anning finished speaking, she looked Chu Anlin up and down again, but I always thought that President Yu's partner would be some kind of noble lady. How did he end up being won over by you? You know, their CEO Yu is not only talented and handsome, but also rich and powerful. She had always thought that such an unattainable person's partner, if not from a prominent family, would at least be a wealthy man with a beautiful wife. Chu Anning, what do you mean? Who do you think you are, looking down on me? Chu Anlin was displeased. We are in love and our relationship is harmonious. What do you, an outsider, know about our feelings? Chu Anning felt that she couldn't understand the boss's taste. No wonder he was a big shot, she was just a nobody. Heh. But I can understand your thoughts. After all, I also find it unbelievable and hard to understand why Sister Xin would take a liking to you. Chu Anlin retorted. Two pairs of eyes met in the space, as if sparking an invisible flame. Humph. Ah. The meeting ended badly, and the brother and sister returned to the banquet hall one after the other with cold faces. Cousin Chu, are you going to visit our company later? Dong Xinyao noticed that Chu Anlin wasn't in a good mood and assumed he was upset because Yu Heng had left him there. No need, I'll go back with Chu Anning later. Chu Anlin said, then came back to her senses, are you going back to the company later? The regular employees are all going home, but the main person in charge has to go back for a meeting, Dong Xinyao said. He had just received a call from the lab, explaining that this wasn't just Yu Heng's problem, but that the entire company needed to get running. Huh? Then Chu Anning. Chu Anlin asked hesitantly. Is Assistant Chu young Master Chu's assistant? Gao Xingkai heard Chu Anlin ask Chu Anning, and looking at Chu Anlin's face, he finally understood why she seemed familiar. She's my sister, Chu Anlin said hesitantly. Since Yu Heng brought me here today, it must be so that people in the company can know about his relationship with Chu Anning, right? Assistant Chu is young Master Chu's sister. Yi Tianyu asked in surprise. The others at the table were also a little surprised, but after carefully examining Chu Anlin's face, they were all in a daze. It was too similar. Yes, when Chu Anlin first arrived, they didn't really look at his face properly. After all, as soon as anyone turned their head to look at him, President Yu's eyes shot over. Moreover, Chu Anlin was either looking down or wearing a mask, so they were too scared to get too close to look, afraid that they might accidentally poke President Yu's eyeballs. It's all right, today isn't a formal conference, Assistant Chu doesn't need to stay, Dong Xinyao said directly. Before Lao Yu left, he told him to take good care of his little darling. Moreover, it wasn't a very important meeting, it was just a notification to the managers of each department so they could prepare. Is your brother coming to the company with us to wait for you? Li Peibua and the others had seen the message in the company group chat. The heads of various departments were going back to the company for a meeting. Although they are assistants, there are different levels of assistants, and these few belong to the category of those in charge. No need. Her brother isn't here to see her, she's here to be with her boyfriend. Phew, luckily I didn't drink too much today. Wang Yu took a deep breath, trying to get rid of the smell of alcohol. Vice President Dong, Director Yi, Director Zhang, Director Gao. Chu Anning and her two companions were sitting near the door when they saw Dong Xinyao and several directors and managers coming over. They quickly stood up to greet them and prepared to go back to the company with them. You don't need to go back to the company together today. Go home and leave work, Dong Xinyao said to the three of them as they got up to leave with them. Hee, Assistant Chu, you can go home first today. It's not a big event. Get some rest today, the real big event is tomorrow. Gao Xingkai said to Chu Anning with a smile. Chu Anning and the other two exchanged glances and quickly replied, okay, take care, bosses. The group nodded to each other in farewell. Chu Anning's expression was a little strange. She sensed that the directors seemed to treat her with a bit of respect. My phone vibrated. It was a message from Chu Anlin. He said he was waiting for Chu Anning in the underground parking garage so they could go home together. Then I'll head back first. After reading the message, Chu Anning said goodbye to Li Peibua and Wang Yu and then went out. Ding. The elevator takes you to the basement level. Goodbye. See you tomorrow. Lin Shun, shall I ride back in your car? Okay. Goodbye, Assistant Chu. Goodbye. Chu Anning nodded to her colleagues. She found her way to parking space B0088 and saw the car in the parking space. She took out her phone and carefully compared the number Chu Anlin had sent her. It was indeed 0088. Chu Anning called Chu Anlin. The window of the gray supercar quickly rolled down, revealing Chu Anlin's face. Get in. Did Mr. Yu give you this car? After fastening her seatbelt, Chu Anning examined the car's interior. Yes, you're the first person to sit in the passenger seat of this car. Are you really not being kept by President Yu? Chu Anning asked. Chu Anlin was driving, so she only turned her head quickly and glared at her. Do I look like someone who would be kept? Shouldn't dating a domineering CEO mean I only love you for who you are, not for your money? Chu Anning said innocently. Stop watching those brainless dramas. You say my dramas are melodramatic, but it's not like there aren't people like you who treat melodramatic dramas like real life. TSK. Is that a Koenigsegg? Chu Anning asked uncertainly when she saw the car logo. Chu Anlin paused for a moment, then said, several senior executives in your company found out about our relationship today. I guessed it. Just like you said, anyone who isn't blind can see it. Then, it won't have any impact on you, will it? Chu Anlin became more and more uneasy. Should he not have come today? It's all right. While connections are certainly annoying, they can also be enviable. Besides, I'm not incapable. Having connections will only give me more opportunities, and seizing those opportunities is my skill. Chu Anning didn't have those outdated ideas. Her strength is the foundation of her success, and she has never lacked doubts on her path to advancement. Having a powerful background only adds to her achievements. However, if you two are going to break up, remember not to make it too ugly, or I'll have a hard time getting along with you, Chu Anning couldn't help but remind her. Hey, just focus on your own business. The tender moment lasted only a quarter of an hour before the two resumed their sharp exchanges. Mr. Yu, this is the finished product. Our bionic prosthesis has highly sensitive sensors that are far more advanced than those on the market. It can sense limb movement and environmental information, and achieve intuitive coordinated movements through the control system. Professor Wang Jianjun and Dr. Karen stood at the front to introduce Yuhang, followed by a large group of assistants and students. Thank you for your hard work, Professor Wang. Yuhang was very satisfied with their progress. It wasn't hard work, we were just replicating it, Professor Wang sighed, his expression somewhat complicated as he looked at their finished prosthetic limb. There was joy, regret, and a desire for in-depth research. How long will it take to get it to market? Yuhang asked. Because we need to perform an internal surgery, we'll need about 3 more months of clinical data, Professor Wang said after a moment's thought. Our technology is mature, so there shouldn't be any problems. You can go and download the relevant documents now. Yuhang nodded. I'll have them start recruiting volunteers tomorrow. That would be perfect. Wang Jianjun was also very satisfied. Finally, their bionic prosthetic limbs were about to be unveiled. The assistants and students who had been silently following behind them couldn't help but show uncontrollable excitement when they heard the conversation between the boss and the professor. After all, the product they created is about to be released, and they themselves will become one of the great creators in this era-defining technological field. The next day, a recruitment notice appeared on clinical trial recruitment platforms, social media, and forums. In short, a medical technology company called 09 is recruiting people with limb disabilities to participate in their bionic prosthetic limb clinical trials. No one had ever heard of the company, but it had government backing, which immediately caught the attention of many special groups of people. People on the forum were also discussing it extensively. Is this company really reliable? I've never heard of it. Does this mean I need to have an internal surgery? What kind of background does this company have that even the government is supporting it? It might not be about connections, maybe they genuinely have exceptional technical skills that prompted government intervention. My cousin had his leg amputated 2 years ago, I need to let him know. Tell all your relatives and friends who need this to go. I bet it won't be cheap, so don't miss out. Regular wearable devices are one thing, but this one requires internal surgery. Is it reliable? If they don't have this internal surgery, then there's no need to recruit volunteers. My left hand was amputated 10 years ago, is it still possible to have it done? Can only adults register? I want to register my daughter. Where can I register? It's definitely a good deal. I previously saw that ordinary myoelectric prostheses cost tens to hundreds of thousands of yuan. According to their company's introduction, it seems to be more advanced than the existing technology on the market. Those who need it should sign up as soon as possible. I want to sign up. Prosthetics are so expensive, I can't afford them. This is such a rare opportunity.